Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 4275 to Chapter 4326. Xiaohai looked at the giant bull. The bull's strength was indeed good, but in front of him, it wasn't enough. Moreover, he didn't want to play around anymore, he wanted to solve this matter as soon as possible. Therefore, Xiaohai patted Ding Chunming's shoulder and said, "Chunming, step back, let me do it." Ding Chunming stared, then he retreated to the side. Xiaohai took the staff in his hand and said, "Chunming, remember, there are many ways to use strength. You have strength, but you need to learn how to control it. You need to know how to use the least amount of strength to deal with your enemy. Just like this bull, its strength isn't any worse than yours, but its use of strength isn't as good as yours. Moreover, although this bull looks very strong, as long as you use your strength well, then you can deal with it in a few moves. Today, I'll give you a demonstration, watch carefully." Then Xiaohai lifted the staff in his hand and walked towards the bull. The bull seemed to be in a daze from the fall. Although it immediately got up, it didn't attack Xiaohai for a while, it just stood there in a daze. Now that it had finally recovered, the bull immediately roared and rushed towards Xiao. Xiao raised his staff and used it as a sword to stab the bull. At the same time, he said, "Watch carefully." The bull nodded, then turned around and looked at Xiao. Xiao raised his staff and used it as a sword to stab the bull. At this time, Xiaohai's rapier had already pierced the bull's head. A popping sound could be heard as Xiaohai's rapier pierced the bull's head. Then Xiaohai shook the bull's head, causing the bull's head to explode. The giant bull immediately turned into a pile of bones and scattered on the ground. If an outsider were to see this, they would only see Xiaohai piercing through the bull's head. This was simply a display of strength. However, as an expert, Ding Chunming saw a different scene. When Xiaohai's staff pierced the bull's head, there were several changes. His staff first tapped the bull's head. This might have been a heavy blow, but the giant bull's body was slightly shaken. However, Xiaohai quickly retracted his strength. Then Xiaohai tapped the bull's head again. This time, Xiaohai used his staff to tap the bull's head. This time, the bull had used up all of its strength and had yet to recover. This time, Xiaohai focused all of his strength on the tip of the staff. After Xiaohai pierced the bull's head, Xiaohai shook his staff. He used some vibrational force, but this vibrational force wasn't the staff's own vibrational force. Instead, it was a vibrational force that was controlled by Xiaohai. This vibrational force repeatedly struck the bull's skull, and finally, the bull's skull was smashed into pieces. This seemingly simple stab and shake contained all of the mysteries of strength. The changes of strength and softness were constantly changing between Xiaohai's stab and shake. The control and use of strength had reached the pinnacle. Ding Chunming suddenly felt that a brand new door had opened for him. He saw a completely different world. Xiaohai took back his staff. Then he turned to Ding Chunming and said, "Do you understand?" Ding Chunming quickly replied, "I don't fully understand." Xiaohai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, take your time. This isn't something that can be understood in a day or two. Go back and think about it slowly. Let's deal with these guys first." After he said that, Xiaohai turned his head to look at the monsters. At this time, the monsters holding the staff had already collapsed on the ground. It was unknown whether they were injured or exhausted. Xiaohai didn't care about them. Instead, he moved his hand and opened the golden book. As the book opened, a mysterious formation appeared in front of Xiaohai. Then Xiaohai waved his hand and a white light shot out of the formation. The white light was very dazzling. Ding Chunming couldn't help but close his eyes. Ding Chunming didn't know what to do. Instead, he opened the book and opened it. When he opened his eyes, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. He saw a straight hole in front of him. This hole had a diameter of about 10 meters. It was very round and smooth. It looked like someone had deliberately dug it out and then burned it with high temperature. The walls of the hole had a trace of glaze. Looking ahead, the cave actually pierced through the entire mountain. From where he stood, he could clearly see the situation on the other side of the mountain. Of course, there was still a mountain on the other side, but there was another cave not far away. The location of the cave was on the same line as the one he saw. However, the cave didn't pierce through the mountain. Instead, it looked dark, and he didn't know how deep it was. At this time, the cave was very quiet. The monsters that weren't dead were also looking at the hole. Although they only had their instincts left, their instincts told them that this place was very dangerous. Xiao Hai didn't care about these. He directly went forward. As long as he saw a monster, he would clean it up. Before long, the two arrived at a large cave. There were a lot of ghost-faced monsters in this cave. However, when these monsters saw Xiao Hai, they didn't immediately attack. They seemed to be hesitating. This was a very rare situation for monsters. However, Xiao Hai didn't hold back. He directly cleaned up these monsters. Then he turned his gaze to the huge transmission formation in the cave. This transmission formation was very big. It could transport about 1,000 people at a time. Xiao Hai didn't think that the ghost face people would be able to make such a large transmission formation. However, Xiao Hai only looked at it for a moment before he directly destroyed it. After the anti-transmission formation was destroyed, Xiao Hai directly led Ding Chunming out of the cave. Because the ghost-faced monsters had already been cleaned up by Xiao Hai, the two didn't encounter any attacks when they came out. Even if they occasionally encountered one or two monsters, they would be dealt with by Xiao Hai. After leaving the cave, Xiao Hai and Ding Chunming immediately flew towards the Ghost King ship. The Ghost King ship was still suspended in midair. The Golden Jade Sword and the Golden Shark Sword were still moving around in the sky. The Ghost King ship had already been cleanly killed by the two swords. Ding Chunming's eyes lit up. After Xiao Hai returned to the Ghost King ship, he immediately had Ding Chunming send a message to Stonemer and the others, telling them that they can attack. Then he drove the Ghost King ship back. Stonemer and the others had been waiting for Xiao Hai's news. Besides Stonemer, the other generals were also worried. Only Stonemer knew that Xiao Hai was fine. This was because if something happened to Xiao Hai, then he would also be in trouble. Therefore, he wasn't worried at all. When he received Xiao Hai's message, Stonemer immediately ordered the army to attack. With the advance of the warships, the ghost-faced monsters couldn't hold on and began to retreat. However, the ghost-faced monsters also began to go all out. Their attacks were even more ferocious. It might be because they knew that they had no way to retreat. Naturally, Stonemer and the others wouldn't give them a chance. They continued to attack in echelons as they continued to push forward. At this time, Xiao Hai and Ding Chunming returned to the rear of the army. Xiao Hai didn't make a move, he just followed behind the army and treated some of the injured. After all, the ghost-faced army occupied 1/5 of the thick earth continent. It was impossible for Xiao Hai and the others to defeat them in one day. At the same time, the ghost-faced army also knew that they had no way to retreat. Therefore, the monsters began to take advantage of their physical strength and began to attack the army of the Lost Soul Empire regardless of day or night. This caused some problems for the army's advance. Although the army was divided into echelons to rest, they still couldn't rest due to the constant attacks of the monsters. The two sides were now in a stalemate. However, everyone knew that this stalemate wouldn't last long. This was because the ghost-faced army no longer had any reinforcements. They were now like cornered beasts. Even if they continued to fight like this, they wouldn't be able to drag on for long. When they run out of troops, the army of the Lost Soul Empire would be able to wipe them out. This was indeed the case. After a month of stalemate, the ghost-faced army finally ran out of troops. This gave the army of the Lost Soul Empire a chance to rest. After resting for 3 days, the army began their final assault on the ghost-faced army. This time, the ghost-faced army couldn't hold on any longer. The number of monsters was just too small. Even if the monsters' physical strength wasn't a problem, they still couldn't pose a threat to the army of the Lost Soul Empire. On the other hand, the ghost-faced army only had a small number of living people. They knew that they couldn't run away. The destruction of the transmission formation was tantamount to cutting off their path of survival. Therefore, they began to go all out. In fact, the main purpose of the living ghost-faced army was to use the artifacts of the ghost-faced army. At the same time, they were also able to command the monsters. Now that the monsters were almost all dead, the artifacts in their hands were no longer a threat to Xiao Hai's army. Therefore, they had no other way to deal with the army of the Lost Soul Empire. After another 10 days, the army of the Lost Soul Empire finally wiped out the ghost-faced army. At this time, the Thick Earth continent was finally recovered by the Lost Soul Empire. When the news of the Thick Earth continent's recovery reached the Mountain Divine Nation, the entire nation burst into cheers. The people didn't know how to express their joy. This was because the dark clouds that had been hanging over their heads had finally dispersed. They were finally able to see the sun once again. However, the army wasn't completely relaxed. This was because there were still some scattered monsters hiding in the mountains of the Thick Earth continent. Without exception, these monsters were all experts. It wouldn't be easy to completely eliminate them. However, they had to do so because if they didn't eliminate them, the danger would be even greater. This time, the army of the Lost Soul Empire was very experienced. They divided themselves into small teams and sat on sword boats to conduct a thorough search of the mountains. As long as they find a ghost, they would immediately encircle and annihilate it. After the war, it took more than a month to search for the remaining monsters. Finally, all the monsters were found and eliminated. But this was not the end of it. They also arranged a lot of troops outside the mountains to prevent any fish from escaping the net. At this time, the reconstruction of the Thick Earth continent began. This time, Xianxia planned to build a mountain city in the Thick Earth continent. This was because the Thick Earth continent had a lot of mountains, and unlike the volcanic continent, the mountains here were just ordinary mountains. This made it very suitable to build a mountain city. In addition to the Mountain Divine Nation, almost all of the Thick Earth continent had been destroyed. This gave Xianxia the opportunity to build a mountain city. As for the Mountain Divine Nation, Xianxia didn't plan to move. Instead, he planned to ask for everyone's opinion before dealing with the Mountain Divine Nation. In fact, in the eyes of the people of the Lost Soul Empire, living in a mountain city was the best. Mountain cities were very comfortable, they didn't have to worry about the wind and rain. Moreover, the air was very good. It was very comfortable to live in a mountain city. On the other hand, the houses outside had to be repaired frequently. Otherwise, the houses would leak, which was very troublesome. However, the people of the Thick Earth continent were used to living in houses. If they were to suddenly move to a mountain city, they might not be able to get used to it. Although Xianxia's prestige in the Thick Earth continent was very high, Xianxia didn't want to mess around. Otherwise, his accumulated reputation might disappear. However, Xianxia wasn't without a solution. His solution was to build several mountain cities first and then move the people inside. This way, the people in the Mountain Divine Nation would see the benefits of living in a mountain city. Naturally, the problem would be solved. Because of this, the reconstruction of the Thick Earth continent began. This time, whether it was the people of the Lost Soul Empire or the other continents, they were very experienced in the reconstruction. Under the command of the people from the Lost Soul Empire, the reconstruction proceeded very quickly. Several mountain cities were started at the same time. With the help of the warlocks, the progress was very fast. In less than 2 months, several mountain cities were built in the Thick Earth continent. Naturally, before the construction of the mountain cities, Xianxia had already arranged nature formations. The planting of trees and vegetables had already begun. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. The Thick Earth continent was slowly recovering its vitality. At the same time, the Lost Soul Empire wasn't idle. All kinds of materials were sent to the Thick Earth continent. The most important of these were ships. At this time, the Lost Soul Empire's production speed had become very fast. During the months that Xianxia and the others were fighting in the Thick Earth continent, the Lost Soul Empire had produced a large number of ships. At this time, the Lost Soul Empire's fleet had reached 3,000 ships, and it was still increasing. Xianxia wasn't satisfied with this number. However, he was satisfied with the production speed. The 5 Spirit Realms ocean area was too large. 3,000 ships simply wasn't enough. Therefore, the Lost Soul Empire didn't slow down their production speed. Instead, they sped up. This was because Xianxia had already decided that after the reconstruction of the Thick Earth continent was completed, they would attack the Tree Spirit continent. Xianxia looked at the person sitting in front of him, then he smiled and said, "Eighth uncle, I invited all of you here because I have no other choice. In the end, we'll be the ones to deal with this continent. At the same time, I also think that plant masters should live in the tree spirit continent. The person sitting in front of Zhao Hai was Hu Yulong, the Hu family's eighth uncle, the person in charge of external affairs of the Hu family. The Hu family was now very powerful. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that they were the number one family in the Soul Realm. This was because everyone knew about the Hu family. They were Zhao Hai's family, nobody dared to offend them. Of course, the Hu family had been doing very well. They didn't have any overbearing behavior because of Zhao Hai. Just like the other families, they didn't ask for any special treatment. Moreover, the Hu family also gathered all the plant masters in the Soul Realm and trained them. At this point, all the plant masters in the Lost Soul Empire were more or less related to the Hu family. Of course, the Hu family didn't train plant masters in their own family but in several academies of the empire. The Hu family's people could be said to be the best plant master teachers in the entire Lost Soul Empire. In this attack on the Tree Spirit continent, Zhao Hai wanted the Hu family to come forward and lead all the plant masters. This was because the Tree Spirit continent had nature formations that allowed plants to grow very quickly. Because of this, the most suitable people to fight in the Tree Spirit continent were the plant masters. The Tree Sprite continent's Tree Sprite cultivators were different from plant masters. Their fighting style was also different. The Tree Sprite continent's Tree Sprite cultivators used spells to manipulate plants. However, the plants they manipulated weren't modified. In other words, although their plants can attack, their strength was completely different from the mutant plants used by the Lost Soul Empire's plant masters. The strongest point of the plant masters of the Lost Soul Empire was their improved plant masters. Although the improved plants looked the same as ordinary plants, their attack power was much stronger. Moreover, the hardness and toughness of the plant masters were also much stronger. They could even move and have stronger attack power. This was the true strength of the plant masters. After Zhao Hai made some changes to the plant masters of the Lost Soul Empire now had more ways to attack. There were even single-use plants like the bean soldiers, which greatly increased the fighting power of the plant masters. Hu Yulong smiled and said, "That's right. Attacking a place like the Tree Sprite continent, if you don't let us plant masters do it, who will? Isn't this what we plant masters do? There have been so many battles in the past and we plant masters have either been spectators or doing treatment work. This time, it's finally our turn." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I believe that in the entire Lost Soul Empire, no one would dare to look down on a plant master. Don't forget, I'm also a plant master. How could they look down on a plant master?" Hu Yulong shook his head and said, "You're different. Although you're a plant master, you don't use plants in battle anymore. This will give them the impression that plant masters are weak. This attack on the Tree Sprite continent will help us clear our name." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said with a deep voice, "Eighth uncle, I think that in a few years, I'll be ascending. I'll go to the Sword Spirit realm to look for Grandpa. I hope that more people from the Hu clan can ascend in the future." Hu Yuyan stared, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You're going to ascend? When?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I still need some time to deal with the matters of the Five Spirit Realm. Then I'll defeat the people in the Sword Spirit Realm. After that, I'll be able to ascend in peace. I'll use this time to train some people in the country. If some of them can ascend with me, then we'll become a force in the immortal realm." When Hu Yulong heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he said, "Plant masters aren't easy to cultivate. Ascension is even more difficult. Third uncle ascended because of his many years of accumulation. It wouldn't be easy for a plant master to ascend." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No. In fact, it should be easier for plant masters to ascend compared to before. This is because we now have the secret realm. The natural energy inside the secret realm is very abundant. Because of this, plant masters should be able to cultivate faster and easier than before. However, cultivating in the secret realm isn't necessarily a good thing for plant masters. If they cultivate in a place with abundant natural energy, they would slowly become dependent on it. Because of this, they would be able to cultivate in a place that doesn't have abundant natural energy. This way, they would be able to slowly reach the ascension realm." Hu Yulong stared, then he nodded and said, "So it's like that. Then after we go back, we can try it out. I hope that more people from the Hu clan can ascend in the future." Zhao Hai smiled and said, the plant masters are still gathering. Eighth uncle, you need to manage them. There are a lot of plant masters in the army. Eighth uncle needs to communicate with them. When fighting, you need to manage them in the army's way. Hu Yulong nodded, then he said, don't worry, I know what to do. This time, I won't lose face for you. Zhao Hai smiled and said, alright, eighth uncle, you can go back and rest first. After 2 days, I'll arrange for you to go to the army. Hu Yulong nodded, then he stood up and left. After Hu Yulong left, Zhao Hai turned to Ding Chunming and said, Chunming, call Huang Xinglong in. Ding Chunming nodded, then he turned around and gave an order. Then he called Huang Xinglong in. When Huang Xinglong came in, he immediately gave a salute to Zhao Hai and said, greetings to your majesty. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, take a seat, there's no need to be polite. How is the mountain god's nation right now? Huang Xinglong replied, the mountain god's nation is doing very well. A lot of people have already moved to the mountains. I believe that it won't be long before the migration is complete. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, you've managed the mountain god's nation well. I want to promote you to the governor of the Deep Earth province in the future. Do you have any objections? Huang Xinglong stared, then his eyes lit up. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would make him the governor of the Deep Earth province. He thought that Zhao Hai would send someone from the Lost Soul Empire. He didn't expect that Zhao Hai would choose him. At this point, Huang Xinglong was already aware of how the Lost Soul Empire was managed. He was very clear about the status of a governor in the Lost Soul Empire. It was a position that held great power. Because of this, Huang Xinglong immediately stood up and gave a salute to Zhao Hai, Your Majesty, this subject is qualified. Ha ha ha, good. I like your confidence. When the Deep Earth continent is rebuilt, the appointment will be issued. You can go back, but don't spread this news. Huang Xinglong nodded before he turned around and left. After Huang Xinglong left, Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Then he had Ding Chunming call Long Tianlin over. After Long Tianlin sat down, Zhao Hai said, how is the army? How are the preparations going? Long Tianlin replied, Your Majesty, the fleet is already heading towards the Tree Spirit continent. The army is also very stable. We can attack at any time. Zhao Hai nodded and said, how are the plant masters? Eighth uncle is already here. Eighth uncle's prestige among the plant masters is very high. In 2 days, eighth uncle will enter the army and have the plant masters in the army help eighth uncle manage the plant masters. Long Tianlin nodded and said, Your Majesty can rest assured, I'll take care of it. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, all right, go rest. Pay attention to the movements of the sea beasts. Long Tianlin nodded before he turned around and left. After dealing with these matters, Zhao Hai stood up and walked out. At this time, Zhao Hai was still on his Ghost King warship. There was no one else on the ship. Zhao Hai went to the deck of the Ghost King warship and looked at the mountain city below. This mountain city was newly built by the Lost Soul Empire. At this time, there were already a lot of people in the city. However, the city wasn't full yet. This was because the Deep Earth continent had lost a lot of people, nearly half of its population. This was a huge blow to the Deep Earth continent. At this time, the reconstruction of the Deep Earth continent was nearing completion. Zhao Hai was already preparing to attack the Tree Spirit continent. Therefore, Zhao Hai transferred all the plant masters here. Ding Chunming was at Zhao Hai's side. He looked down and said to Zhao Hai, Your Majesty, there are still some people from the Deep Earth continent who are complaining. They said that they don't want to live in the mountain city. Zhao Hai replied, I know. But the Lost Soul Empire needs to rebuild the entire Thick Earth continent. We can't change it just because of the opinions of a few people. They only care about their own interests, they don't consider the overall situation. However, we need to consider the overall situation. As for those who have complaints, we can let them adapt for a while, but we can't change the overall plan. Zhao Hai nodded, all right. Ding Chunming nodded and said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, after dealing with the Tree Spirit continent, are we going to face the sea monsters head-on? Zhao Hai nodded and said, This is also my biggest headache. When sea beasts come out of the water, their fighting strength would be reduced by at least half, even if they can fly. If we want to attack sea beasts, then we can only go to the sea. When that time comes, we would be fighting in their territory. For us, this would be a new challenge. But as long as we can find the demon god, then we would have won. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Ding Chunming asked, "Your Majesty, why do you think the sea beasts are helping the demon god? It's too strange. Could it be that they used some kind of spell or artifact to make the sea beasts think that the demon god is their king? Is that why the sea beasts are listening to them? I don't see any sign of spell or artifact on them. I really don't know what artifact." No, wait. Zhao Hai was just about to say that he didn't know what artifact could control so many sea beasts when he suddenly thought of something. His eyes lit up. Ding Chunming looked at Zhao Hai and knew that Zhao Hai must have thought of something. He didn't say anything, afraid of disturbing Zhao Hai. He just quietly stood beside him. Zhao Hai suddenly thought of the artifact he obtained before, the Eye of the Beast King. Zhao Hai obtained the Eye of the Beast King before. One of the main functions of the Eye of the Beast King was to control sea beasts. The Beast King's Eye had the ability to control hundreds of beasts. Zhao Hai didn't care about this ability in the beginning. This was because he didn't want to control all of the beasts. If he really needed to control a beast, he could directly receive it into the space. Then the beast would naturally be loyal to him, making him feel more comfortable using it compared to the Beast King's Eye. As for the other eye techniques, Zhao Hai didn't care about them. Although he had a lot of eye techniques, the Beast King's Eye was a pair. Using only one eye technique wouldn't have much use. So even though Zhao Hai refined the Beast King's Eye and stored it in his body, he didn't use it. He had even forgotten about its existence. Zhao Hai didn't think much about it. But when Ding Chunming said this, Zhao Hai suddenly thought about the Beast King's Eye. The Beast King's Eye came from the spiritual realm, and it was a pair. In other words, the other Beast King's Eye was also in the spiritual realm. Since the demon god came from the spiritual realm, then did he obtain the other Beast King's Eye and use it to control the sea beasts? Zhao Hai's eye had tested the Beast King's Eye. The beasts that were controlled didn't seem to be affected by magic. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about this before. This was because when he received the beasts into the space, the beasts would listen to him. Moreover, they didn't seem to be affected by magic. Zhao Hai was afraid that this would be useless to Zhao Hai. But now that he thought about it, the situation of the sea beasts seemed to be similar to the Beast King's Eye's ability. If this was the case, then it would explain why the sea beasts would help the demon god. Zhao Hai's train of thought was opened. The more he thought about the Beast King's Eye, the more he felt that it made sense. In the end, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile as he said, "Chunming, let's go out to sea. We're going to do an experiment." With that, Ding Chunming sent the Ghost King ship forward. At the same time, Ding Chunming told Long Tianlin and the others that Zhao Hai was going out to sea. Long Tianlin and the others weren't worried about Zhao Hai. They knew Zhao Hai's strength. In the 5 spiritual realms, there was no one who could harm Zhao Hai. Therefore, they weren't worried about Zhao Hai at all. Zhao Hai and Ding Chunming quickly flew out of the thick earth continent. After reaching the sea, Zhao Hai stored the Ghost King warship. Then he released the golden jade sword and entered the sea. Now that the golden jasper sword had been transformed from liquid silver, it was much more powerful than before. After entering the sea, the golden jasper sword immediately shrunk, turning into an inconspicuous little dot. It was just like a small octopus moving in the sea. It wouldn't attract the attention of the sea beasts. Before long, Zhao Hai saw a sea beast. This sea beast was a sailfish. Its eyes were shining, indicating that it was intelligent. It seems like it was monitoring the situation in the thick earth continent. Zhao Hai understood that this sea beast was a subordinate of Ghostface. Now, Zhao Hai just wanted to know if the sea beast was affected by the Beast King's Eye. Zhao Hai commanded the golden jade sword to approach the sailfish. There were many small octopuses in the sea, so the sailfish didn't pay attention to them. Just as the golden jade sword approached the sailfish, Zhao Hai suddenly came out of the sword. Then he immediately mobilized the Beast King's Eye. Zhao Hai felt a white light shoot out from his forehead towards the sailfish. The sailfish didn't have time to react before it was hit by Zhao Hai's white light. Then Zhao Hai heard a popping sound coming from the sailfish's body. It seems like something was broken. The sailfish swayed for a moment before it calmed down, as if nothing had happened. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up. Just as Zhao Hai didn't know what was going on, he felt a spiritual force probing him. This spiritual force was very weak, it was used for communication. It didn't have any malicious intent. Zhao Hai stared for a moment before he became happy. Then he immediately used his spiritual force to connect with the sailfish's spiritual force. My king, the sword sailfish obeys your command. Just as Zhao Hai's spiritual force connected with the sailfish's spiritual force, a voice was heard. Naturally, it was the sailfish's voice. When Zhao Hai heard the sailfish's name, he immediately confirmed his guess. The demon god in the ghost mask had been using the Eye of the Beast King to control the sea beasts. And since the demon god had the Eye of the Beast King for many years, he should be more familiar with it. Therefore, it wasn't strange for him to be able to use the Eye of the Beast King to control the sea beasts. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Why did he come here?" The sailfish immediately replied, "My king, I came here to pay with my life. At that time, I thought that the other party was my king. But now, it seems like he was deceiving me. Please forgive me, my king." "Then have you seen the fake king?" Zhao Hai looked at the sailfish and asked. He really wanted to know if the sailfish had seen the fake king. This was because Zhao Hai believed that the king that the sailfish was talking about was the demon god in the ghost mask. The sailfish quickly replied, replying to my king, "This subordinate hasn't seen the king. He was sitting on a whale ship when he gave me the order." When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he asked, "What's a whale ship?" The sailfish replied in a deep voice, replying to my king, "The whale is a type of boat made from the bones of dead whales. This kind of boat is generally used by the kings of the sea. It can swim in the water and is very fast. Moreover, its attack power is very strong. It can even use water magic. It is a secret technique of the Sea King." Zhao Hai nodded. These sea beasts didn't know much about formations. What secret techniques of the sea? It should be a refining technique. Bone ships that can move underwater were made out of whale bones, so it wasn't a strange thing to see. Zhao Hai asked the swordfish a few more questions, and the swordfish agreed. However, Zhao Hai discovered that the swordfish didn't know much. In the end, he gave up and sent the swordfish to the space. At this point, the swordfish could be considered as his subordinate. Moreover, the temperament of these sea beasts was quite straightforward. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to send the swordfish to the space. After that, Zhao Hai left the sea and returned to the surface. Then he boarded the Ghost King's ship and returned to the thick earth continent. At this point, Zhao Hai already knew about the sea beasts. Naturally, he had a way to deal with the demon god. However, now wasn't the time to think about how to deal with the demon god. First, he needed to deal with the tree spirit continent. Now that the Lost Soul Empire was making preparations, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. In a blink of an eye, another month passed by. The reconstruction of the thick earth continent had been completed. The army was also assembled. The plant masters from the Lost Soul Empire were also in place. Zhao Hai could finally move his troops to the tree spirit continent. Zhao Hai called Long Tianlin, Shi Chui, Huang Xinglong, and the others to the Ghost King's ship. At this point, Zhao Hai would be living on the ship. During the day, he would deal with some matters. At night, he would go to the space to accompany Laura and the others. When everyone arrived at Zhao Hai's room, Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Now that we're fully prepared, we can attack the tree spirit continent. Does anyone have anything to say?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Everyone looked at each other and felt that there was nothing to say. Just like Zhao Hai said, they were already prepared, so there was nothing to prepare. Naturally, there was nothing to say. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at everyone and said, "This time, I'm going to divide the army into two teams. The first team will be the Lost Soul Empire's regular army, including the fleet. This time, the fleet will be loaded with people, the cargo ships will also be loaded with people, the sword boats will also be loaded with people. We'll transport as many people as we can to the tree spirit continent. If there are any sea beasts blocking our way, we'll just destroy them. When we arrive at the tree spirit continent, we'll directly attack the ghost face army. I think that the ghost face army is already waiting for us, so this will certainly be a bitter battle. Naturally, the real purpose of this army is just a feint, it's just to attract attention. Xiaohai nodded, then he looked at everyone and said, the ghost face army is already waiting for us. When everyone heard Xiaohai, they couldn't help but stare. The fleet had always been the main force when attacking the other continents. Why would it be a feint when attacking the tree spirit continent? Then which army will be the main attacking force? Xiaohai looked at everyone and said, the other army will be the plant masters. They're all plant masters, and I'll personally lead them. This army won't be going to the tree spirit continent on warships, they'll be going to the tree spirit continent through teleportation formations. Everyone stared. One must know that they also wanted to use teleportation formations to go to the tree spirit continent. But it was clear that the Ghost King's people had taken precautions. Because of this, they couldn't use teleportation formations to go to the tree spirit continent. The Ghost King's people deliberately messed up the energy in the tree spirit continent, making the teleportation formations useless. Xiaohai already knew about this, so why would he still want to use teleportation formations to send people to the tree spirit continent? Xiaohai looked at everyone and knew what they were thinking. Then he said, it's impossible to use teleportation formations to go to the tree spirit continent. But it's possible to use a fixed teleportation formation. Do you still remember the one that I destroyed? Although I've destroyed the teleportation formation, I've memorized its coordinates. We can restore the teleportation formation and use it to send people to the tree spirit continent. When everyone heard Xiaohai, they immediately understood his plan. Their eyes lit up. They were very supportive of Xiaohai's plan. This was because the teleportation formation that Xiaohai destroyed must be very important in the tree spirit continent. The Ghost King wouldn't necessarily destroy it. Moreover, its location must be very important. If Xiaohai really uses the teleportation formation to send people to the tree spirit continent, it would be the same as sending an army to the Ghost King's lair. The army of the Lost Soul Empire had already set off. Xiaohai stood on the Ghost King ship and watched as the fleet left the thick earth continent. Aside from the necessary garrison troops, as long as the fleet could fit them, all of them followed the fleet to the tree spirit continent. The number of troops that Xiaohai sent out this time was definitely the largest among all the battles he's fought. The reason why Xiaohai did this was because the tree spirit continent was the Ghost Face continent's lair. The Ghost Face continent's people were very clear that if the tree spirit continent was lost, then they would lose their foothold on the continent. Therefore, the Ghost Face continent's people would certainly fight Xiaohai to the death. Because of this, Xiaohai sent out so many troops. These troops were just a feint. Xiaohai's real trump card was the plant masters. In the past few years, there were a lot of plant masters in the Lost Soul Empire. In the Lost Soul Empire, there were a lot of plant masters. And with Xiaohai being a plant masters had a very special status in the Lost Soul Empire. As long as one was a soul plant master, they would do their best to study and become a plant master. The Lost Soul Empire also took care of these plant masters. This wasn't only because Xiaohai was a plant master, but also because these plant masters had been very helpful to the Lost Soul Empire. With their various improved plants, the Lost Soul Empire didn't have to worry about supplies. Because of this, plant masters had a very high status in the Lost Soul Empire. Because of this, the strength of the Lost Soul Empire's plant masters increased very quickly. This time, the number of plant masters that Xiaohai and the others gathered had reached an astonishing 700,000. There were a lot of plant masters who were too old, too young, or too busy to leave. Because of this, they didn't participate in the army. If all of the plant masters were gathered together, then the number of plant masters would definitely exceed 1 million. Even if it was more than 1 million, it still wouldn't be the total number of plant masters in the Lost Soul Empire. With such an army of plant masters, Xiaohai felt relieved. With such a number of plant masters in the tree spirit realm, they would be able to play a huge role in the battle. Although the war between the Ghost Face continent and the tree spirit continent had caused a lot of damage to the tree spirit continent, a lot of plant masters had died. However, the plant masters of the tree spirit continent were much stronger than the other continents. Because of this, the plants in the tree spirit continent had already recovered quite well. This was the information that the spies in the Tree Spirit continent reported back to Zhao Hai when the transmission formations were introduced. Zhao Hai had a lot of spies in the Tree Spirit continent. Some of the spies with ordinary identities had already returned to the Lost Soul Empire. If they didn't return, then they would be killed by the Ghost Face's people. Even so, Zhao Hai still had a lot of spies in the Tree Spirit continent. Since the Ghost Face couldn't touch them, they could naturally send information to Zhao Hai. However, ever since Zhao Hai destroyed the teleportation formation between the Tree Spirit continent and the Thick Earth continent, the teleportation formation in the Tree Spirit continent couldn't be used anymore. Naturally, the Lost Soul Empire couldn't receive any information from the Tree Spirit continent. Just because the Lost Soul Empire couldn't receive any information didn't mean that Zhao Hai couldn't receive any information. After the space was restored, Zhao Hai began to collect the map of the 5 spirit realms. At this time, aside from the sea, the maps of the other continents were all stored inside the space. If Zhao Hai wanted to know about the Tree Spirit continent, then he would know. Although the space's map was affected by energy interference, the interference wasn't too heavy. Therefore, Zhao Hai was still aware of the situation in the Tree Spirit continent. Because Zhao Hai knew about the situation in the Tree Spirit continent, he knew that the Tree Spirit continent didn't destroy the other end of the teleportation formation in the Thick Earth continent. In other words, as long as they restore the teleportation formation, they can immediately send people to the Tree Spirit continent. This was because the other end of the teleportation formation could still be used. After watching the fleet leave the Thick Earth continent, Zhao Hai flew up from the Ghost King's ship and received it. Then he landed in a military camp. Upon entering the barracks, Hu Yulong immediately gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, "Your Majesty, you're here. We're ready to move out at any time." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You're here." Although Zhao Hai was a member of the Hu clan, he was still the king of the Lost Soul Empire, the unique king. Therefore, Hu Yulong didn't call Zhao Hai by his name, instead, he called him Your Majesty. Zhao Hai was the king of the Lost Soul Empire. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I know, 8th uncle. But we won't be leaving today. Let's have a good rest. We need to hear the news from Stonemer and the others." "Right, 8th uncle, let's go and have a drink. We've been busy for a long time and haven't been able to return home. I wonder how things are going back home." Hu Yulong nodded. He knew that he had to address Zhao Hai as Your Majesty. But Zhao Hai can call him 8th uncle. This only showed that Zhao Hai was approachable. But if Hu Yulong called Zhao Hai by his name, then he wouldn't be spared. After arranging everything, Hu Yulong followed Zhao Hai to a room in the military camp. This room was Hu Yulong's. It was very big. The outer room was used for work while the inner room was used for rest. However, the meeting wasn't held here, it was in another place. After the two entered the room and sat down, Zhao Hai took out several dishes from the space. These were all made by Meg. Ever since the space was restored and Zhao Hai was reunited with Laura and the others, Zhao Hai didn't eat other people's dishes. The same went for wine. After taking out the dishes, Zhao Hai personally poured a glass of wine for Hu Yulong. Hu Yulong wasn't polite, he understood Zhao Hai and knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't put on airs in front of him. After all, a person who wanted to ascend wouldn't care about their status in the secular world. It was impossible, therefore, Hu Yulong wasn't polite. After pouring the wine, Zhao Hai raised his glass and smiled at Hu Yulong. "Come, 8th uncle. We haven't had a drink together for a long time. Let's drink together." Hu Yulong laughed, then he raised his glass and clinked it with Zhao Hai's. Then he drank the wine in one gulp. But as soon as the wine entered his mouth, Hu Yulong was stunned. The taste of the wine was secondary. The most important thing was that as soon as the wine entered his mouth, it immediately transformed into a mass of spiritual energy that directly melted into his body. His body felt as if it was being bathed in warm water from the inside to the outside. How could he not be surprised? Hu Yulong looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, this wine." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's a spirit wine that I made some time ago. This is a good thing. I'm going to give the recipe to the family. Although the family might not be able to make it as good as this, it's still not bad. In the future, with the recipe, the family's days would be better." When Hu Yulong heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but put down his glass. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You're leaving so soon? Didn't you say that there's still a few years left?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Of course I'm not leaving right now, I'll have to wait for a few years. However, it's still better to make things clear in advance so that I don't forget." "Right, how's the family?" Hu Yulong nodded, then he said in a deep voice, "Our family is doing well. You know our Hu family's situation the best. The family rules are there. As long as there are no problems with the family rules, the Hu family won't have any problems." "Right, your family is also doing well. I understand what you mean, you want them to be ordinary people. I also think so." The family that Hu Yulong was talking about was naturally the Tian family. They were also Zhao Hai's burden. But now, the Hu family has already helped him. Zhao Hai took another sip of wine, then he let out a long breath and said, "Being an ordinary person is also good. I'm going to ascend, and the spiritual world isn't my destination. After I leave, there won't be any problems for a short time. But what if I stay for a long time? Who knows what will happen in the future? Maybe their identity will bring them disaster in the future. If they don't let others know about them now, then they can live peacefully in the future. Isn't this good?" Hu Yulong didn't say anything. To be honest, he agreed with Zhao Hai's words. If the Tian family were suitable for cultivation, then it would be fine. However, the Tian family wasn't suitable for cultivation. At this time, revealing the Tian family's background wouldn't be good for them. Although Zhao Hai can take the Tian family into the space, what benefits would that bring to the Tian family? Not everyone was suitable to be a cultivator, and not everyone was suitable for immortality. Letting the Tian family live an ordinary life was already the greatest benefit for them. This was Zhao Hai's fate in the mortal world. If this fate was settled, then it would be good for Zhao Hai. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't care too much about the Tian family's affairs. The Tian family had their own path of life. Zhao Hai was just an accident to the Tian family, so he just let it go. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. He finally let go of this matter. His path was completely different from the Tian family's. This had already been decided when he recovered his memories. It was because of this that he deliberately distanced himself from the Tian family. At the same time, God seemed to know that bringing Zhao Hai to the Tian family was a mistake. Because of this, the Tian family had another child. Hu Yulong also understood Zhao Hai's feelings. Because of this, he said those words. Looking at Zhao Hai's appearance, Hu Yulong picked up the wine jug and poured Zhao Hai a glass of wine. Then he said, "Put it down, your path is different. Just like you said, if outsiders know about the Tian family's identity, then it wouldn't be good for them. In fact, the family has already severed all ties with the Tian family. All records of this matter have been destroyed. You don't need to worry." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Hu Yulong and said, "Thank you, 8th uncle. 8th uncle, I hope that the Hu family can continue to adhere to its own rules. This is because the Hu family's rules are the foundation of the family. Sometimes, being too strong isn't a good thing. Once a family reaches its peak, it will inevitably decline. I hope that the Hu family can continue to live peacefully and have more people ascend. This is more important than anything else. I believe that grandfather has the same thoughts." Hu Yulong smiled faintly and said, "Rest assured, the family has already arranged everything. They said that the Hu family will focus on teaching in the future. They will try to minimize their involvement in other businesses. At first, they were worried about their income. But with this wine, there's nothing to worry about. Therefore, the family will be safe and sound in the future." Zhao Hai said, "That's good. I hope that Grandpa and I can see more members of the Hu family in the future." Hu Yulong nodded. This was also his hope. Then the two drank for a long time. When the sky turned dark, the two went to rest. Zhao Hai and the others waited in the barracks for 5 days before they received news from Stonemer. The reason why Stonemer and the others took so long to reach the tree spirit continent was because they fought 2 battles with the sea beasts and repelled the sea beasts. Now, they had already clashed with the ghost mask. Just as Zhao Hai thought, the ghost mask was very ruthless this time. Their attacks were very fierce. Moreover, the number of artifacts in their hands had also increased. Because of this, Stonemer and the others' attacks weren't very smooth. However, they still achieved their goal, which was to attract the ghost mask's attention. Now was the best time for Zhao Hai and the others to attack. After receiving the news, Zhao Hai immediately called Hu Yulong and the other generals in the barracks. All of the generals in the barracks were plant masters. One must know that there were a lot of plant masters in the Lost Soul Empire. However, most of them were in charge of treating the wounded. They weren't in the front lines. But this time, Zhao Hai gathered these plant masters and made them generals in the barracks. They would help Hu Yulong manage the plant master camp. Because of this, Zhao Hai called all of them over for this meeting. After everyone sat down, Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "We've received news from the front lines. The fleet has already clashed with the ghost mask in the tree spirit continent. They've already attracted the ghost mask's attention. Now, it's up to us. Pass down my orders, have the entire army get ready. Tomorrow, we'll officially attack the tree spirit continent through the transmission formation. Everyone, check your equipment. If you're not prepared enough, immediately replenish your equipment. If anyone makes a mistake because of their equipment, I'll be the first to kill them. Do you understand?" Everyone stood up and loudly replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." Then Zhao Hai continued, "I know that many of you have been holding back your anger. There were some strange rumors in the army that plant masters only know how to save people and not kill, and that we're not real soldiers. This time, we plant masters have the opportunity to prove ourselves. I'm also a plant master, I can give you a higher status. But that's what I give, others won't accept it. Now, you have the opportunity to prove yourselves. I hope that you can seize this opportunity and prove to everyone that plant masters are also the best soldiers." Everyone excitedly responded. Zhao Hai waved his hand and had them leave. Everyone in the barracks began to move. They used the shortest amount of time to check their equipment before going out to line up. Most of these plant masters weren't soldiers. They had undergone formal military training after joining the army. However, they weren't unfamiliar with battle squads. This was because the Lost Soul Empire had a militarized management system. These plant masters had received some basic military training when they were still in school. Because of this, they were able to line up properly. At this time, Zhao Hai was standing on the side of the transmission formation. Hu Yulong and the other generals were also standing beside Zhao Hai. This transmission formation was a transmission formation for 1,000 people. Because of this, the first batch of people to go through was very important. As long as they were able to defend the transmission formation, the people behind them would be able to go through. When Zhao Hai saw that the army had gathered, he turned his head to Hu Yulong and said, "Eighth uncle, you stay here and organize everyone. I'll lead them over first." When Hu Yulong heard Zhao Hai, he quickly said, "Your Majesty, let me go. You can't risk your life." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, the first batch of people is too important. Therefore, I'll go. You don't need to argue with me, just stay here." Hu Yulong also knew about Zhao Hai's strength. With Zhao Hai going, they would be able to rest assured. Therefore, he nodded and said, "All right, then Your Majesty, please be careful." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he led the way to the transmission formation. Immediately after, a group of 1,000 people followed. Naturally, Ding Chunming was by Zhao Hai's side. After they got on, the transmission formation immediately activated. With a flash of white light, Zhao Hai's group disappeared. Hu Yulong immediately organized the others to get on. At this time, in the depths of the tree spirit continent, a transmission formation in the core region of the ghost plane suddenly flashed. Then a team of 1,000 people appeared in the transmission formation. As soon as the team regained their vision, Zhao Hai immediately shouted, "Bean soldiers, attack! Clear the area around the transmission formation." Along with his voice, a large number of bean soldiers were sent out. It was the same for the plant masters. A large number of bean soldiers were thrown out. After these bean soldiers left the range of the teleportation formation, they immediately exploded. The demon-faced monsters that were still in a daze were blown away in an instant. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand. The gold light jade sword suddenly flew out. Jianshan flew above the transmission formation and waved his 8 chains to attack the demon-faced monsters. At this time, Zhao Hai and the plant masters came out of the transmission formation. They also sent out a large number of bean soldiers. For this attack, Zhao Hai and the others had prepared a lot of bean soldiers. These bean soldiers had already been modified. Some of the bean soldiers would release destructive energy after they explode. Some of the bean soldiers would release fire energy after they explode, giving the impression of a magical attack. These fire element bean soldiers were newly developed by the Lost Soul Empire's plant masters. This time, they were also used by Dolly. After Zhao Hai and the others left the transmission formation, a white light flashed as another 1,000 people appeared. Then these 1,000 people immediately joined the battle. Zhao Hai and the others' attack really caught the demon-faced monsters off guard. They didn't expect Zhao Hai and the others to suddenly appear in their territory. So they couldn't make an effective response. This also gave Zhao Hai and the others an opportunity to clear out an area in their territory. Just as the demon-faced monsters were about to counterattack, Zhao Hai and the others had already thrown out some mutant seeds. These seeds immediately turned into mutant plants. Then the plant masters used bean soldiers to coordinate with the mutant plants as they pushed forward step by step. At this time, teams of plant masters came out of the transmission formation behind Zhao Hai and the others. When the demon-faced monsters saw the danger, they immediately sent experts to deal with the plant masters. These experts could all fly, and some of them could even use magic staffs. However, the plant masters weren't afraid of flying monsters. Their bean soldiers were also capable of flight. Batches of bean soldiers were like suicide squads as they rushed towards the monsters. As soon as they encountered the monsters, they would immediately explode. The destructive power of the bean soldiers would immediately corrode the souls of the monsters. The monsters would become weaker and weaker, and it wouldn't be long before they died. If they were lucky enough to be hit by the bean soldiers, then they would be unlucky. The explosion of the bean soldiers was very powerful. Moreover, along with the explosion of the bean soldiers, the destructive energy would directly enter the bodies of the monsters. These monsters would die almost immediately, there was no chance for them to survive. At this time, the bewildered Soul Empire's production of mutated seeds had almost become an industry. Moreover, these seeds would be refined over and over again. Naturally, the energy contained within these seeds would become stronger. And now, these mutated plants were being released. Each one of these mutated plants wasn't small. Now, they were lined up in rows. The monsters in the middle of these mutated plants were directly killed by these mutated plants. The monsters outside of these mutated plants simply couldn't attack them. Zhao Hai didn't expect that the bewildered Soul Empire's 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 bewildered Soul Empire had almost become an industry. The plant masters used these plants as support and expanded outwards. In any case, they had a lot of mutated seeds that they could use this time. If they didn't have any left, they could still use the mutated plants later on and turn them into seeds before using them again. In addition to the army of plant masters rushing over from behind, Zhao Hai and the others were able to conquer a large territory in the heart of Ghost Face in a short period of time. The Ghost Mask's army was currently fighting against the Lost Soul Empire's fleet at the front lines. Because of this, the defense of the hinterland was very weak. When Zhao Hai and the others attacked, the Ghost Mask's people couldn't organize an effective counterattack in a short time. This allowed Zhao Hai and the others to expand their territory. 2 days after Zhao Hai and the others attacked the Tree Spirit Continent, the 700,000 Plant Master Army entered the hinterland of the Tree Spirit Continent. Moreover, they managed to conquer a large territory here. After conquering this territory, Zhao Hai immediately left behind 100,000 people to defend it. He had them use the mutant seeds to build a city as soon as possible. Then he led the rest of the army to attack. This time, their attack was towards the sea. They wanted to rendezvous with Stonehammer's fleet. Now that the plants of the Tree Spirit Continent have recovered, Zhao Hai and the others were able to absorb a large amount of nature energy. At the same time, they can also use the plants to help them fight. With the addition of the bean soldiers and the mutant seeds, their attack was very fast. Although the destruction energy released by Do Bing had some effect on plants, Do Bing has been around for so many years. The Lost Soul Empire had already thought of a way to deal with this situation. Every plant master had a destruction energy gathering formation on their body. As long as they used this formation to attract the destruction energy, the formation would absorb it and turn it into destruction energy crystals. These destruction energy crystals can also be used as a power source. This was the best way to deal with it. Xiao Hai and the others' attack was too fast. The Ghost Mask army didn't have time to react at first. By the time they reacted, Xiao Hai and the others had already gained a firm foothold. Just as they were about to send their army to attack Xiao Hai's fleet, Stonehammer's fleet immediately stepped up their attack. This made the Ghost Mask army unable to spare any attention. At the same time, Xiao Hai and the others also started their attack, causing the Ghost Mask army to be attacked from both sides. Xiao Hai didn't have a lot of plant masters under his command, only 100,000 of them were left to defend the newly built plant city. This was because the transmission formation was still in use. Xiao Hai and the others could also send their army from the Lost Soul Empire to the Tree Spirit continent. Therefore, the plant city must be defended well. At the same time, Xiao Hai and the others also started their attack, unceasingly attacking. Xiao Hai and the others were like a hot knife through butter. The Ghost Mask army didn't expect Xiao Hai and the others to attack. Because of this, they were seriously underprepared. They were continuously attacked by Xiao Hai and the others. And with the addition of Stonehammer's fleet, the Ghost Mask army finally met up half a month after Xiao Hai and the others entered the Tree Spirit continent. Just as Xiao Hai and the others were about to meet up with Stonehammer and the others, Vegetable City in the Tree Spirit continent welcomed an army. This time, the army was mobilized from the Lost Soul Empire. After the army arrived, they began to attack from different directions, creating a new center in the Tree Spirit continent. After meeting up with Stonehammer's fleet, Xiao Hai and the others immediately began to force their way into the Tree Spirit continent. With the help of the army in Plant City, less than 2 months after Xiao Hai and the others entered the Tree Spirit continent, half of the Tree Spirit continent fell into the hands of Xiao Hai and the others. And this was because the Ghost Mask army had put up a strong resistance. Otherwise, the Ghost Mask army would have occupied an even larger area. Of course, Xiao Hai wouldn't give the Ghost Mask army a chance. Then, the Plant Master army moved out again. In a place like the Tree Spirit continent, the Plant Masters were almost invincible. They could fuse with the plants at any time. This made the Ghost Mask army unable to attack them. And with the Plant Masters leading the way and the army following behind, the Ghost Mask army suffered greatly. 3 months after Xiao Hai and the others entered the Tree Spirit continent, 4/5 of the Tree Spirit continent had fallen into the hands of Xiao Hai and the others. The remaining Ghost Mask army was still stubbornly resisting. They had no hope of winning. The reason why the Ghost Mask army was able to hold on to the last small piece of land was because Xiao Hai and the others weren't that fast. Secondly, the Ghost Mask army had a lot of artifacts in their hands. If they wanted to take over this piece of land, Xiao Hai and the others would have to go all out. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to kill the Ghost Mask army. Xiao Hai sat inside the Ghost King ship. He no longer needed to go to the front lines to command the army. The Plant Master army was now under Hu Yulong's command. Moreover, Hu Yulong had done a good job. The army in the front lines was progressing smoothly. Hu Yulong had done a good job. The Plant Masters had now become qualified soldiers. Xiao Hai was still the ruler of a country. If he were to rush to the front lines, then it would only prove that the Lost Soul Empire had reached its most dangerous time. Therefore, there was no need for him to do so. But while Xiao Hai was waiting for news from the front lines, he suddenly heard Laura and the others calling for him. Xiao Hai stared, then he had Ding Chunming leave while he returned to the space. Upon entering the space, Laura and the others welcomed Xiao Hai into the villa. They had Xiao Hai sit in the living room while Xiao Hai looked at the monitor. Upon seeing the situation on the monitor, Xiao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because the monitor was showing the situation of the Ghost King's army. What Xiao Hai didn't expect was that the Ghost King's army was currently retreating. Moreover, they had almost completely evacuated. The Ghost King's retreat this time was due to the help of the sea beasts and the large monsters. They managed to get rid of the Ghost King's army. However, Xiao Hai didn't have enough ships to completely seal the Tree Spirit continent's waters. Therefore, the Ghost King's army was able to take advantage of this loophole. Zhao Hai looked at the monitor and said, "Do you know where they went?" Laura replied, "I already know, they went to the islands." "Brother Hai, did you forget that the Ghost King's army started on those islands? They just retreated to those islands." Zhao Hai stared, then he muttered, "What's the use of going to those islands? We're not like the people of the other continents. If we want to attack those islands from the sea, we can just attack them from the air. Even if they have the help of the sea beasts, how long can they last?" Laura replied, "Compared to the continents, they are more familiar with the islands. Moreover, they have been operating on those islands for many years. Don't they have any backup plan? What if they helped with the formation on the island? Wouldn't that be very troublesome? Therefore, I think they want to slowly deal with you after retreating to the island." Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "I won't give them that opportunity. In the past few months, the Lost Soul Empire has been producing more and more ships. As long as the number of ships reaches 10,000, I'll start to clean up the sea beasts." Laura replied, "Brother Hai, I think you should use the spirit restricting formation. This way, you wouldn't need to kill a large number of sea beasts. You can also make the sea beasts lose their ability to resist. Then you can find the demon god." Zhao Hai had already told Laura and the others about the Beast King's eye. Because of this, Laura and the others also knew about the situation of the sea beasts. Now that he heard Laura, Zhao Hai nodded. The source of the spirit restricting formation was actually the spirit restricting formation. This spirit restricting formation was a type of restriction found in the soul realm. This restriction seems to be naturally formed. People who get hit by this restriction would lose all of their energy, leaving only their physical strength. It would take at least a month for them to recover. But no matter what kind of cultivator it was, aside from monsters like Zhao Hai and Ding Chunming, there was a limit to how strong a cultivator's body could be. Even if a cultivator had a strong body, they still couldn't do a lot of things just by relying on their physical strength. Body cultivators were the same. In the beginning, body cultivators cultivated their bodies. But once their bodies reached a certain level, they would cultivate their energy. Using energy to strengthen their bodies was just a different path compared to other cultivators. They didn't just rely on their physical strength. The same was true for sea beasts. If a spirit restricting formation was used, then their fighting strength would be reduced by half. Just by relying on their physical strength, any cultivator would be able to deal with them. Therefore, using spirit restricting formation to deal with them would be a good choice. However, Zhao Hai and the others had done some research on this spirit restricting formation before. This spirit restricting formation was a very strange thing. It wasn't a natural restriction, it was different from ordinary restrictions. Because of this, Zhao Hai and the others could only use the spirit restricting formation. Although the spirit restricting formation was also a type of spirit restricting formation, it wasn't the same as natural spirit restricting formation. Compared to natural spirit restricting formation, the spirit restricting formation was much worse. It can make people unable to use their energy. However, the duration of the restriction was much shorter, only 5 days. However, this was enough. If Zhao Hai had 10,000 ships, the sword boats, and the 100 beast battleships, then it would be enough. Although the sword boats and the 100 beast battleships weren't very nimble in the water, they could still use the spirit restricting formation to make the sea beasts lose their energy. After all, these battleships weren't completely unable to enter the water. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but say, "All right, we need to arrange this matter immediately. After all, the spirit restricting formation needs to hit the sea beasts. If we can't hit them, then it wouldn't work. But before that, we need to clean up the island." Then he said a few more words to Laura and the others before he went out of the space. After coming out of the space, Zhao Hai immediately had people call Long Tianlin, Hu Yulong, Shi Chuei, and the other generals. After everyone arrived, Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "After you go out, immediately send the order to attack the Ghost Face's territory. Make haste." Long Tianlin and the others stared. Then Long Tianlin looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Your Majesty, we're going to attack now? We're not ready yet. Isn't attacking now a bit too hasty?" Zhao Hai replied, "Attack. The main force of the Ghost Face has already run away. The ones left behind are just some scaring people, there's no need to worry about them." This time, we'll certainly be able to smoothly recover the tree spirit continent. However, that's not the end. After that, we'll need to send an army to sweep the islands of the 5 spirit realms. At this point, the people from the ghost face have already run to the islands. When Long Tianlin and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then their expressions couldn't help but change. Long Tianlin immediately said, "Your Majesty, is this true? Did the people from the ghost face really run away?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, it's true. They've already run away. Go and prepare. Make haste." Long Tianlin and the others immediately complied. Then they trotted out of Zhao Hai's room. Then the entire army of the Lost Soul Empire began to move towards the ghost face's territory. In the beginning, they were still cautious. They were afraid that Zhao Hai's information was false. They were afraid that this was a trap set by the ghost face. But before long, they discovered that they were wrong. The people from the ghost face had really run away. This was because in the ghost face's territory, aside from some low-level monsters, there were no other people. The high-level monsters, the ones with magic staffs, the emissaries of the ghost face, and the other monsters had all disappeared. It seems like they really ran away. This made the army of the Lost Soul Empire very angry. They felt that they had been played. They were already prepared to fight a hard battle against the ghost face. However, they didn't expect that the other party wouldn't give them the opportunity to do so. Although they were somewhat depressed, they still managed to recover the entire tree spirit continent. This was good news for the Lost Soul Empire. This was especially true for the people of the 5 spirit realms. The ghost face that they had always regarded as a big threat was now about to disappear. The 5 spirit continents had been recovered. For them, there was no better news than this. Then the 5 spiritual realms began to rejoice. The people of the 5 spiritual realms were all shouting and jumping in joy. This also affected the other realms of the Lost Soul Empire. They also began to celebrate. Zhao Hai didn't forbid this celebration. It was good to celebrate. However, this celebration was only carried out among the civilians. The army didn't celebrate. The soldiers were even ordered to be prepared to attack the Ghost Face continent at any time. The army already knew that the Ghost Face continent's people weren't completely destroyed. Some of them managed to escape to the island. What they needed to do now was to clear the island of the Ghost Face continent. Upon hearing this news, the soldiers of the 5 spirit realms were startled. They clearly remember that the Ghost Face continent was active on the island in the beginning. It was because the 5 spirit realms didn't pay enough attention to them that they weren't able to destroy them in the first place. This allowed the Ghost Face continent to grow bigger. For the people of the 5 spirit realms, this was an unforgettable lesson. Because of this, the soldiers of the 5 spirit realms were all excited when they heard that they were going to attack the island. However, Zhao Hai didn't order them to attack immediately. First, he had the army rest for 10 days. After all, the battles that had been going on for several months made the soldiers very tired. It was time for them to take a rest. 10 days later, the army set off. This time, the main force was the fleet. At the same time, there were also ships to coordinate with the fleet. For this operation, Zhao Hai transferred 3,000 ships to coordinate with the fleet. This was because Zhao Hai knew that Ghost Face had retreated to the island, so the sea beasts would certainly help him. This time, the fleet would have a large-scale battle with the sea beasts. Zhao Hai didn't expect that Ghost Face would retreat to the island. Zhao Hai's guess wasn't wrong. When the Lost Soul Empire's fleet set out, they were immediately attacked by the sea beasts. This time, the sea beasts changed their strategy. They didn't engage the fleet in a large-scale battle. Instead, they harassed the fleet. Although this didn't cause any casualties to the fleet, it still caused the fleet to be annoyed. This caused the fleet speed to slow down. At this time, the fleet finally made their move. The fleet engaged in several battles with the sea beasts. In the end, the fleet of 3,000 ships was reduced to 2,000 ships. The remaining 1,000 ships were no longer usable and were taken back for repairs. The number of casualties was about 10,000. On the other hand, several thousand sea beasts were killed or injured. It can be said that both sides didn't gain any advantage. The reason why the losses of the Lost Soul Empire's ships were so small was because they had a transmission formation inside the ship. If the ship was seriously damaged, then the people inside the ship could use the transmission formation to leave. Because of this, the casualties of the ships were very small. This time, the fleet was able to fight back the sea beasts. This allowed the fleet to no longer be harassed by the sea beasts. At the same time, the people in the fleet became more confident. Now that the ships were no longer harassed by the sea beasts, the fleet's attack began. They began to attack the islands one by one. And just as Laura thought, the Ghostface Empire's people had been operating on these islands for many years. Many of the important islands were covered with defensive formations. If the Lost Soul Empire's fleet wanted to take these islands, it wouldn't be an easy matter. Xianxia nodded and said, "You're right. You're right." At the same time, this attack allowed the Lost Soul Empire to gain a better understanding of the situation of these islands. These islands weren't barren lands like what the Lost Soul Empire's people thought. On the contrary, some of these islands were very large and had a lot of resources. People who lived on these islands were completely self-sufficient, which was very rare. Xianxia was also surprised by this situation. But this was good, he can place some people on these islands in the future. But for now, he still needed to capture these islands. The Ghostface Empire's people were making their last stand. They thought that since they retreated to the islands, Xianxia would give them a chance and wouldn't immediately chase after them. If this was the case, then they would have a chance to take a breather and slowly develop in the future. However, they didn't think that Xianxia wouldn't give them this opportunity. He didn't even rebuild the Tree Spirit continent. At the same time, he also used formations on several continents to make the transmission formations on these continents unusable. Even the fixed transmission formations couldn't be used. Moreover, the attack power of the 100 Beast battleships was very strong. Although the Ghostface Empire's people arranged defensive formations on the islands, they still couldn't stop the fleet's attack. One by one, the islands were taken by the Lost Soul Empire, they simply didn't have any chance. However, there were a lot of islands in the 5 spirit realms. It took the Lost Soul Empire's fleet 5 months to clean up all the islands. During this time, they lost nearly 100 battleships. These battleships were mostly destroyed by the sea beasts. Although the sea beasts were repelled by the fleet, they didn't give up on harassing the fleet. They even organized 2 large-scale battles which caused the fleet to suffer a lot of losses. But in any case, after such a long battle, the Lost Soul Empire finally cleaned up the Ghostface Empire. It can be said that the 5 spirit realms were now under their control. When the army returned, the 5 spirit realms were once again in an uproar. In the eyes of the people of the 5 spirit realms, they can finally feel relieved. This was because the Ghostface Empire was finally eliminated. After the army returned, they didn't disperse. Instead, they gathered in the Tree Spirit continent and began to rebuild it. However, Xianxia didn't build a mountain city in the Tree Spirit continent. Instead, he built some plant cities. Moreover, there weren't many people left in the Tree Spirit continent, so building a plant city was the best choice. It must be said that in the entire Lost Soul Empire, plant cities were the easiest to build. They were much simpler than mountain cities. However, this required a lot of plant masters. Since there was no shortage of plant masters in the Tree Spirit continent, it was very easy to build a plant city. One by one, plant cities were built. Before long, the reconstruction of the Tree Spirit continent was completed. The reason why Xianxia didn't build a mountain city in the Tree Spirit continent was because he didn't think it was necessary. There were a lot of mountains in the Tree Spirit continent, so a mountain city could be built. However, Xianxia didn't build one. He wanted to leave some places for the future. If the Lost Soul Empire were to be peaceful in the future, then the population would certainly increase. When that time comes, they would need a new place to settle the people. If they couldn't find another plane to invade, then they could only do it in their own territory. When that time comes, building a mountain city would be one of the ways. The recovery of the 5 spiritual realms wasn't only good news for the people of the 5 spiritual realms, it was also good news for the Lost Soul Empire. The people of the Lost Soul Empire can now confirm that the 5 spiritual realms were truly incorporated into the Lost Soul Empire. However, this matter wasn't over yet. This was because Zhao Hai still hasn't made a move against the sea beasts. Ever since Zhao Hai flattened the islands, the sea beasts became even more unscrupulous. From time to time, they would attack the continents of the 5 spiritual realms. Aside from the Arctic continent, the other continents had been attacked by the sea beasts. Fortunately, Zhao Hai was already prepared for this. The mountain cities that he built were very high and weren't close to the sea. Therefore, even if the sea beasts attacked the continents, the Lost Soul Empire didn't suffer any casualties. However, the actions of the sea beasts made the people of the Lost Soul Empire very angry. One must know that ever since Zhao Hai established the Lost Soul Empire, it can be said that they were invincible. This made the people of the Lost Soul Empire arrogant. They believed that they were the best, that their country was the best, that their country was invincible, and that they couldn't be provoked. This kind of arrogance can be said to be a bad thing, but it can also be said to be a good thing. It can be said to be a bad thing because this kind of arrogance can easily make the people of the Lost Soul Empire arrogant. In the end, it can be said that they didn't want to make any progress. This was because they believed that they were the best and didn't need to make any progress. On the other hand, it can be said to be a good thing because as long as this arrogance can be guided, then it can become a driving force. When the time comes, the Lost Soul Empire would be invincible. The reason why Zhao Hai hasn't attacked the sea beasts yet was because he believes that the number of ships they have is enough. In the past, Zhao Hai had more than 6,000 ships. However, when they attacked the island, they lost more than 1,000 ships. Now, with the addition of the newly built ships, the number of ships they have now reached 7,000. However, Zhao Hai still believed that this wasn't enough. This was because he believed that the number of ships needed to reach 10,000. And these 10,000 ships weren't finished, they still needed to be built. Once they have 10,000 ships, then they can attack the sea beasts. The rest of the ships can be built slowly. The main reason why Zhao Hai wanted to build so many ships was because the Lost Soul Empire's ocean area was much larger than its land area. Besides the 5 spiritual realms, Zhao Hai still hasn't conquered the other continents. This was especially true for the Soul Realm. There were also sea beasts in the Soul Realm, but they called themselves the Sea Race. In the past, they had attacked the Wenji continent many times. But after Zhao Hai unified the Soul Realm, the attacks of the Sea Race lessened. However, Zhao Hai believed that the fishmen wouldn't give up just like that. They would certainly attack. Now that the bewildered Soul Empire was strong, they wouldn't dare attack. But once the bewildered Soul Empire weakened, they would certainly attack. Instead of getting beaten up, it would be better for them to arm themselves first so that the bewildered Soul Empire wouldn't dare attack them. They might even be able to conquer them first. This way, the bewildered Soul Empire would be stable. Originally, Zhao Hai didn't take the sea beasts seriously. After all, it was impossible for sea beasts to stay on land for a long time. Even the most powerful sea beasts would prefer to stay in the water. But this time, Ghostface's matter reminded him. If Ghostface can make use of the sea beasts, then wouldn't others be able to make use of them as well? What if the sea beasts rebel? These were all hidden dangers of the Lost Soul Empire. Therefore, Zhao Hai needed to eliminate them. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others were working hard to train the navy. Most of these marines had water souls. Naturally, there were also other types of souls, including fish souls. These people were the most suitable to be a marine. Because of this, the progress of the Lost Soul Empire's navy was very fast. At this time, there was no way for people to go to the Arctic continent. The ice was too thin and too small. And even if people could go there, the people from the Arctic continent didn't want to go back. The Arctic continent was a land of ice and snow, who would want to live there? If it wasn't for the fact that they had no other choice, they wouldn't want to live in the Arctic continent. Now that there was an opportunity to settle down in another continent, the people from the Arctic continent couldn't help but wish for it. In fact, it wasn't only the people from the Arctic continent that moved. People from the volcanic continent also moved to the thick earth continent and the tree spirit continent. This was because compared to the tree spirit continent of the thick earth continent, the volcanic continent's Ruijin continent's living environment was a bit worse. The Ruijin continent's living environment was much better. After planting trees, the volcanic continent's temperature was very high. Although some people were used to living in such an environment, there were also some who weren't. Therefore, it wasn't strange for them to move away. On the other hand, there were also a lot of people from the Lost Soul Empire who moved to the Five Spirit Realms. Moreover, there were a lot of plant masters who moved to the Five Spirit Realms. These plant masters didn't go to the Tree Spirit Continent, they went to the Thick Earth Continent, the Ruwagian Continent, and the Volcanic Continent. If it wasn't for the fact that the Arctic continent hadn't recovered, they would have gone to the Arctic continent to study the plants of the Five Spirit Realms. There was something special about the Five Spirit Realms. The souls of the people living in the Five Spirit Realms weren't seen in other realms. This wasn't a coincidence, there must be a reason for it. Moreover, the continents of the Five Spirit Realms had their own unique plants. Even the plants of the Lost Soul Empire had their own variations. Not only did this attract the attention of the plant masters, it also attracted Zhao Hai's attention. However, Zhao Hai didn't have the opportunity to delve into this matter. Naturally, the plant masters weren't as ambitious as Zhao Hai. They just wanted to study why the plants would mutate and what they would look like after mutating. Because of this, they came to the Five Spirit Realms. Regarding this situation, Zhao Hai didn't care. Plant masters were different from other professions. Other professions only needed to practice, but plant masters didn't have a thirst for knowledge. When Zhao Hai saw the plant masters coming to the Five Spirit Realms to observe the plant masters, not only did he not get angry, he was also very happy. Time passed day by day, Zhao Hai's fleet had more and more ships. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others had also started to prepare for the attack on the sea beasts. They were now officially on the agenda. What other people didn't know was that Zhao Hai was also making preparations for another matter. This was to absorb the seas of the Five Spirit Realms into the Spaces map. This way, they would be able to deal with the sea beasts better. However, this wasn't an easy task. This was because the seas of the Five Spirit Realms were very big. Even if there was a silver needle in the sea, its speed would still be limited. Because of this, although Zhao Hai had absorbed a lot of the sea's terrain into the Spaces map, he was still far from being able to absorb the entire sea into the Spaces map. Finally, 3 months after Zhao Hai and the others rebuilt the Tree Spirit Continent, Zhao Hai finally produced 10,000 ships. The attack on the sea beasts was about to begin. As usual, Zhao Hai gathered Long Tianlin and the others to prepare for a meeting. But at this time, news suddenly came that Che Xiaoguang was about to ascend. Che Xiaoguang was Che Xiaoyang's elder brother. In the beginning, his cultivation speed wasn't very fast. His strength was only a bit weaker than Wen Hai and the others. But after Che Xiaoyang became Zhao Hai's disciple, his strength increased very quickly. Recently, he had been in seclusion. Who would have thought that he would ascend? After hearing this news, Zhao Hai was both surprised and happy. He was surprised that Che Xiaoguang was about to ascend. But he was happy because Che Xiaoguang's ascension was just in time. After a year, Xia Yu would return to the secret realm. However, Zhao Hai wasn't prepared to tell Xia Yu about his ascension. This was because Zhao Hai wouldn't ascend in a short time, at least not within 5 years. Therefore, there was no need to inform Xia Yu. However, Zhao Hai also needed someone to make preparations in the Sword Spirit realm. When he ascends, he needed to at least have some understanding of the Sword Spirit realm. He also needed a place to settle down and inquire about some information. Relying on Xia Yu alone wouldn't be enough. If he relied on Hu Yuan, he would also be able to do this. However, Xia Yu was aware of Hu Yuan's identity. It would be impossible for him to hide these things from Xia Yu. This might be disadvantageous for Zhao Hai in the future. Because of this, Zhao Hai needed someone to enter the Sword Spirit realm. It would be best if Xia Yu didn't know about his identity. Naturally, this person would be very dangerous. Because of this, he needed to be loyal to Zhao Hai. Che Xiaoguang was undoubtedly the best candidate. Zhao Hai was sitting in his room with Che Xiaoguang sitting in front of him. Zhao Hai looked at Che Xiaoguang and smiled faintly. There are several people in the Lost Soul Empire who have hopes of ascending. However, I didn't expect you to be the first one to ascend. Hehe, this is a good thing. Xiaoguang, is there anything else you're worried about? You should speak now. Otherwise, you might become an inner demon when you ascend. That wouldn't be good. Che Xiaoguang smiled and said, "Don't worry, boss. I don't have anything else to worry about. Little Liang is doing very well. Moreover, his talent is also very good. Whether he can ascend or not depends on himself. Even boss can't help him with this. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, right. Right now, he can only rely on himself to ascend. None of us can help him. But as long as we ascend, I think that kid wouldn't be too bad. He still wants to go to the upper realm to look for us. Therefore, you should go first. After a few years, I'll ascend as well. I can't leave the Lost Soul Empire. Once I've dealt with the matters here, I'll ascend as well. Che Xiaoguang smiled and said, that's the best. Boss, do you have any instructions for me to ascend? Zhao Hai replied, when you arrive at the Sword Spirit World, you must be careful. Don't contact my grandfather, and don't let Xia know about your existence. You're a hidden chess piece that I've placed. After you arrive at the Sword Spirit World, you must do two things. First, inquire about information, but also remember to protect yourself. Second, you need to find a place to settle down. Without Xiaoyu's help, the Sword Spirit World will be very dangerous. Therefore, you must be extra careful. Che Xiaoguang nodded and said, Boss, you can rest assured. I'll definitely do my best. Zhao Hai nodded, then he waved his hand and handed a spatial ring to Che Xiaoguang. Then he said, inside this spatial ring are some crystals and spirit beads that I've collected. After arriving in the Ascended Realm, these things should be used as currency. Gold and silver aren't necessarily useful in the Ascended Realm. It's better to take these things with you. Remember, keep this ring by yourself and don't let anyone know about it. Otherwise, you might be in danger. Che Xiaoguang nodded, then he carefully received the ring. Zhao Haizhan looked at Che Xiaoguang and said, once you reach the upper realm, you should hide if you can. But if you can't, then don't be polite. Don't mistreat yourself. Inside the ring I just gave you, there are several artifacts that I refined. I've already stored them in a jade slip. You can look at them after you reach the upper realm. These are for your survival. Che Xiaoguang nodded, then Zhao Haizhan looked at Che Xiaoguang and said, if you can't hide, then don't hesitate. Che Xiaoguang nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai with gratitude. Zhao Hai looked at Che Xiaoguang and said, after arriving in the Ascended Realm, you'll have to tell yourself everything. Therefore, you must keep a low profile. It's a lawless world. I heard that there are some cities near the Ascended Realm. You can settle down there and wait until you understand the Ascended Realm's situation. Remember, the most important thing is to protect your life. If there's any danger, then you can contact Xiaoyu. We're still in a cooperative relationship with him, so he should be able to help. Che Xiaoguang nodded and said, yes, boss. You can rest assured that I'll be careful. Zhao Hai said, this time, you'll be the first step for the Lost Soul Empire to enter the Ascended Realm. Therefore, you must be careful. I can see that your aura is fluctuating. I'm afraid that 3 days from now will be the best time to ascend. Prepare yourself. Che Xiaoguang nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression and said, boss, you can see my aura? Then shouldn't you be able to ascend? Why haven't you ascended yet? Moreover, why can't I see the energy in your body? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I've already suppressed the energy in my body. Otherwise, I would have already ascended. I can't cultivate right now. If I continue to cultivate, then I might ascend at any time. If I maintain my current state, then I can stay in the lower realm for about 10 years. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I've already suppressed the energy in my body. When Che Xiaoguang heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai with admiration and said, boss, you're amazing. I can't even suppress the energy in my body. Zhao Hai smiled and said, all right, go rest and maintain your state. You don't need to do anything right now. You just need to adjust your state. When the time comes, you can ascend. Go. Che Xiaoguang nodded before he turned around and left Zhao Hai's room. After Che Xiaoguang left, Zhao Hai received Wen Hai, Tang Ming, and the others. Along with them were old brother Ho and old second brother Ho. These were people who were close to Zhao Hai. After everyone arrived, Zhao Hai looked at them and said, we're all old brothers, so I won't be polite with you. After we go back, let your subordinates handle the matters at hand. Select the most loyal ones and put them in charge. You guys should spend more time cultivating. Now that little light is about to ascend, you can't fall behind. I'll be ascending in 10 years as well, and this is also the reason why I'm suppressing my cultivation. Otherwise, I would have already ascended. You guys should hurry up. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to ascend. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Wenhai and the others stared. Then they nodded. Wenhai said, "Boss, you can rest assured that we'll work hard." Zhao Hai said, "Don't just stay in your room and cultivate. Go out and take a walk. I heard that Xiaoguang has been going out a lot these past few years to comprehend nature and the heavenly Tao in order to ascend. Go." The group nodded before they turned around and left. To be honest, even if Zhao Hai didn't say this, they would still work hard. They were friends with Che Xiaoguang, and their relationship with Zhao Hai was even better. Moreover, their strength had always been on par with each other. Now that Che Xiaoguang was about to ascend while they haven't, they felt ashamed. It's like someone said, if your friend gets the last place in an exam, you'll feel very uncomfortable. But if your friend gets the first place, you'll feel even more uncomfortable. Because of this, they were determined to cultivate. Now that Zhao Hai said this, it only strengthened their determination. After they left, Zhao turned to Ding Chunming and said, "Chunming, from today onwards, you don't need to follow me. You can also go out and train. Your situation is different from theirs. You only need to pay attention to one thing, and that is the control and use of your strength. Your strength is already very strong, the strongest I've ever seen, but your control and use of strength is still not at the top. Therefore, you should focus on this. You don't need to worry about your wife and children, I'll send someone to bring them to me. You can go now." Ding Chunming didn't say anything, he just gave Zhao Hai a salute before he turned around and left the room. After Ding Chunming left, Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Then he waved his hand and closed the door. Then his body flashed and entered the space. After sitting down inside the space, Zhao Hai turned his head to Laura and the others and said, "Laura, I've already placed some liquid silver on Che Xiaoguang's body. You should pay attention to his situation. If he's in danger, you should help him. Right, do some research and make some pills that can allow people to ascend. These pills are for Ding Chunming's wife and children. Make sure that they can follow us to the Sword Spirit World. Once they reach the Sword Spirit World, they would be able to live a normal life outside." Laura thought for a moment and then said, "Big Brother Hai, I think there's no need to worry about the pills. We can have Ding Chunming's wife and children enter the space first. Then when you ascend, they would naturally follow. After reaching the immortal realm, we can research pills so that they can live in the Sword Spirit World as well as cultivate. If we use pills to make them ascend, then once they reach the immortal realm, they wouldn't be able to cultivate anymore. That would be the same as being destroyed." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Zhao Hai replied, "I also know that once they reach the Sword Spirit World, they might not be able to cultivate. However, their innate talent isn't very good. Even if they can cultivate after reaching the Sword Spirit World, they wouldn't have any achievements." "All right, we'll do as you say." Zhao Hai was afraid that Ding Chunming's wife and children wouldn't be able to cultivate well. However, since they were Ding Chunming's family, they wouldn't be able to cultivate well. If Ding Chunming ascends in the future, then they would have no one to rely on. With Ding Chunming's talent, ascending from the Sword Spirit World shouldn't be a problem. Ding Chunming's talent was too good. His talent was the best that Zhao Hai had ever seen. As long as Ding Chunming continues to cultivate, then it wouldn't be a problem for him to comprehend the law of strength in the future. And after comprehending the law of strength, how could he not ascend? Then his wife and children wouldn't have anyone to take care of them. Naturally, their lives wouldn't be good. However, Ding Chunming changed his mind. They came to the Sword Spirit Realm in order to unify it under the banner of the Lost Soul Empire. In the future, the Lost Soul Empire would be under the Sword Spirit Realm. At the same time, Ding Chunming's wife and children would be taken care of. If the Lost Soul Empire can't even take care of their own people's wives and children, then the Lost Soul Empire wouldn't be far from its demise. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai agreed with Laura and the others. Then Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others and said, "You've been working hard these past few days. I think that when we arrive at the sword spirit world, you should be able to take a stroll outside. When the time comes, we'll have some fun. Laura and the others smiled. Laura smiled and said, actually, it's good that we can see you every day. We're already very happy. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, rest assured, we can certainly go further and see more things. I hope that one day we can really go out and see what's beyond the heavens. I hope that we can see what's beyond the heavens and see what's beyond the universe. I hope that there's really a wall, and what's behind it. That way, I'll be satisfied. Laura and the others nodded. They had yearning expressions on their faces. They had lived as long as Zhao Hai, so they naturally wanted to see what was at the end of the universe. They had the same thoughts as Zhao Hai. On a small hill in the spirit weapon realm. This hill wasn't very high and there weren't many plants growing on it. This was because there were too many stones on the hill. However, there were a lot of people standing around the hill. These people were all looking at a figure on the hill. The person was calmly standing there, but above his head, there was a black cloud that was slowly converging. More and more dark clouds appeared. The man on the hill looked up at the dark clouds and slowly pulled out his sword. However, he didn't make any further moves. At this time, the people below the hill were all nervous. Zhao Hai was standing there with Wen Hai and the others beside him. Wen Hai and the others were nervous. Wen Hai said, "Boss, will old Che be all right?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Don't worry, he'll be fine." At this time, a loud explosion was heard. Then a huge electric snake rushed down from the sky. Che Xiaoguang roared as he waved his sword, sending a huge sword energy towards the electric snake. Boom! The entire ground shook a few times. Everyone felt a dazzling white light explode from the top of the hill. It was so bright that they couldn't open their eyes. Before everyone could get used to the brightness, several more rumbling sounds rang out. Che Xiaoguang's angry roar also rang out. However, everyone could only see a cluster of white light. They couldn't see anything else. It wasn't until the 9 balls of white light flashed that the loud noise disappeared. The black clouds in the sky also disappeared. Only then did people see the situation on the hill clearly. At this time, the hill looked like it had gone through a great battle. All the stones were shattered. Only the place where Che Xiaoguang was standing was intact. The other places looked like they had been plowed by cannons. Che Xiaoguang didn't look too good. His face was pale, the sword in his hand was broken, and his clothes were tattered. However, overall, he was still in good condition. Zhao Hai's figure moved as he appeared beside Che Xiaoguang. After looking at Che Xiaoguang tiredly looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, I'm fine." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "There are some injuries in your body, but it's not serious. Eat this and change your clothes. This is for you. Take it." After saying that, Zhao Hai took out a pill and gave it to Che Xiaoguang. Then he took out a sword and handed it over. Che Xiaoguang nodded as he took the sword. Then he threw the pill into his mouth and circulated his spiritual energy to dissolve the pill. His injuries were almost healed, and his face became ruddy. At this time, Wen Hai and the others also arrived at the hill. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "All right, old Che has already transcended his heavenly tribulation. After 3 days, he can officially ascend. Let him rest for the next 3 days." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, old Che has already transcended his heavenly tribulation." After he said that, Zhao Hai turned to Che Xiaoguang and said, "Xiaoguang, accompany Xiaoyang. After all, you haven't seen him for a long time." Che Xiaoguang nodded. Then Zhao Hai and the others returned to the Sacred Academy Mountain. Che Xiaoguang went to see Che Xiaoyang. Zhao Hai didn't let anyone disturb him. 3 days later, Che Xiaoguang successfully ascended. When he ascended, Zhao Hai and the others were already there. Che Xiaoyang also arrived. When Che Xiaoyang saw Che Xiaoguang's figure flying into the spatial channel, his tears couldn't help but flow down. Zhao Hai patted Che Xiaoyang's shoulder and said, "All right, Xiaoyang, don't cry. Your brother ascended. This is a good thing. You should work hard in your cultivation. When you ascend in the future, you can look for him." Che Xiaoyang nodded vigorously. In fact, Che Xiaoyang's strength was already very formidable. With a great teacher like Zhao Hai, even if he wanted to fall short, he wouldn't be able to do so. Moreover, his talent was also very good. Because of this, he was now a sky dance level expert. After some time, he might be able to reach breaking river level. Zhao Hai believed that Xianxia would have no problem reaching the river-breaking realm. Especially after this matter, Xianxia ascending. For Xianxia, this was a blow. As long as Xianxia can use this as a motivation, he would definitely be able to become a river-breaking realm expert. Zhao Hai believed that Xianxia would be able to do it. When Xianxia was a child, he didn't give up and kept on living. There was no reason for him to be defeated by such a blow. Because of this, Zhao Hai was very optimistic about Xiaoyang's future. Now that Xiaoyang's ascension had passed, Zhao Hai returned to the 5 spirit realms. The 5 spirit realms were very calm. Although the sea beasts would still attack them from time to time, they didn't have much of an impact on the continents. After all, the seawater had receded a lot. Even if the sea beasts attacked the continents, it wouldn't have much of an effect. After Zhao Hai returned to the 5 spirit realms, he held a meeting with everyone. He had the fleet prepare for 10 days. After 10 days, they would attack the sea beasts. This time, it wasn't only the fleet, but also the 100 beast battleships and the sword boats. 10 days passed by quickly. Zhao Hai led the fleet directly into the sea. This time, Zhao Hai didn't use the fleet king. Instead, he released the golden jasper sword. With the golden jasper sword taking the lead, the fleet followed behind, followed by the 100 beast battleships and the sword boats. Zhao Hai and the others were already prepared. This time, they were going to use the spirit restriction formation. Moreover, Zhao Hai also said that all the battleships needed to use the spirit restriction formation at all times. Wherever they went, the sea beasts would lose their energy, regardless of whether they had intelligence or not. The spirit restriction formation that Zhao Hai and the others used this time was different from other formation weapons. Other formation weapons generally shoot energy beams. But this time, Zhao Hai's spirit restriction formation was an area of effect attack, just like a barrier formation. As long as a sea beast is within the range of the formation, all of them would be covered by the restriction formation. On the other hand, the energy weapons on the ships were also spirit restricting energy. Sea beasts that were hit by these energy weapons would immediately lose their energy. Just like that, the entire fleet continued to advance. If they encountered a powerful sea beast and the spirit restricting formation was useless, then they would have to use other methods to deal with it. Zhao Hai and the others continued to move forward for 10 days. Countless sea beasts were sealed by them. Naturally, the spirit restriction formation would only last for 5 days. After 5 days, the sea beasts would immediately recover. However, Zhao Hai and the others also had a backup plan. The sword boats were Zhao Hai's backup plan. Because of this, the sea beasts that were sealed would immediately be controlled by the sword boats. Then the people on the sword boats would gather the sea beasts and use a formation to prevent them from wandering around. During these 10 days, Zhao Hai and the others also encountered a large number of sea beasts. However, these sea beasts weren't a match for Zhao Hai and the others. Although Zhao Hai and the others used spirit restriction formations on their ships, they could still convert the spirit restriction formations into other types of energy when necessary. And with their numbers, the sea beasts wouldn't be a match for them. In these 10 days, the number of sea beasts that were sealed by Zhao Hai and the others was uncountable. The sea beasts also discovered what Zhao Hai and the others were doing. The sea beasts also thought of a way to deal with it. Some of the more powerful sea beasts directly went to the 5 continents and prepared to attack the cities on the 5 continents. However, what the sea beasts didn't know was that Zhao Hai and the others had already used spirit restriction formations on the cities of the 5 continents. Moreover, the cities had a lot of energy formations that could attack the sea beasts. Moreover, there were also a lot of experts guarding the cities. When the sea beasts attacked the cities, they didn't have the support of seawater, so their strength was reduced by at least half. On the other hand, the experts of the Lost Soul Empire weren't vegetarians. They were all at Riverbreak Realm. Even if they were on the sea, they wouldn't suffer too much of a loss against the sea beasts. Not only did the sea beasts fail to achieve any results, they were also repelled and killed. When the sea beasts saw that this method wasn't working, they decided to engage in guerrilla warfare against Zhao Hai and the others. After all, the 5 spirit continents were very large. If they were to hide somewhere else, then Zhao Hai and the others wouldn't be able to do anything to them. However, Zhao Hai didn't think about looking for them. He just kept moving forward in one direction. He believed that the sea beasts could hide, but the same couldn't be said for their nests. Even if they couldn't reach the nests of the sea beasts, sooner or later, they would be able to reach it. When that time comes, the sea beasts would have no choice but to fight them in a decisive battle. On the 10th day of Zhao Hai's journey, Zhao Hai suddenly received news from Laura and the others that they had found the edge of the 5 spirit continents. For Zhao Hai, this was definitely good news. Zhao Hai and the others hadn't been able to find the edge of the 5 spirit continents even after using liquid silver. Now that they finally found it, Zhao Hai was naturally very happy. The 5 spirit continents ocean was very strange. There was only a white mist, nothing else. However, when liquid silver reached it, it was blocked by a layer of energy. This layer of energy was very flexible, it gave one the feeling of bumping into a soft bed. However, there was no way to break it. Upon seeing the characteristics of the edge, Zhao Hai immediately knew that it was a spatial barrier. Zhao Hai didn't expect the spatial barrier of the 5 spirit continents to be like this. However, he had seen all kinds of realms before, so the spatial barrier wasn't strange at all. After finding the edge of the 5 spirit continents ocean, Zhao Hai didn't manage to find the nest of the sea beasts. However, he knew that this was only a matter of time. Then he released more liquid silver and sent it towards the 5 spirit continents ocean. He wanted to bring the entire ocean into the spaces map. At this time, Zhao Hai received news from the rear. The barrier formations that they used to hold the sea beasts were attacked by some sea beasts. The sea beasts inside had escaped. Zhao Hai knew that this was the sea beasts' countermeasure, they were prepared for a long battle. However, Zhao Hai wasn't polite, he immediately issued an order. If one of the sea beasts was released, then they would kill the other sea beasts. If 2 of the sea beasts were released, then they would kill the other sea beasts. In short, if one of the sea beasts was released, then they would kill it. Zhao Hai wanted to see who would be able to outlast the other. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to deal with the sea beasts quietly. Every time he kills a sea beast, he would release 1 or 2 sea beasts and have them inform the other sea beasts of his decision. Every time you save a sea beast, I'll kill one. Let's see what you can do. Zhao Hai had other intentions for doing this. He wanted to use this method to alienate the sea beasts from the demon god. Zhao Hai was very clear that the reason why the sea beasts followed the demon god was because of the Beast King's Eye technique. However, the Beast King's Eye technique couldn't be considered a technique, it could only be regarded as a bloodline suppression. Just like a mouse facing a lion, it naturally wouldn't resist. It would naturally think that the lion was its king, this was the reason why the demon god's eye technique was so powerful. Zhao Hai was very clear about the reason why the sea beasts followed the demon god. Bloodline suppression wasn't the same as ordinary techniques. Ordinary techniques were used to make sea beasts loyal to the demon god. These sea beasts were forced to be loyal to the demon god. Bloodline suppression was a type of consciousness. In other words, the sea beasts would consciously think that the demon god was their king. Because of this, they would listen to the demon god's orders. However, this kind of consciousness was sometimes unreliable. Once the demon god did something that made the sea beasts feel disgusted, it was possible that they wouldn't listen to the demon god. In fact, even if the demon god went too far and caused the sea beasts to feel disgusted, the sea beasts still wouldn't listen to the demon god and would resist. If the demon god didn't handle the demon god properly, the sea beasts would automatically dispel the demon god. It was just that this situation was much more difficult to happen. Just like the slaves that Zhao Hai received, he could kill them at any time. He could also order them to kill their families. However, if Zhao Hai really did this, then the slaves might resist. If Zhao Hai forced them to do so, then the slaves might die. Moreover, this was a very tyrannical slave formation. If it was an ordinary technique, then the slaves might just resist. Because of this, Zhao Hai came up with this method. If the sea beasts were to ask for help from the other sea beasts, then he would directly kill them. This way, the other sea beasts wouldn't dare to save them. However, in this way, their forces would get smaller and smaller. If the demon god forced the sea beasts to save the other sea beasts, then it would cause the other sea beasts to feel disgusted. At that time, the demon god's technique wouldn't work. This was the effect that Zhao Hai wanted. In any case, Zhao Hai's formations that were used to imprison the sea beasts had formations as well as spirit-restricting formations. He wasn't afraid that the sea beasts would resist. Because of this, Zhao Hai could afford to waste the time. It didn't take long before Zhao Hai's decision was made known to the other sea beasts. After hearing this news, the other sea beasts immediately hesitated. Zhao Hai was a man of his word. If they really went to rescue the other sea beasts, then Zhao Hai would certainly kill them. This way, the casualties of the sea beasts would be too great. Although these sea beasts weren't necessarily related to each other, they were still sea beasts. Moreover, although Zhao Hai locked them up, he still gave them food every day. He didn't starve them, nor did he kill them. If Zhao Hai were to kill the sea beasts because of them, then they would be committing a great sin. Not long after Zhao Hai's announcement was made, the sea beasts stopped attacking the formations. Instead, they turned their attention to the people who were watching the sea beasts. Many sword boats were sunk. Some of the people on the sword boats had no choice but to use transmission formations to leave. At the same time, the sword boats self-destructed. Naturally, the sea beasts had learned to be smart. However, it was useless. After Zhao Hai heard this news, he began to kill the sea beasts again. Every time the sea beasts destroyed a sword boat, Zhao Hai would kill a sea beast inside the formation. This time, the battle of attrition caused the sea beasts a lot of headaches. Zhao Hai didn't care about this. He kept on attacking and pushing forward. As long as a sea beast had its spirit sealed, it would immediately be locked up. Moreover, he only sent 1 or 2 sword boats to watch over it. In any case, the people inside the sword boats would use transmission formations to leave. Then the sword boats would be destroyed. Afterwards, they would kill the sea beasts for revenge. Zhao Hai wanted to see if more sea beasts would die, or if he could make sword boats faster. After a month, the sea beasts no longer dared to waste any more time. Zhao Hai didn't show any mercy, he killed as he pleased. In this month, more than 100 sea beasts were killed. The total number of dead sea beasts exceeded 100,000. This made the sea beasts have no choice but to stop. Zhao Hai didn't hesitate to kill them. At this point, the sea beasts were caught in a dilemma. If they attacked Zhao Hai's group, they wouldn't be able to defeat Zhao Hai's group. If they attacked the continents, they wouldn't be able to defeat Zhao Hai. If they tried to save the captured beasts, then they would kill them. If they didn't dare to save them, then they would attack the sword boats that were left behind. Because of this, the sea beasts didn't dare to attack. If they provoked the sea beasts, then they wouldn't be able to face Zhao Hai. They could run away, but running wasn't the same thing. They didn't know what to do. However, Zhao Hai's actions weren't finished yet. While he was saying that the sea beasts wouldn't dare to mess around, he had the fleet sweep through the sea beasts. At the same time, he began to run to the various formations of the sea beasts. He had the sea beasts worship him as their king. Then he would release the sea beasts and have them help him deal with the other sea beasts. Fortunately, the places that they passed through were all taken into the spatial map city. Zhao Hai could go to these formations at any time and use the Beast King's Eye on the sea beasts inside. Another month passed by quickly. Zhao Hai had already turned half of the sea beasts inside the formation into his people. Then these sea beasts were released and became Zhao Hai's subordinates. With the help of these sea beasts, Zhao Hai and the others had an easier time dealing with the sea beasts. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was still taking the captured sea beasts into his subordinates. As a result, his subordinates were getting more and more. And with the addition of the fleet, Zhao Hai already had the upper hand in dealing with the sea beasts. After a month, Zhao Hai received another piece of good news. They found the nest of the sea beasts. When Zhao Hai heard this, he immediately entered the space and looked at the nest on the monitor. Upon seeing the nests of the sea beasts, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel shocked. He didn't think that the nests of the sea beasts would look like this. Wasn't it too beautiful? In the oceans of the 5 spirit realms, there were a lot of trenches. These trenches were very deep, some of them were even deeper than the tallest mountain in the 5 spirit realms. And in the deepest trench, there was a big city. The nest of the sea beasts was in this city. But what surprised Zhao Hai the most was that the city was made of transparent crystals. Moreover, these crystals weren't ordinary crystals, this was because these crystals could emit light. Crystals that can emit light were very surprising. But the sea beasts actually used these crystals to build a big city. This city was bigger than any of the mountain cities that Zhao Hai and the others had built. This was what surprised Zhao Hai the most. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. Brother Hai, how is it? Are you surprised? In the beginning, we didn't think that there would be such a big city there. Moreover, this city is very beautiful. But later on, we discovered that this place was the lair of those sea beasts. Brother Hai, pay attention to the city and see if there's anything special about it. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the city. Then his eyes suddenly narrowed as he said, people? Are there people in the city? No, those aren't people. Those are sea beasts that turned into monsters and took human form, right? Laura nodded and said, correct, after a sea beast cultivates into a monster, it would transform into a human form. There are a lot of such monsters in the city. Most importantly, the city has a very strict hierarchy. Because of this, I can say that this city is the lair of the sea beasts. There's no mistake about it. Besides the lair of the sea beasts, there's no other place in the sea that would be like this. Zhao Hai nodded, then he carefully looked at the city. At this time, several giant whales slowly swam towards the city. Zhao Hai stared, this was because he discovered that these whales were somewhat strange. When he looked carefully, he discovered that these whales were actually made of bones. These should be the whale ships that the sea beast spoke of. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the whale ships. He discovered that these whale ships were very ingenious. They should be made of several layers of bones. The hull could swim like a fish, and it was very smooth. Most importantly, Zhao Hai discovered that these ships were sealed. In other words, water wouldn't enter the ships. This made Zhao feel a bit strange. You said that the ships were made by sea beasts, so it doesn't matter if they enter the water or not. In any case, you can live in the water, so it wouldn't affect you. So why design it to be sealed? However, after thinking about it, Zhao Hai immediately understood why the whale ships were sealed. If the whale ships weren't sealed, then it would be very troublesome for them to swim. Moreover, if they weren't sealed, then there would be water inside, which would slow down the whale ships. Therefore, the whale ships were designed to be sealed. However, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that the whale ships didn't seem to be weak. Aside from the whale ships, the city also seemed to have a spirit formation protecting it. This made the city even more difficult to deal with. Zhao Hai knit his brows, then he looked at Laura and the others and said, Laura, what do you think? How do we deal with the city? If we send an army now, then the demon god would certainly defend the city. If we attack, we can kill some sea beasts, but the demon god can refine them into monsters. When the time comes, it would be very troublesome for us to take the city. Do you have any good ideas? Zhao Hai nodded. He didn't say anything. Laura looked at the city, then she smiled faintly and said, for others, that city is indeed very difficult to deal with. But for Brother Hai, that city is useless. Brother Hai, if others want to deal with the demon god, then they would need to mobilize their army. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to enter the city. However, you can directly enter the city. Even if others enter the city, they wouldn't be able to deal with so many sea beasts. But you don't need to worry about them, so you don't need to mobilize your army. In any case, what you need to do is to kill the demon god. So you can just go and attract the attention of the army outside. Isn't this good? Laura looked at the city and smiled faintly. Why don't we just focus on the city instead? Zhao Hai stared, then he nodded and said, right, that's a good idea. Alright, let's do it this way. I'll personally deal with the demon god. Have the army move in the sea. I want to see what the demon god is capable of. After he said that, Zhao Hai stood up and looked at Laura and the others. Then he said, take control of the golden jade swords, I'll go now. Laura and the others nodded. Then with a thought, Zhao Hai appeared in the city. There were a lot of people in the city. Zhao Hai counted at least 100,000 people. And this didn't include the sea beasts. Just counting the people, there were 100,000 people and even more sea beasts. Inside the city, it wasn't strange to see people. However, Zhao Hai's appearance was different from the other people. Zhao Hai took out his disguise formation and changed his appearance. Then from the remote corner where he appeared, he directly appeared in the city and slowly walked forward. Zhao Hai discovered that there was water in the city, but the resistance of the water was very small. Moreover, the city was very deep in the sea, but there was no pressure at all. This showed how mystical the city was. When Zhao Hai appeared on the streets of the city, some sea beasts that were swimming around immediately gave Zhao Hai a salute. This was also Zhao Hai's discovery. He discovered that the status of the people in the city was very high. As long as the sea beasts saw people, they would immediately give them a salute. However, Zhao Hai immediately understood what these sea beasts meant. These sea beasts were all cultivators, so naturally, they were stronger than the beasts. Because of this, the sea beasts saluted the people. Zhao Hai imitated the others and ignored the sea beasts. Instead, he slowly walked forward in the city. He wanted to feel the demon god's aura. He believed that even if the demon god was hiding himself, Zhao Hai would still be able to feel it. This was because Zhao Hai felt the demon god's aura back in the vast mountains. He believed that he could still feel the demon god's aura. In fact, Zhao Hai's guess was right, he really did feel the demon god's aura. The demon god didn't seem to have any intention of hiding his aura. When Zhao Hai appeared in the city, he immediately felt the aura. Even the beast king's eye inside Zhao Hai's body became restless. However, when the beast king's eye moved, Zhao Hai knew that it wasn't good. It was very likely that the beast king's eye inside his body had discovered another beast king's eye. This also confirmed his previous thoughts. The demon god was controlling the sea beasts through the beast king's eye. However, this wasn't a good thing for the current Zhao Hai. If he can feel the other party, then the other party can also feel him. Even if the other party didn't know that it was him, they would still be alarmed. This disrupted Zhao Hai's plan. Zhao Hai was being careful, not because he was afraid of the demon god, but because he didn't want to cause any more casualties. He wanted to find the demon god first, then sneak into his residence and fight with him. When the time comes, the two of them would be in a fight. Naturally, Zhao Hai would be able to deal with the demon god. As long as he can deal with the demon god, then the sea beasts would no longer be affected by the demon god's eye. Naturally, this battle wouldn't happen. However, Zhao Hai didn't expect the eye of the king of beasts to affect each other. This was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. At this point, Zhao Hai was sure that the demon god had already discovered him. Even if he wanted to hide, it would be impossible. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai's figure immediately moved as he rushed towards the demon god's location. At this time, a wave of pressure came from the Crystal City. As soon as this pressure came out, all the sea beasts in the Crystal City prostrated themselves on the ground. Only Zhao Hai wasn't affected. Then Zhao Hai felt a hostile aura shooting towards him. Zhao Hai immediately understood the demon god's plan. The demon god wanted to use the eye of the king of beasts to control the sea beasts to deal with him. However, the demon god seemed to have underestimated Zhao Hai. One must know that although Zhao Hai had just learned about the eye of the king of beasts, he had been studying it for a long time. Moreover, he had used his mind to communicate with the eye of the king of beasts. Therefore, when it comes to the research of the eye of the king of beasts, Zhao Hai wasn't any worse than the demon god. Because of this, Zhao Hai immediately summoned the beast king's eye. A pressure rose from Zhao Hai's body and collided with the pressure coming from the city. At this moment, the sea beasts in the city were in chaos. They wanted to deal with Zhao Hai before, but now, they were confused. This was because they could feel the aura of a king coming from Zhao Hai. This made them not know whether they should attack Zhao Hai or not. Zhao Hai didn't stop. Although he had activated the eye of the beast king, he still rushed towards the direction of the demon god's aura. Wherever he went, none of the sea beasts dared to stop him. The demon god seemed to have noticed Zhao Hai's actions. A cold snort came from the direction of the city. All the sea beasts in the city heard this cold snort. Zhao Hai didn't care about the demon god. Before long, he arrived outside a huge palace. This place was the center of the city, it should be the imperial palace. At this time, a transparent shield had been erected around the imperial palace. The demon god's aura was inside the imperial palace. Zhao Hai looked at the shield and couldn't help but smile. Then his figure disappeared and reappeared inside the imperial palace. The shield didn't have any effect on him. Zhao Hai looked at the shield and smiled. Zhao Hai was now using his space power. The space absorbed the entire city into the space. Naturally, Zhao Hai could directly enter the imperial palace. The reason why Zhao Hai didn't use this move before was because he wanted to see how the demon god would deal with him. If the demon god came out to deal with him, then Zhao Hai was sure that the demon god had already recovered his strength. That would be very difficult to deal with. If the demon god didn't come out to fight him and instead let the sea beasts deal with him, then it would prove that the demon god hadn't recovered his strength. Then dealing with him would be much easier. The result was exactly what Zhao Hai wanted. The demon god didn't come out to deal with him, instead, he let the sea beasts deal with him. Even the imperial palace's barrier was raised. It was clear that the demon god hadn't recovered his strength. He didn't want to fight with Zhao Hai right now. Zhao Hai appeared in front of the imperial palace's great hall. Zhao Hai could clearly see every place in the crystal city. However, Zhao Hai didn't know what was inside the great hall. It seems like the great hall was covered in a layer of energy. However, now that he was in front of the great hall, Zhao Hai knew what was inside the great hall. There was a dragon's aura in the great hall. This dragon's aura was very strong. If an ordinary person were to come to the great hall, they wouldn't even be able to stand steadily. This made Zhao Hai very curious. He didn't expect to see a dragon in the great hall. Zhao Hai stood in front of the great hall. He looked at the great hall and said, "Demon god, come out. We've been fighting for a long time. It's time for us to meet." At this time, a person slowly walked out of the great hall. He was wearing a black robe and a demon god's mask on his face. The magic equipment was similar to the mask that Zhao Hai saw in the demon god sculpture. The only difference was that there was an eye in the middle of the mask's forehead. The eye was currently staring at Zhao Hai. A deep voice was heard, "You must be Zhao Hai, right? I didn't expect the beast god's eye to fall into your hands, but I still have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to collect 2 beast god's eyes." The man's voice was deep and monotonous, like a robot talking. Even though he was talking like a normal person, there were no fluctuations in his voice. It was very strange. Zhao Hai looked at him, then he smiled and said, "Interesting. I didn't think that the demon god that Ghost Face worships would be like this. You shouldn't be able to take off your mask, right? It's already a part of your body, isn't it? Are you still thinking of going back to the realm of magical spirits and fighting them to the death?" "Of course I'll go back to the realm of magical spirits. If I don't kill everyone in the realm of magical spirits, how can I resolve the knot in my heart and walk my path to immortality?" "Zhao Hai, it seems like you know quite a lot. Why don't you tell me something? If you're an expert, I might spare your life." "Ha ha ha, interesting, this is very interesting. You're just a piece of trash that can only use eye techniques, yet you still dare to talk to me like that? I seriously don't understand, where did you get your courage from to talk to me like that?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the eye in the middle of the demon god's forehead couldn't help but turn. Then he coldly snorted and said, "Zhao Hai, you're really confident. Why do you think that I can only use eye techniques?" Zhao Hai looked at the demon god and sneered, "Of course you can only use eye techniques. I think the realm of magical spirits has already destroyed your body. You only managed to escape with a trace of your soul and hid in the eye of the king of beasts. The realm of magical spirits couldn't do anything to the eye of the king of beasts, so they could only seal you in the 5 spiritual realms. Am I right? You just took advantage of the gap when their seal loosened to confuse some people with your eye technique and slowly formed ghost face. In the end, it was the people of this organization who rescued you. Your current body is just a puppet that you refined. You don't have the ability to restore your body now. The reason you did this is to make those people in ghost face really fear you, afraid that you will think of them as a demon god. To be honest, I'm afraid that you don't have anything else to show them now except for your eye technique. Humph, even if I only use eye techniques, I can still take your life. Don't forget, my eye techniques can be used to refine artifacts and kill people. Do you think that it's an ordinary eye technique? In order to obtain this eye technique, I paid a huge price. But it was all worth it. This eye technique saved my life, but it can also kill you. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, then let's give it a try. Right, do you want to call your helper? I'm really curious. How did you manage to control it? You should know that it's a low-level dragon, yet you were able to control it. Furthermore, you were only able to control it with your eye technique. I'm really impressed. Humph, you don't need to worry about that. If you want to see him, then I'll have him come out. After the demon god finished speaking, he heard a roar coming from the main hall. Then, a dragon came out of the main hall. This was a flood dragon, but it wasn't a real dragon. It hasn't passed the true dragon tribulation, so it can't be considered a dragon. However, it was stronger than a flood dragon, so it was called a flood dragon. This flood dragon was more than 300 meters long. Its head was shaped like a dragon's head, and it had 2 horns. However, these horns weren't dragon horns, they were just 2 sharp horns. Its body was covered in scales, but it only had 2 front claws and no back claws. The flood dragon's eyes were blood red, making it look very terrifying. Zhao Hai wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he sighed and said, a flood dragon that was about to cross its tribulation has been refined into an undead creature. Should I call you an idiot or a genius? You talk a lot of nonsense. Die. The demon god still used his unchanging tone as he spoke to Zhao Hai. Just as his voice fell, the flood dragon rushed towards Zhao Hai. It opened its mouth and bit towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's figure moved. Just as he was about to dodge, the eye on the demon god's forehead suddenly flashed. Then a white light shot towards Zhao Hai. This shot happened to hit Zhao Hai's path of escape. If Zhao Hai wanted to avoid the flood dragon's bite, then he would hit the white light. If he didn't dodge, then he would be bitten by the flood dragon. Their cooperation was very tacit. Zhao Hai coldly snorted. Then with a wave of his hand, a huge iron chain shot out from his hand. It was unknown how long this iron chain was, but it wrapped around the flood dragon. Zhao Hai still had a long section left in his hand. Then Zhao Hai pulled the iron chain, causing it to tighten. As the iron chain tightened, runes lit up on the iron chain. These runes were all formation runes. As the runes lit up, bursts of Sanskrit chants came from the iron chain. When the Sanskrit chants came out, the flood dragon immediately roared. It seemed like it was in great pain. Then the Sanskrit chants became louder and louder. The flood dragon's body began to smoke. It was still roaring and struggling. It seemed like it was in great pain. What did you do? Although the demon god's voice was still calm, Zhao Hai knew that the demon god was very angry. The flood dragon was obviously a trump card in his hand. However, the demon god didn't expect that he wouldn't be able to use this trump card and would be dealt with by Zhao Hai. How could he not be angry? How could he not be anxious? Zhao Hai didn't answer the demon god's question. He was still holding the iron chain in his hand while the flood dragon was still roaring in pain. Black smoke was coming out of the flood dragon's body, it seems like it was injured. At this time, the demon god's eyes began to emit rays of light. This time, the rays of light were different from before. The rays of light were of different colors. These rays of light kept attacking Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai loosened his grip and released the iron chain. Then a golden book appeared in his hand. Zhao Hai opened the golden book and spells immediately flew out. At this time, the 2 sides were facing each other. The spells released by the golden book collided with the rays of light coming from the demon god's eyes. Some of them directly disappeared while some of them continued to fly towards the other side. Then they were hit by other spells and disappeared. Zhao Hai also knew that the rays of light coming from the demon god's eyes were spells. Moreover, they were very powerful spells. This made Zhao Hai very surprised. The 2 sides continued to fight. For a while, no one was able to do anything to the other. However, the flood dragon was unable to do so. Although Zhao Hai loosened his grip, the rays of light coming from the iron chain didn't disappear. Although the flood dragon was still struggling, its movements were getting smaller and smaller. The scales on the flood dragon's body, as long as the iron chain touched it, were all burnt black. Moreover, the iron chain was getting tighter and tighter. In the end, the black dragon's body was on fire. At this time, whether it was Zhao Hai or the demon god, they didn't have time to deal with the black dragon. The speed at which they released their spells was very fast. For a while, no one was able to do anything to the other. The fire on the flood dragon's body was getting bigger and bigger. In the end, it became a raging inferno that engulfed the flood dragon. However, Zhao Hai and the demon god didn't stop. They didn't dare to stop. The speed at which the other side released their spells was very fast and their attacks were very strong. Neither of them dared to be careless. If they relaxed even a little bit, then they would be caught by the other side. The demon god was the best spellcaster Zhao Hai had encountered in all these years. Not only was the demon god's casting speed incomparably fast, but he also had a lot of spells. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the demon god's spells to cancel each other out. The demon god was also surprised. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would be this strong. He was able to trap his flood dragon with chains. Moreover, it seems like the flood dragon was already finished. At this point, the demon god and Zhao Hai were evenly matched. If the demon god wasn't careful, then he might be finished in the end. At this time, a bell suddenly rang in the imperial palace. Then a burst of battle cries could be heard from all directions. The battle cries were getting closer and closer. Then a large number of humanoid sea beasts rushed into the imperial palace and arrived at the battlefield. Upon arriving at the battlefield, the sea beasts were stunned. Then they immediately attacked Zhao Hai. Logically speaking, Zhao Hai was fighting the demon god, so these sea beasts shouldn't be able to intervene. However, Zhao Hai and the demon god were using spells to attack each other. Because of this, the sea beasts knew who to attack. Zhao Hai immediately mobilized his Beast King's Eye. He wanted to use the power of the eye to force the sea beasts back. However, Zhao Hai discovered that this move wasn't effective against the humanoid sea beasts. The humanoid sea beasts attacked Zhao Hai with bloodshot eyes. Unexpectedly, they weren't affected at all. At this time, the iron chain that Zhao Hai used to fight the flood dragon suddenly elongated. Then the iron chain formed a defensive circle around Zhao Hai, protecting Zhao Hai inside. The sea beasts simply couldn't pose any threat to Zhao Hai. At the same time, the iron chain seemed to be able to elongate infinitely as it attacked the demon god. The demon god's reaction seemed to have slowed down. When the iron chain wrapped around his body, it was already too late. The demon god's body was already crushed by the iron chain. When the demon god's body was crushed, his attack stopped. At the same time, the humanoid sea beasts also stopped. Each and every one of them stood there in a daze. It seems like they didn't know what to do, they seemed to have lost their command. At this time, the fire on the flood dragon was extinguished. The flood dragon had completely disappeared, not even a speck of ash was left behind. It was clear that the flood dragon was dead. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he received the golden book and the iron chain before he slowly walked towards the demon god. At this time, the only thing left in the demon god's place was the mask. The eye on the mask's forehead had also disappeared. It seems like the demon god was already dead. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but smile. Then he reached out and picked up the mask. When Zhao Hai picked up the mask, the eye on the mask's forehead suddenly opened. Then a bright light shot towards Zhao Hai's face. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Hai's laughter was heard. The white light also shot towards Zhao Hai's face. However, Zhao Hai had already disappeared. Although the mask was still there, Zhao Hai was still standing in his original position. Moreover, there was an iron chain wrapped around the mask. Obviously, what happened just now was just an illusion. At this time, the iron chain twisted and the mask was crushed. Then an eyeball flew out of the mask. Then a voice was heard, "How did you find me?" Ha ha ha, it's funny. Zhao looked at the eyeball and laughed. Ha ha ha, this is too funny. I said from the beginning that your body is just a puppet. It has no use at all. What's so strange about it being crushed by the chains? How could you stop attacking when your body is broken? That's impossible. You actually want to use this method to trick me. Should I say that you're naive, or should I say that you're stupid? Then a voice was heard from the eyeball. Humph, you're really powerful. I can't hide from you. But don't be complacent. Prepare to die. After the eyeball said that, it didn't move forward. Instead, it retreated back into the hall. Meanwhile, the humanoid sea beasts attacked Xiao Hai. However, Xiao Hai's figure disappeared from where he was standing. In the next moment, Xiao Hai's figure appeared in the hall. At the same time, he grabbed the eyeball with one hand. When the eyeball was grabbed by Xiao Hai, it couldn't help but tremble violently. It seemed like it wanted to break free. However, Xiao Hai had already grabbed it. How could it break free? Xiao Hai held it tightly. Xiao Hai looked at the eyeball, then he smiled coldly and said, "You want to run? Prepare to die." After he said that, a black flame suddenly appeared on Xiao Hai's body. As soon as the black flame appeared, a miserable shriek was heard from the eyeball. After some time, the shriek disappeared along with the black flame. When the black flame disappeared, the humanoid sea beasts outside the hall all fell to the ground and died silently. Xiao Hai took the eyeball and looked at it carefully. Then he sent his spiritual force into the eyeball and slowly refined it. Before long, the eyeball was absorbed into Xiao Hai's body. When the eyeball completely disappeared into Xiao Hai's body, Xiao Hai's figure also disappeared from the hall. He had returned to the space. After entering the space, Xiao Hai immediately went into seclusion. Everything outside was handed over to Laura and the others. Laura and the others didn't do anything, they just reduced the speed of the fleet. They didn't pursue the sea beasts with all their might. Although the people from the Lost Soul Empire felt strange, they didn't say anything and just followed suit. Xiao Hai's seclusion lasted for 10 days. After 10 days, Xiao Hai finally came out. When he came out, he immediately went to the Space's villa. When Laura and the others saw Xiao Hai, they immediately invited him to sit on the sofa in the living room. Then they looked at Xiao Hai. When Xiao Hai saw their expressions, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Don't worry, I've already refined the demon god's soul imprint. He's already dead, you don't need to worry." Laura and the others relaxed. Then Laura looked at Xiao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, what do we do now?" Xiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's alright, we don't need to do anything else. Now that the magic has been lifted, they shouldn't be our enemy. However, we still need to conquer them. Let's have the fleet retreat and have liquid silver absorb the entire ocean into the Space's map. Then I'll have liquid silver use the Beast King's eye to make the sea beasts submit to us forever. This way, they will never be enemies with the Lost Soul Empire. What do you think? What do you think?" Laura and the others nodded. The Beast King's eye was indeed formidable. When it was used, the enemy wouldn't even feel that they were affected. This was a complete suppression of the enemy's bloodline, making it very hard to guard against. If this method is used to deal with the sea beasts, then it would be very effective. The sea beasts would then pass on this feeling to their descendants. This way, the descendants of the sea beasts would submit to the 5 spiritual realms. However, Laura and the others still looked at Xiao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, we can make the sea beasts submit, but what about the ocean? Who will manage it? If we let the people from the 5 spirit realms manage it, then I'm afraid it wouldn't be appropriate. If nobody manages it, then wouldn't the sea beasts cause trouble in the future? What if they were to cause a ruckus? Will we still rely on the fleet to suppress them?" Xiao Hai replied, "Don't worry, I plan to use sea beasts to manage the sea beasts. I already know the situation in the sea. The flood dragon was actually the king of the sea beasts, the king of the 5 spirit realms. However, for some reason, the flood dragon was imprisoned by the sea beasts. After that, the prime minister was taken over by the demon god, then he slowly took control of Crystal City. After that, he refined the humanoid sea beasts in Crystal City into another form of monster. After that, he began to rule the entire sea. Now that we've eliminated the demon god and the prime minister, we can support another sea beast to become the king of the sea. This way, the sea beasts of the 5 spirit realms would never rebel. Moreover, we can also strengthen the communication between the continents and the sea. I think that the 5 spirit realms would forever be under our Lost Soul Empire's control." Stonehammer and the others felt strange. They didn't know why Zhao Hai suddenly had the fleet stop moving forward. Moreover, he also released all the sea beasts inside the formation. This made them very puzzled. When Zhao Hai had all the warships surface, Zhao Hai released the Ghost King ship and summoned them to the ship. Everyone still didn't know what was going on. When Stonehammer and the others arrived on the Ghost King ship, they saw Zhao Hai standing on the deck. Everyone immediately gave Zhao Hai a salute. Zhao Hai looked at them and nodded. "All right, I know that you have a lot of questions, but now isn't the time to ask. Wait here." Everyone nodded and then sat there without making a sound. At this time, waves suddenly surged in the sea as a group of people appeared. There were about 50 of them. Their skin was very white and their expressions were very cold. They looked very stiff, very strange. Everyone stared. Some people wanted to take out their weapons to protect Zhao Hai, but they were stopped by the people around him. A lot of people on the Ghost King ship knew that Zhao Hai didn't need their protection. Once they arrived on the Ghost King ship, all they needed to do was to stay put. They didn't need to worry about anything else. The group of people directly landed on the ship. Then they gave a salute to Zhao Hai and loudly said, "We have seen the king." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the leader and said, "All right, get up." The leader nodded and stood up. Then he stood in front of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the leader, then he turned to Long Tianlin and said, "Tianlin, let me introduce you. This is the new Prime Minister of the Five Spirit Regions, the Spirit Turtle. However, I prefer to call him the Lost Soul Empire, the Governor of the Five Spirit Regions, the Spirit Turtle. This is the head of the Five Spirit Regions Logistics Headquarters, Long Tianlin." The Spirit Turtle immediately gave a salute to Long Tianlin and said, "I have seen headlong." Long Tianlin also hurriedly returned the greeting. "Greetings, Governor Qi Ling," Zhao Hai said. "All right, you don't need to be polite. Let's go inside the cabin. I have something to say." Everyone complied and then followed Zhao Hai into the cabin. After sitting down in the cabin, Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Everyone might be curious as to why the war with the Five Spirit Realms has stopped. But I think everyone should understand why the Spirit Turtle appeared here. In fact, some time ago, I discovered a demon god in the sea of the Five Spirit Realms. This demon god had taken control of the sea beasts' imperial palace and thought that he was the prime minister of the sea beasts. After I discovered this, I immediately infiltrated the imperial palace and fought with the demon god. After I eliminated him, the sea beasts decided to surrender to the Lost Soul Empire. However, their original prime minister was killed by the demon god's spell and died. The Spirit Turtle is now the new prime minister of the sea beasts. But now, he has been appointed as the sea region's governor. Does everyone understand?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "So the Spirit Turtle is the new prime minister of the sea beasts." Everyone nodded, indicating that they understood. However, they also understood that although Zhao Hai spoke casually, there were still a lot of things that Zhao Hai didn't say. For example, how did Zhao Hai know about the sea beast's imperial palace, how did he meet the demon god, and how did he eliminate the demon god? All of these were things that Zhao Hai didn't understand. However, everyone didn't ask. They knew that Zhao Hai was strong, so they didn't ask. As long as they knew that the Five Spirit Realms had been conquered by the sea beasts. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, I now officially announce that the war in the Five Spirit Realms has ended. We will do our best to rebuild the Five Spirit Realms. Spirit Turtle, you should also choose a suitable place for the humans and the sea beasts to trade. This way, the humans and the fishmen can communicate and understand each other." The Spirit Turtle nodded, then he said, "Yes, Your Majesty can rest assured. This servant will make sure that the sea beasts and the humans can coexist peacefully." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "The sea is a huge treasure trove. There are countless good things inside. Even if the sea beasts don't do anything and just eat the resources in the sea, it would still be enough for them to survive. However, you still need to make the sea beasts do something, such as raising fish or joining the army. I'm not afraid to tell you that I want to conquer the Lost Soul Empire's oceans. This cannot be done without the help of the sea beasts. You need to be prepared." The Spirit Turtle replied, "Your Majesty can rest assured. In order to serve Your Majesty, the sea beasts would be willing to die 1,000 deaths." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he waved his hand and said, "All right, there's no need to say these words. Spirit Turtle, you need to remember that no matter how much you contribute to the Lost Soul Empire, the people that the Lost Soul Empire values the most are those who can ascend. Do you understand? The Spirit Turtle solemnly replied, Yes, Your Majesty. This servant understands. Zhao Hai turned his head to Long Tianlin and said, Tianlin, after you go back, you need to study the formations and make some boats that can be made in the water. Do you understand? Long Tianlin nodded and said, Yes, Your Majesty. I understand. I'll have them study it after I go back. Zhao Hai said, Our Lost Soul Empire has always had an area that we haven't conquered, that is the oceans of the various realms. The Spirit Weapon Realm's ocean is still fine. It was originally filled with destructive force, devoid of any living creatures. It has yet to fully recover, making it unsuitable for living creatures to live. But the oceans of the Secret Realms and the Soul Realm have always been a hidden danger to the Lost Soul Empire. I've always wanted to conquer all the oceans, but I didn't have the right tools to do so. Now that we finally have them, this hidden danger has been solved. Everyone nodded. Then Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, Although our Lost Soul Empire has conquered the 5 spiritual realms, we still have an enemy. This enemy might appear in the 5 spiritual realms in less than 2 years. Moreover, they would be very difficult to deal with. This enemy is the Spirit Realm. When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then they looked at Zhao Hai and said, Although the people sent by the spiritual realm have been eliminated, they can still send people after 5 years. It's been 3 years since they sent people to the spiritual realm. In a year, they would be able to send people again. They are our biggest enemy. Zhao Hai nodded and said, The spiritual realm's people have already been eliminated. Everyone nodded. Then Zhao Hai said, What we need to do right now is to deal with the people from the spiritual realm. We can let the beasts deal with the beast men, but in any case, we can't let the spiritual realm discover the existence of the other realms. Otherwise, it would be very disadvantageous for us. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, All right. Everyone stared, then they immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. If the spirit realm were to find out that the 5 spirit realms controlled several realms, then they would certainly attack the Lost Soul Empire. At that time, even if the Lost Soul Empire could deal with them, they would have to pay a huge price. Because of this, Zhao Hai said that the spirit realm was the Lost Soul Empire's biggest enemy. Seeing that everyone understood, Zhao Hai continued, Because of this, we need to focus on how to deal with the spiritual realm. It can be said that we have already shed all pretense of cordiality with the spiritual realm. There's no need to hide anything. When the spiritual realm comes, we can just directly eliminate them. There's no need to be polite. Everyone nodded. Then Zhao Hai turned his head to the Spirit Turtle and said, Spirit Turtle, I'll have the people of the Empire come in contact with you. You just need to prepare yourselves, understood? The Spirit Turtle replied, Yes, Your Majesty. Your Majesty can rest assured. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, I know that you'll feel uncomfortable if you leave the water for too long. Then you can go back. The fleet will also return today. In the future, the ships of the fleet will continue to patrol the sea. You need to select some sea beasts to cooperate with the fleet and maintain order in the sea. The Spirit Turtle nodded, then Zhao Hai waved his hand. The Spirit Turtle then led the other humanoid sea beasts out of the ship's cabin. Then they jumped into the sea and disappeared into the sea. After the Spirit Turtle and the others left, Zhao Hai turned his head to Long Tianlin and said, Tianlin, I'll leave the matter of contacting the sea beasts to you. Remember, you need to maintain a good relationship with them. Long Tianlin nodded and said, Yes, Your Majesty. I understand. May I ask Your Majesty if the sea beasts are reliable? Zhao Hai nodded and said, They're reliable. You can rest assured about this. I'll be going into seclusion for a while. You need to prepare yourselves to face the spiritual realm. Everything will be under Tianlin's control. When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they were stunned. Then they understood that Zhao Hai had confirmed Long Tianlin's identity as the next emperor. This was rare, so they immediately nodded. Long Tianlin stood up, then he bowed to Zhao Hai and said, Your Majesty can rest assured. This subject will do his best to prepare to face the enemy. Our Lost Soul Empire will be able to defeat the spiritual realm. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Long Tianlin and the others and said, I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. After 10 years or so, I will ascend. At this time, as long as you have the ability to ascend, then you will need to focus on your cultivation. Because of this, you will need to manage the affairs of the empire. I don't care what you plan to do, but you must remember that the Lost Soul Empire values people who can ascend the most. However, if a person ascends, then that person's family can do whatever they want. If a family ascends, then the family will receive all kinds of care. But if the family goes too far, then they must be suppressed or even eliminated. The rules of the Lost Soul Empire cannot be broken. The Lost Soul Empire wants to conquer higher realms and integrate them into the Lost Soul Empire. Therefore, you must work hard, but at the same time, you must cultivate well. In the future, when you ascend, then we will conquer the Sword Spirit Realm and even the Magic Spirit Realm together. Do you understand? Xiaohai nodded, then he looked at Long Tianlin and the others and said, the rules of the Lost Soul Empire cannot be broken. The Lost Soul Empire must conquer higher realms. Do you understand? Upon hearing Xiaohai, everyone stood up and said, yes, Your Majesty. Your Majesty can rest assured. Xiaohai nodded, then he turned to the others and said, all right, all of you can leave. Stonehammer, you stay. Everyone nodded, then they turned around and left, leaving only Stonehammer behind. Xiaohai looked at Stonehammer and said, Stonehammer, I'll give you a list of people. All of them are my servants, just like you. You need to contact them and have them hand over their work as much as possible. Tell them that when I ascend, I'll be taking them with me. As for how I'll be taking them with me, I don't think I need to explain it to you. As for those who don't know, you don't need to tell them what's going on. Just have them cultivate well. Stonehammer nodded, then Xiaohai looked at Stonehammer and said, Stonehammer, I'll give you a list later. Stonehammer nodded, then he looked at Xiaohai and said, young master, when you ascend, can you really take so many people with you? Wouldn't that drag you down? Xiaohai shook his head and said, it won't, you can rest assured. Alright, you can leave as well. You, Iron Thread, Safflower, and the others, contact the people on the list and have them hand over their work as much as possible. Stonehammer nodded, then he received a jade slip from Xiaohai before he turned around and left. After Stonehammer left, Xiaohai directly entered the space. When he told Long Tianlin that he would be going into seclusion, it wasn't just for show. He needed to go into seclusion for some time because he needed to refine the Beast King's Eye. Although he had already refined the Beast King's Eye, Xiaohai still felt that he hadn't completely refined it. If he did, then the Beast King's Eye would overlap with his eyes. Then his eyes would be able to use the abilities of the Beast King's Eye. However, the Beast King's Eye still hadn't completely fused with his eyes. This was the main reason why Xiaohai needed to go into seclusion. At this point, Xiaohai was certain that the Beast King's Eye was a good thing. Moreover, the beast that left the Beast King's Eye behind wasn't an ordinary beast. It might be in existence on the same level as the Kuanpeng. The Kuanpeng was still in Xiaohai's space, so its strength hadn't been fully restored. This was also because Xiaohai's space wasn't high enough. Once Xiaohai's space is high enough, the Kuanpeng would be able to restore its strength. But even so, Xiaohai could still feel the Kuanpeng's strength. After so many battles, Xiaohai didn't let the Kuanpeng participate. First, there was no need for it. Xiaohai's strength was more than enough to deal with it. Second, Xiaohai was afraid that the Kuanpeng would cause too much of a commotion. If those people noticed Xiaohai and were prepared to deal with him, then Xiaohai would be finished. The Kuanpeng was severely injured and fell to the lower realm. In the end, it was rescued by Xiaohai. In other words, the Kuanpeng had countless enemies. Moreover, these enemies were incomparably powerful. If the Kuanpeng were to make a move, then Xiaohai would be finished. Although Xiaohai's strength was formidable, and he also had some control over the power of laws. However, in his current realm, he simply couldn't use the power of laws. If the Kuanpeng's enemies wanted to deal with him, then there were too many ways for them to do so. Because of this, Xiaohai didn't dare let the Kuanpeng make a move. He would rather be careful. Now that Xiaohai had the Beast King's Eye, and he discovered that the origin of the Beast King's Eye was very powerful, he naturally wanted to seize this opportunity to increase his combat strength. In fact, Xiaohai already had a trace of the Kuanpeng's bloodline inside his body. This trace of Kuan Peng's bloodline was extracted by the space and placed inside Zhao Hai's body. However, Zhao Hai had no way to fully utilize this bloodline. This was because the Kuan Peng's bloodline was too formidable. The Kuan Peng could be said to be one of the strongest divine beasts in the world. How could an average person withstand its bloodline? If the space didn't add the bloodline to Zhao Hai's body, then Zhao Hai's body would have already exploded. The space was Zhao Hai's space. Everything was for Zhao Hai's benefit. Therefore, when the space added the Kuan Peng's bloodline to Zhao Hai's body, it would also add some restrictions. In the beginning, Zhao Hai simply couldn't use the Kuan Peng's bloodline. But once Zhao Hai's strength grew, he would slowly be able to use the Kuan Peng's bloodline. And now, Zhao Hai had the Beast King's Eye. This Beast King's Eye was a very good thing. It could also integrate a part of the bloodline into Zhao Hai's body. Now that Zhao Hai's body was strong enough to withstand the bloodline, he couldn't use too much of the bloodline's power. He could only integrate the Beast King's Eye into his body. Using the Beast King's Eye to use some spells was already good enough. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to use it. This was like Zhao Hai getting a computer. This computer was the world's most advanced mega-computer. It could calculate billions of times in a second. But Zhao Hai couldn't use it at all. He could only use this computer to do some simple things. The reason why Zhao Hai was so interested in the Beast King's Eye was because he saw how the demon god used it. The demon god could only use eye techniques, but his eye techniques were all-encompassing. His attack power wasn't any worse than Zhao Hai's golden book. This was very rare. Moreover, the eye technique had a great advantage, which was that the casting speed was very fast. With the casting speed and the might of the eye technique, it was simply too powerful. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to deal with it. Zhao Hai didn't think that the power of the Beast King's Eye was only at this level. The demon god obviously hadn't recovered his strength. If he did, then it would be very hard to say how much power the Beast King's Eye could display. Naturally, Zhao Hai also understood that the Beast King's Eye would be much more powerful in his hands compared to the demon god. Before, he thought that he would be able to refine the Beast King's Eye and understand its functions. However, this idea was wrong. Zhao Hai didn't think that the Beast King's Eye would be able to refine it. After the Beast King's Eye fell from the corpse of the Beast King, it became a material for an artifact. Moreover, it was a top-grade artifact material. You can refine it as you wish, and you don't need to add anything else to make it into an artifact of the highest grade. But the Beast King's Eye that Zhao Hai obtained wasn't properly refined. It can be said that it was just a material. What kind of ability could a material have? It was just like a piece of iron. You know that it's very hard, you know that it can be used to hit people. But if you don't use it well, you can refine it into steel, then you can make it into a sword, or even a spear. Only then would you be able to display the greatest power of this piece of iron. Zhao Hai didn't think about this before. He already knew about the Beast King's Eye, but he didn't think that it was just a top-grade artifact material. As long as it was refined properly, the Demon King's Eye would be able to display great power. Before, he didn't know about it. But now that Zhao Hai knew about it, he naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Therefore, he prepared himself to refine the Beast King's Eye. It was for this reason that Zhao Hai wanted to close up. After explaining to Long Tianlin and the others, Zhao Hai returned to the space and prepared himself. Then he directly returned to his room in the secret realm and prepared to close up. However, Zhao Hai didn't plan to close up for too long. This was because Xiaoyu was about to arrive. After Zhao Hai sees Xiaoyu and sends him off, he would go into seclusion and fully refine the Beast King's Eye. He would wait for the spirit realm to send people over before coming out. Zhao Hai knew that it was impossible for him to refine the Beast King's Eye in a short period of time. This was because the materials used to refine the Beast King's Eye were too high grade. Even if he were to refine it now, he would only be doing the most basic refinement. It was impossible for him to completely refine the Beast King's Eye. Even so, Zhao Hai still needed to be fully prepared. This was because Zhao Hai knew that the first refinement of an artifact was very important. A high-grade material might not necessarily be able to become a high-grade magic tool. This was mainly dependent on the refinement and the subsequent nurturing. Just like a piece of iron, whether you could refine it into steel or turn it into useless iron slag, naturally all depended on refinement. The first refinement was the most important, because the first refinement was equal to laying the foundation. Whether the foundation was good or not directly determined the future success of the magic tool. Although the Beast King's Eye had been refined before, especially by the demon god, who used blood refinement and soul refinement. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to imprint a trace of his soul into the Beast King's Eye. This allowed him to escape and be reborn. However, whether it was blood refinement or soul refinement, they couldn't be regarded as true refinement. Refining artifacts wasn't that simple. Blood refinement and soul refinement were different kinds of refining techniques. No refiner would really refine blood refinement and soul refinement because it was an insult to the refiner. In the eyes of refiners, blood refinement and soul refinement couldn't be considered refining artifacts. They only allowed the artifact to be imprinted with a person's seal, making it easier for that person to control the artifact. They couldn't be considered refining artifacts at all. They also didn't improve the quality of the artifact's materials. Refining artifacts required the refinement of the artifact's materials as much as possible. With the addition of the nourishment in the later stages, the artifact would become more and more powerful. This was the key to refining artifacts. Although the Beast King's Eye had been refined before, the materials used to refine it were too advanced. Those people simply couldn't refine it. It can be said that they didn't even refine the skin of the Beast King's Eye. This time, Zhao Hai wanted to completely refine the Beast King's Eye and then slowly nourish it. The refining method he used was also very strange. He had already refined the Beast King's Eye into his own body. This was because the material used to refine the Beast King's Eye was very special. It wasn't made of metal, but a part of the Beast King's body. It could be refined into a person's body and then fuse with them. Only when the Beast King's Eye truly fuses with a person's body would it be considered refined. Then there would be the nourishment in the later stages. This nourishment was very special. He needed the person refining it to become stronger and stronger. This was because the stronger the person, the more powerful their bloodline would be. Naturally, the Beast King's Eye would become stronger and stronger. Zhao Hai was very suitable for refining the Beast King's Eye. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai wanted to go into seclusion. This time, he went into seclusion inside the space. This was because only in the space would he not have to worry about being disturbed. After dealing with the matters of the Lost Soul Empire, Zhao Hai immediately went into seclusion. He used his bloodline and spiritual force to refine the Beast King's Eye bit by bit. Then he slowly merged the Beast King's Eye with his own eyes. This didn't mean that the Beast King's Eye would replace his own eyes. Instead, he wanted the Beast King's Eye to merge with his own eyes. What Zhao Hai wanted to do was to use his spiritual force to slowly refine the Beast King's Eye little by little. Then he would use his bloodline to slowly fuse the Beast King's Eye with his own eyes. This process was very slow and couldn't be rushed. This was because a single mistake would cause the Beast King's Eye to retaliate. This didn't mean that the Beast King's Eye had any intelligence, it was just a backlash from the cells of the Beast King's Eye. What Zhao Hai was doing now was to use his spiritual force to slowly refine the Beast King's Eye. This process needed to be very careful. He needed to refine the Beast King's Eye one cell at a time. Finally, he completely refined the Beast King's Eye. Only then could he use his bloodline to absorb the refined Beast King's Eye. Zhao Hai thought that the process of refining the Beast King's Eye with his spiritual force would be very difficult. However, he didn't expect the process to be very smooth. This was because his spiritual force was very strong. Moreover, he also had the biological brain, which allowed him to refine multiple cells at once. With the biological brain's powerful calculation ability, he could clearly calculate how much spiritual force was needed to refine a single cell of the Beast King's Eye. Moreover, Zhao Hai's spiritual force could support the refinement of many cells at once without reducing his fighting strength. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't find it very difficult to refine the Beast King's Eye. This time, Zhao Hai went into seclusion for more than a month. Even if he didn't go into seclusion, he would still be able to refine the Beast King's Eye with his spiritual force. At this time, Zhao Hai needed to come out of seclusion. This was because Xiaoyu was about to arrive. Zhao Hai wanted to see Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's arrival was the same as before. Xiaoyu was very concerned about the situation of Zhao Hai and the others. He wanted to see if Zhao Hai and the others had ascended and if they needed his help. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite. He directly asked Xiaoyu to help them get some materials that the Lost Soul Empire didn't have, as well as some refining experience. This wasn't a difficult matter for Xiaoyu. Because of this, Xiaoyu readily agreed. However, he couldn't give them to Zhao Hai and the others this time. He would have to wait until the next time he comes to give them to Zhao Hai and the others. Seeing Xiaoyu agree to his request, Zhao Hai knew that Xiaoyu's status in the Xia family was getting higher and higher. This time, Zhao Hai deliberately asked Xiaoyu for help. Zhao Hai was very clear that if he was too selfless in front of Xiaoyu, then Xiaoyu would suspect that he had ulterior motives. Now that he asked Xiaoyu for help, Xiaoyu would feel relieved. This way, Zhao Hai and Xiaoyu would be able to cooperate for a long time, and Xiaoyu would always have this kind of attitude towards them. Afterwards, Xiaoyu went into seclusion while Zhao Hai paid attention to the situation of the Lost Soul Empire. Xiaoyu didn't know about the current situation of the Lost Soul Empire. However, Zhao Hai knew that the Lost Soul Empire was preparing for an attack from the spirit realm. Zhao Hai stood in the sky and looked at Xiaoyu as he flew into the spatial passage. Xiaoyu had been cultivating for 3 months before he finally left. Zhao Hai can see that Xiaoyu's status in the Xia family had become very high. His temperament had also undergone a great change. The temperament of a leader was slowly being revealed. Zhao Hai was very happy about this. But at the same time, he also knew that the more this happened, the harder it would be for him to cooperate with Xiaoyu. Once Xiaoyu became accustomed to being a leader, he would start to think about problems like before. Perhaps at that time, he would start to think about how to control the Lost Soul Empire. It was like two people. They might be friends in the beginning, but as their status slowly widened, it would be difficult for them to be friends. In order to avoid this situation, there was only one way, and that was to have the same status as Xiaoyu. In other words, the two of them should be on equal footing. This was the key. If one wants to be on equal footing with Xiaoyu, then one can only go to the Sword Spirit realm. This was because even if Zhao Hai develops the Lost Soul Empire well, if he can't go to the Sword Spirit realm, then Xiaoyu wouldn't recognize his status. After the spatial passage closed, Zhao Hai returned to his room and called Long Tianlin and Wen Hai over. At this time, most of the matters in the Lost Soul Empire were handled by Long Tianlin. Wen Hai and the others were also focusing on their cultivation. However, their status was still there. It can be said that they were still in control of the Lost Soul Empire. Because of this, if Zhao Hai wants to discuss something, he would still call them over. After everyone arrived, Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "In about a year, the spirit realm will be able to send people to the 5 spirit realms. We're already prepared to deal with them. However, everyone still needs to be careful. I have 2 requirements. First, we must not let the spirit realm know that the Bewitching Soul Empire is a huge empire that controls several realms. This is absolutely not allowed." Everyone nodded. They also knew that if the spirit realm were to know that the Lost Soul Empire controlled several realms, then the spirit realm would certainly destroy the Lost Soul Empire regardless of the cost. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Second, this time, we need to be ruthless when fighting against the spiritual realm. We need to make them feel pain. Only by hurting them a few times will they know that we're not to be trifled with. This way, they won't care about us. Do you understand?" Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "All right." Everyone nodded. However, Wen Hai was puzzled as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, why do we need to be ruthless this time? Previously, when we faced off against the Evil Spirits sect, didn't you not allow us to be ruthless? Are you afraid that the Evil Spirit Realm's people would come after us? Why do we need to be ruthless this time?" Zhao Hai replied, "The Evil Ghost sect isn't the same as the Spirit Realm. The people from the Spirit Realm aren't necessarily like the Devil sect. They are used to bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Just like the people from the Spirit Realm who were sent to the 5 Spirit Realms. Because of this, we need to show them that we aren't easy to deal with. Only then will they stop bothering us. We need to use different methods to deal with different enemies." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right. Don't forget, I can only stay in the lower realms for about 10 years. You should take over the internal affairs of the empire. Wen Hai and the others are also diligent in their cultivation. I can see that they also have hopes of ascending. You should take over the Lost Soul Empire as soon as possible. With us here, the others wouldn't dare to say anything. You should be able to smoothly take over the Lost Soul Empire. But if you wait for us to leave and take over, then it would be troublesome. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't worry, I won't be able to take over the Lost Soul Empire. You should be able to take over the Lost Soul Empire as soon as possible. With us here, the others wouldn't dare say anything." Long Tianlin already understood what Zhao Hai meant. However, this was the first time that Zhao Hai told him that he would be taking over the Lost Soul Empire. This made him excited. He quickly gave a salute to Zhao Hai and said, "Yes, Your Majesty. I'll do my best and live up to your expectations." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "After meeting Xiaoyu, I want to go to the Sword Spirit Realm even more. You should have seen that Xiaoyu's strength has increased. Moreover, he's starting to have the temperament of a leader. This time, when he talks to us, he's no longer as casual as before. He's even starting to speak in a bureaucratic manner. For us, this isn't a good thing. If our status keeps increasing, then it's hard to guarantee that Xiaoyu won't have any other ideas. Therefore, I want to go to the upper realm in order to make Xiaoyu understand that the Lost Soul Empire doesn't need to rely on him." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. Several of them immediately nodded. They could see the changes in Xiaoyu. However, they only felt that it was awkward before, so they didn't think too much about it. Now that they heard Zhao Hai, they immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. They weren't children anymore, they were also people who were in charge of the Lost Soul Empire. Naturally, they were able to see the situation clearly. Therefore, they completely agreed with Zhao Hai's words. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "I've said everything that needs to be said. I still need to go into seclusion, so I'll leave the matters of the empire to Skylin. Wen Hai, they can't just focus on cultivation, they also need to take care of other matters. Right, Skylin, you can have the Beastmen unify the other seas of the Lost Soul Empire as practice. What do you think? How about that?" Tianlin nodded and said, "Yes, Your Majesty. I'll immediately arrange it, you can rest assured." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "All right, let's go back. I'll also be going into seclusion. If Xiaoyu didn't come, then I wouldn't have come out. You can also go back to your work." The group nodded before they turned around and left. After the group left, Zhao Hai directly entered the space. At this time, he still hasn't completely refined the Beast King's eye. There were still a lot of things that needed to be done. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't have much time to deal with external matters. In fact, Zhao Hai didn't care much about these matters. After the Lost Soul Empire was on track, all he needed to do was to grasp the general direction. The rest of his time was spent on sightseeing. Just like in the 5 spirit realms, Zhao Hai seemed to have done a lot of things. However, for Zhao Hai, these were all incidental matters. His real purpose was to take a look at the 5 spirit realms. After Zhao Hai returned to the space, aside from refining the Beast King's eye, he spent the rest of his time chatting with Laura and the others. Naturally, during this time, Zhao Hai was also refining the Beast King's eye. It's just that he wasn't refining it as fast as when he was refining it. At this point, Laura and the others were very curious about Zhao Hai's matters in the 5 spirit realms. They kept asking Zhao Hai about what he did in the 5 spirit realms. Zhao Hai also waited for them to explain. After Zhao Hai finished, Laura couldn't help but ask, "Brother Hai, don't you think it's strange? Why are the 5 continents of the 5 spirit realms so unique? Moreover, the souls of the people on the continents are also very special. Is it because of some treasure or something else that affects the 5 spirit realms? Do you want to take a look at the situation of the 5 spirit realms? Do you want to understand the reason?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I've already thought about this. I want to figure out the situation of the 5 spirit realms. However, I'm afraid that I'll destroy the characteristics of the 5 spirit realms. You should know that the souls of the people here are different from the other places. If we destroy the situation of the 5 spirit realms, then wouldn't it affect the people here? Laura smiled and said, I don't think so. Brother Hai, if the 5 spirit realms became like this because of external factors, then the people here weren't like this in the beginning. Therefore, even if we destroy this external factor, the people here would at most return to their original state. Even if they do change, we can just arrange some formations to solve this problem. If we find some treasures here, then it would be very rare. Zhao Hai nodded and said, but I don't think that's the case. I don't think that the 5 spirit realms would be able to do anything. Zhao Hai thought for a moment and felt that this was reasonable. He nodded and said, all right, then let's do that. I think we should go to the Arctic continent first. Nobody can live in the Arctic continent right now. Even if we destroy it, it wouldn't have a big impact. Laura smiled and said, don't worry, there won't be any changes in the 5 spirit realms for a while. Brother Hai, how long would it take for you to refine the Beast King's eye? I mean, how long would it take for you to fully refine it? Zhao Hai thought for a moment before he said, this is quite difficult. It would take at least a few years. As for how long it would take, I'm not sure. However, one thing is certain, it wouldn't be less than 3 years. Laura nodded and said, all right, then you don't need to worry about it. Let's refine the Beast King's eye first. I don't believe that there's anything in the 5 spirit realms that would be better than the Beast King's eye. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, then there's no need to worry. We haven't been able to relax for a long time. I'll accompany you during this time. I don't need to worry about anything else. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Laura and the others were naturally happy. Laura and the others nodded and said, all right, then we'll relax. Brother Hai, I also want you to take us to the space to play. To be honest, when you weren't here, we didn't even have the mood to go to the space. Fortunately, everything in the space is working normally, so we don't need to worry about it. Otherwise, there would be a lot of trouble. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, all right, then we'll use this time to play in the space. After a year, I'll go to the 5 spirit realms to take a look. At that time, the people from the spiritual realm might not come down. Laura and the others nodded excitedly. As long as Zhao Hai can accompany them, they would be happy. They didn't care about anything else. A year passed by in a blink of an eye. Long Tianlin was a very capable person. Moreover, with Zhao Hai's words and the support of Wen Hai and the others, although Long Tianlin wasn't the emperor of the Lost Soul Empire, he was still able to take over most of the empire's affairs. On the other hand, Zhao Hai spent most of his time in seclusion. This year, the Lost Soul Empire only had one thing to do, and that was to prepare for the arrival of the enemy, the people from the spiritual realm. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai was still refining the Beast King's eye. Refining the Beast King's eye was getting more and more difficult. This was especially true for the core. Zhao Hai calculated that if he wanted to completely refine the Beast King's eye, then 3 years wouldn't be enough. At the very least, it would take him 5 years. Fortunately, he had the time. Now, he was accompanying Laura and the others every day in order to understand the changes in the space. Zhao Hai was very happy with these days. After all, he had been separated from Laura and the others for a long time. If he didn't separate from them, then he wouldn't be able to appreciate the value of this peaceful time. Now, Zhao Hai understood. But now, Zhao Hai came out of the space. This was because the time that the people from the spiritual realm would arrive was almost up. Zhao Hai needed to come out and oversee the situation. After Zhao Hai came out of the space, he immediately went to the 5 spirit realms. At this time, Long Tianlin and the others were already in charge of the 5 spirit realms. After a year of recovery, the 5 spirit realms had recovered very well. Although the population had decreased a lot, the people's lives were much better than before. This time, Zhao Hai directly went to the Thick Earth continent. They had several mountain cities in the Thick Earth continent. At this time, Zhao Hai arrived at the largest mountain city. When Zhao Hai arrived at the mountain city, Long Tianlin led a group of people to welcome him. Wen Hai and the others were also present. There were also some newly promoted people who looked at Zhao Hai with worship in their eyes. In fact, Zhao Hai wasn't just a simple king in the Lost Soul Empire, he was about to become a god, so no matter how much power Long Tianlin had, it wouldn't affect Zhao Hai at all. When Long Tianlin and the others saw Zhao Hai, they immediately saluted Zhao Hai and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "All right, there's no need to be so polite. Let's go inside and talk." Everyone nodded and followed Zhao Hai into the room. Inside a conference room in Mountain City, Zhao Hai and the others sat down. Zhao Hai looked at Long Tianlin and said, "Tianlin, tell me, how are your preparations?" Long Tianlin nodded. Long Tianlin immediately replied, "Yes, Your Majesty. Your Majesty can rest assured, everything has been prepared. All the formations in the cities have been opened, the fleet is ready, and the army is ready to fight at any time." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "The enemy we're going to face this time isn't an ordinary enemy. Numbers are useless. The most important thing is a battle between experts. Have all the experts in the country come here?" Long Tianlin nodded and said, "Yes, Your Majesty. We've already sent most of the experts in the country to the 5 spiritual realms. With them here, we should be able to deal with the spiritual realm." Zhao Hai replied, "Don't let your guard down. The people from the spiritual realm aren't easy to deal with. Last time, they weren't very strong. Moreover, their status in the upper realm isn't high. Even so, they weren't easy to deal with. This time, the people from the spiritual realm will be even more difficult to deal with. And with their artifacts, we need to be careful. I won't say anything else, you just need to be careful. With our strength, dealing with the people from the spiritual realm shouldn't be a problem." Long Tianlin replied, "Yes, Your Majesty. I certainly won't let the spiritual realm off." "I won't." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at Wen Hai and the others and smiled faintly, "Good. Wen Hai, I'm afraid you're just one step away from ascending. Work hard. If you can ascend first, then that would be the best. Then you'll be able to help little Guang." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Wen Hai and the others were very happy. Wen Hai smiled and said, "Don't worry, boss. We'll ascend soon. When the time comes, we'll be waiting for you in the upper realm." "Ha ha ha ha. Good. You guys wait for me in the upper world. When the time comes, we brothers will turn the entire sword spirit world upside down. In the future, we, the people of the Lost Soul Empire, will unify the entire sword spirit world and make it submit to our Lost Soul Empire." This wasn't the first time that Zhao Hai said this. But every time he did, the others had a feeling that Zhao Hai would be able to do it. Zhao Hai looked at the others before he turned to Long Tianlin and said, "Tianlin, did the sea beasts go to other seas? What's the situation in the Lost Soul Empire seas?" Long Tianlin quickly replied, "Your Majesty, the marine beasts of the mystic realm have officially joined our Lost Soul Empire. Now, the marine beasts of the mystic realm and the 5 spiritual realms have formed an alliance to attack the soul realm sea beasts. The soul realm sea beasts aren't easy to deal with. They have a unified command, and their fighting strength isn't weak. I'm preparing to send a fleet over. I'm planning to send some ships over." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Sending some ships over is the right thing to do. We didn't make these ships to raise them. They need to fight. Only when they fight can they show their worth. Also, how is the transformation of the 100 beast battleships going?" When Zhao Hai talked about the transformation of the 100 beast battleships, it was actually to make the 100 beast battleships able to materialize their energy. This was because after materializing their energy, the battleships would become more agile. For Zhao Hai and the others, this was definitely a good thing. This was because the battle strength of the 100 beast battleships would increase exponentially. At this time, the 100 beast battleships were like a warrior with great strength. However, this warrior wasn't flexible enough. In terms of martial arts, this warrior's movement wasn't good. If the energy of the 100 beast battleships materialized, then this warrior would be able to learn movement techniques. Naturally, this warrior's fighting strength would increase exponentially. Long Tianlin quickly replied, "It's still in progress. Some of the beast souls that were used on the ships weren't suitable for the battleships. Therefore, it will take some time for the process to be completed." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's not a problem. But after modifying the battleships, don't forget to train them. Even if the performance of the battleships is improved, they would still be useless. Therefore, you must be careful. Long Tianlin nodded, yes, your majesty can rest assured. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, there are only 10 days left before the spiritual realm appears. Everyone should be alert. Alright, I won't say much. You can all go back. Wenhai, you stay. Everyone nodded before they turned around and left, leaving only Wenhai behind. Zhao Hai and Wenhai didn't stay in the conference room. Instead, they went to Zhao Hai's room in the mountain city. After the two sat down, Zhao Hai looked at Wenhai and smiled, I can see that your cultivation is very good. There's hope for you to ascend. Right, is there any news about Chunming? Where is he right now? Long Tianlin shook his head and said, I haven't heard any news about him. I don't know where he is either. Maybe he's training. He'll be fine. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I'm not worried about him. I just want to know how his cultivation is going. To be honest, there aren't many people in the Lost Soul Empire who can control him. Right, what about Jade Flood Dragon? How is he? Wenhai smiled and said, he's still cultivating. Moreover, his progress is very fast. I heard that he's preparing to go out for training. It seems like he has hope for ascension. To be honest, he's one of the fastest cultivators I've ever seen. Zhao Hai smiled and said, it's good that his cultivation speed is fast. It's good that he knows about going out for training. There's no need to worry about him. Tell me, how has Tianlin been doing in the past year? Wenhai smiled and said, very good. Tianlin has done very well. He's now able to handle the affairs of the empire. Moreover, he's doing very well. I think boss can rest assured. The person you've chosen is very good. Zhao Hai looked at Wenhai and said, it seems like you appreciate Tianlin a lot. Alright, I'm relieved. You should go back and rest as well. It won't be long before you ascend. You don't need to participate in the war with the spirit realm. You can go to the spirit weapon realm and prepare. Wenhai nodded and said, I feel the same way. Alright, I'll go to the spirit weapon world to make preparations. Don't worry, I'll inform you when I ascend. After saying that, he stood up and left. After Wenhai left, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. He was happy for Wenhai. With Wenhai's current strength, he wasn't far from ascending. It might even take less than a year for him to ascend. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't want Wenhai to stay in the 5 spiritual realms. He was afraid that the people from the spirit realm would notice Wenhai's current state. That wouldn't be good. For the next few days, Zhao Hai was still inside the space. He didn't intervene with the 5 spiritual realms. He wanted to let Long Tianlin take care of it. In any case, he was here. Even if Long Tianlin made a mistake, he could still remedy it. This was the reason why Zhao Hai wanted to wait 10 years before ascending. He was worried that Long Tianlin wouldn't be able to deal with the spirit realm. Zhao Hai wanted to observe Long Tianlin for at least a few years to see if he could cope with the 2 attacks from the spirit realm. If Long Tianlin could cope with the 2 attacks, then Zhao Hai would be able to ascend without worry. On this day, Zhao Hai was inside the space studying the changes of the space with Laura and the others. Suddenly, he felt the transmission formation vibrate. He immediately took out a jade slip. Upon seeing the contents of the jade slip, Zhao Hai's expression couldn't help but change. Then he turned to Laura and the others and said, Laura, take a look at this first. See if the space has started to appear after people die. If it's true, then it means that the space is really like the space. This is very important. Laura and the others nodded. They understood what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai's space had always been like a computer system, it wasn't like a real space. If the destruction force was added to the space, then people would die naturally. This meant that the space was slowly transforming into a real space. This was a good thing. Although the space was very helpful to Zhao Hai didn't know why, but he had a feeling that the space would become a real space. Because of this, he attached great importance to this matter. After seeing Laura and the others agree, Zhao Hai's body flashed and disappeared from the space. In the next moment, he appeared in his room. Then he opened the door and went out. When Zhao Hai arrived at the door, he saw Long Tianlin standing there. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, Long Tianlin immediately cupped his fist and said, "Your Majesty, dark clouds have appeared in the sky of the tree spirit continent. It should mean that the space passage is about to open." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Let's go and take a look." Last time, the people from the spiritual realm appeared in the tree spirit continent. This time, they should be coming out from there as well. Let's go and see who they are. Long Tianlin nodded. Then the two activated the transmission formation and went straight to the tree spirit continent. When the two arrived at a plant city in the tree spirit continent, they looked up at the sky and saw a huge dark cloud. This dark cloud was very big, it was as big as a plant city. Upon seeing this dark cloud, Zhao Hai said, "It seems like the spirit realm has sent a lot of people. Tianlin, I'll leave this matter to you." "Don't worry, go ahead and do it." Tianlin nodded and said, "Don't worry." Long Tianlin nodded, then he called some people over and began to give orders. Actually, Plant City was already prepared. Everyone had already entered the city, the barrier was opened, and the warships were prepared. There was nothing to pay attention to. However, Long Tianlin still didn't feel relieved, so he said a few more words before he and Zhao Hai looked at the black cloud. Zhao Hai said, "It'll take about 7 days before it appears, so don't be too nervous. Tianlin, you have to remember that no matter what happens to the people below, you can't be nervous. Otherwise, the people below would be even more uneasy. Let's go back and relax. What's there to be afraid of? It's not like we haven't dealt with people from the spirit realm before. Even if they're strong in the spirit realm, they're still as strong as us in the lower realms. If they send a lot of people this time, then it'll be even better. We can get some artifacts and save ourselves the trouble of refining them." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, let's go back and relax." Long Tianlin was indeed nervous. But when he heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but smile. Then he nodded and followed Zhao Hai into the room that was prepared for Zhao Hai in Plant City. Then he had some food and wine delivered. The two then drank in the room. When the people outside heard that the two went to the room to drink, they were stunned at first. Then they all relaxed. Long Tianlin's previous nervousness had affected everyone. Now that they saw the two relaxed, they also relaxed. The tension in their hearts also disappeared. This was the effect that Zhao Hai wanted. Zhao Hai held his glass as he looked at Long Tianlin. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Tianlin, this is the first time we're drinking alone, right? Hee, how do you feel?" Long Tianlin's expression was somewhat excited. When he heard Zhao Hai, he became even more excited. He quickly turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Your Majesty, this is the first time we're drinking alone. Does Your Majesty have any orders?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "No, I don't have any orders. I just want to drink and chat with you. Tianlin, I want to hear your thoughts. What do you plan to do in the future?" When Long Tianlin heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and said, "Your Majesty, I don't understand what you mean. I don't have any plans for the future. Right now, I just want to manage the Lost Soul Empire. I don't have any other plans. With my current ability, I can only think of these things. I can't think of anything else." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's good that you can think this way. For you to be able to think about this shows that you're a down-to-earth person. This is good. Every step of the Lost Soul Empire's development is very steady. Although our development is fast, our steps are very stable. Therefore, as the Emperor of the Lost Soul Empire, you don't need to be too radical. You just need to move forward step by step. Sometimes, even if you can't move forward, the Empire will push you forward. What you need to do is to control the speed of your advancement. You can't let your advancement be too fast, otherwise it would be dangerous." Long Tianlin didn't quite understand what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai looked at Long Tianlin and smiled faintly. "You'll slowly understand this in the future. For any country, if they aren't moving forward, then they must be retreating. You have to remember, a country is like a boat going against the current. If you don't move forward, then you'll be retreating. But if a country moves too fast, then it's not a good thing. If you move too fast, then your steps will be unstable. Once your steps aren't stable, then you might fall. Our Lost Soul Empire doesn't have any strong enemies on our side, so we don't need to worry about anyone surpassing us. Therefore, we don't need to rush forward. As long as each step is stable, then we'll be able to move forward. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Long Tianlin and smiled faintly. You'll understand this in the future. Our Lost Soul Empire doesn't have any strong enemies, so we don't need to worry about anyone surpassing us. Long Tianlin nodded. He has been managing the Lost Soul Empire's affairs for a year now. At this point, he understood Zhao Hai's words. The Lost Soul Empire was moving forward in all aspects. At this point, the Lost Soul Empire had basically achieved universal education. All the children of the right age were going to school. Their cultivation level was also slowly increasing. All of these things were pushing the Lost Soul Empire forward. Because of this, Long Tianlin understood Zhao Hai's words. Looking at Long Tianlin, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There's one more thing you need to remember. Our Lost Soul Empire values people who can ascend the most. Since your talent is good, I hope that you won't neglect your cultivation just because of managing the empire. I also hope that you can ascend to the Sword Spirit realm in the future and help me." Long Tianlin nodded, then he said, "All right." Long Tianlin nodded and said, "Your Majesty can rest assured, I will ascend. But before that, I need to manage the empire well and choose a successor. I can't let your Majesty's efforts go to waste." Zhao Hai chuckled and said, "Tianlin, it's good that you think this way. But you need to remember, if the Lost Soul Empire develops well, the more people who ascend, the more benefits it will bring to the Lost Soul Empire. Even if something happens to the Lost Soul Empire, we can still respond. We can even find an opportunity to intervene in the Lost Soul Empire's affairs. Because of this, ascending to the upper realm is the most important thing. Don't you see, every time someone from the upper realm comes down, we have to be very careful. This is because we know that if it weren't for the suppression of the laws, the upper realm would be able to rule us. After we ascend, we will also be able to intervene in the empire's affairs." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Long Tianlin's eyes lit up. He understood what Zhao Hai meant. According to Long Tianlin's original plan, he would first manage the Lost Soul Empire and then slowly look for a successor. He would need to find someone who was loyal, capable, and wouldn't act rashly. Then he would need to cultivate. There's no need to ask, these matters would certainly take up a lot of his time. It wouldn't take long for him to ascend to the upper realm. The human body was very mysterious. Cultivation can make one's body strong, it can make one live longer, and it can even keep one's body in a youthful state. However, once you reach a certain age, you would have no hope of ascending. Even if your body was in good condition, you would still have no hope of ascending. In the end, nobody can say for sure. Nobody knows if it was related to the body or the soul. Even Zhao Hai didn't have an answer. If Long Tianlin followed his own plan, then it would be very difficult for him to ascend. But Zhao Hai wanted to tell him that there was no need to worry about the Lost Soul Empire. After ascending to the upper realm, they would still be able to meddle in the affairs of the Lost Soul Empire. If the Lost Soul Empire was in trouble, then they would be able to meddle in the affairs of the 5 spiritual realms. This way, Long Tianlin wouldn't have to work so hard. Long Tianlin knew that Zhao Hai had good intentions. He could also see Zhao Hai's love for him. Because of this, he was very moved. He raised his glass and didn't say anything as he drank with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Long Tianlin and knew that he understood. He couldn't help but smile faintly as he said, "This time, we'll be relying on you to deal with the spiritual realm. You don't need to think about anything, just do it boldly. I'll be there for you." Long Tianlin nodded. He was very confident in Zhao Hai. He was an old man of the Lost Soul Empire. Naturally, he knew about the situation when the Lost Soul Empire first met the evil spirit sect. At that time, it can be said that they relied on Zhao Hai's ability to get through the crisis. Now that the Lost Soul Empire was this strong, there was no reason for them to be unable to deal with the spiritual realm. Zhao Hai didn't say much after that. He just casually chatted with Long Tianlin. The two drank for about 3 hours before stopping. Long Tianlin also returned to his room to rest. Because of the actions of the two, the restlessness of the Lost Soul Empire had completely disappeared. Although they were still preparing for victory, their confidence was getting stronger and stronger. In their opinion, Zhao Hai simply didn't put the people of the spiritual realm in his eyes. Therefore, there was nothing for them to worry about. In the next few days, the people of the Lost Soul Empire stared at the black clouds above the tree spirit continent. They were waiting for the spatial passage to open. 7 days later, a vortex finally appeared in the black clouds. Then a spatial passage appeared in the middle of the vortex. The portal was huge. As soon as it opened, several palace-sized Grand Dharma artifacts flew out from the portal and appeared in the sky above the tree spirit continent. There were a lot of people standing on top of these palaces. These palaces were very beautiful and gorgeous, making the people from the Lost Soul Empire stunned for a while. However, Zhao Hai didn't seem to be affected. He had seen all kinds of artifacts before. Not to mention artifacts like these, he had seen artifacts that were even more magnificent. He could even take them out and use them at any time, so these artifacts were nothing to him. However, he didn't say anything. He said that this matter would be handed over to Long Tianlin to handle, so he wouldn't say too much. He would just leave it to Long Tianlin. He also wanted to see how Long Tianlin would handle this matter. Since Long Tianlin had a drink with Zhao Hai, he seemed to have become more confident. Therefore, he stood there and looked at the palaces in the sky. He didn't look nervous at all, instead, he looked very calm. This made the people around him feel relieved. Zhao Hai was also very satisfied with Long Tianlin's appearance. At this time, the palaces finally appeared above the tree sprite continent. There were a total of 20 palaces, each of them was 5 times the size of the 100-beast battleship. Finally, a big guy like this, his attack power must be very strong. At this time, a voice was suddenly heard from one of the palaces, "People of the 5 spiritual realms, why haven't you come out to greet the High Envoy? Aren't you afraid of being punished for being so rude?" When Long Tianlin heard this, his expression couldn't help but change. However, he still turned his head to look at Zhao Hai. He saw that Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to these people at all. It seems like he didn't care about the palaces at all. Long Tianlin's courage couldn't help but increase as he said, "Long Tianlin, the logistics minister of the Lost Soul Empire, greets you. May I know what business you have with the Lost Soul Empire?" These words were neither servile nor overbearing, it even had a hint of reproach. This was something that the people from the spiritual realm didn't expect. The people on the palaces were stunned, they seemed to have forgotten to speak. After some time, the voice from before was heard again. But this time, the voice was filled with anger. "Who are you? How dare you be rude to us? Do you want to die?" This was a direct threat. Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel disappointed. These people from the spiritual realm were really bad at keeping their temper. Long Tianlin didn't get angry. Instead, he looked at the other party and said, "I've already said it. I'm the logistics minister of the Lost Soul Empire, Long Tianlin. You are now in the Lost Soul Empire. Moreover, you came uninvited and are still so rude. I really don't understand why you are so rude. Bastard. We are the high envoys. You're just the logistics minister of a small empire. How dare you talk to us like that? I think you really want to die. Where's your emperor? Tell him to come out. I'll punish you along with him." Long Tianlin's eyes flashed with a cold light as he said, "His Majesty isn't someone that can be seen by anyone. It's better if you keep your mouth shut. Be careful of what you say. Bastard, you're courting death. Attack, destroy them." The people from the spiritual realm were finally enraged by Long Tianlin. They loudly gave the order to attack. Along with the order, beams of energy shot towards Long Tianlin. However, these energy beams were immediately blocked by a barrier. This made the people from the spiritual realm surprised. At this time, the people from the spiritual realm understood that the other party was deliberately provoking them. After thinking about this, the people from the spiritual realm became even angrier. They immediately shouted, "Attack, attack with all your might. Break their barrier." Along with his order, the palaces began to move and collide with the barrier. At this time, Long Tianlin took out a formation and said, "Fleet, cut off their retreat." Following his order, a group of battleships appeared in the sky. These battleships were positioned between the palaces and the spatial passage. They directly cut off the retreat of the people from the spiritual realm. Then countless more battleships slowly rose from the forest and headed towards the palaces. When the people from the spiritual realm saw this, their expressions couldn't help but change. They finally realized that something was wrong. They were now sure that they had fallen into someone else's trap. When they first appeared, they were still very close to the spatial channel. If the other party showed such strength at that time, then they might have turned around and returned to the spiritual realm. However, the other party didn't do anything at that time. Instead, they deliberately provoked them and made them attack. But at this time, the other party sent a fleet to cut off their escape route and attacked them. All of this was clearly part of the plan. After thinking about this, the people from the spiritual realm couldn't help but feel their scalp tingle. Their first thought was that they fell into a trap. The other party knew that they were coming and deliberately set up this trap to deal with them. Naturally, the other party they were talking about wasn't a force from the lower realms. It was a force from the spiritual realm that was on the same level as them. Then the people from the spiritual realm reacted. The person who spoke before immediately ordered, "Retreat, retreat. This is a trap." Upon hearing this, the people from the other palaces also reacted. The palaces that were about to hit the barrier slowly stopped and then retreated. However, Long Tianlin didn't give them the opportunity to do so. He said, "Activate the illusion formation." Someone on his side responded and immediately went to pass the order. Although Long Tianlin didn't expect the other party to immediately run away, he already planned to force them to retreat. At that time, it would be very troublesome if the other party were to run away. Because of this, Long Tianlin arranged a huge illusion formation here. Once the formation is activated, it would cause the area to fall into an illusion. Only those who carry a pass would be able to pass through unimpeded. Now that the other party wanted to retreat, Long Tianlin naturally wouldn't be polite. He directly had the people activate the illusion formation. The people from the spiritual realm felt their vision blur. Then they discovered that the warships and spatial channels that they saw before had all disappeared. They seemed to have appeared in a forest. There were even some rabbits running past them. When they looked around, they discovered that there was no one around them. The people from the spiritual world immediately understood that they had fallen into an illusion formation. This kind of formation wasn't something rare in the spiritual world, they had seen it before. However, how to break it was a very difficult matter. One must know that breaking a formation was never an easy task. However, they also had experience. They were very clear that in this kind of artifact, you shouldn't move around. You must be very careful. This was because if you see something terrifying, it could be your companion. If you see something harmless, it could be your enemy. If you move around, then you might die miserably. Because of this, when the people from the spiritual realm saw that they had fallen into an illusion formation, they immediately stopped moving. Many of them took out a round, plate-like artifact and fiddled with it. The round artifact in their hands had a name, it was called a positioning disc. This positioning disc was specially prepared for breaking formations. It was a type of artifact that could determine one's position according to the stars in the sky. This positioning disc was very effective in breaking all kinds of illusion formations. Many cultivators would carry one with them. However, this positioning disc wasn't omnipotent. It was useless in the face of powerful illusion formations. Because of this, the people from the spiritual realm were very careful. While the people from the spiritual realm were studying how to break the formation, Long Tianlin naturally wouldn't just wait. He waved his hand and had the experts of the Lost Soul Empire move out. These experts all had access tokens on them. They directly entered the illusion formation and then sneaked into the palace. Zhao Hai stood at the back and looked at Long Tianlin's arrangement. He couldn't help but smile. In recent years, the Lost Soul Empire had become more and more powerful. This allowed Long Tianlin to have more methods to deal with the people from the spiritual realm. However, Long Tianlin was still too immature and too impatient. His previous arrangements were very good. However, this last move of sending experts to sneak into the large artifacts was a mistake. The reason why Zhao Hai thought that this move was a mistake was because most large artifacts would have restrictions placed on them. Zhao Hai's battleships didn't have any since they were invincible in this layer. Because of this, they didn't need to worry about their battleships falling into the hands of others. Because of this, the palaces in the spirit realm should have restrictions placed on them. If those people went up, then it would be possible for them to trigger the restrictions on the palaces, which would put them in danger. However, Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He already said that Long Tianlin would be in charge of this matter, so he would intervene. The people that Long Tianlin sent were all experts of the bewildering Soul Empire. Even if they were hit by the restrictions of the palace, they wouldn't be in too much danger. After all, these people had defensive formations on their bodies. This way, Long Tianlin would be able to eat a small loss, so that he wouldn't be too arrogant. Just as Zhao Hai thought, when these people entered the palace, they immediately triggered a variety of restrictions. Some were trapped while some were attacked by restrictions. For a while, the place was in a state of chaos. When these restrictions were activated, it immediately attracted the attention of the people from the spiritual realm. They didn't care too much as they immediately attacked the restrictions. Fortunately, Long Tianlin sent experts this time. They also had defensive formations on their bodies. They were able to block the attacks before withdrawing from the palaces. When Long Tianlin saw this, he immediately knew that this move wasn't going to work. He immediately gave the order for the experts to withdraw. Then Long Tianlin had the fleet attack. The fleet didn't directly rush into the illusion formation and crash into the palaces. That would be the most stupid method. They might even be discovered by the enemy. Then they would be entangled, which would be troublesome. What the fleet did was very simple. They focused all the energy cannons on their ships and then aimed at the palaces. They even adjusted the angle of the cannons so that they could hit the same place. This way, they would be able to cause more damage to the enemy. Before long, the ships adjusted their energy cannons. Then under the command of the ship's captains, the cannons on their ships began to fire. Moreover, it wasn't just one round, but continuous attacks. At this time, some people from the spiritual realm's palace also entered the palace. They began to analyze the changes caused by the restrictions that were triggered when the people from the spiritual realm entered the palaces. They planned to break the formation from here. Moreover, they already had some results. But at this time, they felt an energy attack coming towards them. Although they couldn't see the energy, they could still feel it. However, what they felt wasn't very clear. They only felt that there was danger. This made them very nervous. The people from the spiritual world also knew that it wouldn't be easy to break the formation safely. The other party used an illusion formation to trap them, so they must have other tricks up their sleeves. When someone triggered the formation, it meant that the other party had already made a move. This made them even more anxious and wanted to break the formation even more. But at this time, they felt danger approaching. At this time, the energy beams fired by the 100 beast battleships also hit the palaces. Because the people from the spirit realm didn't expect to encounter such a strong attack, they also didn't think highly of the people from the 5 spirit realms. Because of this, the shields of the palaces were activated. This gave the 100 beast battleships an opportunity. The energy beams of the 100 beast battleships hit the palaces, causing them to shake violently. Some of them were even damaged. However, the violent energy fluctuations also caused the illusion formation to change. The people from the spiritual realm were finally able to see the situation of the palaces. They immediately made a hand seal and activated the shields of the palaces. When the shields were opened, the illusions inside the palaces disappeared. This made the people from the spiritual realm feel relieved. But at this time, the energy beams continued to hit the shields of the palaces. The shields of the palaces began to shake as if they would break at any time. The people from the spiritual realm became nervous. They quickly strengthened the shields of the palaces and tried to find a way to break the formation. However, the fleet's attack didn't stop. At the same time, the palaces were damaged to varying degrees. The power systems of the palaces weren't like those of the warships. They were powered by crystals. If the consumption of crystals was too fast, then it would take some time to replace them. Because of this, the shields of several palaces were broken by the energy beams. Then the energy beams poured down on the palaces. Boom! 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 A series of explosions sounded. Among the palaces in the spiritual world, several palaces were blown to pieces. It seems that they can no longer be used. However, there were still a few palaces that managed to survive. Moreover, those palaces had already started their counterattack. Energy beams shot out in all directions. Although they couldn't see anyone, the energy beams they shot out had a certain degree of lethality. However, Long Tianlin noticed another thing. That is, in the several palaces that were blown up, some people from the spiritual world didn't die. They ran out of the palaces when they were blown up and were now flying in the sky. But looking at their careful appearance, they probably haven't come out of the illusion formation yet. At this time, the several palaces that were blown up began to fall to the ground. Zhao Hai looked at the falling palaces with a smile in his eyes. Long Tianlin didn't pay attention to those palaces. Now, he has focused all his attention on the remaining palaces in the sky. He was thinking about how to sink those palaces that were still intact as soon as possible. Boom! 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 After a few loud noises, the shattered palaces finally fell to the ground. In fact, most of the palaces were still intact, but there were some holes in them. The power system was damaged, so they couldn't be used. If they were repaired, they could still be used. Therefore, when these palaces fell to the ground, they still made a series of rumbling sounds. However, no one paid attention to those palaces. Their attention was all attracted by the palaces in the sky. At this time, suddenly, several figures rushed out of the palaces. As soon as those figures appeared, they immediately rushed to Plant City. It turned out that when the palaces lost power, those people didn't run out at all. Instead, they stayed in the palaces. The vibration of the palaces falling from the sky couldn't cause any harm to cultivators. They just took advantage of this opportunity to escape from the illusion formation. Although the palaces didn't have much energy left, such a big thing falling from the space still produced a lot of energy fluctuations. Therefore, when the palaces fell, the illusion formation on the ground paused for a moment. This was seized by the people from the spiritual world. They directly rushed out of the palaces and rushed straight to Plant City. However, they didn't look angry at all. Instead, they were very happy. They were in the illusion formation before, so they didn't know where the enemy was. Now that they hit the barrier, they were already outside the enemy. As long as they break the barrier, they can enter Plant City. They didn't believe that there was anyone in Plant City who could be their opponent. At this time, Long Tianlin finally noticed these cultivators. Long Tianlin's expression changed, then he waved his hand and said, "Go, block them. If you can kill them, then kill them." The people behind him nodded and immediately led the group. The people behind Long Tianlin were all experts from the Lost Soul Empire. They were transferred to the 5 spiritual realms to deal with the people from the spiritual world. When they rushed into the palaces, they were finally forced out by the restrictions. It can be said that their mission failed. This made them feel very embarrassed. Now that the enemy was in front of them, they naturally wanted to meet the experts of the spiritual world. Zhao Hai stood at the back and didn't say anything. Long Tianlin also didn't do anything. On the contrary, he wanted to let the experts from the Lost Soul Empire know how strong the spiritual world was. Recently, the people from the Lost Soul Empire had been too arrogant, so it was good to let them suffer a loss. The experts immediately rushed towards Plant City's barrier. Then they took out their weapons and charged towards the people from the spiritual world. The people from the spiritual world have already seen them. When they saw them, the people from the spiritual world weren't afraid. Instead, they were very happy. They immediately took out their weapons and retreated, waiting for the arrival of the experts from the Lost Soul Empire. They were confident. In their opinion, the people from the Lost Soul Empire weren't their opponents. Who were they? They were from the spiritual world, the upper realms. How could the upper realms not be able to deal with the people from the Lost Soul Empire? It was simply impossible. Therefore, they were very confident. Although the people from the Lost Soul Empire wanted to meet the people from the spiritual world, they were still very careful. After all, the people from the spiritual world were from the upper realms. There was still a gap between them and the people from the upper realms. Before long, the experts from the Lost Soul Empire rushed out of Plant City. When the people from the spiritual world saw the people from the Lost Soul Empire rushing out, they immediately took out their artifacts and attacked the experts from the Lost Soul Empire. These people all used different magic tools. Some were sword-shaped, some were saber-shaped, and some were very strange. It was hard to tell what they were. Some looked like an abacus, some looked like a big seal, and there were all kinds of magic tools. As soon as these artifacts left the hands of the people from the spiritual realm, they immediately expanded in size and attacked the people from the Lost Soul Empire. When the people from the Lost Soul Empire saw this, they were stunned. Then, their faces changed. Then, they all took out their weapons and went to meet the magic artifacts. Clang! 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 The weapons of the people from the Lost Soul Empire collided with the weapons of the Lost Soul Empire cultivators. The weapons of the Lost Soul Empire cultivators were repelled to the side. However, under the control of the cultivators from the Lost Soul Empire cultivators, the weapons of the Lost Soul Empire cultivators continued to attack. The people from the Lost Soul Empire were now aware of how formidable the other party was. They simply didn't want to get close to you, they just used their artifacts to attack you from afar. Moreover, after the artifacts became bigger, their weight also increased, and they also had some other abilities. If it weren't for the fact that their weapons were equipped with artifacts, then they wouldn't have been able to block the attacks of the large artifacts. This made them very surprised. At the same time, they became even more careful. What they didn't know was that the people from the spiritual realm were even more surprised than them. One must know that they were using artifacts. Moreover, their artifacts were equipped with a variety of offensive artifacts. Even if their artifacts collided with other artifacts, the artifacts would still be damaged. On the other hand, the weapons in the hands of the people from the Lost Soul Empire looked very ordinary. But who would have thought that they would be fine after colliding with their artifacts? How could the people from the Lost Soul Empire not be surprised? The quality of an artifact generally depends on how many layers of formations are inside the artifact. When these formations are combined together, the power of the artifact would be greater. Naturally, the stronger the artifact, the better the materials. If the materials weren't good, then it would be impossible to engrave so many formations inside the artifact. Even if the formations were engraved inside the artifact would eventually collapse. Because of this, the requirements for the materials used to make artifacts were very strict. On the other hand, the artifacts used by the experts of the Lost Soul Empire were carefully refined by Xianxia and the others. There were a lot of formations inside. Although some of the artifacts used by Xianxia only had low-level formations, the combination of these formations was still very powerful. It was like a machine that only had parts and no screws, then it wouldn't be able to function. It was precisely because the weapons in their hands were carefully refined that they were able to compete with the artifacts of the spiritual realm. However, this was the best they could do. Although they would attack the spiritual realm's people with sword chi from time to time, the distance between the two sides was still quite far. As soon as the spiritual realm's people noticed the sword chi, they would immediately retreat. Therefore, the Xiaohai's group couldn't hurt them at all. From the looks of it, it seems like the people from the spiritual world are suppressing the people from the Lost Soul Empire. However, this wasn't the case. When the spiritual world controls their artifacts, not only do they need to use their spiritual chi, they also need to use their spiritual force. Because of this, the spiritual world's people weren't having a good time, their consumption wasn't light either. Moreover, one shouldn't forget that this was the Lost Soul Empire. These experts were only a part of the Empire's experts. The others haven't intervened yet. If the others joined in, then the Lost Soul Empire's experts wouldn't be able to deal with them. Naturally, Long Tianlin also noticed the situation. He was very clear that this was a war, not a competition. Naturally, he wouldn't be polite. He directly sent a group of experts to support the spiritual world. At this time, the battle in the sky was still going on. However, compared to the battle on the ground, the battle in the sky was completely different. The Lost Soul Empire's fleet was suppressing the spiritual world's palaces. Although the spiritual world's palaces had activated their shields, they couldn't see anything inside. However, the outside of the shields was still the same. They could only see a forest and nothing else. From time to time, energy beams would attack them. This made the spiritual world's experts miserable. However, they couldn't do anything at this time. After all, it wasn't easy to break such a large illusion formation. Before they break the illusion formation, they could only take a beating. At this time, the battle on the ground had also changed. With the reinforcements from the Lost Soul Empire, the spiritual world's experts couldn't hold on any longer. Although they can control several artifacts, each additional artifact was a huge burden for them. At most, they can only control 5 artifacts at a time. If it's a set, then they can only control 3 artifacts at a time. If there are too many artifacts in a set, then they can only control 1 set at a time. In this case, if several people suddenly attack them, then they can only defend. Moreover, they also need the cooperation of several people to block the attacks of the Lost Soul Empire's experts. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with everyone's performance. It seems like the spiritual world's experts underestimated them. He didn't believe that they didn't have better artifacts. However, they didn't use them at this time. This made Zhao Hai surprised. He didn't know what the spiritual world's experts were waiting for. However, no matter what they were waiting for, Zhao Hai believed that they wouldn't be able to make a comeback. At this time, their layout has been completed. Almost all of the spiritual world's palaces were injured. They couldn't even display 80% of their combat strength. This was a good thing for them. This meant that it would be impossible for the spiritual world's palaces to break through the blockade of the battleships and return to the spiritual world. Although there were still some flaws in this battle, Long Tianlin has done a good job. Zhao Hai wanted to use this matter to establish Long Tianlin's prestige in the Lost Soul Empire. This would be good for him to take over the empire in the future. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't intervene in this matter from the beginning. Moreover, he gave the initiative to Long Tianlin. Whether Long Tianlin was right or wrong, Zhao Hai didn't intervene. This was because once he intervened, it would be a huge blow to Long Tianlin's prestige. Others would no longer trust Long Tianlin in the future. While Zhao Hai was thinking about this, in the sky, among the palaces of the spirit realm, a cultivator's eyes flashed with a ruthless glint. Then he flipped his hand and a long sword appeared in his hand. This long sword was very special. It was red and very beautiful. There were flame-like patterns on the sword, making it even more gorgeous. After the cultivator took out the long sword, he gently stroked it and murmured, "I didn't expect to use you so soon. But now it seems like I can't do without you." After he said that, he made a sword seal and then threw the long sword into the sky. After the long sword flew into the sky, the sword trembled and issued a buzzing sound. This sound was very loud and very pleasant to the ears. It sounded like a phoenix crying out in joy. Then the long sword's tip rushed down and quickly pierced the ground. Zhao Hai looked at the long sword and murmured, "You finally took out something decent. But you're still not a match for this sword." As he spoke, the long sword stabbed into the ground. When the long sword stabbed into the ground, Zhao felt the ground tremble. Then a burst of fire rose from the ground. After a while, the fire disappeared. At the place where the tip of the sword pierced, there was a large hole with a diameter of more than 100 meters and a depth of more than 10 meters. The soil in the large hole had become as hard as stone, without any moisture. Zhao Hai and the others could see that the sword had pierced into the ground. Zhao Hai and the others could see that the sword had pierced into the ground. The power of this sword was so great. This was something that Long Tianlin didn't expect, but Zhao wasn't surprised at all. He was very clear that the power of the sword shouldn't be this great, it should be much greater than this. It's just that the person who wielded the sword had no way to display its full power. However, he still didn't say anything. He quietly looked at Long Tianlin and wanted to see how Long Tianlin would deal with it. Although Long Tianlin's face showed a trace of fluctuation, it quickly disappeared. He immediately said, "Strengthen the strength of Plant City's barrier. Order the fleet to stop the energy cannons and get into formation. Prepare to attack the palaces of the spirit realm. But when to attack, wait for my order." Someone immediately responded and went to arrange it. Long Tianlin looked at the red sword. The sword had already destroyed a part of the illusion formation. If it were to attack a few more times, then the illusion formation would be destroyed. When that time comes, they would be at a disadvantage. Because of this, Long Tianlin decided to take action first. Seeing the sword flying up and about to fall, Long Tianlin calmly gave an order, transmit the order, close the illusion formation. Have the fleet charge. The person beside him nodded and immediately went to transmit the order. Following Long Tianlin's order, the illusion formation was immediately closed. Then the fleet began to charge. The people from the spiritual realm were preparing to attack a few more times to destroy the illusion formation. This way, they wouldn't be affected by the illusion formation anymore. But at this time, their vision suddenly blurred as the forest disappeared. While they were in a daze, they saw a row of battleships rushing towards them. And it wasn't just that row of battleships. Behind the row of battleships was another row of battleships. Now that all of these battleships were rushing towards them, they couldn't react in time. By the time they reacted and prepared to do something, it was already too late. The battleships had already hit the palace. This time, it wasn't an energy beam attack. The huge size of the battleships, coupled with their speed, carried a huge amount of kinetic energy. This wasn't something that an ordinary shield could block. The shield of the palace was broken in an instant. Then the battleships directly hit the palace. Naturally, the materials used in the spiritual realm's palaces were of a higher grade than those used in warships. However, palaces also had a shortcoming, which was that they weren't as effective as warships. Inside a warship, there was a dragon bone. When a warship collides, the dragon bone would bear a lot of force. However, the dragon bone could bear a lot of force. As the saying goes, a pillar can carry 1,000 pounds, so the dragon bone could bear a lot of force. On the other hand, the palace was different. Although the palace could still be rammed, it was surrounded by walls. These walls weren't city walls, so in terms of resistance, they were much worse. Therefore, when the warships hit the palace, it was like a battering ram hitting an ordinary wall. How could an ordinary wall withstand the impact of a battering ram? Therefore, when the warships hit the palace, it was just like a battering ram hitting an ordinary wall. The battleships behind weren't willing to fall behind. One after another, they rammed into the palaces. Before long, the palaces were destroyed by the battleships. Some of the people on the ships were killed. However, most of them ran out of the palaces and flew in the air. Their faces were pale as they looked at the battleships that were already far away. When Long Tianlin saw that the palaces had been destroyed, he let out a long sigh of relief. Then he gave an order the warships to increase the distance and attack. Pay attention to that red sword, be careful of that red sword. Someone immediately went to pass the order. At the same time, the battleships also responded. They began to attack the people from the spiritual realm with their energy cannons. When the people from the spiritual realm saw this, they couldn't do anything about it. Their speed was very fast, and their artifacts weren't bad. However, the warships of the Lost Soul Empire were very powerful. Not only were they fast, they were also very flexible. Moreover, the cooperation between the warships was very good. If you want to attack the warship in front, then the warship in front would attack you. If you want to attack the warship in front, then the warship in front would attack you. If you want to attack the warship in front, then the warship in front would attack you. If you want to attack the warship in front, then the warship in front would attack you. If you want to attack the warship in front, then the warship in front would attack you. To be honest, the people from the spiritual realm were veterans of many battles. They didn't think much about coming down to the lower realms. In their opinion, the lower realms would immediately submit to them. Even if they didn't submit, they would still be able to wipe them out with a wave of their hand. Moreover, they had the palaces in their hands. Before coming here, they didn't think that they would fail. But now, they tasted the taste of defeat. Not only did they fail, but they also failed miserably. Not only were their palaces destroyed, but they also couldn't do anything to the other party. At this point, it wasn't a matter of whether or not they could destroy the other party, but whether or not they could avoid being destroyed by the other party. The more they fought, the less confident they became. They were already thinking about how to escape back to the spiritual realm. But it was clear that Long Tianlin wasn't going to give them this opportunity. The reason why Long Tianlin ordered the fleet to attack the spiritual realm was to consume their energy. As long as the spiritual realm didn't have enough energy, then he would launch a thunderous attack and completely destroy them. For Long Tianlin, the people from the spiritual realm weren't a threat. The only one who posed a threat was the spiritual realm cultivator with the red sword. But he alone couldn't do anything. Moreover, Long Tianlin wasn't a rookie. He knew that the red sword's attack power was very strong, so it must require a huge amount of energy to use it. He was afraid that after using it a few times, the spiritual chi of the spiritual realm cultivator would be depleted. At that time, no matter how strong the red sword was, it would only be for show. And just like what Long Tianlin thought, the spiritual realm cultivator was walking one step at a time. The Lost Soul Empire's fleet didn't give the spiritual realm cultivators any time to rest. They kept attacking them in order to consume their energy. The people from the spiritual realm were also veterans. Naturally, they understood Long Tianlin's plan. However, they didn't have any other choice. At this time, they didn't have the initiative. Even if they wanted to rest, Long Tianlin wouldn't give them this opportunity. Under the entanglement of the Lost Soul Empire's fleet, the spiritual realm's people continued to fight. At this point, some cultivators began to eat pills. Pills can speed up the recovery of spiritual chi, but they can't be used all the time. Pills also contain impurities. Although they can recover some of their strength, during battle, they can't fully recover. Additionally, if they eat too many pills, there would be some energy that they can't digest. If they don't calm down and refine this energy, then it would be very dangerous. If they don't handle it well, then the pill's efficacy would backfire, making it even more dangerous. However, the people from the spiritual realm had no other choice. They discovered that the strength of the Lost Soul Empire was completely beyond their imagination. The cultivator with the red sword wanted to use the power of his sword to break out of the encirclement. However, he soon discovered that he was wrong. Even if he used the red sword to attack the battleships would still be able to block it. Moreover, the number of battleships that surrounded them was just too much. The cultivator estimated that there were at least 2,000 battleships. 2,000 battleships. They didn't even have 2,000 people this time, yet the enemy sent 2,000 battleships to deal with them. How could he not be surprised? Time passed little by little. The battle has been going on for a day now, but there was still no sign of stopping. Although the people from the spiritual realm had already taken pills, some of them even took more than once, they were still fighting the Lost Soul Empire's fleet. It seems like the battle wouldn't end in a short time. This made Long Tianlin anxious. The sky was getting dark. Although the dark didn't affect them much, it still affected them. Long Tianlin wasn't afraid that these people would attack the battleships. He wasn't even afraid of destroying the battleships. What he was afraid of was that these people would run away. If they ran away, then he wouldn't be able to do his best. On the contrary, it would bring trouble to the Lost Soul Empire. Thinking of this, Long Tianlin immediately said, "Pass down the order, the fleet is to retreat. Prepare for battle at night. Send out the sword boats to attack these people. The sword boats don't use any other attack, just use collision attacks. If a sword boat is seriously injured, then let it self-destruct." Someone immediately passed down Long Tianlin's order. Then the fleet began to slowly retreat. Their attacks weren't as fierce as before. This made the people of the spiritual world feel relieved. But as soon as they breathed a sigh of relief, they were immediately stunned. This was because a large number of sword boats had appeared in front of them. Although sword boats weren't big, that was only when compared to the 100 beast battleships. For ordinary people, sword boats were still very big. Now that there were 10,000 sword boats, the people from the spiritual realm were naturally surprised. It was at this time that the cultivators of the spirit world who had been fighting with the experts of the Lost Soul Empire suddenly screamed. Everyone looked down and saw that the cultivators who had been fighting had all been killed. One must know that the situation of the cultivators below was even more tragic than the battle in the sky. The cultivators in the sky only needed to deal with the long-range attacks of the battleships. On the other hand, the cultivators below had to deal with the experts of the Lost Soul Empire. Facing the experts of the Lost Soul Empire, these cultivators couldn't afford to be distracted. This was because they discovered that these people were very strong. If they dared to be distracted, then it would be the same as courting death. After a day of fighting, these cultivators had already eaten pills several times. They were very tired. But when the sword boats appeared in the sky, they couldn't help but be distracted. This allowed the experts of the Lost Soul Empire to seize this opportunity and kill them. When these people died, the spiritual realm cultivators in the sky were shocked. The leader of the group was a spiritual realm cultivator with a red sword. His eyes turned blood red as he gasped for breath and said, "Junior brothers, this is a matter of life and death. Let's go all out and rush towards the spatial channel. We must tell the sect what happened here so that they can avenge us. Even if we die, it would be worth it." When the other people heard this, they also shouted, "Go all out, go all out." Their morale soared. Just as the people from the spiritual realm were about to go all out, the sword boats suddenly rushed towards them. Upon seeing the incoming sword boats, the people from the spiritual realm were stunned. Then they immediately began to attack the sword boats. However, the sword boats weren't easy to deal with. They also had defensive formations on them. Moreover, the strength of these formations wasn't any weaker than the spiritual realms. The first two people from the spiritual realm couldn't break through the sword boat's defense. However, the sword boat was very fast. When they broke through the sword boat's defense, the sword boat was already in front of him. The sword boat's great kinetic energy wasn't something that their defensive formations could resist. Their defensive formation was directly broken through by the sword boat. Then the sword boat crashed into them. Although the sword boats weren't as sharp as weapons, they were still very good. The spiritual realm's people simply couldn't block the sword boats. More than half of the domain masters were killed by the sword boats. The cultivator with the red sword immediately slashed his sword towards a sword boat. The sword boat's shield was immediately broken. Then a huge gap was created on the sword boat. A white light flashed as the people on the sword boat disappeared. Just as the cultivator was about to attack another sword boat, the sword boat in front of him suddenly exploded. The explosion was very powerful. The fragments of the sword boat scattered in all directions with a sharp whistling sound. The cultivator with the red sword and the people around him weren't prepared for this at all. They didn't expect that the sword boat would explode. The people around him were shot to death by the flying metal pieces. The cultivator with the red sword was obviously the strongest among them. He immediately placed the red sword in front of him. All of the flying metal pieces were cut down by the red sword, protecting him from harm. The cultivator didn't expect that all the people he brought would be killed. His eyes were bloodshot as if he had gone mad. The red sword in his hand continuously slashed out and destroyed several sword boats. Long Tianlin wasn't surprised at all. Instead, he looked at the red sword in a daze. At this time, a voice was heard, "What's wrong? Are you tempted?" Long Tianlin stared, then he turned his head and saw Zhao Hai. He quickly said, "Your Majesty, I'm tempted. That sword is very good." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "That sword is indeed very good. Not only is the material good, the craftsmanship is also very good. I think that sword would be a very famous weapon even in the higher realms. Now that it has been delivered to us, pass down my order to the sword boats to withdraw. Leave this person to me. I want to keep the sword for the Lost Soul Empire." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, All right. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Long Tianlin's eyes couldn't help but light up. He said, "Then I'll have to trouble your Majesty." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and patted Long Tianlin's shoulder. Then his figure flickered and appeared in the air. At this time, Long Tianlin also passed down the order for all the sword boats to retreat. When the cultivator from the spiritual realm saw the sword boats retreat, he couldn't help but stare. He was panting as he looked around with bloodshot eyes. At this time, he saw a person standing not far from him. This person was calmly looking at him. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivator from the spiritual realm and smiled. Then he said, "Your strength isn't bad. To be honest, I don't have the heart to kill you." The person from the spirit realm looked at Zhao Hai with a dignified expression. Although he lost this time, he knew why he lost. If it wasn't for the 5 spirit realms suppressing his strength, then the bewildering Soul Empire wouldn't have been able to do anything to him. He would have been able to break out of the encirclement. Because he was stronger than the people from the 5 spiritual realms, he could clearly see the strength of the people from the 5 spiritual realms. He could even see the strength of the experts from the 5 spiritual realms. However, he couldn't see Zhao Hai's strength at all. Zhao Hai slowly flew over. His speed wasn't fast at all. However, he couldn't see Zhao Hai's strength at all. This made him very surprised. The cultivator from the spiritual realm looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Who are you? Looking at your strength, I don't think you're from the 5 spiritual realms. Who are you?" "Ha ha ha. You've misjudged me this time." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "I'm Zhao Hai, the king of the Lost Soul Empire. I didn't want to make a move, but I've taken a fancy to your sword. If you leave your sword behind, I'll leave your corpse intact." Fart. The cultivator angrily shouted, "Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that? Prepare to die." Then he slashed his sword towards Zhao Hai. The sword was very fast. One could only see a red light as the sword arrived in front of Zhao Hai. Just as it was about to strike Zhao Hai's head, only an afterimage was left behind. Suddenly, the afterimage disappeared. Everyone was stunned, but then they froze as they saw Zhao standing there with his right hand outstretched. Between his right index and middle finger, there was a sword. This sword was the red sword that Zhao Hai had seen earlier. The cultivator from the spiritual realm was also stunned. He stared blankly at Zhao Hai. His face was filled with disbelief as he unconsciously said, "This is impossible. How can this be? This is impossible." Zhao Hai looked at the red sword, then he nodded with satisfaction and said, "Good, it's a good thing. Thank you very much. Now you can die." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as a white light shot out from his hand. Before the spirit cultivator could react, the white light had already pierced his neck. The man looked at Zhao Hai in disbelief, then his body slowly fell to the ground. He was already dead. Zhao Hai's face was calm as he said, "Clean up the battlefield." Then he landed next to Long Tianlin and said, "Tianlin, I'll leave this place to you." Long Tianlin nodded. Zhao Hai handed the red sword over to Long Tianlin before he turned around and left. Long Tianlin looked at Zhao Hai with admiration. Then he turned his head and said, "Clean up the battlefield. Find all the good things on those people. Also, clean up the destroyed palaces. Maybe we'll be able to defend against them in the future. Hurry up." Then everyone immediately went to clean up the battlefield. The people from the Lost Soul Empire didn't think that the battle would end this quickly. Moreover, they were able to easily eliminate the people from the spiritual realm. This was especially true for the people from the 5 spiritual realms. They were still in awe of the people from the spiritual realm. Even after what the 5 spiritual realms did, they were still in awe of the people from the spiritual realm. But this time was different. This time, they were the ones who defeated the spiritual realm. Seeing the people from the spiritual realm being killed one by one, the people from the 5 spiritual realm felt that something in their hearts had collapsed. They were no longer afraid of the people from the spiritual realm. The news of the victory over the spirit realm spread to the entire Lost Soul Empire in the shortest time possible. Everyone in the Lost Soul Empire was cheering. This was the first time they defeated someone from the upper realm. This made the people of the Lost Soul Empire feel proud. They were even more proud that they were from the Lost Soul Empire. Then the people from the Lost Soul Empire began to study the artifacts brought by the spiritual realm. Each person from the spiritual realm had some artifacts on them. Among these people, the one with the most artifacts had more than 20 artifacts. Many people felt that it was strange. Why did they bring so many artifacts but not use them? Even when they were killed in the end, they didn't use them. In fact, this was very simple. This was because the artifacts they were using were the ones they were most comfortable with. These people had a lot of artifacts on them, but they weren't going to use them in battle. Instead, they were going to keep them as backups. When cultivators fought in the spiritual world, their magic treasures would often be damaged. This was especially true when they encountered high-level magic treasures. The chances of their magic treasures being damaged would increase greatly. However, this wasn't the case for the 5 spiritual realms. When they were fighting against the Lost Soul Empire, their artifacts weren't damaged. Naturally, they didn't need any spare artifacts. Because of this, the people from the 5 spiritual realms were able to find a lot of artifacts on them. In addition to the artifacts, the people from the Lost Soul Empire also found the fragments of the palaces. Although it was impossible for them to assemble the palaces, they still left them behind. These things would be handed over to the blacksmiths and formation masters. Those refiners would try to see if they could refine the palaces. Even if they couldn't, they would still refine the palaces into materials. Then they would prepare to use those materials to make artifacts. They wanted to see if there were any differences between the materials used in the upper realm and the materials used by the refiners. On the other hand, the formation master wanted to see what formations were engraved in the palace. He also wanted to see what effects these formations would have if they were to be used. If he could extract 2 of the artifacts, then it would be very useful for the development of his formations. Because of this, the Lost Soul Empire focused all of their attention on this matter. Naturally, they also sent people to monitor the spatial channel in order to see if anyone would come out. This was because the people from the spiritual realm were defeated by the Lost Soul Empire as soon as they arrived at the 5 spiritual realms. If the Lost Soul Empire left something behind in the 5 spiritual realms, then the Lost Soul Empire would immediately find out about their deaths. Therefore, the Lost Soul Empire would certainly send people to the 5 spiritual realms to investigate the situation. And this time, the Lost Soul Empire would send people to the 5 spiritual realms to investigate the situation. Because of this, Long Tianlin sent people to monitor the spatial channel. However, it has been a month since the people from the spiritual realm arrived in the 5 spiritual realm. Still, no one from the spiritual realm came. This made Long Tianlin's heart relax a little. This was because the people from the spiritual realm might not know that the people from the Lost Soul Empire were dead. However, Long Tianlin didn't relax. He knew that when 3 months passed and the people from the spiritual realm didn't return, then they would take action. It's just that he didn't know what kind of action it would be. 3 months passed by in a blink of an eye, the spatial passage was about to close. The mood of the people of the Lost Soul Empire was lifted, but at the same time, they felt relaxed. This was a very strange feeling. They felt as if they were in a dark cave. This made them very nervous. However, there was a trace of light in front of them. This kind of feeling made them very happy, but at the same time, they were also worried. This made their mood very complicated. Just as the people of the Lost Soul Empire were worried, they suddenly felt a spiritual force coming from the spatial channel and directly entering the 5 spirit realm. This spiritual force was very powerful. It was like a scan. It scanned the entire tree spirit continent in just a short while. However, the spiritual force was also very fast. It only took a single move before it was withdrawn. Then the spatial passage slowly closed. After hearing Long Tianlin, Zhao Hai stared for a moment before he had Long Tianlin leave. He told Long Tianlin not to worry too much. Even if the other party sent a spiritual force to observe the situation in the tree spirit continent, there was nothing to worry about. This was because the experts of the spiritual realm wouldn't really come to the 5 spirit realm. First, the laws of space wouldn't allow them to come to the lower realms if they were too strong. Because of this, the laws of space wouldn't allow them to come to the lower realms. However, this wasn't absolute. Sometimes, some powerful people could use some methods to come to the lower realms. But after coming to the lower realms, their strength would be greatly restricted. They would be on the same level as the strongest people in the lower realms. If they weren't careful, then they might fail miserably and die in the lower realms. Because of this, the experts of the spiritual realm wouldn't come to the lower realms. This time, the people from the spiritual realm who came to the 5 spirit realm were very powerful. However, these people weren't the strongest in the spiritual realm. At most, their strength was just average. Moreover, these people brought their palaces to the lower realms. Naturally, they didn't think that they would fail. Because of this, they thought that they would come. But now, those people were all dead. Because of this, the spiritual realm's experts wanted to know what happened in the lower realms. However, even if they used their spiritual force to investigate, they would still have to pay a price. Moreover, they didn't see much this time. This was because the people of the tree spirit continent were still in Vegetable City. The city's barrier was still up, so there weren't many people outside. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Long Tianlin felt relieved. The Lost Soul Empire's development was still very fast. Long Tianlin believed that they wouldn't have to worry about the spiritual realm in the future. Now that Zhao Hai was in charge, they didn't have to worry about the spiritual realm anymore. Last time, when Zhao Hai fought with the spiritual realm's expert, he used 2 fingers to catch the spiritual realm's expert's sword. Whenever Long Tianlin thought about this scene, he couldn't help but feel excited. This was because this scene was too magical. After seeing Long Tianlin relax, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. Then he entered the space and began to refine the Beast King's eye. Only the core of the Beast King's eye was left unrefined. However, this core wasn't easy to refine. This was because the core of the Beast King's eye contained 2 drops of the Beast King's blood essence. One must know that this was a very extraordinary thing. The Beast King was a creature on the same level as the Kuan Peng. His 2 drops of blood essence could be considered a supreme treasure. If someone could absorb these 2 drops of blood essence, then it would be a great help to that person. Zhao Hai's body was already very strong. If he had the Beast King's blood essence, then he would become even stronger. However, in Zhao Hai's opinion, if he used these 2 drops of blood essence, then it would be a waste. This was because he already had the Kuan Peng's blood essence in his body. The reason why his body wasn't at its strongest wasn't because he didn't have enough potential. Instead, it was because he still couldn't display the full strength of the Kuan Peng's blood essence. If he could display the full strength of the Kuan Peng's blood essence, then his body's strength would certainly reach an astonishing level. Because of this, Zhao Hai felt that the Beast King's blood essence wasn't suitable for him. He wanted to give it to Laura and the others. Although Laura and the others' bodies were very strong, they were still lacking compared to Zhao Hai. Although they had the Kuan Peng's blood in their bodies, they were still lacking compared to Zhao Hai. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted Laura and the others to use the Beast King's blood essence. This way, they would become stronger and be able to accompany him further. Laura and the others knew that although they were Zhao Hai's lovers, the space wouldn't treat them the same way as it treated Zhao Hai. Their bodies were still lacking compared to Zhao Hai. If they could use the Beast King's blood essence to increase their strength, then it would be great. Therefore, they didn't oppose it. Because of this idea, Zhao Hai became even more careful. He wanted to extract the 2 drops of Beast King's blood essence from the Beast King's eye and then refine them into pills for Laura and the others to take. This way, Laura and the others would be able to absorb the Beast King's blood essence without any danger. However, this process would take a long time. Because of this, Zhao Hai became even more careful. In the end, it took him an entire month to extract the 2 drops of Beast King's blood essence. However, there was still a trace of the Beast King's blood essence left in the Beast King's eye. Zhao Hai had no other choice but to refine the blood essence along with the Beast King's eye. While Zhao Hai was refining the Beast King's eye, Zhao Hai suddenly received a message from Wen Hai. Wen Hai told Zhao Hai that they were about to ascend. Zhao Hai paid attention to Wen Hai's words. Wen Hai said they and not him. This meant that Zhao Hai wasn't alone. This made Zhao Hai very surprised, so he immediately went to the spirit weapon realm. Upon arriving, Zhao Hai discovered that there were 8 people who were about to ascend. Besides Wen Hai and Tang Ming, there were also eldest brother Ho and second brother Ho. There were also 4 other people who they met in the secret realm. They were all going to ascend together. Zhao Hai looked at them in surprise. He didn't know how they managed to do it. How could so many of them ascend together? This was too shocking. After asking Wen Hai and the others, Zhao Hai understood that they often cultivated together and exchanged pointers. Moreover, their strength was similar. Because of this, they were able to ascend together. Zhao Hai was happy to see this happen. If they ascend together, then they would be able to take care of each other. For Wen Hai and the others, this was definitely a good thing. This time, Wen Hai and the others ascended. The impact of their ascension was huge. Wen Hai and the others also found an uninhabited mountain to ascend. Finally, after they crossed their heavenly tribulation and ascended, the mountain was already razed to the ground by the might of the heavenly thunder. The ascension of Wen Hai and the others greatly stimulated the experts of the Lost Soul Empire. Before, when only Hu Yuan and Che Xiaoguang ascended, the people of the Lost Soul Empire didn't think much about it. They only thought that the 2 were heavenly materials, that's why they were able to ascend. But now, when Wen Hai and the others ascended, this caused the Lost Soul Empire to be shocked. They suddenly discovered that ascension had become very easy. What was going on? but at the same time, their ambitions were also aroused. In their view, if Wenwenhai and the others could ascend, then there was no reason why they couldn't. Naturally, they also began to cultivate diligently. They also wanted to ascend. Regarding this situation, Zhao Hai was happy to see it happen. The more people from the Lost Soul Empire ascend, the better it would be for them. This way, when he goes to the upper realm, there would be countless people from the Lost Soul Empire. Naturally, they would be able to develop into a force. This would save him a lot of trouble. The ascension of Wenwenhai and the others brought about a wave of cultivation fever in the Lost Soul Empire, and many people in the Lost Soul Empire realized that their cultivation speed was indeed much faster than before, which made them even more enthusiastic about cultivation. Actually, the increase in their cultivation speed had nothing to do with the ascension of Wenwenhai and the others. It was mainly due to the changes in the environment of the Lost Soul Empire. This was because the Lost Soul Empire had set up transmission formations in several realms. Moreover, they also set up a lot of natural formations. This caused the spiritual chi density of the various realms to change greatly. Because of this, the people of the Lost Soul Empire felt that it was easier to cultivate. In addition to the natural formations, there was also a stable cultivation environment. There were also formations, pills, as well as cultivation methods from the upper realm. All of these were the reasons why their cultivation speed increased. In the final analysis, the reason why their cultivation speed was faster was because the cultivation environment of the Lost Soul Empire was getting better and better. After Wenwenhai and the others ascended, Zhao Hai went to check on the Jade Flood Dragon. However, he didn't find it. The Jade Flood Dragon had already gone out to train and wasn't at home. At the same time, Zhao Hai went out to look for an opportunity to ascend and comprehend the heavenly Tao. After knowing this, Zhao Hai was very happy. No matter what, the Jade Flood Dragon was his friend. Now that the Jade Flood Dragon was about to ascend, this was a good thing for him. On the other hand, the slaves that Zhao Hai took in before were now focusing all of their attention on cultivation. Even those who weren't very strong were given some pills by Zhao Hai to improve their strength. At the same time, they were also helped in their cultivation. This way, they still had hope of ascending. Naturally, there were also some who were very old and had no hope of ascending. Zhao Hai could only let these people serve in the Lost Soul Empire. Zhao Hai didn't necessarily need to ascend. It was unrealistic for all of the slaves to ascend with him. After dealing with these matters, Zhao Hai finally returned to his original path of life. He began to fully refine the Beast King's Eye. He felt that in a few months' time, he would be able to completely refine the Beast King's Eye. Time passed by as Zhao Hai sat under the 100 Spirits tree inside the space. He didn't care about what was happening outside. He didn't even care about the cultivation of Laura and the others. After Laura and the others refined the Beast King's blood essence into pills, their strength improved very quickly. This was especially true for their physical strength. Actually, the ones who improved the fastest were Kai-Er and Julie. Naturally, the others weren't slow either. However, compared to the two, they were still a bit behind. This might be related to their bloodlines. At this time, almost all of the matters in the Lost Soul Empire were handled by Long Tianlin. If there were some matters that needed to be asked by Zhao Hai, then they would be handled by Laura and the others. Zhao Hai no longer cared about these matters, he was now fully focused on refining the Beast King's Eye. Zhao Hai currently felt that his surroundings were empty. He was currently in a very strange world. This world was composed of small kingdoms. These small kingdoms had strong vitality and were also divided into inner and outer cities. What Zhao Hai needed to do now was to fuse the people of two different kingdoms together and form a new kingdom. Zhao Hai was very clear that in his eyes, these small kingdoms were cells. These cells were now small kingdoms in his eyes. However, he didn't know what this kingdom was like. He only knew that it was a kingdom and that he could feel the feelings of this kingdom. However, it was impossible for him to enter this kingdom and fully understand it. When Zhao Hai said that there were two different kingdoms, he wasn't just referring to two cells. He was referring to his own cells as well as the cells of the Beast King's Eye. What he needed to do now was to slowly fuse these two different cells together. As long as the fusion is successful, then he would be able to completely refine the Beast King's Eye. Zhao Hai's expression was calm as he slowly used his spiritual force to make the two different cells come in contact with each other. When the two cells came in contact with each other, a strong repulsive force appeared between the two cells. This was what Zhao Hai expected, so he wasn't anxious. Instead, he slowly used his spiritual force to make contact with the two cells. Then he used his spiritual force to support the two cells. After the two cells came in contact with each other, they slowly fused together. This process was very slow and could also be rushed. Because of this, Zhao Hai was very careful. At the same time, he was also carefully calculating every step that he took to refine the two cells. Whether it was a success or a failure, he needed to remember everything. If it was a success, then he would do it. If it was a failure, then he would find out the reason and correct it. As Zhao Hai refined them bit by bit, the two cells finally came in contact with each other. Moreover, they no longer rejected each other. Then the two cells finally fused together and formed a new cell. This cell became bigger and more powerful. Zhao Hai even felt that this cell was more intimate with him. Moreover, this cell seemed to have become smarter than before. If someone told Zhao Hai this in the past, then Zhao Hai would certainly laugh at them and think that they were joking. However, the reality wasn't like this. Now, Zhao Hai could feel that the new cell seemed to have become smarter. However, this step wasn't over yet. Zhao Hai still needed to carry out the last step, which was to imprint his soul imprint on the new cell. Imprinting the soul imprint into the cells wasn't just for rebirth, it was also for better control of the cells in the body. This was because the soul imprint was closely related to Zhao Hai's main soul imprint. It was like a company's computer. There was a main computer, and this main computer could manage other computers. But even if these computers were separated from the main computer, they were still computers. Even if the main computer was broken, these computers could still work. Zhao Hai's current situation was like this. His main soul imprint still had control over his body, but the cells imprinted with his soul imprint were now under his control. At the same time, if something were to happen to him, his cells could be reborn immediately. After the soul imprint was imprinted into the cells, Zhao Hai felt his body tremble. Then he felt that all the cells in his body were strengthened. Especially his eyes, they were completely different from before. Zhao Hai even had a feeling that his eyes were incomparably powerful. However, Zhao Hai was still able to control his emotions. Then he began to fuse with the other cells. This was a very long process. Fortunately, Zhao Hai was getting more and more experienced, so his speed was getting faster and faster. Finally, 2 months after Zhao Hai fused with the first cell, he completely refined the eye of the Beast King and integrated it with his body. Zhao Hai slowly opened his eyes. His eyes flashed, but this wasn't a simple flash. Instead, a light shot out from his eyes. A small tree not far from Zhao Hai was directly cut in half by this light. The cut was very smooth, as if it was cut by a sword. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. He knew that he still hadn't fully adapted to the changes in his eyes. It would take some time for him to slowly grasp the changes in his eyes. This was very important. Zhao Hai stood up and returned to his room. He told Laura and the others about this matter. He wanted to find a place where nobody could see him and adapt to the changes in his eyes. Laura and the others didn't oppose. As long as they knew that Zhao Hai was still inside the space, they weren't worried about anything. When Zhao Hai saw that Laura and the others agreed, he immediately left the villa and entered a place where he could slowly adapt to the changes in his eyes. Zhao Hai discovered that his eyes had undergone a huge change. Now, not only did his eyes have the abilities of the Beast King's eye, they also had the abilities of his own cells. This made Zhao Hai very surprised. Besides these, Zhao Hai could also use his eyes to cast spells. He could even use various formations through his eyes, including the void formation technique. Most importantly, Zhao Hai's eyes also had a special ability. It was an ability that allowed him to instinctively devour and restrict spirits. The devouring light was similar to Alien's ability. Anything that was hit by the devouring light would have their genes devoured by the devouring light before being integrated into Zhao Hai's body. On the other hand, the spirit-restricting light was able to restrict the enemy's energy. This was a very formidable ability. It took Zhao Hai nearly a month to adapt to the changes in his eyes. In the end, Zhao Hai combined the changes in his eyes and thought of a special method. This was to refine the golden book and golden pen into his eyes. The golden book and the golden pen were two very important artifacts for Zhao Hai. The golden book could record all kinds of techniques, while the golden pen could condense techniques and turn words into techniques. These two artifacts were very powerful. When Zhao Hai refined the golden book and golden pen into his eyes, he could use the devouring light to devour the enemy's cultivation methods and record them in the golden book. When fighting, not only could he use the golden book's cultivation methods, spells, and formations, but he could also use the golden pen to use void formation techniques. Not only did this increase the attack power of his eyes, but it also increased the range of his attacks. It could even protect his eyes. Then Zhao Hai discovered that refining the golden book and golden pen into his eyes was the best decision. After refining the golden book and golden pen into his eyes, he could directly input everything in his mind into the golden book. Not only could this allow him to use more spells, it could also create a backup of the knowledge in his mind. This was killing two birds with one stone. Although some of Zhao Hai's soul imprints contained things that he had learned, these things couldn't be easily handed over to others. Sometimes, there would even be some missing parts. But as long as these things were recorded in the golden book, they wouldn't be lost. This was the so-called "a good memory is better than a bad pen." This was the meaning behind this. After refining the golden book and golden pen, Zhao Hai began to adapt to this method of fighting. This time, it took him a month to adapt. In this month, not only did he adapt to the way his eyes fought, he also used other artifacts to coordinate with his eyes. At this point, he was able to adapt to this method of fighting. After adapting completely, Zhao Hai left the space and returned to the space's villa. Laura and the others were currently sitting inside the villa, studying formations. At this point, Zhao Hai was certain that Laura and the others' attainments in formations had surpassed him. When Laura and the others saw that Zhao Hai had returned, they were very happy. Laura and the others pulled Zhao Hai to the living room and sat down. At the same time, Meg went to prepare something for Zhao Hai to eat. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. "How are you? What have you been doing in the past 2 months?" Laura smiled and said, "What can we do? We've been doing nothing all day, so we started to study formations." "Right, we've also taken the pills made from the Beast King's blood essence. The effect has been very good. Our body's strength is now very good." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Good, that's good. Right, what about the outside? Is there anything going on outside?" Laura shook her head and said, "No, everything is normal outside. Nothing happened." "Right, there's something else. Jade Flood Dragon sent you a letter. It seems like he's about to ascend. The letter was sent 10 days ago." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." When Zhao Hai heard Laura, he quickly asked, "Did he say when he'll ascend?" Laura nodded and said, "He said that he'll ascend in 5 days. Brother Hai, what do you think?" Zhao Hai replied, "I have to go out and take a look. No matter what, Jade Flood Dragon is my friend. Since he's about to ascend, I have to go out and take a look." "Alright, I'll be going." Laura and the others nodded. They were already used to Zhao Hai's style. Zhao Hai was very busy every day, but they were still able to see Zhao Hai every day. Being able to see Zhao Hai every night was already enough for them. After Zhao Hai returned to his room, he immediately sent a letter to Jade Flood Dragon, asking him where he was. Jade Flood Dragon was very anxious. He was about to ascend, but Zhao Hai still hadn't appeared. Jade Flood Dragon knew that Zhao Hai had been in seclusion for several months. However, this was also what worried Jade Flood Dragon the most. He was worried that Zhao Hai was at a critical juncture of his seclusion and wouldn't be able to see him. Jade Flood Dragon really wanted to see Zhao Hai when he ascends. Time passed day by day, and Jade Flood Dragon was already on the verge of despair. At this time, he suddenly received a letter from Zhao Hai. Upon reading the letter, Jade Flood Dragon knew that Zhao Hai had returned. This made Jade Flood Dragon very excited. He immediately replied to Zhao Hai and told him that he was currently in the spirit weapon realm, preparing for his ascension. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't hesitate and directly teleported to the spirit weapon realm. Jade Flood Dragon's current status was naturally different from before. In the past, he was just Zhao Hai's friend, Yu Yunlong's son. Although his status was high, it was completely different now. He was about to ascend, a peak existence in the Lost Soul Empire. Therefore, it was natural for him to live in the best room. Zhao Hai directly teleported to Jade Flood Dragon's room. Besides Jade Flood Dragon, there were 5 other people in the room. They were Yu Yunlong, Zhang Zhen, Yu Ying and Yu Daban. Zhao Hai's sudden appearance in the room didn't surprise these people. Naturally, they knew that Zhao Hai was coming. When they saw Zhao Hai, they immediately stood up and gave him a salute. Zhao Hai waved his hand and then looked at Jade Flood Dragon. Jade Flood Dragon still hadn't lost weight, he was still fat. When Zhao Hai saw Jade Flood Dragon's appearance, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Fatty, I didn't think that countless people in the Lost Soul Empire would ascend. But in the end, you're the first one to ascend. Your talent is unquestionable. Even Chun Ming hasn't ascended yet, but you've already ascended. Amazing." Then he walked towards Jade Flood Dragon and hugged him. Then he patted Jade Flood Dragon's back. Jade Flood Dragon also laughed as he hugged Zhao Hai and patted him on the back. After some time, the two stopped. Zhao Hai turned to Yu Yunlong and smiled, "Uncle Yu, I told you that Fatty would be able to ascend in such a short period of time. However, you and your father will be separated from each other. You won't blame me, right?" Yu Yunlong nodded and said, "Uncle Yu, I told you that Fatty would be able to ascend. Your Majesty, this is the best outcome. Without your Majesty's help, how could he ascend? This old man can't thank your Majesty enough, how could I be angry?" Yu Yunlong said. He wasn't angry at Zhao Hai, he was even grateful to Zhao Hai. This was because ascension was a big deal for cultivators. Any father would want their son to ascend. Naturally, Yu Yunlong was happy. But if they could ascend, then he would be even happier. This meant that his son would be able to live longer and go further. This was the dream of all cultivators. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, don't blame me. Fatty's ascension was mainly due to him. I didn't do anything. Fatty, once we reach the immortal realm, I'll have Wen Hai and the others look for you. You have to be careful when you're with them." Looking at the slowly ascending Jade Flood Dragon, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. The ascension of the Jade Flood Dragon was a good thing for him. However, for the Jade Cloud Dragon, Yu Daban, and Ying this was a huge blow. Yu Daban, Yu and Ying were also affected. However, this couldn't be helped. It was impossible for Yu Daban to ascend. Although Yu Daban and Ying talents weren't bad, they started cultivating too late. It would be very difficult for them to ascend. This was unavoidable. After the Jade Flood Dragon ascended, Zhao Hai returned to his room. He didn't have too many things to do at this time. He just needed to wait for Xiaoyu's arrival. At the same time, he also needed to wait for the arrival of the spiritual army. After helping the Lost Soul Empire deal with these two matters, he would be able to ascend. Che Xiaoyang's current strength was very good. He had a high chance of ascending. This was especially true after Che Xiaoguang ascended. Che Xiaoyang's progress was very fast. He wasn't any worse than an average expert. Che Xiaoyang's current strength was very good. Che Xiaoyang's current strength was very good. At this time, the strength of the children in the Lost Soul Empire was very strong. Their cultivation speed was also very fast. The main reason for this was because the concentration of spiritual qi in the Lost Soul Empire had increased. Because of this, their cultivation speed was also very fast. After teaching Che Xiaoyang for some time, Zhao Hai discovered that he didn't need to teach Che Xiaoyang anything. Che Xiaoyang didn't need to be taught anything. What he needed to do was to go out and find his own path. Zhao Hai told Che Xiaoyang about this matter. Then he had him go out and train. At this time, there weren't many places in the Lost Soul Empire that could be used for training. At most, one could only go to the wilderness and experience nature. After Che Xiaoyang left, Zhao Hai returned to the space. He wanted to make a systematic summary of his current situation. He wanted to see how strong he was right now. Zhao Hai had comprehended the power of law before, but he found that he couldn't use it here because the law of space didn't allow it. However, even if he couldn't use the power of laws, Zhao Hai's current strength was still very powerful. ordinary people couldn't deal with him. With his current strength, he could be considered an expert in the sword spirit world. Zhao Hai was very clear that his body was very strong, and he had endless potential. However, it was impossible for him to rely on his body to run amok in the sword spirit realm. The reason why he was able to block the red sword of the sword spirit realm's expert wasn't just because he was stronger than the other party, but also because of other factors. First, the sword spirit realm expert couldn't use his full strength. Because of the suppression of the law of space, the sword spirit realm expert couldn't use his full strength. Although the red sword was a very powerful weapon, it still depended on the user. If the sword spirit realm expert couldn't use his full strength, then he wouldn't be able to display the full strength of the red sword. Naturally, the sword spirit realm expert couldn't threaten Zhao Hai. Second, the sword spirit realm expert had been fighting for a long time. It can be said that he was at the end of his strength. In this case, although the sword spirit realm expert looked very powerful, it was actually very weak. Of course, it wasn't something that ordinary people could block. However, Zhao Hai was able to block the sword spirit realm expert's attack. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to take down the sword spirit realm expert in one fell swoop. However, Zhao Hai was aware of his own situation. His body was very strong, but he couldn't display 100% of his strength. It can be said that his body was suppressed by the law of space. His body was like a water cylinder. Originally, it could hold a bucket of water. But now, someone had smashed a hole in the middle of the cylinder. Now, it can only hold half of the water. The rest of the water couldn't be stored in the cylinder. Zhao Hai also knew that this was because he was in the soul realm. After all, this place wasn't the outside world. In the outside world, his strength was very formidable. However, inside the soul realm, he was bound to be restricted. In fact, the fact that the soul realm's laws allowed him to exist made Zhao Hai very surprised. After summarizing the situation of his body, Zhao Hai could finally relax. He rested inside the space for a while before he prepared to do the last thing he needed to do, which was to explore the 5 spirit continents of the 5 spirit realm. The 5 spirit continents were the Arctic continent, the volcanic continent, the tree spirit continent, the acute metal continent, and the thick earth continent. In the past, the people of the 5 spirit realms called these 5 continents the 5 spirit continents. Zhao Hai already had the idea of exploring the 5 spirit continents. He wanted to see why the 5 spirit continents were so special. This made him very curious. He wanted to see if there were any treasures under the 5 spirit continents. However, because he was busy in the past, he didn't have much time to explore. Now that he finally had the time, he could explore the 5 spirit continents. After resting inside the space for a while, Zhao Hai finally came out and began his first step in exploring the 5 spirit continents. Zhao Hai chose the Arctic continent as his first stop. The Arctic continent was currently uninhabited. Although it had been restored to its original level, there was still no one living there. This was because the people of the 5 spirit realms now had better places to live. Naturally, they wouldn't return to the Arctic continent to settle down. However, this didn't mean that there were no people in the Arctic continent. In fact, there were people in the Arctic continent, but not a lot. The people in the Arctic continent were mainly people who came here to challenge Zhao Hai. Because of this, there weren't a lot of people in the Arctic continent. Zhao Hai didn't stay in the Arctic continent for long. He went directly to the northernmost part of the continent, the ice field. This was the coldest place in the Arctic continent. Even the sea beasts couldn't melt it. Zhao Hai stood on top of an iceberg in the ice field and looked around. The place was snow-white, it was very beautiful. However, Zhao Hai knew that although this place was beautiful, it was also a forbidden area. Whether it was people or beasts, very few people would be able to leave this place alive. This was because this place was too cold, it seems to be able to freeze people's spiritual chi. There were also no beasts in this place. When Zhao Hai came to the 5 spirit realms, he came from this place. Therefore, he was very familiar with the situation here. Zhao Hai looked around, there was no need to look anymore. Although this place was very beautiful, it was still too monotonous. At first glance, it was fine, but after looking for a long time, one wouldn't be able to pay attention to the scenery from last week. Zhao Hai's body slowly sank into the iceberg. He had now turned into a block of ice that could move around. Therefore, he didn't feel cold at all as he freely moved around the iceberg. Zhao Hai descended bit by bit, slowly feeling the surrounding temperature. He wanted to find the lowest point, because he believed that the Arctic continent's mystic realm must be at the lowest point of the mystic realm. However, Zhao Hai went down for a long time, but he still couldn't find the lowest point. He calculated that he had already gone down more than 1,000 meters. However, he was still surrounded by ice. Although the temperature was getting lower and lower, he still hadn't reached the bottom. This made Zhao Hai even more curious. He continued to go down slowly, 1,500 meters, 2,000 meters, 2,500 meters, 3,000 meters, 3,500 meters, 4,000 meters. When Zhao Hai reached 8,000 meters, he stopped. This was because he felt that this was the coldest place. It seems like the ground was below. Zhao Hai didn't continue to descend. Instead, he began to look around. He wanted to find the place with the lowest temperature. While he was looking around, he suddenly stopped. This was because his spiritual force felt something special. Not far away from him, there was a place with a very low temperature. However, even though the temperature was low, it didn't feel dead. It was as if the place was very lively. This was a very strange feeling. When your surroundings were dead, even a little bit of sound would attract your attention. Currently, Zhao Hai was 8,000 meters below the iceberg. The surroundings were deathly silent. This deathly silence didn't mean that there was no sound, but rather that there was a deathly silence of energy. There were no signs of life. Even the energy here seemed to have been frozen. Zhao Hai knew that this was caused by the low temperature. But what was even more strange was that in this environment, there was a place where the energy was very active. This attracted Zhao Hai's attention. Zhao felt it and found that the energy there was more active. Strictly speaking, it was ice element energy, and it was even colder than other ice element energies. Upon sensing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel excited. He felt that he had found the right place. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately went forward. However, his speed wasn't fast. This was because the energy there was too active. According to his experience, if the place was completely inanimate, then it would be impossible for the energy to be this active. In other words, there might be living creatures there. If there were only dead creatures, then Zhao wouldn't be worried at all. But if there were living creatures, then he had to be careful. To be able to survive in such an environment, this kind of creature must be very powerful. If he was attacked by this kind of creature, then it would be very troublesome. But if he was attacked by this kind of creature, then it would be very troublesome. Zhao Hai carefully moved forward. At the same time, he was also on guard. He was worried that he would be attacked by the other party. He slowly approached his target. Because of this environment, Zhao Hai's spiritual force was greatly restricted. This was because the cold air here seemed to be able to freeze one's spiritual force. If one's spiritual force goes too far, then it would lose its activity. In other words, it wouldn't be able to move at all. Because of this, Zhao Hai's spiritual force wasn't very fast. Naturally, he was able to easily reach the place he sensed. This was a layer of transparent ice. Aside from being more transparent than the surrounding ice, there was nothing special about it. However, Zhao Hai could feel very active energy inside this layer of transparent ice. This was the reason why Zhao Hai was surprised. This active energy was only relative to the surrounding situation. If one were to look outside, the energy activity here would only be equivalent to a shield. The energy activity of the shield was also the reason why Zhao Hai was surprised. When he looked inside the ice, he couldn't see anything. This was because even if the ice was transparent, as long as it reached a thickness of 1 degree, one would still be unable to see what was inside. At the same time, Zhao Hai's spiritual force couldn't penetrate it. This was because his spiritual force was blocked by the transparent ice. Zhao Hai looked at the layer of transparent ice with a happy expression. He was sure that this layer of transparent ice was a shield. The reason why the ice field was frozen was inside it. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel happy. Then he slowly used his spiritual force to touch the shield. When his spiritual force touched the shield, it didn't have any reaction. But after a long time, he could feel that his spiritual force was frozen. This made Zhao Hai surprised, but at the same time, curious. He began to carefully observe the layer of transparent ice. The energy inside this layer of transparent ice was very simple, it was just an ice energy shield. However, compared to an ordinary ice energy shield, the energy inside this one was much stronger, simpler, and purer. Wanting to break this shield wasn't an easy thing to do. Because it was too simple, it was purer. And because it was purer, it was harder to break. After Zhao Hai took 2 steps back, he began to use his own method to break the shield. First, he wanted to use fire spells to attack. However, it didn't have any effect. It could be said that the effect was very bad. There were no fire elements in this area at all. Even if he could use the space's fire element, it wouldn't be easy to break the shield. This was because he was currently surrounded by ice elements. Fire elements were restrained here. Although Zhao Hai had a lot of high-grade flames in the space, he didn't dare to use them. This was because he wanted to know what was inside the shield. If he used the true sun fire to attack, then he might injure the things inside. That wouldn't be good. Then Zhao Hai used ice energy. He wanted to see if his ice energy could enter the shield. The answer was no. Although his ice energy was very pure, compared to the energy inside the shield, his ice energy had too many impurities. It wasn't pure enough. Therefore, there was no way for his ice energy to enter the shield. Zhao Hai also tried using other types of energy, but none of them were able to break the shield. Zhao Hai even tried to use an artifact. However, as soon as his artifact touched the shield, it was immediately frozen. This made Zhao Hai at a loss for what to do. Finally, Zhao Hai's mind moved. He thought of a method. Then he slowly sat down and closed his eyes. Then he began to mobilize his power of thought and slowly made contact with the shield. He wanted to see if he could use his power of thought to make contact with the shield. This way, the shield would treat him as a part of the shield. This method was very useful. It must be said that thought power was very mysterious. Zhao Hai slowly adjusted his thought power and was able to make contact with the shield's thought power. He could feel the endless chill that it was born from. From the day it was born, it only had one task, and that was to not let anything enter it. It had to protect the things inside. It seemed like this was the only reason why it was born. Zhao Hai slowly adjusted his thought power and was able to make contact with the shield's thought power. Zhao Hai could feel the endless chill that came from the shield. It was born from this boundless chill. From the day it was born, it only had one task, and that was to not let anything enter it. This was the first time Zhao felt this way. He didn't know how long the shield had been there, but he could vaguely feel that his mother was inside. Zhao didn't know what was inside, but he could vaguely feel that his mother was inside. Zhao didn't know what was inside, but he could vaguely feel that his mother was inside. Zhao Hai knew that this was the feeling of the shield. However, he was still very surprised. This shield was made of pure ice. What was the mother of this ice element? Zhao Hai wanted to know. Zhao Hai's power of thought had completely fused with the shield's power of thought. At this time, Zhao Hai was a part of the shield. The shield wouldn't reject Zhao Hai as something else. At this time, Zhao Hai's body began to slowly come in contact with the shield. Then his body slowly integrated with the shield. Then his body slowly walked inside. After some time, he finally came out of the shield. Then Zhao Hai slowly retracted his power of thought. This was also a method that Zhao Hai comprehended. This method not only allowed him to enter the shield, but it also allowed him to integrate with any element. This made him feel that he was an element. It even made others feel that he was a part of the element and not a person. The main reason for this was related to Zhao Hai's body. The cells in Zhao Hai's body were completely different from the cells in an ordinary person's body. Therefore, when Zhao Hai's power of thought was connected with other things, the cells in his body would also change. They would automatically imitate other things and become the same as other things. Therefore, if other people didn't see Zhao Hai and only used their spiritual force to sense him, it would be impossible to find Zhao Hai who was hiding in other things. This method could be said to be very remarkable. In the past, if Zhao Hai wanted to hide, other people would still be able to sense him with their spiritual force. Even if he used a transformation method to hide, as long as one's spiritual force was strong enough, they would still be able to find him. But now it was different. It was impossible for these people to find him. This was because if he was hiding in something, then he would be part of that thing. Even if one's spiritual force was strong, it would still be impossible to find him. Today was the first time that Zhao Hai used this method to enter a shield. He had no other choice but to use this method. This was because he didn't expect that a pure elemental shield would be so difficult to deal with that he couldn't even break it. One must know that a pure elemental shield was very difficult to break, but it was also very easy to break. This was because the elemental shield was too simple. As long as you can use energy that was in conflict with it, then it would be very easy to break this shield. You can even input energy into the shield to make it less pure. Because of this, people generally wouldn't use pure elemental energy to make a shield. However, this shield made of pure ice elemental energy gave Zhao Hai a lesson. It made Zhao Hai feel that this shield wasn't simple. In some special environments, this shield would be very difficult to break. Because of this, Zhao Hai had no choice but to come up with this method. This was the first time that he used this method, but fortunately, he succeeded. Zhao Hai slowly recovered his thought force. Then he opened his eyes and looked around. He discovered that he was in another world. This was a very big world. There were only two things in this world, ice and water. There was nothing else in this world other than ice and water. In this world, Zhao Hai saw ice. Some of these ice pillars were icicles, some were icicles, some were icicles, some were icicles, some looked like a tree, but it was made of transparent ice. Besides ice, there was also water. A small river flowed through this world. It seemed to have no source and no end, it just flowed quietly. In this world of ice, this river wasn't affected at all. This was very strange. Zhao Hai took a deep breath. Then he couldn't help but stare. He felt that what he inhaled wasn't air, but ice elemental energy. What he inhaled was pure ice elemental energy. This was very strange. Just as Zhao Hai was looking around, something suddenly flew towards him. Zhao Hai stared, then he stared. This was because the thing that was flying towards him was a unicorn. To put it bluntly, a unicorn was a horse with a sharp horn. And this unicorn was the same. It was a white horse with a long horn on its forehead. However, under its feet was a cloud. This cloud was constantly fluttering as it moved forward. It looked very magical. Zhao Hai stood there quietly as he looked at the unicorn. He felt that this unicorn wasn't a real unicorn, it was made of ice elemental energy. Before long, the unicorn arrived in front of Zhao Hai. It looked at Zhao Hai with a curious expression, but it didn't attack Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also looked at the unicorn curiously. It was indeed made of ice elemental energy. However, from its appearance, it didn't look any different from an ordinary unicorn. It was 2 meters tall and about 3.5 meters long. It was snow white in color and had a sharp horn on its forehead. It was about 50 centimeters long and had circular patterns on its horn. It looked very beautiful. Beautiful, divine horse. All the words that could be used to describe this horse weren't an exaggeration. Zhao Hai couldn't help but have a look of appreciation in his eyes. At this time, the unicorn suddenly moved. It lowered its head and rushed towards Zhao Hai. The horn on its head was aimed at Zhao Hai. This change made Zhao Hai stare. This was because the unicorn was just looking at him curiously, it didn't have any hostility. Why did it suddenly attack him? Zhao Hai didn't have time to think about it. His figure moved and dodged the attack. But in the next moment, the unicorn suddenly turned into mist and disappeared. Then the mist appeared in front of Zhao Hai and turned back into the unicorn. The horn on its head was still aimed at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's figure moved again and dodged the attack. At the same time, an ice shield appeared in front of him. However, just as the ice shield took shape, he discovered that he lost control of it. The ice shield suddenly turned back into the unicorn. The unicorn was still using its horn to attack Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's expression changed. Then his figure moved again and dodged the attack. He didn't dare to use any water spells. This was because he believed that if he did, the unicorn would use it to attack him again. Zhao Hai immediately tried to use other element spells. However, he quickly discovered that it was impossible. This was because there was only ice element here. Even if he used other elements, they would still be suppressed by the ice element. Now, Zhao Hai's situation was even worse than when he was facing the ice shield. This made Zhao Hai very surprised. Zhao Hai's figure kept moving. He had already increased his body size to the limit. However, the unicorn was like a maggot attached to a bone, he couldn't get rid of it. After dodging for a while, Zhao Hai suddenly stopped. At this time, the unicorn's horn arrived in front of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai reached out his hand and grabbed the horn. However, when he grabbed the horn suddenly turned into mist. Then the horn appeared in front of him and pierced his body. Fortunately, Zhao Hai's body was incomparably tough. The horn only pierced his body and didn't pierce his skin. However, Zhao Hai couldn't move. He felt that all the blood in his body had congealed. Even his spiritual force and thoughts were almost frozen. Zhao Hai was startled. At the same time, his mind moved. In the next moment, fire elements rushed into his body from the space. The congealed blood in his body immediately recovered. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. The gas that he swallowed was white mist. The temperature of the mist was very low. When it came out of his mouth, it immediately turned into an icicle and fell to the ground. However, Zhao Hai felt a lot better. He felt his body become lighter, he didn't feel any trace of coldness. At this time, the unicorn was already far away from Zhao Hai. It was about 10 meters away from Zhao Hai. It curiously looked at Zhao Hai. Seeing that Zhao Hai recovered, the unicorn couldn't help but reveal a smile. Zhao Hai swore that he didn't see wrong. He really saw a smile on the unicorn's face. Zhao Hai was stunned. But in the next moment, the unicorn suddenly faced the sky and let out a long cry. This sound was very loud and spread far and wide. This made Zhao Hai even more stunned. He didn't know what the unicorn was doing, but he quickly understood. This was because he saw countless white dots flying towards him. Zhao Hai didn't need to look to know that these white dots were the other unicorns. It turned out that the unicorn was calling for reinforcements. Zhao Hai wasn't surprised, he wasn't afraid either. He just didn't understand, the unicorn's attack didn't seem to have any effect on him. The horn was useless against him, and the ice element wasn't very useful against him either. Logically speaking, this was all they could do, it wouldn't matter how many helpers they called. Why did the unicorn call for helpers? Moreover, the unicorn's eyes were filled with curiosity, it didn't seem to be worried about the enemy. At this time, the unicorns arrived in front of Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but think that there were a few hundred unicorns. This was really unexpected. The unicorns were also looking at Zhao Hai with curiosity. Then they lowered their heads and pointed their horns at Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw this, his expression couldn't help but change. He prepared himself for the incoming attack. However, he didn't expect that the unicorns would suddenly turn into mist. The mist slowly fused together, and in the next moment, a huge unicorn appeared in front of Zhao Hai. This unicorn was really huge. It was about 200 meters tall and 300 meters long. The horn on its head was at least 50 meters long. Most importantly, it had 2 crystal clear wings on its back. It was very beautiful, it looked like something that came out of a fairy tale. The huge unicorn looked down at Zhao Hai, then it lifted its front hooves and stomped towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's figure moved and dodged the stomp. Boom! When the hooves stomped on the ground, the ice on the ground was shattered into pieces. When he saw this, Zhao Hai's expression couldn't help but change. This was because Zhao Hai knew how hard the ice was. The unicorn was able to shatter the ice like this made him very surprised. Not only had the unicorn grown in size, it had also become very powerful. While Zhao was thinking about this, a few icicles suddenly rose from under his feet. Zhao was caught off guard, so he was sent flying by the icicles. If it was someone else, they would have been skewered into a stick of candied ha. Zhao's body was very strong, but if it was someone else, they would have been skewered into a stick of candied ha. Even if Zhao Hai's body was very strong, Zhao Hai still felt pain under his feet. This showed how powerful the icicles were. When Zhao Hai's figure floated in the air, a sharp horn appeared in front of him and stabbed towards him. Although Zhao Hai was in the air, he was still very agile. In the next moment, his figure moved and dodged the attack. However, countless ice blades suddenly appeared around him and slashed towards him. Zhao Hai's figure turned around and clenched his hand into a fist. He continuously punched the ice blades and broke them into pieces. In the next moment, his figure moved and left the place. However, the sharp horn's attack came again. There were also ice blades, ice arrows, and icicles. Zhao Hai discovered that he wasn't fighting against a unicorn, he was fighting against the entire space. This made him feel very strenuous. If Zhao Hai could use the power of law, then he wouldn't feel this strenuous. However, he couldn't use the power of law right now. Because of this, he was surprised. Most importantly, this unicorn was too difficult to deal with. It can turn into mist and hide from your attacks. It can also turn into a unicorn horn and attack you. It can also command all the ice elements to attack you. If you use ice elements, then it would be used by the unicorn. This was too difficult to deal with. Zhao Hai still couldn't think of a way to deal with it. However, Zhao Hai felt that this unicorn wasn't the mother that the shield was protecting. At most, it was just a thug, a very powerful thug. In other words, whether it was the shield or the unicorn, they were protecting something else. But what was it protecting? At this time, Zhao Hai still didn't know. Zhao Hai could only use his movement and martial skills to deal with the unicorn. At the same time, he was also trying to find the unicorn's weakness. However, what made Zhao Hai disappointed was that he wasn't able to find the unicorn's weakness. This made him very surprised. Time passed little by little. Zhao Hai and the unicorn had been fighting for more than 2 hours. However, he still couldn't find the unicorn's weakness. Moreover, the unicorn didn't seem to be tired. It kept attacking Zhao Hai with all kinds of tricks. This gave Zhao Hai a headache. While Zhao Hai was fighting, he was also paying attention to the unicorn. After the unicorn grew bigger, its attack power had increased. Moreover, it was very powerful. Its strength, speed, and magic attacks had all become stronger. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't dare to let the unicorn's horn touch him. If the horn touched him, then he would be in danger. If he wasn't careful, then his soul would be frozen. Zhao Hai wasn't a timid person. However, he discovered that the ice energy here was too strong. His soul was actually protected by the 5 elements absolute kill formation. Everything related to the 5 elements couldn't hurt him. However, the ice energy here was too pure. Its destructive power was also too strong. His 5 elements absolute kill formation was destroyed once, almost injuring his soul. This was the most terrifying part. Because of this, Zhao Hai was very careful. He was looking for the unicorn's weakness. As long as he could find the unicorn's weakness, then he could easily destroy it. However, the unicorn's weakness wasn't easy to find. Strictly speaking, the unicorn was similar to the blood devil. The blood devil was also a water elemental life form. However, this unicorn was much stronger than the blood devil. The spells that the blood devil could use required blood. However, the unicorn only needed water to use its spells. How could there be no water element in this world? Even in the desert, there were water elements. Because of this, the unicorn's attack power was even more formidable. The weakness of the blood devil was its core, the place where its soul was located. However, the unicorn was different. It seemed like the unicorn didn't have a soul. Zhao Hai searched for a long time but still couldn't find the core of its soul. This gave Zhao Hai a headache, but he didn't have any other way. Zhao Hai could still find the core of the blood devil, but the core of the unicorn was too difficult to find. Zhao Hai didn't believe that the unicorn didn't have a soul. If it didn't have a soul, then how could it survive? Therefore, the unicorn must have a soul. But how could he find its soul? This was Zhao Hai's biggest headache. Zhao Hai always thought that he had a good understanding of souls. But now, he discovered that he was still lacking. This was because he still couldn't find the unicorn's soul. After another hour, Zhao Hai still couldn't find the unicorn's soul. This made Zhao Hai frown. This unicorn seemed to have no soul. Zhao Hai believed that with his strength, if the unicorn really had a soul, then he would be able to find it. But now, he couldn't find it. This could only mean one thing: the unicorn really didn't have a soul. But how could it survive without a soul? Could it be that he was just an artifact, a puppet? That's right, magical weapon. Could this unicorn be a special magical weapon? Or a puppet? After thinking about this, Xiao Hai's eyes couldn't help but light up. This was the only explanation that could explain why the unicorn didn't have a soul and was still able to survive. After thinking about this, Xiao Hai no longer focused on the unicorn. Instead, he began to look around to see if there was anything special. Soon, Xiao Hai noticed something. Before, he only took a glance at it and didn't pay attention to it. But now, he noticed it. It was the cloud that the unicorn was standing on. No matter what the unicorn turned into, the cloud would always be under his feet. Even when he turned into mist, the cloud would also turn into mist. When the unicorn reappeared, the cloud would still be under his feet. This was very abnormal. After thinking about this, Xiao Hai couldn't help but focus more of his attention on the cloud. Fortunately, Xiao Hai had the biological brain, so he could multitask. Because of this, he was able to focus more of his attention on the cloud. At the same time, his battle with the unicorn continued without delay. It didn't take long for Xiao to discover that there was something inside the clouds. This thing wasn't big, but it was the core of the unicorn's control. Before, he hadn't noticed it, but now that he noticed, every time the unicorn took a step, a different kind of energy would be sent out from that thing. The energy would be injected into the unicorn's body, and then the unicorn would begin to attack. From this point, it could be seen that the unicorn was really controlled by that thing. Xiao Hai didn't know why, but he didn't know why, but he didn't know why. After having this idea, Xiao Hai's next move was to determine the size of that thing. Then, he would determine its position before finally grabbing it in one fell swoop. Because of this, although Xiao Hai was still fighting with the unicorn, most of his attention was focused on the cloud. Before long, Xiao Hai figured out what was inside the cloud. At the same time, he also knew its position. The thing inside the cloud was a bead, a small white bead. The bead should only be the size of a longan fruit, and it was white. Because of this, Xiao Hai wasn't able to discover it. However, now that Xiao Hai was focused, he was able to quickly discover the bead. Xiao Hai also thought of a plan. While he was entangled with the unicorn, he was also paying attention to the bead's trajectory. He was thinking about how he could grab the bead in one fell swoop. Soon, Xiao Hai thought of a way. He discovered that the bead could move freely in this space. All the icicles and spikes were useless against it. However, the bead was now chasing after him. This gave him an opportunity. As long as he makes a move the next time the bead chased after him, he would definitely be able to grab it. Xiao Hai's opportunity came quickly. Just as he dodged the unicorn's attack and the unicorn turned into mist, Xiao Hai suddenly stopped. Then his figure moved as he rushed into the mist. In the next moment, he reached out his hand and grabbed a small white bead. When Xiao Hai grabbed the bead, he immediately felt a chill rushing into his body. It was as if his soul was frozen. His body was no longer able to fly in the sky as he fell from the sky. With a bang, Xiao Hai fell onto the ice. But what was strange was that the unicorn didn't appear. At this time, a layer of ice slowly formed on Xiao Hai's body. Moreover, the ice was getting thicker and thicker. In the end, Xiao Hai was frozen into a large ice bead. At this time, Xiao Hai was actually in a very dangerous situation. His 5 elements continent was about to be broken. The powerful cold chi was rushing towards the formation. Although the formation was able to block the cold chi, it still couldn't stop it. The cold chi continued to rush towards Xiao Hai's source of soul force. However, the 5 elements absolute kill formation was still very effective. When the formation blocked the chill, the natural energy inside Xiao Hai's space rushed out and entered the 5 elements absolute kill formation. When the chill came in contact with the natural energy, it was naturally refined and disappeared. Then the natural energy slowly pushed back along the cold air. Before long, the natural energy reached the white bead. Then the natural energy surrounded the white bead. Then the natural energy wrapped around the white bead, causing it to disappear without a trace. At this time, Xiao Hai woke up. He found himself lying on a huge block of ice. Naturally, Xiao Hai wouldn't be polite. He hugged the ice and immediately broke it. Then Zhao Hai looked at his hand and found that the bead wasn't there. While he was in a daze, Laura's voice was heard. She told him everything that happened. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then his figure moved and immediately returned to the space. After returning to the space, Zhao Hai immediately went to the nature's palace. He found a white bead on top of the nature's heart. This white bead was completely white. It looked like it was made out of white jade. It was inlaid on top of the green nature's heart. It was very beautiful. Zhao Hai stared, then he slowly probed the nature's heart. He discovered that the nature's heart seemed to be more powerful than before. At the same time, he also felt the bead. But now, the bead didn't have any trace of chill. It only felt cool and comfortable. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Then he went out of the nature's palace and entered the space's villa. Laura and the others immediately greeted him. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, how is it? Is the bead all right? We just saw a green light coming from the nature's palace." Then the bead entered the nature's palace. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's all right, the bead is fine. You don't need to worry about it." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Laura and the others relaxed. Then Laura said, "Brother Hai, what about the space outside? That place should be the core of the Arctic continent. If the bead disappears, wouldn't that place slowly disappear as well? If that's the case, then the Arctic continent might really melt." Zhao nodded. "It's very possible. I'll go out and take a look. That bead isn't simple. Similarly, that space isn't simple either. If I can find a cold attribute crystal in that space, I can arrange a magic formation there. Right, I forgot that I need to get a trace of cold air from the bead. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the magic formation would be useless." Zhao nodded. "That's right." Zhao nodded. After he said that, Zhao Hai's figure moved and left the villa. Then he went to the nature's palace. Then he took out a traction crystal and extracted some cold chi from the bead. After that, Zhao Hai went out of the nature's palace and entered the space. After arriving at the space, Zhao Hai immediately began to arrange a formation. This time, the formation he arranged was actually similar to a natural formation. However, the energy source wasn't the traction crystal that contained natural energy. Instead, it was the traction crystal that contained a trace of cold chi. The formation was quickly arranged. Then Zhao Hai placed the traction crystal on top of the formation. Then he looked around the space. Sure enough, there were some cold crystal veins inside the space. Zhao Hai extracted the best part of these cold crystal veins and placed them on the nodes of the formation. After that, the formation began to work. When the formation began to work, Zhao Hai felt that the cold chi inside the space had returned to its original state. It might even be colder than before. Zhao Hai nodded with satisfaction. Then Zhao Hai returned to the space and sat down inside the villa. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, what do we do next? Do we go to the other continents now?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Don't worry, we'll just stay here and see if there are any changes to the space. If the space becomes colder than before, then we'll have to adjust the formation. We can't let the ice ocean continent stay cold. Otherwise, the ice ocean continent would become bigger and bigger. When that time comes, it would be very dangerous." Laura and the others nodded, then Laura said, "Brother Hai, you can leave the monitoring of the space to us. You should go and study the white bead. I feel that it would be a waste to place it on the nature's heart. If you can refine it, then that would be the best." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, let's go and take a look at it." Zhao Hai stared, then he thought for a moment before he nodded and said, "All right, then I'll go and study the bead. I'll see what's so special about it." After he said that, Zhao Hai stood up and walked out of the villa. Then he directly entered the nature's palace. After entering the nature's palace, Zhao Hai slowly sat down. Then he slowly imprinted his spiritual force into the nature's heart. He felt the changes inside the nature's heart. Sure enough, Zhao Hai discovered some changes. The nature's heart was actually absorbing the cold chi inside the bead. However, the nature's heart didn't change at all. This discovery made Zhao Hai stare. Then he immediately imprinted his spiritual force into the bead. When his spiritual force entered the bead, he immediately felt as if he had returned to the cold space outside. He was surrounded by a vast expanse of whiteness as well as a bone-chilling cold. However, Zhao Hai still continued to imprint his spiritual force into the bead, refining it bit by bit. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Then he raised his head and felt the bead. The bead immediately jumped out of the nature's heart and then flew towards Zhao Hai. It entered Zhao Hai's body and then embedded itself into Zhao Hai's golden book. When Zhao Hai saw that the bead had successfully embedded itself into the golden book, he couldn't help but stare. Then he couldn't help but be overjoyed. This was because this meant that he could now use the power of the bead with his eyes. Zhao Hai let out a long breath as he slowly stood up. Then he felt the nature's heart and discovered that it didn't seem to have any changes. It was still the same as before. Zhao Hai felt relieved as he went out of the nature's hall. When Zhao Hai returned to the villa, he saw that Laura and the others were busy with their own matters. The screen in the living room was still showing the same scene as before. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others. At this time, Laura and the others were still concentrating on the screen in front of him. On the screen was a formation that Zhao Hai hadn't seen before. Therefore, they didn't notice Zhao Hai's arrival. Zhao Hai coughed, causing Laura and the others to recover. When Laura saw Zhao Hai, she immediately smiled and said, "Brother Hai, you're back? That's great. I didn't expect you to be gone for so long." "Right, how's the bead?" Zhao Hai looked at Laura and said, "The bead has already been refined." "How long did I take?" Laura smiled and said, "It's been almost a month." "Brother Hai, there's nothing wrong with the space. Although the temperature is a bit lower than before, it's only a few degrees. It shouldn't affect the space too much." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "I didn't expect the bead to be so hard to refine. It actually took me a month." "All right, since we're done here, we don't need to wait any longer. Let's go to the next continent." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "All right, let's head to the next continent." Laura nodded and said, "All right, Brother Hai, which continent do you plan to go to next?" Zhao Hai replied, "I'll go to the tree spirit continent, then the volcanic continent, the acute metal continent, and finally the thick earth continent." Laura and the others naturally didn't object. In the next moment, the screen in the living room changed to the tree spirit continent. Everything in the tree spirit continent was normal. It had now become the Lost Soul Empire's largest production base for medicinal herbs. It was also the largest production base for pills. This was because of the innate conditions of the continent. Zhao Hai and the others were just making use of it. In fact, any continent in the Lost Soul Empire could be used as a production base for medicinal herbs. However, Zhao Hai preferred to use the tree spirit continent and the secret realm as a production base. This was because the environment here was natural, it was much better than the other continents. The herbs produced here were also much better compared to the other continents. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in the mood to look at these things. He was now anxious to confirm his conjecture. Therefore, in the next moment, he arrived at a mountain in the tree spirit continent. After looking at the tree spirit continent's situation, Zhao Hai's figure slowly sank into the ground as he began his exploration of the continent. Actually, the exploration of the tree spirit continent was similar to the exploration of the Arctic continent. Zhao Hai explored for a few days before he found a place where natural energy was very active. When Zhao Hai arrived, he discovered that it was actually a big grass ball. When Zhao Hai saw the big ball of grass, he couldn't help but stare. This was because the grass on the ball of grass was very thin. The grass was as thin as a thread, but it was also very long. Moreover, it was very dense, just like a person's hair. Moreover, it was intertwined with each other, making it very comfortable to look at. Looking at the fine grass, Zhao knew that he had reached the place. He tried to walk inside, and the fine grass immediately moved. One by one, they became as hard as steel. Now that they were entangled together, it was like a huge steel wire wall. People simply couldn't walk through it. Zhao Hai tried to attack it with his artifact. However, he didn't expect the grass to be so tough. Even with liquid silver, he could only cut off some of the grass. Then the grass would grow back crazily and in the blink of an eye, it would grow back again. It was simply impossible for Zhao Hai to move forward. Zhao Hai also tried to burn the grass, but the grass wasn't afraid of fire at all. Even if some of them were burned to death, they would immediately grow back. In the end, Zhao Hai thought of a way. With a thought, he mobilized the power of the white bead on the golden book. Then he used an ice element spell, 10,000 Li Freeze. Icebound 10,000 miles was a large area of effect attack. Most people would use it to deal with large groups of people. But Zhao Hai wasn't wrong in using it here. The grasses were just like a large group of people. Aside from this method, there were no other good ways to deal with them. As soon as Zhao Hai used the spell, 2 white lights shot out from his eyes. Then the white lights fell on the grass and frosted it. Moreover, the area of the frost wasn't small. Seeing this situation, Zhao Hai's body moved as he rushed straight into the grass. The grass that had been frozen had become very brittle. This time, Zhao Hai stepped on his flying sword to move forward. Wherever the flying sword passed, the grass would be cut off. Zhao Hai calmly rushed forward. At the same time, he used his eyes to shoot ice spells from time to time, freezing the grass. Zhao Hai knew that if he didn't use the white bead to freeze the grass, then the flying sword under his feet wouldn't be able to cut the grass. Even if the grass was cut off, the grass would immediately grow back and entangle him, making it impossible for him to move forward. Ordinary spells simply had no effect on the grass. Even if Zhao Hai's spells were stronger than others, they still wouldn't be able to hurt the grass. Only the white bead's energy could hurt the grass. Zhao Hai continued to walk forward for about 5 miles. Suddenly, the area in front of him changed. In front of him was no longer grass, but a forest. A huge forest. There were all kinds of trees and all kinds of strange flowers. Zhao Hai even saw some medicinal herbs. If these herbs were taken out, then they would definitely be heavenly treasures. However, these things weren't attractive to Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai wanted these herbs, then he could get them anywhere. The easiest way was to get a large amount of them from the space. Because of this, he wasn't very interested in them. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to hurt these plants. He just slowly flew towards the forest. He knew that if he didn't guess wrong, then there should be a bead in this forest. And this bead might be green. While Zhao Hai was flying forward, a dragon's roar was suddenly heard. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he smiled faintly and said, "All right, I was looking for you. I didn't expect you to appear here. Let's see what you are." Then Zhao Hai flew forward. He wanted to see what he was facing this time. Zhao Hai didn't fly too far before a huge dragon head appeared in front of him. When Zhao Hai saw the dragon head, he couldn't help but stare. This was because the dragon head was made up of tree trunks and branches. Its 2 eyes were actually 2 unknown fruits. The fruits looked like they were cut open. It was very strange. The dragon head wasn't very big, it was only about a meter long. Its body was hidden behind branches and leaves. Zhao Hai couldn't see what it looked like. However, Zhao Hai still stopped and looked at the dragon. He wanted to see what the dragon wanted to do. Just as Zhao Hai stopped, the dragon suddenly disappeared. While Zhao Hai was in a daze, he suddenly felt all the plants around him attacking him. This gave Zhao Hai a fright. One must know that he was a plant master. He couldn't remember how long it had been since he was attacked by plants. Now that so many plants were attacking him, how could he get used to it? He wanted to use a plant master's method to stabilize these plants. However, in the end, he failed. These plants continued to attack Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai kept on dodging the attacks of these plants. However, there were too many of them. Zhao Hai was able to dodge this time and another time. Fortunately, his movement technique was good. Otherwise, he would have been hit by these plants several times. Zhao Hai had no other choice but to release the silver needle. He had the silver needle absorb the terrain of this world into the spatial map. He could use this to avoid the attacks. At the same time, he could also use this to find the thing that controlled the space, the green bead that Zhao Hai imagined. Zhao Hai wasn't wrong. The thing that controlled this space was indeed a green bead. However, it wasn't easy to find this bead. Fortunately, Zhao Hai had the spatial map. He could use teleportation to avoid the attacks of these plants. Although he was still being chased, he wasn't in any danger. In fact, Zhao Hai could hide inside the space. As long as he hid inside the space, he could release the silver needle and find the green bead. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to do this. He wanted to familiarize himself with his body as soon as possible. He wanted to see how far his body could go. Although his body was still his own, his body's abilities had been suppressed. Therefore, if he wanted to display his body's greatest ability, he would have to adapt to his body's changes. After 2 hours, Zhao Hai finally had some results. He found the dragon. The dragon was actually near Zhao Hai. However, the dragon was very special, it could hide inside any plant. Therefore, Zhao Hai couldn't see it. Zhao Hai believed that the green bead was inside the dragon's body. As for where it was hard to say. He needed to observe for a while to determine. After another hour of observation, Zhao Hai finally found the bead. The bead was actually inside the dragon's body. The dragon's body was also very special. Its body was made up of branches and tree trunks. It also had scales made up of leaves. The bead was hidden inside the leaves. Outside the bead were 2 large leaves. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't notice the bead at first. After finding the bead, Zhao Hai immediately began to calculate the bead's flight path. After calculating for about 10 minutes, Zhao Hai was able to determine the bead's flight path. Fortunately, he had a biological brain. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to calculate it. Now that the bead's flight path was calculated, the next step was to grab it. Zhao Hai dodged the attacks of the plants while calculating the bead's trajectory. Just as the bead separated from the tree dragon and was about to attach itself to a tree, Zhao Hai's figure moved and appeared in front of the tree. Then he reached out and grabbed the bead. When Zhao Hai grabbed the bead, Zhao Hai felt a surge of energy enter his body from his hand. However, Zhao Hai had already suffered a loss, so how could he suffer a loss again? This time, Zhao Hai directly mobilized the white bead's energy and pushed it back. Then he threw the bead into the space. When the bead entered the space, it immediately entered the nature's palace and embedded itself into the nature's heart. Zhao Hai didn't care about it, he just looked at the space and then began to arrange a formation. This time, he arranged a nature's formation using the nature's heart's energy. This would make the space's nature's energy richer. This was definitely a good thing for the space. After finishing all of this, Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Then he returned to the space and told Laura and the others to keep an eye on the space. Then he entered the nature's palace and began to refine the green bead. Speaking of which, this green bead was really beautiful. The translucent bead looked emerald green, making people feel the exuberant vitality within it. The nature's energy inside this bead was different from the nature's heart's energy. The nature's heart's energy was actually a comprehensive type of energy, it was in charge of all living things. In fact, it contained the energy of the 5 elements. On the other hand, the energy inside this green bead was much purer, it was wood element energy, it was very beneficial to plants. Zhao Hai didn't think much about it while he was refining the bead. After he finished refining the bead, Zhao Hai suddenly remembered that this bead was different from the nature's heart. This meant that the nature's heart's energy was different. No wonder the nature's heart was able to refine the cold chi inside the white bead. The cold chi was also a part of nature's energy, this was why the nature's heart was able to refine it. However, Zhao Hai immediately thought of the reason why the nature's heart absorbed the white bead's energy. Was there a reason for this? The reason why Zhao Hai thought about this was because the nature's heart didn't absorb the energy inside the green bead. This made Zhao Hai surprised. After Zhao Hai refined the green bead and embedded it into the golden book, he began to do his trial inside the nature's palace. Zhao Hai's trial was actually very simple. He just had to place the pearls inside the nature's heart and see if the nature's heart would absorb them. The result of the trial proved that Zhao Hai wasn't just imagining things. The nature's heart was able to absorb the pearls inside the 5-element spirit shell. No matter how many pearls Zhao Hai placed inside, the nature's heart would absorb them all. The more pearls the nature's heart absorbed, the denser the nature's heart became. The nature's heart was like a bottomless pit. It would absorb a large amount of nature's energy. But at the same time, it would also release nature's energy. The nature's energy released by the nature's heart was easier for people to absorb. From this point of view, the nature's heart's work was similar to that of a plant master. A plant master would absorb the nature's energy that couldn't be absorbed and then convert it into nature's energy before sending it back to the plant. On the other hand, the nature's heart absorbed nature's energy and then converted it into nature's energy that was easier to absorb. In this process, the nature's heart could actually grow stronger. This was very strange. However, Xiaohai now understood that there was nothing strange about this. Take the pearls produced by the five-element spirit shell as an example. The pearls produced by the five-element spirit shell contained nature's energy, and it was a very good nature's energy. Anyone could absorb it, regardless of their attributes. The only difference was how much they could absorb. However, although the pearls produced by the 5,000 spirit shells contained a lot of nature's energy, not all of this nature's energy could be absorbed by people. In the process of absorbing, some of it would be wasted. Moreover, people also had attributes. Therefore, in the process of absorbing nature's energy, some of it would be left behind in the pearls. Xiaohai calculated that an ordinary cultivator, even if they were talented, would only be able to absorb about half of the nature's energy in the pearls. The remaining half would be wasted. If it was a cultivator with poor talent, then they would only be able to absorb about 30% of the nature's energy, or even 20%. This ratio could be said to be very low. But even so, the pearls were still energy carriers that could be easily absorbed by people. If it was other crystals, then the ratio of absorbed energy to wasted energy would be 1:9, or even 0:1:9. After the nature's heart absorbed this energy, it could directly convert it into spiritual qi. This spiritual qi could be absorbed continuously, and even if it couldn't be absorbed, the nature's heart wouldn't waste it. It could be said that the nature's heart could improve the environment. Therefore, from this point of view, the nature's heart's ability to absorb energy was definitely a good thing for Xiaohai. After knowing why the nature's heart absorbed nature's energy, Xiaohai thought of another method. That was to give the nature's heart energy. Not only did he give the five-element spirit shell pearls, he also gave some other crystals to see what kind of crystals the nature's heart would absorb. Xiaohai immediately saw that the nature's heart mostly absorbed water, fire, metal, and earth attribute crystals. It didn't absorb wood attribute crystals. This made Xiaohai feel strange. However, the nature's heart's preference for these crystals was also a good thing for Xiaohai. He can directly provide the nature's heart with these crystals, allowing it to absorb as much as it wants. This was because the space had too many crystals. If it weren't for the space's warehouse, then the space would have already been filled with these crystals. However, Xiaohai was still curious about one thing. He wanted to know why the nature's heart didn't absorb wood attribute crystals. He also wanted to know what kind of changes the nature's heart would undergo after absorbing those crystals. However, Xiaohai also knew that this wasn't the time to think about these things. The nature's heart was very strange, it wasn't something that he could understand right now. Therefore, what he needed to do now was very simple, he just needed to do his own thing. Xiaohai returned to the space's villa and told Laura and the others to keep an eye on the nature's heart. Actually, there was no need for Laura and the others to keep an eye on it. As long as Xiaohai had this idea, then the space could do it on its own. After all, everything inside the space was under Xiaohai's control. Xiaohai directly allowed the nature's heart to absorb the crystals on its own. There was no need for Xiaohai to worry about anything. However, Xiaohai still had Laura and the others keep an eye on how much crystals the nature's heart would absorb. If the nature's heart absorbs too much, then they would have to control it a bit. After arranging the nature's heart's matter, Xiaohai began to carry out the next step of his plan. This time, his target was the volcano continent. The volcano continent's situation was very good, it had already become the Lost Soul Empire's largest refining base. Although there were other bases in other realms, it was impossible for them to be as big as the volcano continent. The volcano continent was definitely the largest. This was mainly because the volcano continent's innate conditions were very good. The volcano continent's innate conditions were very good. The volcano continent's earth-fire resources were very abundant. If one didn't make use of it, then they would feel sorry for themselves. Now that the Lost Soul Empire's refining conditions were very good, Naturally they would be able to make use of all of the earth fire resources. After Zhao Hai arrived at the volcano continent, he didn't stop and immediately went underground. Upon entering the volcano continent, Zhao Hai immediately understood what a world of fire was. This was indeed a world of fire. There were flames everywhere. Magma could be seen everywhere. Underneath the volcano continent was a sea of fire. This situation was also within Zhao Hai's expectations. Zhao Hai began to look for the strongest place under the volcano continent. He believed that there should be a bead under the volcano continent, and this bead should be red. Zhao Hai didn't know the origin of these beads, whether they were naturally formed or refined. However, it was clear that these beads were a set. Moreover, they were refined according to the 5 elements. They were the water bead, wood bead, fire bead, gold bead, and earth bead. Now that Zhao Hai found the water bead and the wood bead, he wanted to see if he could find the fire bead. When he first arrived at the tree spirit continent, he wasn't sure about this point. But after finding the wood bead, he was almost certain. If he can find the fire bead, then he would be able to confirm his thoughts. Facts have proven that Zhao Hai's thoughts were correct. After searching under the volcano continent for 7 days, Zhao Hai finally found a place. The flames here were very different from the flames in other places. Zhao Hai was able to withstand the flames in other places. However, the flames in this place were able to directly block Zhao Hai's spiritual force. The color of the flames here was also different from the flames in other places. The flames in other places were red, but the flames in this place were white. Moreover, it was very dazzling. After looking at this place, Zhao Hai knew that he had found the right place. This was because the characteristics of this place were exactly the same as the ones he saw in the Ice Ocean continent and the Tree Spirit continent. Because of this, Zhao Hai believed that he had found the right place. This place should be able to give him the answer he wanted. It was impossible to use the ice attribute energy inside the white bead here. Even after trying other methods, it still didn't work. Now, the only way was to use the nature's heart to completely absorb the flames blocking his way. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to enter the flames and look for the bead. Naturally, Zhao Hai also had another method, which was to use his spiritual force to communicate with the flames. Then he could impersonate the flames and enter the flames in order to look for the bead. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhao Hai finally decided to use the spiritual force. This was because using the spiritual force to communicate with the flames would allow him to have a better understanding of the flames. This would be very helpful in the future when he uses fire spells. Just like how he used the spiritual force to communicate with the ice wall, his ice spells were now much better than before. As for wood spells, Zhao Hai already had the experience of being a plant master, so he didn't need to understand them. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to use the spiritual force to communicate with the flames. Although this might be dangerous, he still had to take the risk. Zhao Hai slowly sat down cross-legged. Then he mobilized his spiritual force to communicate with the flames. Before long, Zhao Hai was able to connect his spiritual force to the flames. Then Zhao Hai felt a very gentle spiritual force. The flames were actually very gentle. At first, Zhao Hai thought that he was mistaken. But soon, he discovered that he wasn't mistaken. He really did feel a very gentle spiritual force. With his understanding of the flames, he slowly understood why he felt a very gentle spiritual force. When the flames weren't angry, they were very gentle. Just like the sea, when there were no storms, they were also very calm. But once there were storms, they would instantly become a tyrant. The flames were the same. When they weren't angry, they were very gentle. They could warm people, they could cook food for people. It can even be said that they had an important relationship with the development of human civilization. But once they were angry, they would become a tyrant that destroyed everything. Zhao Hai didn't try to enter the flames before. Because of this, the flames were now very gentle. If Zhao Hai wanted to enter the flames, then Zhao Hai would be facing a very gentle flame. After communicating with the flames for a while and fully understanding the situation, Zhao Hai finally entered the flames. After walking for a while, Zhao Hai appeared in a red world. The temperature of this world was very high, but it wasn't as aggressive as the white flames. Zhao Hai was still able to withstand the temperature. Zhao Hai took back his spiritual force and quietly looked around. At this time, a phoenix cry was heard. Then a large bird flew in from a distance. Upon seeing this bird, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. Just as he thought, this bird was a vermilion bird. When the vermilion bird appeared in front of Zhao Hai, it didn't say anything and directly attacked him. Zhao Hai's figure moved and dodged the attack. However, the vermilion bird's tail suddenly elongated and whipped towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai dodged the vermilion bird's tail once again. Then from below, a pillar of fire suddenly sprayed out towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had no choice but to dodge again. Zhao Hai was now experienced. He knew that this vermilion bird wasn't a real vermilion bird. It was just a controlled image. Just like the unicorn and the tree dragon, they were all puppets controlled by the beads. However, this also allowed Zhao Hai to know that the origin of these beads was extraordinary. Zhao Hai had already tested them before. These beads didn't have spiritual wisdom. In other words, they couldn't think. They were just acting on instinct. It was precisely because they acted on instinct that Zhao Hai knew that these beads had an extraordinary origin. Counting the red bead inside the vermilion bird, Zhao Hai saw 3 beads. And among these 3 beads, the water beads transformed into unicorns. This made Zhao Hai somewhat surprised. If these beads were really formed according to the 4 spirits, then the water beads should have transformed into a black tortoise. But now, the water beads transformed into unicorns. Unicorns weren't only found in the West. In fact, there were unicorns in the East as well. Moreover, it wasn't just a mythological beast. However, the unicorn that Zhao Hai saw was actually a mythological beast from the West. In addition to the unicorn, the wooden bead transformed into a dragon. The blue dragon was one of the 4 spirits, the spirit of wood. And now, the fire bead transformed into a vermilion bird, which was also the spirit of fire. These beads didn't have any thoughts, they didn't have any intelligence. They couldn't think, they could only act based on their instincts. Since these beads were able to transform into these mythological beasts, it could only prove that they had done so before. Either they had stayed with these mythological beasts before, or they had seen these mythological beasts before. Because of this, Zhao Hai knew that these beads weren't simple. Because he knew that these beads weren't simple, Zhao Hai wanted to deal with them even more. But now, he was in a difficult situation. This was because Zhao Hai still hadn't found the red bead inside the vermilion bird. If he couldn't find the red bead, then how could he capture it and refine it? Therefore, while Zhao Hai was fighting with the vermilion bird, he was constantly observing the vermilion bird. He hoped to find the red bead, but it was obviously not easy. The vermilion bird was very difficult to deal with. Although it didn't turn into a mist like the unicorn, nor did it hide in the forest like the tree dragon, its magic was still very powerful. Moreover, this was a world of fire. Its magic can attack you from the side at any time, and the might of its magic was also very strong. Zhao Hai observed the vermilion bird for a long time. The vermilion bird seemed to have a physical body, it was just like a real vermilion bird. He simply couldn't find the fire bead on the vermilion bird's body. In the end, Zhao Hai couldn't do anything about it. He endured a few of the vermilion bird's magic and used all of his strength to hit the vermilion bird. He scattered the vermilion bird's body and then looked for the fire bead. But to Zhao Hai's disappointment, he still couldn't find the fire bead on the vermilion bird's body. This made Zhao Hai doubt his previous conjecture. The vermilion bird really has a fire bead, can he really find it? Although he began to doubt his conjecture, Zhao Hai still observed the vermilion bird. He believed that the vermilion bird must have a weakness, it's just that he hasn't found it yet. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but observe more carefully. One man and one bird fought for more than 4 hours, but no one was able to do anything to the other. This time, Zhao Hai dodged a peck from the vermilion bird's beak. However, he discovered something very strange. The vermilion bird's eyes seemed to be a bit strange. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the vermilion bird's eyes. He discovered that the vermilion bird's eyes were indeed strange. The vermilion bird's eyes seemed to have flames burning in them. However, one of the eyes seemed to have an eyeball while the other one didn't. This discovery made Zhao Hai stare blankly for a moment. Then, his eyes couldn't help but light up. He suddenly thought of a possibility, and that was whether or not the fire pearl was in the vermilion bird's eyes. In the past, Zhao Hai had been paying attention to the more important parts of the vermilion bird's body. These were the vital parts of the vermilion bird, and the less important parts of the vermilion bird. As for the vermilion bird's eyes, Zhao Hai didn't pay much attention to them. Only when the vermilion bird pecked him did he notice them. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but focus his attention on vermilion bird's left eye. After careful observation, Zhao Hai finally found that there was indeed an eyeball in vermilion bird's left eye. The shape of this eyeball was very similar to the shape and size of the water droplet. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but get excited. Then he began to calculate his battle with the vermilion bird. He wanted to find an opportunity to give the vermilion bird a chance to peck him. Then he could use this opportunity to directly attack the vermilion bird's eyes. Zhao Hai carefully calculated. Finally, he determined that if he and the vermilion bird fought for 20 moves, he would have the opportunity to let the vermilion bird peck him. That way, he would be able to attack the vermilion bird's eyes. One person and one bird fought one move after another. Before long, 19 moves had passed. Zhao Hai dodged the vermilion bird's attack according to his predetermined route. At this time, the distance between him and the vermilion bird's head wasn't close, but it wasn't far either. It was just right for the vermilion bird's head to attack. The most amazing thing was that he didn't seem to have calculated this in advance. It was as if he was forced to dodge by the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird was really fooled. Zhao Hai's current position was just right for him to use his beak to attack. Naturally, he wouldn't be polite. His beak was like an arrow that went straight towards Zhao Hai. If it was in the past, then Zhao Hai would have dodged this attack. But this time, Zhao Hai didn't. He stood motionless as both of his hands shot out. One of his hands clenched into a fist as he punched towards the vermilion bird's beak. The other hand turned into a claw as he grabbed towards the vermilion bird's eye. The vermilion bird didn't think that Zhao Hai would make such a move. It was already too late for him to change his move. Zhao Hai's punch scattered his beak and turned it into flames. Then his other hand reached into the vermilion bird's eye and grabbed a small ball. Upon grabbing the small ball, Zhao Hai immediately felt an incomparably hot energy enter his body from his hand. The target of this energy was his 5 elements killing formation, which was his sole origin. Zhao Hai was already very experienced in this situation. He immediately used the power of the water bead to block the hot energy. Then the cold energy of the water bead rolled out and surrounded the fire bead. Then with a thought from Zhao Hai, the fire bead entered the space and entered the nature's palace. When the space was restored, the image of the vermilion bird also dissipated. Zhao Hai felt relieved as he entered the space. Then he went to the nature's palace and began to refine the fire bead. At this point, Zhao Hai was very experienced in refining. However, he didn't take much time. After all, these beads weren't ordinary things. Refining them would be very difficult. When Zhao Hai finally refined the fire bead, he took out the traction crystal and arranged a formation in the space. However, Zhao Hai deliberately reduced the power of the formation, making it weaker than the fire bead. This way, not only would the volcanic continent still have earth fire to use, but it would also ensure that the volcanoes in the continent wouldn't erupt. This was the best choice. After doing this, Zhao Hai turned his attention to the Ruijin continent. The process of going to the Ruijin continent to find the space was very simple. Zhao Hai didn't alert anyone as he went underground and slowly looked for the space. But during this process, Zhao Hai discovered that there were countless iron ores under the Ruijin continent. There were so many that it was impossible to count them. It seems like the Ruijin continent was made of iron. In fact, it was almost the same. The Ruijin continent was really made of iron. Fortunately, Zhao Hai had the golden elves. Moreover, he had the metal divergent ability. Therefore, there was no problem for him to sneak underground. After sneaking around for more than 10 days, Zhao Hai finally found a place that was different from the rest. It was a huge metal sphere. Its surface was very smooth, silver white, and it shined brightly. Zhao Hai used some methods to experiment. In the end, he had no choice but to use his thought force to communicate with it. Then he went inside the metal sphere. The wallpaper of this metal sphere wasn't very thick, only about 100 meters thick. After diving in, one would find themselves in a world of metal. Metals of all kinds could be seen everywhere. Naturally, most of them were weapons, all kinds of weapons. These weapons seemed to have grown in this space. It was very strange. At this moment, a tiger's roar was heard. This tiger's roar carried supreme majesty. It had an imposing aura that made the surroundings submit. At the same time, it also carried a boundless killing intent that shook people's minds. However, Xiaohai was very calm. He wasn't surprised at all. Such a roar couldn't affect him. He just stood there and looked towards the direction of the roar. Before long, a white tiger appeared. This white tiger was about 20 meters tall and 50 meters long. Its body was covered in snow-white fur with dark golden patterns. A large golden king character was written on its forehead. Its eyes were completely golden as it stared at Xiaohai. Then the tiger opened its mouth and roared again. Along with this roar, the weapons on the ground flew up and attacked Xiaohai. When Xiaohai saw this, he didn't dare to be negligent. He waved his hand and a long saber appeared in his hand. Then he brandished the long saber to block the attacks of the weapons. On the other hand, the tiger stared at Xiaohai and didn't attack. Xiaohai didn't understand what the tiger was trying to do. However, he still paid attention to the tiger's situation. This was because the tiger's aura was too strong. He had to be careful. Otherwise, he might be in danger. Giant White was one of the 4 spirits. It was in the west and specialized in killing. It was also of the metal attribute. Because of this, Xiaohai had to be careful. He didn't want to be attacked by the tiger. Just like the water bead and the wood bead, those beads that didn't specialize in killing were already so strong. Therefore, Xiaohai was very careful. Xiaohai was right to be careful. The long saber in his hand was made of liquid silver. Naturally, it was very hard. Even so, he still felt his arm go numb. This showed how strong the attacks of the weapons were. Most importantly, with every attack of the weapons, Xiaohai could feel a sharp force drilling into his body. This made Xiaohai feel very uncomfortable. At this time, the white tiger didn't appear. It only used its dark golden eyes to size up Xiaohai. In the face of such an opponent, Xiaohai was even more careful. Xiaohai wasn't afraid of opponents who attacked fiercely. Those opponents often didn't have much strength and couldn't do anything to Xiaohai, so Xiaohai didn't need to be afraid of it. However, in the face of such an opponent, Xiaohai had to be careful. This was because such an opponent was the most terrifying. It didn't move easily. When it moved, it might take your life. So now, 80% of Xiaohai's attention was placed on the white tiger. Only about 20% was used to deal with the attacks of the weapons. Although this made him only have the ability to defend and not attack, he still didn't move. He was waiting for the opponent to move. Just when Xiaohai was fighting with the weapons for an hour, the white tiger suddenly moved. Its body leaped forward and a tiger claw slapped directly at Xiaohai. Some people said that the tiger's attack was only a few moves, a pounce, a bite, and a lift. However, the reason why the tiger could become the king of the beasts naturally had its own unique way. It either didn't make a move, or once it made a move, it would be a matter of life and death. That pounce wasn't something that anyone could avoid. It could be said that the timing was very important. The white tiger observed Xiaohai for an hour. Perhaps it didn't feel that there was a suitable opportunity, so it didn't force itself to make a move. But even so, its pounce and slap still gave Xiaohai a feeling that all his escape routes were blocked. This made Xiaohai feel that he wasn't facing a white tiger, but an expert who had reached the peak of martial arts. Xiaohai turned the long saber in his hand and slashed at the tiger claw. Clang! The tiger claw and the long saber collided, making a loud sound. Xiaohai and the white tiger were in a deadlock. But at this time, Xiaohai felt a gust of wind behind him. He knew that the weapons were attacking him again. But at this time, the power of the tiger claw didn't decrease at all. If he went back to block the weapons, the tiger claw would hit him. The tiger claw's power was too strong. Xiaohai didn't know if his body could block the tiger claw. However, Xiaohai also had other ways. With a thought, the jasper golden light sword appeared behind him. Then the jasper golden light sword directly blocked the attacks of the weapons behind Zhao Hai. Seeing that this move was useless, the white tiger let out a low roar. Then the other tiger claw attacked Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai quickly dodged. The long saber in his hand rolled and fought with the white tiger. This time, Zhao Hai really felt that he wasn't facing a white tiger at all, nor was it a puppet. It was like a martial arts master, a very powerful martial arts master. However, the white tiger didn't have any advantage. Although it was attacking, it couldn't do anything to Zhao Hai. One man and one tiger were evenly matched. Zhao Hai had been observing the white tiger. He wanted to see where the white tiger's weakness was. At the same time, he was also looking for the golden bead. He wanted to see where the golden bead was. However, the white tiger didn't have any markings on it. The golden bead seemed to exist. Zhao Hai looked for a long time but couldn't find the golden bead. One man and one tiger fought for more than an hour, but they still couldn't determine the winner. The white tiger was still attacking. Its attacking moves were very simple. It often grabbed, pounced, lifted, slapped, or swept with its tail. But its moves were very powerful. Zhao Hai was struggling to deal with it. Fortunately, Zhao Hai was also a veteran. He slowly got used to the white tiger's fighting style. Zhao Hai even gained some insights from the white tiger's fighting style. One man and one tiger fought for more than an hour, but Zhao Hai still couldn't find the golden bead. This made Zhao Hai a little surprised, but he didn't worry. He still carefully observed the white tiger. He didn't believe that the white tiger wouldn't reveal any flaws. Slowly, Zhao Hai noticed something. The white tiger's tail attack seemed to be more powerful than other attacks. This discovery made Zhao Hai stare. Then he couldn't help but think. The white tiger was a puppet. And said that its tail attack should be the same as the attacks from other places. It shouldn't be stronger than the attacks from other places. Why did he have such a feeling? Zhao Hai thought for a moment and suddenly understood. If the golden bead was in the white tiger's tail, then the white tiger's tail attack would naturally be stronger than other attacks. When he thought of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel excited. Then he focused more attention on the white tiger's tail. This attention really made him discover something different. At the tip of the white tiger's tail, there was a slight difference in color compared to the other parts. The other parts were dark golden color. Only the tip of the white tiger's tail was golden color, but the color was lighter than the other parts. If he didn't look carefully, he wouldn't have noticed it. This discovery made Zhao Hai very happy. Zhao Hai knew that he found the right place. When he thought of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but think. He dodged the white tiger's attack. His figure flashed and in the next moment, he appeared behind the white tiger. Then he slashed the white tiger's tail with all his strength. Dang! Hiss! Two sounds were heard at the same time. The white tiger's tail was directly cut off. At this time, Zhao Hai's left hand fiercely grabbed the white tiger's tail. The place he grabbed was the tip of the white tiger's tail. Sure enough, when the tip of the white tiger's tail reached his hand, a sharp needle-like aura rushed into Zhao Hai's body. Zhao Hai immediately knew that he found the right place. He immediately mobilized the power of the fire bead to block the sharp aura. Then he threw the golden bead into the space. When the golden bead entered the space, everything returned to normal. However, the white tiger didn't disappear. Instead, it fell to the ground and turned into a silver tiger statue. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he landed beside the white tiger statue and looked at it. Then he smiled faintly and waved his hand, taking the white tiger statue into the space. Then Zhao Hai entered the space. After that, he began to refine the golden bead and arrange a formation inside the space. However, Zhao Hai discovered that after refining the golden bead, the golden spirit inside the space became even more powerful. Its control over metal was also more powerful. As for the white tiger statue, after entering the space, Zhao Hai attached its life force to it. Zhao Hai had used this method before. He used a soul force to attach itself to a white tiger statue. Zhao Hai already had a stone tortoise in the space. Now that there was a white tiger statue, it wasn't strange at all. What Zhao Hai cared about wasn't the white tiger's fighting strength. This was because Zhao Hai knew that after obtaining the golden bead, he would be able to have countless white tigers. This was very normal. What he cared about was the white tiger's material. The material used to make the white tiger was a very high-quality metal. This was why Zhao Hai decided to take the white tiger into the space. Facts proved that Zhao Hai's decision was correct. The white tiger was indeed a high-quality metal. After taking the white tiger into the space gained a new type of metal. For Zhao Hai, this was definitely a good thing. At this point, Zhao Hai had already received 4 beads. Zhao Hai immediately set his sights on the thick earth continent. He believed that the thick earth continent should also have a bead. Once he obtains it, he would surely be pleasantly surprised. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately went to the thick earth continent and drilled into the ground. Just as Zhao Hai was about to explore the thick earth continent, his transmission formation suddenly flashed. Zhao Hai stared, then he took the transmission formation and saw a letter on it. Zhao Hai looked at the letter and saw that it was from Ding Chunming, who he hadn't heard from for a long time. Ding Chunming said that he had completed his trial. Although it wasn't time for him to ascend yet, he wanted to see Zhao Hai and tell him about his situation. Zhao Hai stared at the transmission formation and saw that it was a letter from Ding Chunming. Ding Chunming had finished his trial. Although it wasn't time for him to ascend, he wanted to see Zhao Hai and tell him about his situation. Zhao Hai was very fond of Ding Chunming. Ding Chunming's talent was very good. Although Ding Chunming ascended slower than the Jade Flood Dragon, this was because of his low intelligence. If Ding Chunming received the same education as the Jade Flood Dragon, then he would have already ascended. Nobody would be able to stop him. Although Ding Chunming ascended later than the Jade Flood Dragon, he was still on the verge of ascending. Now that he finally had the chance to ascend, Zhao Hai wanted to see him no matter what. Zhao Hai had Ding Chunming wait for him in his room in the secret realm. Then he went directly to the space from the thick earth continent. Laura and the others were still studying formations. At this point, Laura and the others' understanding of formations had surpassed everyone Zhao Hai knew. However, Zhao Hai liked this feeling very much, so he didn't stop Laura and the others. When Laura and the others saw Zhao Hai, they were surprised. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, didn't you go to the thick earth continent? How come you're back so soon?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Ding Chunming sent me a letter. He just finished his trial. It seems like he's doing well. Although he can't ascend right away, he's almost there. Therefore, he wants to see me. I'll go see him." Laura and the others knew that Zhao Hai was very optimistic about Ding Chunming. Therefore, when they heard Zhao Hai, they immediately replied, "All right, then Brother Hai can go." "Right, when will we bring his wife and children to the space?" Zhao thought for a moment, then said, "This time, I'll go out and meet Ding Chunming. Then I'll bring him to the space. Once he knows about the existence of the space, I'll bring his wife and children to the space. That way, he won't have any misgivings." Laura and the others nodded. Then Zhao Hai's mind moved as he directly went to the space's room. Ding Chunming was already there waiting for him. When the door opened, Ding Chunming immediately entered Zhao Hai's room. Ding Chunming gave a salute to Zhao Hai and said, "I've seen the young master. I've returned from my trial." Zhao Hai looked at Ding Chunming. Ding Chunming didn't seem to have changed. However, his armor and weapons were gone. Moreover, when he raised his hand, he gave off an imposing aura. This made Zhao Hai very satisfied. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Good. Looking at your appearance, it seems like you've succeeded in your trial. Come, have a seat." Ding Chunming nodded, then he went to Zhao Hai's side and sat down on a small stool. Zhao Hai looked at Ding Chunming and smiled, "Good, Chunming. You're really good. Looking at you now, your results in this trial are really good. Moreover, you've already touched the threshold of ascension. Now, you're just one step away." Ding Chunming nodded, then he walked over to Zhao Hai's side and sat down on a small stool. Ding Chunming nodded, then he said, "Yes, young master. Right now, I'm almost done with my training, I just need to comprehend it. Therefore, I don't need to go out. I want to stay by your side and protect you. At the same time, I can slowly comprehend it. Maybe one day, I'll be able to ascend. What do you think? Jiao Hai nodded. Good, that's a good idea. However, I know that you still have a knot in your heart, your wife and child. How about this, Chunming, I'll ask you a question. Can you promise to be loyal to me forever? When Ding Chunming heard Jiao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression turned solemn as he said, Young master can rest assured. Everything I have was given to me by you. Naturally, I'll be loyal to you forever. If this Ding Chunming can't do it, then you can kill me at any time. This Ding Chunming wouldn't even blink an eye. Jiao Hai nodded, then he said, all right, I believe you. Wait a moment, I'll send a letter to Stonemer and the others. Tell them to come here as well. I'll take you to a place to meet some people. After he said that, Jiao Hai took out his transmission formation and sent a message to Stonemer and the others, telling them to come to him immediately. Stonemer and the others' situation wasn't the same as Ding Chunming. They weren't humans, so Jiao Hai can have them stay inside the space. Naturally, he can also have them stay outside. Moreover, in Jiao Hai's opinion, even if Stonemer and the others can't ascend with their own abilities, it wouldn't be a problem. He can take them to ascend, but it would be best for humans to ascend on their own. This time, Jiao Hai prepared to bring Ding Chunming and the others to the space. Originally, Stonemer and the others were in Jiao Hai's plant master space. However, after the changes to Jiao Hai's space, they couldn't enter it. This time, Jiao Hai decided to bring Stonemer and the others to the space. This way, not only would they be able to cultivate inside the space, there would also be more plants and animals inside. This was something that Jiao Hai was happy to see. Before long, Stonemer and the others arrived at Jiao Hai's room. They were currently cultivating, but the results weren't very good. They were still some distance away from ascending. At this time, they had already handed over their work in the Lost Soul Empire in order to concentrate on their cultivation. However, the results weren't very good, at least compared to Ding Chunming and the others. Because of this, Stonemer and the others were somewhat depressed. In fact, they also wanted to return to Jiao Hai's plant master space to cultivate. However, they were embarrassed to say this to Jiao Hai. In their opinion, all of Jiao Hai's subordinates had ascended while they were still unable to. This was too shameful. Because of this, they didn't mention anything to Jiao Hai about cultivating inside the plant master space. Now that Jiao Hai took the initiative to look for them, although they didn't know why, they were still very happy. This was because Jiao Hai hadn't appeared for a long time. This made Stonemer and the others very worried. They thought that Jiao Hai was angry with them or had forgotten about them. Now that Jiao Hai wanted to see them, they were naturally happy. After Stonemer and the others arrived at Jiao Hai's room, Jiao Hai looked at them and smiled, "You're really diligent in your cultivation. But why are you in such a hurry? You can ascend together with me. Alright, today I'll officially accept Ding Chunming as my subordinate. I'll take him to a place to meet some people. You can follow me, I'll also take you to a place. Let's go." After he said that, Jiao Hai's mind moved as a spatial rift appeared next to him. Jiao Hai waved his hand and said, "Go in." Although they didn't know where Jiao Hai wanted to take them, they didn't ask. They just nodded and entered the spatial rift. After they entered, Jiao Hai also entered the spatial rift. After Stonemer and the others entered the spatial rift, they were immediately shocked. They looked at the world inside the space. This world was really magical. There was a big tree, a beautiful house, a sea, and all kinds of plants. This place didn't look like a place for people to live, it was like a fairyland. It was so beautiful that they didn't know how to describe it. At this time, the door to the room opened as Laura and the others came out. Upon seeing Laura and the others, Stonemer and the others couldn't help but stare blankly. They looked at Laura and the others as if they were looking at fairies. Laura and the others were very beautiful, and with their cultivation, their temperament had become even more beautiful. Because of this, when Stonemer and the others saw Laura and the others, they couldn't help but stare blankly. Laura looked at the group and smiled faintly. Then she turned to Jiao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, you're back. I'll arrange a place for them to live." Jiao Hai nodded and said, "Give them 100 spirits fruit, it would be more convenient for them to live there." Laura nodded, then she waved her hand as 100 spirits fruit appeared in the sky. The 100 spirits fruit was like a small planet. Actually, the original 100 spirits fruit wasn't this big. But even if the 100 spirits fruit fell from the tree, it would still grow on its own. Slowly, it grew bigger and bigger until this one was considered small. On top of the 100 spirits fruit, there was also a house. Inside the house were all useful things. There was also a pond outside the house. Everything looked very beautiful. If it wasn't for the fact that it had shrunk a bit, it would have looked like a small planet. Zhao Hai turned to Stonemer and the others and said, "These are my wives, you can call them young madams. There's a house on top of the 100 spirits fruit. After a while, you can go up and take a look. After that, come to the villa, I have something to tell you." Stonemer and the others quickly complied and then flew towards the 100 spirits fruit. Zhao Hai looked at them before he returned to the villa with Laura and the others. After arriving at the villa, Meg gave Zhao Hai a cup of tea. After taking a sip, Zhao Hai turned to Laura and the others and said, "Since I brought Stonemer and the others here, I won't let them leave. Let them cultivate inside the space. They're all demons, so they should have more contact with the demons inside the space. As for Ding Chenming, arrange a place for him to live alone so that his wife and children can have more contact with the people inside the space." Laura nodded and said, "I'll look for Ding Chenming's family. I'll arrange for Ding Chenming to come here and help you. His wife and children can stay inside the space." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I'll go look for Ding Chenming's family." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "All right, I'll leave this matter to you. Take care of them. Even Stonemer and the others, I might need them in the future." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I'll leave this matter to you." Laura nodded and said, "Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Brother Hai, you don't need to worry." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "They're here. Meg, prepare some food and some wine. I'll drink with them today." Meg complied and then went to prepare. At this time, someone knocked on the door. Laura opened the door and allowed Stonemer and the others to enter the villa. When they arrived, they gave a salute to Zhao Hai. Their faces were full of surprise. This was because the things inside the room were too good. They didn't believe that the room was prepared for them. Zhao Hai looked at Stonemer and the others and said, "Sit down, I'll tell you about my matters." The group nodded and then sat down while looking at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, "This is my space. Everything here is up to me. You might find it strange, especially Stonehammer. You've been with me for a long time, and you've also entered my plant master space. However, my plant master space doesn't look like this. Moreover, I've never had a wife before. Now that I have so many wives, don't you find it strange?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes." Stonemer and the others nodded. Zhao Hai let out a long breath and then slowly told the group about his matters. Naturally, he didn't tell them about his transmigration. He only talked about how he ascended from one space to another and how he reached his current level step by step. After Zhao Hai finished, Stonemer and the others were completely stunned. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would have such a great background. They didn't expect that Zhao Hai would be able to experience so many spaces. Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, "I'm not afraid to tell you this. In my space, there are countless races and people. But because I'm in the soul realm, I can't use those people. You're the ones I'm looking forward to, therefore I accepted you as my subordinates." Stonemer and the others nodded and said, "Young master can rest assured, we'll work hard to cultivate." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the group and said, "Today, I'll have Laura arrange a place for you to live, but it's only temporary. Next, I'll have Laura arrange for you to go to different spaces and have more contact with the people there. In fact, all the spaces in my hands are interconnected. Aside from this one, you can enter the other spaces at any time. What you need to do next is to understand the space, understand all the different planes, everything inside the space will definitely surprise you. As for Chen Ming, you should first familiarize yourself with the situation inside the space. Maybe you'll be able to comprehend how to ascend. After all, there are a lot of people who have ascended in the space, so they should have some experience. Right, as for your wife and child, you don't need to worry, I'll have them come to the space and have them live there. Of course, if you feel that the space isn't good and want them to live outside, I won't oppose it. Everything will have to wait until you understand the space before making a decision." Your wife and child, after 2 days, I'll have someone bring them over. You can go back and rest first. Right, Laura, give them some jade slips so they can understand the situation inside the space. Laura nodded, then she took out several jade slips and handed them over to Stonemer and the others. These jade slips were prepared by Laura and the others. They knew that Zhao Hai would certainly accept new people, so these jade slips would allow the newcomers to understand the space better. In any case, making jade slips inside the space wasn't a problem. Stonemer and the others received the jade slips and then gave a salute to Zhao Hai before leaving. Zhao Hai said, "Let's go back first, we'll eat later. I've already asked Meg to prepare a meal. We haven't eaten together for a long time, so let's go." The group nodded before they turned around and left. After Stonemer and the others left, Laura looked at Zhao Hai and smiled, "Brother Hai, you seem to have taken a fancy to them. You didn't tell them much about the people you accepted into the space." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "They all have great potential. Moreover, I also want to see how people from the Soul Realm are different from those from the outside world. Naturally, the one I'm most optimistic about is Ding Chunming. When he entered the space, I felt a prompt from the space. Take a look and see what it is." The reason why Zhao Hai said that he felt a prompt and not heard it was because he had turned off the space's prompt. However, the space still gave a prompt. Every time the space gave a prompt, Zhao Hai would feel it. Therefore, he said that. Laura nodded, then she waved her hand as an interface appeared in front of her. Laura looked at the interface, then her eyes shined as she turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, you've picked up a treasure this time. Did you know that Ding Chunming has the Might God's bloodline? The space has already extracted the Might God's bloodline and placed it in your body. In the future, your strength will continue to increase. You might even be stronger than Ding Chunming." Zhao Hai nodded and waved his hand. When Zhao Hai heard Laura, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Laura and said, "Mighty God's bloodline? What kind of god is the mighty god? How strong is he?" Laura looked at the space's prompt and said, "He shouldn't be any worse than the Kuan Peng. He might even be stronger." When Zhao Hai heard Laura, his eyes couldn't help but shine as he said, "Right, that's good news. Alright, let's not worry about them for now. Let's go help Meg. Today, we'll let those guys know how delicious our food is. Hee, it seems like we haven't cooked together for a long time." Laura nodded and said, "Good." Laura and the others smiled as they followed Zhao Hai into the kitchen and began to cook with Meg. When the meal was ready, Zhao Hai immediately had Stonemer and the others come down. After they arrived at the villa, Zhao Hai led them to the dining room. Laura and the others had already left. Laura and the others didn't want to eat and drink with Stonemer and the others. In Laura and the others' eyes, it was very boring. Moreover, with them here, Stonemer and the others wouldn't be able to eat well. After all, this was the first time Stonemer and the others met Laura and the others, so it was impossible for them to be relaxed in front of him. But Zhao Hai was different. They were Zhao Hai's subordinates, so they were very familiar with Zhao Hai. Therefore, in front of Zhao Hai, they didn't have any reservations. Because of this, after Laura and the others finished preparing the meal, they went out and left the dining room to Zhao Hai and the others. After Zhao Hai had the group sit down, he opened his mouth and said, "You don't have to be polite. There's food and wine, you can eat and drink as much as you want. In the space, everything is under my control. You are the most loyal people I received in the Soul Realm. You're also the only people I brought to the space. Later on, you need to understand the situation inside the space and work hard on your cultivation. When the time comes, I won't say much. Come, let's drink." After he said that, Zhao Hai raised his glass. Stonemer and the others also quickly did the same and clinked their glasses with Zhao Hai. Then everyone drank the wine in their glasses. Zhao Hai put down his glass and looked at the group. Then he smiled and said, "Stonemer, you seem to be worried. Are you worried that I'll abandon you?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Stonemer's face couldn't help but turn red. Then he quickly replied, "Young master, I was indeed worried before. Looking at Jade Fled Dragon, Wen Hai, and the others ascending one by one while we're still a long way away, we were worried that we wouldn't be able to help the young master. But now, we can rest assured that the young master doesn't want us." Ha 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 ha. When Zhao Hai heard stone hammer, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "There's nothing wrong with your way of thinking. However, I won't abandon you. Cultivate well. In the future, when you need to do something, you can communicate with the seniors of the space. You'll receive a lot of benefits. I'll need you in the future." The few of them nodded their heads and felt completely at ease. Stonehammer and the others were worried that Zhao Hai wouldn't want them. This was especially true after seeing Zhao Hai's space. With such a place, Zhao Hai's future development would be limitless. If they didn't perform well, then Zhao Hai wouldn't want them. At that time, they would regret it to death. Most importantly, they were all Zhao Hai's slaves. If Zhao Hai didn't want them, then they would be done for. This made them even more worried. But now, Zhao Hai didn't say that he didn't want them. Moreover, it seems like he would put them in an important position. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but feel relieved. After eating with Zhao Hai, they returned to the 100 spirits fruit to rest. After they left, Zhao Hai didn't immediately return to the thick earth continent. Instead, he stayed in the villa and chatted with Laura and the others about what to do in the sword spirit world. At this time, Zhao Hai's liquid silver was still looking for a special space underneath the thick earth continent. At this point, Zhao Hai was sure that there was a special space underneath the thick earth continent. And inside this space, there should be an earth bead. After Zhao Hai rested for the night, he went to the thick earth continent early in the morning. Yesterday, liquid silver found the place that he was looking for, a space surrounded by earth walls. Zhao Hai touched the wall and felt that it wasn't very hard. He tried to attack it, but he didn't expect the wall to become very hard. At the same time, a lot of stalagmites were shot out. After Zhao Hai avoided the stalagmites, he continued to attack the wall. However, it was clear that he underestimated the wall's defensive strength. His attacks couldn't have any effect at all. The wall remained intact and blocked all of his attacks. Moreover, the wall wasn't just a passive defense, it could also counterattack. The stalagmites were just one of its counterattacks. Zhao Hai also tested the strength of the stalagmites. With Zhao Hai's strength, it would take a lot of effort for him to block the stalagmites. After fighting for a while, Zhao Hai retreated. Then he circled around the wall and went to the other side. This time, he didn't attack the wall. Instead, he used his spiritual force to explore the wall. He wanted to see if he could communicate with the wall's mind. Before long, Zhao Hai's mind was able to communicate with the wall's mind. Then Zhao Hai's body entered the wall little by little. The wall's thickness was beyond Zhao Hai's imagination. It was actually a kilometer thick. Inside the wall was a world made of earth and stone. There was a lot of earth and stone here. Zhao Hai looked at the desolate world and let out a long breath. He was very clear that there was a bead in this world. With this bead, he would be able to gather all 5 beads. Boom. 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 A loud sound was heard. This sound caused the entire space to shake. Soon, a giant creature in the distance moved towards Zhao Hai. The giant creature didn't seem to be very fast, but every step it took was very steady. Before long, the giant creature arrived in front of Zhao Hai. Upon seeing the giant creature, Zhao Hai couldn't help but let out a long breath. It turned out to be a giant tortoise. This giant tortoise was really too big. Its height was about 100 meters, and its length was about 400 meters. Its carapace was also very huge, with a length of 300 meters from front to back and a width of 200 meters from left to right. It was very huge. The giant tortoise's body was made of earth and stone. It looked a bit strange, but when it stood there, it gave people a feeling of being as stable as Mount Tai. Zhao Hai's face was calm. The giant tortoise also calmly looked at Zhao Hai. After a while, the giant tortoise suddenly lifted its leg and stomped down. Suddenly, a row of stalagmites rose from under Zhao Hai's feet. Zhao Hai quickly flew up. At this time, stone giants suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Hai. These stone giants were about 100 meters tall. Each one of them held a huge fist and directly attacked Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai immediately dodged the attacks of the stone giants. At the same time, he paid attention to the reaction of the stone tortoise. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly felt a huge pulling force coming from the ground. It was as if his body was being pressed down by a 10,000-ton giant, causing his body to fall. Bang! Zhao Hai fell to the ground. But before he could react, a giant foot stomped down on him. Zhao Hai's body disappeared from the ground. In the next moment, he appeared in another place. But just as he appeared, another giant foot stomped down on him. Zhao Hai had no choice but to disappear again. Then he appeared again and was stomped down again. Zhao Hai felt like he was a gopher in a game of whack-a-mole. And the stone giant's foot was the hammer that kept hitting him. But soon, Zhao Hai discovered that he had made a mistake. This was the world of the earthen bead. If he used earth escape in this world, wouldn't that make him feel uncomfortable? After thinking about this, Zhao Hai's body couldn't help but move. In the next moment, he appeared on the back of the giant tortoise. This time, he directly used teleportation. As soon as Zhao Hai appeared on the tortoise's back, the tortoise felt a huge pressure coming from its back. This pressure was even greater than what Zhao Hai felt before. This was also the reason why the giant tortoise changed its gravitational force. But then Zhao Hai felt an elastic force that pushed Zhao Hai away. Fortunately, Zhao Hai's control over his own strength had reached perfection. He wasn't sent flying and was still standing on the tortoise's back. The giant tortoise seemed to be anxious as it roared. In the next moment, a stone giant suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Hai. This stone giant wasn't very big, it was only about 2 meters tall. When this stone giant appeared in front of Zhao Hai, it immediately attacked Zhao Hai. Zhao had to fight against the discomfort caused by the gravitational force while fighting against the stone man. It was really hard for him. Moreover, Zhao also felt that the stone man's fighting strength was very strong. With his current strength, it would be impossible for him to deal with the stone man in a short period of time. At this time, several more stone giants appeared on the back of the giant tortoise. When these stone giants appeared, they immediately attacked Zhao Hai. Facing so many stone giants, Zhao Hai couldn't help but use his movement technique to dodge. While fighting, Zhao Hai was also paying attention to the stone tortoise. He really wanted to know where the earth bead was and how he could find it. After searching for more than an hour with the stone giants, Zhao Hai still couldn't find the earth bead. Moreover, Zhao Hai was also having a hard time fighting. He didn't dare to fly. If he did, then the giant tortoise would use its gravitational force and he would fall to the ground. Even if he didn't fall to the ground, his flying speed would still be affected. At that time, even the stone giants and stalagmites wouldn't be able to fly. However, the stone giants could still use their stone bullets to attack him. When that time comes, wouldn't he become a live target? This wasn't all. Zhao Hai didn't think that the stone giants wouldn't be able to fly in this space. One must know that the space was filled with earth elements. The stone giants could fly and attack him. When that time comes, he would have a headache. Therefore, he might as well fight the stone giants on the ground. In this space, dealing with the stone giants would be very painful. This was because in this space, they were invincible existences. If it was someone else, then they would have already been killed. The best way to deal with the stone giants was to deal with the stone giants. Unfortunately, the stone giants weren't able to deal with the stone giants. This was because this was a world filled with earth elements, the earth bead's world. Any earth element that appeared here would be controlled by the earth bead. In fact, the same was true in the other small spaces. Although Zhao Hai used his weapon in the golden bead space, don't forget that the main body of Zhao Hai's weapon was liquid silver. Liquid silver's main body was a type of crystal from the space, it couldn't be considered a metal. Even if it was a metal, it belonged to Zhao Hai. Therefore, the golden bead wasn't able to control it. If it was any other metal, then it would be different. If the metal was taken out, then it would immediately be controlled by the golden bead. Not only would it not be able to help you, it would also be used against you. It was the same here. Although the earth element wasn't the most eye-catching, and its attack wasn't the most dazzling, Zhao Hai was very clear that the earth element's breadth, thickness, and defensive capabilities were the best among all magic. Using other magic to deal with the earth element was mostly useless. Because of this, Zhao Hai was in a passive position. After fighting for another hour, Zhao Hai still wasn't able to find the earth bead. However, this was also within Zhao Hai's expectations. Zhao Hai was now carefully observing the giant turtle. He wanted to see if there was anything different about it. After careful observation, Zhao Hai found something different. On one of the turtle's feet, there was a small bump. This bump was very small. Even if you carefully observe it, you might not notice it. However, Zhao Hai was using his spiritual force to observe it, so he was able to notice it. When Zhao Hai saw the bump, he couldn't help but be happy. In the next moment, his figure moved and appeared on top of the turtle's feet. He stretched out his right hand and clawed at the bump. Zhao Hai's movements were very fast. Before the turtle could react, Zhao Hai had already grabbed the bump. However, Zhao Hai's movements stopped. This was because he felt that there was something wrong with what he was grabbing. There wasn't any force that was drilling into his body. Zhao Hai looked down at his hand and found that what he was grabbing was just a pile of stones. There was nothing, no earth bead. He actually failed. In other words, there was no earth bead in the bump he just saw. I made a mistake. For Zhao Hai, this was a very rare occurrence. Even if Zhao Hai's mind was tenacious, he couldn't help but stare blankly for a while. At this time, a big hand slapped Zhao Hai's body. Zhao Hai's body was slapped, he was sent flying towards the giant tortoise. When Zhao Hai's hand was about to hit him, he woke up. However, he didn't have the time to react, so he was hit by the hand. Fortunately, his body was very tough. Although he was hit, he only felt some vibration in his internal organs. However, if he were to hit the giant tortoise's body, then there would be a problem. Therefore, Zhao Hai's mind moved as he entered the space. When he reappeared, he was already on the giant tortoise's back. After arriving on the giant tortoise's back, Zhao Hai put away his thoughts and began to fight the enemy with all his strength. He discovered that he had underestimated the enemy. He didn't think that the enemy would be this strong. Although he was the one who took the initiative, Zhao Hai felt that the enemy was probing him. After having this idea, Zhao Hai began to deal with the attacks of the stone men. At the same time, he also began to look at the surrounding stone men. He wanted to see if the earth bead was on the other stone men. In Zhao Hai's view, this was very possible. The earth bead could control the stone tortoise and then create so many stone men. Then, could it also enter the stone men's bodies and then control the stone tortoise? If this was the case, then looking for the earth bead on the stone tortoise's body would be like looking for fish through a tree. This time, Zhao Hai didn't look for the earth bead based on its shape or location. He began to feel the energy. All of the energy in this world came from the earth bead. In other words, everything in this world was made by the earth bead. The earth bead was a source of energy. No matter where it was hidden, the energy around the earth bead would certainly be stronger than other places. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to find the earth bead based on the strength of the energy. However, this method was also very slow. After all, compared to the stone men and the giant tortoise, the earth bead was too small. It wouldn't be easy to find it. Zhao Hai decided to start from the stone tortoise and look for the earth bead bit by bit. Although this method was very stupid, it should be effective. Time passed little by little, and another hour passed. Zhao Hai felt the stone tortoise's body, but he still couldn't feel the earth bead. This made Zhao Hai surprised. However, he was now certain that the earth bead wasn't inside the giant tortoise's body. Next, Zhao Hai began to feel the stone men, the smaller ones. This feeling allowed Zhao Hai to discover something. These smaller stone men were more mysterious. However, among these stone men, one of them seemed to have more energy than the others. This made Zhao Hai pay attention to the stone man. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then he focused his attention on the stone man. However, he discovered that the stone man's energy had decreased a lot compared to before. This made Zhao Hai stare. He didn't know why this happened. Then he felt the other stone men. He immediately felt the energy in another stone man's body. This time, he didn't dare to relax. He locked his attention on the stone man. However, Zhao Hai quickly discovered that this was useless. The energy in the stone man's body quickly disappeared. This made Zhao Hai stare blankly. Then, he sensed the other stone golems. He sensed the same power on another stone golem. Then, the power disappeared and reappeared on another stone golem. Upon sensing this, Zhao Hai immediately understood that the earth bead wasn't fixed on a stone man. It was constantly moving around the stone men's bodies. This was to prevent Zhao Hai from discovering its position. After discovering this, Zhao Hai was even more certain that the trap was set up by the earth bead. It was to test him and see if he was looking for him. If he was looking for him, then the earth bead would find a way to protect itself. And moving around like this was the earth bead's way of protecting itself. However, after sensing this, Zhao Hai frowned. One must know that the other beads weren't this smart. Only this bead was this smart. This was definitely abnormal. The 5 elemental beads should be a set. In other words, these 5 elemental beads should be equal. Their functions and strengths should be similar. Now that the earth bead suddenly became this smart, this was definitely abnormal. But no matter what, he had to get his hands on the earth beads. Now, Zhao had named them the 5 element beads. Of the 5 elements beads, 4 of them were already in place. Zhao knew that this kind of complete set of beads would only be able to display their greatest effect when gathered together. Now, he wanted to know how much effect the 5 elements beads would have when gathered together. Zhao Hai calculated the earth bead's trajectory bit by bit. At the same time, he was also trying to lock onto the earth bead's position. Because the earth bead's speed was very fast, it wasn't easy for Zhao Hai to lock onto the earth bead's position. After another hour, Zhao Hai was finally able to lock onto the earth bead's position. Every time the earth bead entered a stone man's body, it would stop at the stone man's chest. Moreover, Zhao Hai was almost able to calculate its trajectory. Now, he was ready to take action. While calculating the earth bead's trajectory, Zhao Hai slowly made his preparations. After exchanging a few moves with the stone men, Zhao Hai's figure flashed. In the next moment, he appeared behind a stone man. At the same time, his right hand formed a claw and stabbed into the stone man's back. At this time, the earth bead appeared in the stone man's chest. Zhao Hai grabbed it and directly sent it to the space. When the earth bead entered Zhao Hai's space, Zhao Hai immediately heard a prompt from the space. It turned out that there was a remnant soul inside the earth bead. However, it had already been erased by the space. No wonder the earth bead was so smart. However, Zhao Hai immediately discovered another problem. This was that the earth bead's world was changing. The entire world was collapsing. This discovery made Zhao Hai startled. One must know that this situation didn't occur in the previous beads. Zhao Hai didn't think that something like this would happen here. However, Zhao Hai immediately reacted. He took out a traction crystal and transferred some of the earth bead's power into the crystal. Then he used his fastest speed to establish a formation. Then he placed the traction crystal on top of the formation. Along with the formation's operation, the space finally stabilized and even strengthened compared to before. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. He didn't think that there would be such a mess in the end. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. If the space collapsed, then the thick earth continent would be in trouble. It might even cause an earthquake. If that happened, then Zhao Hai's sin would be big. Fortunately, everything has been resolved. Zhao Hai let out a long breath before he entered the space. He knew that all of this was caused by the remnant soul. At this point, Zhao Hai finally understood how terrifying the soul was. The other beads didn't have the remnant soul. Although it took some effort for Zhao Hai to subdue them, it was still very easy. However, because of the remnant soul in the earth bead, Zhao Hai was flustered and almost caused an accident. Zhao Hai went to the nature palace and slowly refined the earth bead. Then he placed the earth bead on the golden book. When the earth bead was placed on the golden book immediately shined brightly. 5 colored rays of light shot out from Zhao Hai's eyes before slowly disappearing. At this time, Zhao Hai closed his eyes and sat there calmly. He was comprehending the new changes in his eyes. Zhao Hai sat there for 7 days. Then he let out a long breath. He finally understood the use of the 5 elemental beads. The 5 elemental beads can be regarded as a heavenly treasure. They were refined from the 5 elemental essence. They can mobilize the power of the 5 elements in the world. At the same time, they can also absorb the power of the 5 elements for their own use. It can be said that the 5 elemental beads can be used as a source of energy as well as a tool to cast spells. It's a very useful tool. The most important thing was that after the 5 elemental beads were combined, it brought a huge change to Zhao Hai. First, Zhao Hai's 5 elemental killing formation became more powerful. The 5 elemental killing formation was very powerful before, but this time, it suffered a loss against the 5 elemental beads. Several times, the 5 elemental killing formation was broken by the energy of the 5 elemental beads. It almost injured Zhao Hai's soul. This made Zhao Hai understand that the 5 elemental killing formation wasn't invincible, it still had a weakness. But now, Zhao Hai had the 5 element bead. The 5 element bead can provide energy to the 5 element absolute kill continent. Moreover, this energy was the purest of the 5 elements. This would allow the 5 element absolute kill continent to undergo a qualitative change. One must know that the 5 element absolute kill formation was very formidable. However, because of the perfect combination of the 5 elements, the 5 element absolute kill continent could be said to be an extreme formation. Now that the 5 element absolute kill continent was infused with the purest elemental energy, it could be said that the 5 element absolute kill continent was a formation that utilized the 5 elements to the extreme. Now that the 5 element absolute kill continent was infused with the purest elemental energy, it could be said that the 5 element absolute kill continent could be said to be an extreme formation. In addition to the changes in the 5 elemental killing formation, there were other changes. Zhao Hai's spells have been greatly strengthened, especially his elemental spells. Naturally, Zhao Hai would be able to use elemental formations more easily in the future. This was equivalent to most spells and formations. One must know that there were a lot of spells and formations that were related to the 5 elements. In addition to pure spiritual attacks, curses, and other spells and formations, most of them were related to the 5 elements. Therefore, after Zhao Hai obtained the 5 elemental beads, it would be a huge help to him. After understanding the 5 elemental beads, Zhao Hai could finally relax. For Zhao Hai, obtaining the 5 elemental beads was definitely a good thing. This meant that their fighting strength had been greatly improved. Zhao Hai looked for an empty space to test his spells. Sure enough, his spells improved a lot. After adapting to the changes, Zhao Hai returned to the space's villa. Laura and the others were still studying formations inside the villa. Naturally, they wouldn't spend all of their time studying formations. They would also look at the situation of the Lost Soul Empire through the monitor. At the same time, they would also pay attention to the changes in the space. From time to time, they would also go to other spaces to play. They wouldn't stay inside the villa all the time. However, since Laura and the others were studying new formations, their attention was focused. When Zhao Hai returned to the villa, they were still studying. When they saw that Zhao Hai had returned, they immediately put down their work and went forward to greet him. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and smiled faintly. You should also pay attention to your rest. We're not in a hurry to use those formations, so there's no need to work too hard. Relaxing is the most important thing. Laura smiled and said, Big brother Hai, don't worry about it. Right, I was just about to tell you about Stonemer and the others. They're currently in the space, their relationship with the beast cultivators is very good. At the same time, Ding Chunming has also begun to integrate himself into the space. He also chose a place for his wife and children to live. When will you bring his wife and children over? I can see that he's getting impatient. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Zhao patted his head and said, you see, I'm busy. I don't have time. Okay, I'll go out right now and have someone pick up his wife and children. Then I'll bring them to the space. After he said that, he stood up and nodded to Laura and the others. Then his body flashed and left the space, returning to his room outside. The place where Zhao Hai appeared was still the same room inside the secret realm. His room was cleaned all year round. Moreover, there would always be people waiting outside. Because of this, no matter when he appears, as long as he says a word, someone would immediately come in and await his orders. After Zhao Hai arrived at his room, he immediately opened the door and said, someone come in. Just as his voice fell, a person came in from the outside and gave Zhao Hai a salute. This one has seen your majesty. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the person. This person was arranged by Long Tianlin. This was because the ones who served Zhao Hai before were either Ding Chunming or Safflower. Now that Ding Chunming and Safflower were inside the space, Long Tianlin naturally arranged someone else to serve Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Go, and tell the others to look for Ding Chunming's wife and children. Have them brought here." The person nodded and then immediately left. Not long after the person left, Long Tianlin arrived outside Zhao Hai's room. Zhao Hai let Long Tianlin in. He wanted to see Long Tianlin and ask him about the Lost Soul Empire. In Zhao Hai's room, Long Tianlin was reporting to Zhao Hai about the recent happenings in the Lost Soul Empire. Although Zhao Hai was no longer in charge of these matters, Long Tianlin still thought that he should report to Zhao Hai. He believed that he was inferior to Zhao Hai in all aspects. Zhao Hai was the guiding light of the Lost Soul Empire. After listening to Long Tianlin's report, Zhao Hai also had some understanding of the Lost Soul Empire's current situation. It can be said that the Lost Soul Empire had truly become a monolithic entity. This was because the seas that weren't under their control before were now under the Lost Soul Empire's control. Because of this, the Lost Soul Empire didn't need to worry about anything. Moreover, the Lost Soul Empire was also steadily developing. Long Tianlin even had a plan. After dealing with the spirit realm, the Lost Soul Empire would be able to expand. In fact, the Lost Soul Empire was still encouraging people to take risks. They wanted to see if they could find another place like the 5 spirit realms. Regarding this situation, Zhao Hai was also happy to see it happen. Zhao Hai wasn't worried that the Lost Soul Empire would encounter another force that was much stronger than the Lost Soul Empire. In Zhao Hai's opinion, there shouldn't be such a force in the lower realms. As for the upper realms, the Lost Soul Empire wouldn't be able to go there. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't worried. Moreover, even if he ascends, he can still find an opportunity to return to the Lost Soul Empire. Even if he can't come back, he can still help the Lost Soul Empire through the space. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't worried about the Lost Soul Empire. Regarding Long Tianlin's current actions, Zhao Hai still supported him. Because of this, Zhao Hai and Long Tianlin chatted for a long time before Long Tianlin was finally allowed to leave. Not long after Long Tianlin left, someone informed Zhao Hai that Ding Chunming's wife and child had arrived. Zhao Hai immediately had the two enter his room. Ding Chunming's wife and children had changed a lot. After all, it had been a few years. Ding Chunming's children looked a lot taller. When the two saw Zhao Hai, they immediately knelt down and saluted him. Zhao Hai waved his hand, allowing the two to stand up. Then he said, "Ding Chen is currently working in a special place. This time, I came to take you to see him. Is your house ready? If you're done, you can come with me." When Ding Chunming's wife heard Zhao Hai, she quickly said, "Your Majesty, we don't need to go. This will affect Chunming's work. It's good that we're here." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "This time, I'll let you go. In the future, you won't have to move again. Moreover, the chances of you meeting Chunming in the future will be much greater. To be honest, I can't bear to see your family separated like this." Ding Chunming's wife quickly said, "Thank you, Your Majesty. Then we'll go with Your Majesty. The house has already been tidied up. There's nothing else to tidy up. We can go now." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "All right, I'll take you there now. You can sit on the side first. I'll give the order and then take you away." Then Zhao Hai said, "Someone come." A person immediately ran in. Zhao Hai looked at him and said, "My room still needs to be cleaned. Leave everything else to department head Long. This time, I'm here to bring Ding Chunming's wife and child to see him. If someone comes to save me, tell them that I've already left. I'm going into seclusion. Do you understand?" The person immediately complied. Zhao Hai waved his hand and let him leave. After the person left, Zhao Hai turned to Ding Chunming's wife and child and said, "All right, let's go." Then Zhao Hai waved his hand. Ding Chunming's wife and child felt a white light flash around them. In the next moment, they appeared in a strange courtyard. This courtyard wasn't very big and was built with ordinary stones. However, the house inside the child's room was strange. The style of the house was something they had never seen before. However, they quickly saw Ding Chunming. Ding Chunming also saw them. Upon seeing them, Ding Chunming immediately greeted them. However, he first gave a salute to Zhao Hai and said, "I've seen the young master." "Thank you, young master." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "I already said that I would bring them here. However, I've been busy for the past few days. Now that I have time, Chunming, we've just arrived in a strange place. You should let them know about the situation here. I'll be leaving first." Then Zhao Hai's body flashed as he left the courtyard. Zhao Hai wanted to give Ding Chunming, his wife, and his child some time alone. Ding Chunming had been with him all these years. Recently, he had gone out for a long time. Naturally, it was impossible for him to return home. Although Ding Chunming's family had always been taken care of, for a family, the man was the pillar of the family. Now that this pillar was gone, the family had no meaning. Now that the family finally had members, Zhao Hai naturally wouldn't stay there and be a light bulb. He also wanted to get together with his wives. The time that they were separated was much longer than the time that Ding Chunming and his wife were separated. When Zhao Hai returned to the villa, he saw that Laura and the others weren't studying the formations this time. Instead, they were preparing something to eat. But this time, they prepared some fruits and wine. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai knew that Laura and the others wanted to take a bath in the hot spring. Sure enough, when they saw that Zhao Hai had returned, Laura and the others immediately surrounded him. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, we haven't taken a bath in a long time. We're going to take a bath. What about you? Did something happen? Do you want to take a bath with us?" Zhao Hai knew that Laura wanted him to go with them. If he didn't, then Laura and the others would be very disappointed. Naturally, he wouldn't disappoint them, so he smiled and said, "All right, let's go." Laura and the others cheered as they escorted Zhao Hai towards the hot spring. Soaking in the hot spring, drinking wine, and eating fruits, the feeling was very good. Zhao Hai took a sip of the wine before he turned to Laura and the others and said, "Laura, I noticed that you seem to be very interested in formations recently. Why did you suddenly start to study them?" Laura smiled and said, "Actually, it's mainly about studying curse formations. Curse formations are different from other formations. Brother Hai, you've already researched this point. The first character of a curse formation represents a type of curse technique. However, the number of curse runes that we have is still too little. This is also the reason why Brother Hai didn't use curse techniques. To be honest, the development potential of curse techniques is very huge. Its potential is much greater than any other curse technique. If we can really study it, then our fighting strength would be much stronger." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I know that curse techniques are very formidable, but the problem is that curse techniques are too dark. Using it too much would harm the heavens. Because of this, I don't want to use this method. Naturally, as you said, the number of curse runes that we have is still too few. This is also one of the main reasons. If we can really study curse techniques, then it would be a good thing." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Laura smiled and said, "Brother Hai, when did you start to care about harming the heavens? Using curse techniques to kill people is also killing people. Using other methods to kill people is also killing people. There's no difference. Actually, there are two problems with curse techniques. First is the control. After using curse techniques, the control of the user would decrease. This might cause a disaster and hurt a lot of people that you don't want to hurt. Am I right? The second reason is that there are ways to remove curse techniques. However, curse techniques and curse techniques don't work together. This is also the reason why you don't want to use curse techniques, right?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, if there's anyone in this world who understands me more than I do, then it would be you. I have indeed considered this aspect. Some curses are contagious, this is very terrifying. If we don't have a good way to control it, then it would be a terrible disaster. Although I'm not afraid of killing people, I've already destroyed several realms, but that's because I'm willing to do so. If we just want to kill one person, then thousands of people would die because of it, and that's something I don't want to see. Then there's the problem with curses. Just like you said, curses are very easy to use, but there aren't many ways to remove them. Moreover, it's obvious that we can't keep up with the development of curses. It's like we invented a poison. If we don't have the antidote, then it would be very dangerous. In this case, the best way to deal with it is to not use the poison. It's precisely because of this reason that I haven't used curses much. Xiaohai nodded and said, that's right. Laura nodded and said, actually, the formation that we've been researching is the curse formation. It's just that it's different from the previous ones. We want to slowly integrate the curse formation into other formations. A formation symbol and other formations would form a new curse formation. This might reduce the might of the curse formation, but it's still very helpful for our research. This is what we've been busy with recently. What do you think, Brother Hai? Xiaohai nodded and said, what do you think? Xiaohai's eyes lit up as he said, good, that's great. I'll ascend in a few years. After arriving at the Sword Spirit world, I'll encounter stronger enemies. Since my body hasn't recovered yet, I'm afraid that I won't be able to use the power of laws in the Sword Spirit world. Therefore, I can only rely on my own strength. I'm confident that I'll be able to make a name for myself in the Sword Spirit world. However, I don't know much about the Sword Spirit world. I always feel that the Sword Spirit world isn't simple. The reason why the Sword Spirit world and the Arcane Spirit world are separated is because of their different ideologies. However, they were able to divide the Sword Spirit world into two. Such strength is very formidable. Because of this, I'm worried about the Sword Spirit world. It would be good if I can defend myself before going to the Sword Spirit world. Laura and the others nodded. This was also one of the reasons why they researched curse formations. Xiaohai's life was now on the right track. He was now spending most of his time inside the space with Laura and the others. They were studying the curse formation together. Xiaohai didn't care about the outside world, he only paid attention to Stonehammer and the others from time to time. At this time, Stonehammer and the others were in a very good situation. Their cultivation speed inside the space was much faster compared to outside. Additionally, there were also various talents inside the space. Because of this, Stonehammer and the others were very happy inside the space. Their progress was also very fast. At this rate, Stonehammer and the others should be able to meet the requirements for ascension in a few years. Ding Chuanming's current situation was also very good. After seeing his wife and children, Ding Chuanming's mood was also very good. The last knot in his heart had been untied, allowing his cultivation speed to increase a lot. As for his wife and children, they were also doing very well. His children had already gone to school and were studying with other children. They were very happy. At the same time, his wife didn't need to work at all. This was one of the advantages of the space, you can do whatever you want. You don't need to worry about your life. This was because there were too many resources inside the space that you don't need to use. Even if you sleep at home every day, you can still live a very good life. The situation of the Bewildered Soul Empire was also very good. Although the Bewildered Soul Empire was still preparing for the invasion of the spirit plane, their development wasn't only focused on military matters. They were also developing very quickly in other aspects. At this time, there were more adventurers in the Bewildered Soul Empire. The main purpose of these adventurers was to find other planes so that they could receive rewards from the Empire. The Bewildered Soul Empire was very supportive of this situation. They even set up a reward system for adventurers, even if they didn't find anything. At this time, the people of the Bewildered Soul Empire were already used to Long Tianling's rule. However, Long Tianling's actions were very appropriate. He also admired Zhao Hai very much. Because of this, not only did he not reduce Zhao Hai's influence in the Bewildered Soul Empire, he even strengthened Zhao Hai's influence. At this time, the people of the Bewildered Soul Empire worshipped Zhao Hai as a god. This was a good thing for Zhao Hai. With this, his influence in the Bewildered Soul Empire would continue to exist. He might even be able to receive faith power in the future. Time passed by, and in a blink of an eye, 3 years passed. It was time for Xiaoyu to appear again. The people of the Bewildered Soul Empire were already used to Xiaoyu's appearance. When Xiaoyu was about to appear, Zhao Hai also returned to the Bewildered Soul Empire. But this time, he wasn't going to greet Xiaoyu. He was going to leave the matter of greeting Xiaoyu to Long Tianlin. Moreover, he told Long Tianlin that if Xiaoyu asks about him, Long Tianlin should tell him that he was in seclusion and couldn't appear. The time of Xiaoyu's appearance was getting closer and closer. Finally, dark clouds appeared in the secret realm. Then more and more dark clouds gathered before a spatial passage opened. Then Xiaoyu came out of the spatial passage. The current Xiaoyu was completely different from when Zhao Hai and the others first met him. Although his clothes looked ordinary, Zhao Hai could feel that it was an artifact. Moreover, it was a very good artifact. Xiaoyu's strength was also very formidable. His temperament had also undergone an earth-shaking change. Zhao Hai wanted to see what Xiaoyu would say to them this time. When Xiaoyu appeared, Long Tianlin immediately went forward to greet him. He cupped his fist and said, "I have seen Mr. Xia. Mr. Xia, please come with me." When Xiaoyu saw Long Tianlin, he couldn't help but stare. Then he said, "Are you Long Tianlin? I remember you." "Right, where's Little Hai? Why didn't he come?" Long Tianlin smiled and said, "His Majesty is in seclusion. He wants to see if he can break through to the Ascendant Realm. Therefore, he can't come this time. He specifically sent me to greet Mr. Xia." Xiaoyu nodded and said, "So he's in seclusion. Good, very good. If he ascends earlier, then us brothers would be able to meet in the Sword Spirit boundary. Let's go. I brought you some things that might be useful to you." Long Tianlin nodded and then led Xiaoyu to his room. After sitting down in his room, Xiaoyu took out a spatial ring and handed it over to Long Tianlin. "Tianlin, I'm older than you. You won't be angry if I accept you like this, right?" "I won't. Mr. Xia calling me that means that he thinks highly of me. How could I be angry?" Long Tianlin smiled and said. He really wasn't angry. Moreover, he felt that Xiaoyu's attitude was much better compared to the last time he saw him. The last time he saw Xiaoyu was 5 years ago. At that time, Xiaoyu's attitude was a bit too arrogant, making him very annoying. But this time, Xiaoyu's attitude was a lot calmer. Xiaoyu nodded, then he said, "Last time, Little Hai asked me to bring you some special metals. Now that I've brought them, they're all in this ring. Take care of them. This is my first time here, so I can't bring too many things. I owe you, so I hope you don't take offense. Later on, as long as your people ascend to the Sword Spirit realm, then I'll take care of them. This is the limit of what I can do." Long Tianlin nodded, then he looked at Xiaoyu and said, "Mr. Xia, did something happen in the Sword Spirit boundary?" Xiaoyu sighed, then he said, "I heard that the Buddhists and Taoists have secretly joined forces. They're preparing to deal with the evil cultivators. Once they make their move, the entire Sword Spirit boundary will be shaken. When that time comes, the Sword Spirit boundary will be in chaos. Although our 72 southern sea islands are strong, our influence on the Sword Spirit boundary is the smallest. In the future, even if I want to take care of your people, I can only do so in the 72 southern sea islands. If you really have people ascending, then I'm afraid that I won't be able to take care of them." Long Tianlin's expression changed, then he said, "So the situation in the Sword Spirit boundary is already so dangerous. When will they make their move?" Xiaoyu replied, "It's hard to say. Although the Buddhists and Taoists have joined forces, there are still some conflicts between them. It won't be easy to deal with the evil cultivators. Most importantly, our 72 southern sea islands have a proposal. They want to secretly help the evil cultivators." Long Tianlin stared, then he asked, "Help the evil cultivators? What for? Weren't those people from the evil sects extremely evil? Wouldn't it be better to eliminate them?" Xiaoyu looked at Long Tianlin, then he sighed and said, "Tianlin, you're too naive. Who told you that the evil cultivator sects are evil? It's just that their cultivation methods are different, making people uncomfortable. The evil cultivator sects can kill people, but don't the Buddhists and Taoists know how to kill as well? I'm afraid that the number of people they've killed is no less than the evil cultivators. Why would they say that the evil cultivator sects are evil? There's no such thing as good or evil in strength. What's good or evil is the human heart. Do you think that the Buddhists and Taoists joining forces to eliminate the evil cultivators is a good thing for the 72 southern sea islands? Not necessarily. For the people of the 72 islands of the South Sea, this is just the beginning. After Buddhism and Taoism have destroyed the evil sect, I'm afraid that they will turn around and deal with us. At that time, the 72 islands of the South Sea will really be finished. Those big sects have always been used to pretending to be sad on the surface, but do some despicable and shameless things under the surface. So, it's not a big deal for the 72 islands of the South Sea to help the evil sect. Long Tianlin was really stunned this time. He didn't think that the world of cultivators would be like this. He originally thought that the sword spirit boundary was a paradise. As long as they went there, they would have a chance to live forever. But now, it seems like that wasn't the case. No wonder Zhao Hai prepared so many life-saving things for Wen Hai and the others before they ascended. He definitely had his reasons for doing so. Xiaoyu looked at Long Tianlin and bitterly smiled. Then he said, Tianlin, how about this? I'll give you some coordinates in a moment. If someone from your bewitching soul empire ascends, immediately send them to the coordinates I gave you. At that time, I'll naturally protect them. Long Tianlin hurriedly responded. Xiaoyu then took out a jade slip and entered a set of coordinates. He then passed the coordinates to Long Tianlin. Long Tianlin carefully put it away. Xiaoyu watched as Long Tianlin kept the coordinates. He then said, all right, I won't say anything more. I'll go into seclusion. After all, I can only stay here for 3 months. Moreover, the plants I brought here can't be guaranteed to last 10 days. After 10 years, those plants will be the same as those in the upper realm. They won't be of any help to me. It's more comfortable for me to cultivate here. Long Tianlin hurriedly said, Mr. Xia, please wait. Before His Majesty went into seclusion, he guessed that he wouldn't be able to come out when Mr. Xia arrives. Therefore, he wanted me to give you something. It's this. Then Long Tianlin took out a small bag and gave it to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was puzzled as he received the bag. The bag wasn't big. When he opened the bag, he discovered that the bag was filled with pearls. This made Xiaoyu even more puzzled. Pearls were completely useless to him. Why would Zhao Hai give him a bag of pearls? However, after thinking about it, he immediately understood. It was impossible for Zhao Hai to not know that pearls were useless to him. But he still gave him a bag of pearls. These pearls were definitely not simple. After thinking about this, Xiaoyu immediately took out a pearl from the bag and placed it in his hand. Then he carefully looked at it. With a glance, one could tell that this pearl was a good thing. Although the pearl wasn't big, its surface was filled with radiance. It was very beautiful. Most importantly, when he held the pearl in his hand, he felt that there was a very powerful force inside. This made Xiaoyu startled. Xiaoyu wasn't the same as Long Tianlin. Long Tianlin was born and raised in the spirit weapon realm. He had never seen crystal stones before, nor had he seen anything that contained energy. Therefore, although he was surprised by these pearls, he didn't feel anything. However, Xiaoyu was different. Xiaoyu was a person from the sword spirit realm. There were crystals in the sword spirit realm, and crystals were very commonly used. Naturally, the commonly used crystals here were low-grade crystals. Crystals were also divided into 9 grades. Among them, grades 1 to 3 were low-grade crystals, grades 4 to 6 were mid-grade crystals, and grades 7 to 9 were high-grade crystals. As for low-grade crystals, they were generally used by rogue cultivators for cultivation. People from various sects would use these low-grade crystals as energy sources for common artifacts. For example, lighting artifacts used low-grade crystals. As for mid-grade crystals, they were used for cultivation. As for high-grade crystals, they had a lot of uses. Some large formations and large artifacts used high-grade crystals. For example, a 9th-grade crystal was equivalent to about 1 million low-grade crystals. However, if you were to use 1 million low-grade crystals to exchange for a 9th-grade crystal, nobody would be willing to give it to you. However, the problem was that although the sword spirit realm used crystals, they didn't have any other energy sources besides crystals. And even if they did have crystals, they couldn't use them completely. Low-grade and mid-grade crystals were divided into attributes. Only high-grade crystals could be used by people of all attributes. When Xiaoyu picked up the pearl, he could feel that the energy inside the pearl was very strong and very pure. The most important thing was that the energy inside the pearl seemed to have no attribute. It seemed like it could be used by any attribute. If this thing was brought to the upper realm and people knew about it, it would definitely cause a sensation. Xiaoyu put the pearl into a bag and calmed himself down. Then he turned to Long Tianlin and said, Tianlin, where did little Hai get this thing? Long Tianlin had been paying attention to Xiaoyu's expression. Because of this, Xiaoyu's expression didn't change at all. Long Tianlin immediately realized that these pearls were good things, so he immediately said, some time ago, when His Majesty went out to train, he found a very special shell in the sea. This shell is very special, you can't catch him alive because once you do, he would immediately die. Because of this, although His Majesty managed to get a lot of shells, those shells all died. Only these pearls were found inside the shells. His Majesty discovered that these pearls seemed to contain energy, so he used some for himself and said that he would give the rest to you. Long Tianlin didn't say anything, he didn't say anything. When Xiaoyu heard Long Tianlin, he couldn't help but nod. Then he sighed and said, I didn't expect such a strange thing to exist in this world. Alright, I'll accept this gift. If you see little Hai, please thank him for me. After he said that, Xiaoyu returned to his room and went into seclusion. After Xiaoyu went into seclusion, Long Tianlin immediately went to the five-spirit realm to see Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai didn't want to see Xiaoyu, he still wanted to know what Xiaoyu was doing. Although he could find out through the space, he didn't want others to discover the space's secret. Therefore, he had Long Tianlin report to him. When Long Tianlin arrived at Zhao Hai's room, he saw that Zhao Hai was reading a book. The book in his hand was actually a book about curses. This book was written by him, Laura, and the others. Zhao Hai wanted to see Laura and the others' understanding of curses. He wanted to see if there was any difference between their understanding and his in order to get some inspiration. Upon seeing Long Tianlin, Zhao Hai put down his book and looked at Long Tianlin. Then he smiled faintly and said, Tianlin, you're here. Have a seat. Long Tianlin complied and then sat down. Zhao Hai looked at Long Tianlin and smiled faintly, how is it? Did Xiaoyu see anything? How is his attitude? Long Tianlin immediately replied, Mr. Xiaoyu's attitude is very good. It seems like he didn't see anything. I can see that he was very worried about the sword spirit realm. Because of this, he wasn't in the mood to think about anything else. He said that the sword spirit realm is currently unstable. The Buddhist sect and the Taoist sect are planning to join forces to deal with the evil sects. At the same time, the 72 islands of the South Sea are secretly helping the evil sects. Zhao Hai nodded and said, this is understandable. I heard him say before that the sword spirit realm is divided into 4 major forces, the Buddhist sect, the Tao sect, the evil sects, and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. The 72 islands of the South Sea belong to the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. In the sword spirit realm, the 2 strongest forces should be the Buddhist sect and the Taoist sect. Naturally, the evil sects are also very strong, they shouldn't be any weaker than the Buddhist sect. The weakest force should be the 72 islands of the South Sea. If the Buddhist sect and the Taoist sect join forces to destroy the evil sects, then their next target would be the 72 islands of the South Sea. When the time comes, the 72 islands of the South Sea would be in trouble. Therefore, they should support the evil sects and have them block the attacks of the Buddhist sect and the Taoist sect. Although this might cause them to become enemies with the Buddhist sect and the Taoist sect, it's still better than being destroyed. Long Tianlin nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Your Majesty, I heard from Mr. Xiaoyu that the sword spirit realm isn't a peaceful place, it's even very dangerous. Will Mr. Wen and the others be in danger? Zhao Hai looked at Long Tianlin, then he smiled bitterly and said, Tianlin, Wen Hai and the others would certainly be in danger. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given them so many artifacts. Those are for life-saving purposes. Immortal cultivation is the same everywhere. How could there be no danger? Immortal cultivation is a struggle against the heavens, a struggle against the earth, and a struggle against people. Long Tianlin nodded and didn't say anything. Zhao Hai said, Don't worry about him. Let Xiaoyu stay here and cultivate. His attitude has improved, this means that we can get along with him. Otherwise, we'll have to think of other ways to deal with him. Right, did you give him the pearls? Long Tianlin nodded and said, I did. I saw that Mr. Xia was very surprised. He immediately asked us where we got the pearls. I told him that when you went out to train, you saw a kind of shell in the sea. Once you grab the shell, you'll die. So in the end, we only got the pearls. He didn't say anything, he just accepted the pearls and went into seclusion. Xiaohai nodded and said, "It seems like these pearls are very useful in the upper realm. Alright, you can go back. Don't let him find anything wrong. I'll also go into seclusion." Long Tianlin nodded, then he stood up and gave Xiaohai a salute before he turned around and left. Seeing Long Tianlin leave, Xiaohai immediately took out a transmission. Formation. This transmission formation couldn't transmit anything, it could only allow him to contact Wenhai and the others. Xiaohai immediately told Wenhai and the others that the pearls he gave them could only be used for their own cultivation. They mustn't take it out and let others see it. Even if they take it out, it would be best if they only take out a small amount, they mustn't take out too much. Xiaohai was afraid that Wenhai and the others wouldn't know the depth of the matter. If they were exposed in the sword spirit world, then they would be in danger. After telling Wenhai and the others about their situation in the sword spirit world, Xiaohai finally relaxed. Now that Wenhai and the others were fine, this was the best thing that could happen. Since Wenhai and the others were fine, Xiaohai returned to the space and continued to study curse techniques with Laura and the others. The more they studied the curse technique, the more potential it had. When Xiaohai first learned the curse technique, it was still very primitive. But after Xiaohai's research, the curse technique had become much more powerful compared to when he first learned it. At this time, Xiaohai had already deduced more than 1,000 formation runes. These 1,000 formation runes were equivalent to 1,000 curse techniques. And if these formation runes were combined, then new and more powerful curse techniques would be created. It can be said that the might of the curse technique was much greater than what Xiaohai had imagined. Right now, Xiaohai and the others were mainly adding other formations to the curse formation. They wanted to see what kind of changes would occur after adding these formations. They also wanted to see if the power of the curse formation would increase or decrease. If the power of the curse formation increased, then that would be the best. If it decreased, then they could gain a deeper understanding of the curse formation. Xiaohai and the others were also thinking about adding other formations to the curse formation. They wanted to see if the power of the curse formation would increase or decrease. If the power of the curse formation increased, then that would be the best. Xiaohai and the others' thoughts were correct. Because of this research, Xiaohai and the others' understanding of the curse technique had deepened. At the same time, they also found a way to remove the curse technique. They even discovered some rules of the curse technique, which was very rare. In Xiaohai's view, the curse technique was actually a very tyrannical technique. The most tyrannical aspect of this technique was that it can be used directly on a person's soul. However, it wouldn't directly attack the soul. It would just rely on the soul, it was like a virus in a program. Most importantly, this virus was very tyrannical. Even if you remake the program, it wouldn't necessarily be able to get rid of it. This was the biggest difference between the curse technique and other techniques. The power of the curse technique varies, and the time it takes to take effect also varies. Among all the techniques, the curse technique has the most variety. When using the curse technique, some mediums would be used. Some of these mediums were the key to the curse technique. These mediums were very complicated, they weren't common things. Sometimes it could be salt, and sometimes it could be a dragon's nose hair. The medium of the curse technique was very strange. It was precisely because of the strangeness of the curse technique that Xiaohai didn't use the curse technique in battle even though he had been studying it. This was because Xiaohai was able to master other techniques, but the curse technique gave him a feeling that he couldn't master it. Because of this, Xiaohai didn't dare to use it lightly. At this time, Xiaohai wasn't studying the new talismans. He mainly wanted to understand the old talismans. Once he understood the old talismans, he would be able to understand the combination of the old talismans. After that, he would be able to find a way to break the curse technique. After that, he would be able to study the new talismans. Only in this way could he truly master the curse technique. If other people were to do this, then they wouldn't be able to do it. This was because Xiaohai knew that there were more than 2,000 curse talismans. Not only did Xiaohai need to know the use of these talismans, he also needed to know how to break them. Moreover, he needed to combine these talismans and see what kind of power they would have after combining them. Only then would he be able to find a way to break them. This was a huge amount of work that was beyond people's imagination. If an average person were to do this, then they wouldn't be able to understand it even after 10,000 years. This was because there were just too many things that needed to be calculated. However, Xiaohai was different. Xiaohai had a lot of computers. These computers weren't the same as the ones on Earth, they were more advanced photon computers. Their computing power was astonishing, they could also perform simulations. Additionally, Xiaohai also had a biological brain. Because of this, it wasn't impossible for Xiaohai to complete such a huge amount of calculations. With the help of Laura and the others, the time that Xiaohai needed to fully understand the cursed talismans was a few thousand times shorter than other people. But even so, Xiaohai and the others were still very busy. This was because Xiaohai and Laura were discussing the development of curses. There were some differences in the development of curses. Obviously, it was the same type of curses, but there were different ways to develop it. It could become very powerful and take a person's life, but it could also become very slow and take a person's life bit by bit. But during this process, the person who was cursed would suffer a lot. This kind of feeling would definitely make a person feel worse than death. Because of this, Xiaohai and the others had a lot of things to discuss. Naturally, this made Xiaohai even busier. Unknowingly, 3 months had passed. It was time for Xiaoyu to leave. Xiaohai observed Xiaoyu's changes through the space. Compared to 5 years ago, Xiaoyu had indeed changed a lot. 5 years ago, Xiaoyu was a bit arrogant, and a bit arrogant. But now, he wasn't the same. The current Xiaoyu was no longer arrogant, he had become a lot calmer. This was definitely a good thing. Xiaoyu didn't say anything this time, he just chatted with Long Tianlin for a while. Then he took some herbs as well as some plants from the secret realm before he entered the spatial passage and returned to the sword spirit realm. After he left, the spatial passage closed. The Lost Soul Empire had also returned to its original state. However, Xiaohai knew that the Lost Soul Empire would face another disaster, and that was the attack of the spirit realm. In a year, the spirit realm would be able to open another spatial passage and enter the 5 spirit realms. At that time, the spirit realm would have to face another war. As long as the Lost Soul Empire can survive this crisis, then Xiaohai would be able to prepare for his ascension. Actually, it was better to say that Long Tianlin helped the Lost Soul Empire get through this crisis. He didn't intend to intervene in this matter, nor did he intend to show himself. He wanted Long Tianlin to fight against the spirit realm alone. This way, Long Tianlin would be able to establish his prestige. Only by doing this would Long Tianlin be able to control the Lost Soul Empire after Long Tianlin leaves. This way, nobody would dare to rebel against Long Tianlin. However, there was still more than a year before the spiritual realm would descend. Xiaohai wasn't in a hurry. He was still busy with his own matters inside the space. At the same time, he was also paying attention to the cultivation of Stonehammer and the others. Stonehammer and the others' cultivation was very good. They were only one step away from ascending. As for Ding Chunming, there was no need to mention him. Xiaohai estimated that if Ding Chunming were to leave the space, then he would be affected by the laws outside and would immediately ascend. Upon seeing this, Xiaohai immediately called Ding Chunming to the space's villa. After Ding Chunming arrived, Xiaohai looked at him and said, "Chunming, you're very strong right now. Since you're inside the space, you're not affected by the laws of the outside world. Therefore, you haven't ascended yet. But if you leave the space now, then you would immediately ascend. What do you think? Do you want to ascend now, or do you want to wait a few years and ascend with me?" When Ding Chunming heard Xiaohai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes lit up as he looked at Xiaohai and said, "Young master, can I really ascend now?" Xiaohai nodded and said, "Right. With your current strength, as long as you leave the space, you would immediately feel the rejection of the laws. Then you would be able to ascend." Ding Chunming thought for a moment, then he looked at Xiaohai and said, "Young master, do you want me to ascend now, or do you want me to ascend with you later?" "I'll listen to young master." Xiaohai smiled and said, "Actually, you can ascend whenever you want. You can go look for Wen Hai and the others. To be honest, your talent is much better than theirs. Once you ascend, you can help them a lot. I'll wait a few years before I ascend. During this time, you can stay in the upper realm and train with them. But this way, you won't be able to see your wife and children for the next few years. If you want to ascend with me, then we can move together. When the time comes, maybe Stonemer and the others would also have the strength to ascend. When that time comes, we can ascend together. Zhao Hai smiled and said, actually, you can ascend whenever you want. When Ding Chunming heard this, he couldn't help but knit his brows as he pondered. After some time, he opened his mouth and said, young master, I want to ascend right now. Since the young master is inside the space, you won't be in any danger. Even if you leave the space, nobody can pose a threat to you. Even if something happens to you, there's still Stonemer and the others, so I might as well ascend right now. I think that Mr. Wen and the others aren't having a good time. They went to the Sword Spirit world ahead of time in order to deal with the Lost Soul Empire. They must be in need of help right now. Therefore, I want to ascend to the Sword Spirit world and help them. As for my wife and children, they're inside the space, so I'm relieved. After a few years, we'll be able to see each other again, so there's nothing to worry about. I'll just go into seclusion ahead of time. When Zhao Hai heard Ding Chunming, he smiled faintly and said, alright, then you can go back first. Right, when you ascend, I'll prepare 2 artifacts for you. Chunming, do you want to use a saber or a sword? I saw you using a heavy sword before, what are you going to use this time? When Ding Chunming heard Zhao Hai, he quickly said, young master, what kind of artifacts do you want me to prepare? I'll prepare 2 artifacts for you, one for attack and one for defense. I'll prepare a tower shield for you, and these 2 artifacts are different from Wenhai's. Wenhai's artifacts can be thrown out when necessary, and the attack range is within a mile. As for your artifact, I'll let you hold the shield in one hand and the other artifact in the other. Because your situation is different from theirs, your strongest means of attack is your strength. Therefore, you must hold the weapon in your hand in order to be more powerful. But this way, your long-range attack power will be reduced. I'll put some throwing knives in the tower shield so that you can use them for long-range attacks. With your strength and some heavy throwing knives, your lethality will definitely be formidable. I can also imprint your spirit imprint on the throwing knives so that when the time comes, the throwing knives will automatically fly back to you. This way, you won't have to worry about not having throwing knives. Now, tell me, what kind of weapon do you want to use with the shield in one hand and the other? Zhao Hai smiled and said, I'll prepare 2 artifacts for you, one for offense and one for defense. I'll also imprint your spirit imprint on the throwing knives so that when the time comes, the throwing knives will automatically fly back to you. This way, you won't have to worry about not having throwing knives. Is it a saber, a sword, or some other weapon? Tell me and I'll make it for you. When Ding Chunming heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he nodded and said, young master, I want a long saber. It has to be heavy. It would be best if it looks like a ghost head saber. Moreover, I want to add a gravitational formation to my weapon. What do you think? Zhao Hai laughed, then he waved his hand and said, get lost. Do you think this young master needs you to teach me how to craft artifacts? After 2 days, I'll give it to you. After you take it, you can go outside and ascend. Ding Chunming happily complied, then he turned around and ran out. He wanted to go back and tell his wife and children that he was leaving. But no matter what, his wife and children were now inside the space, so he didn't need to worry about anything. This was the main reason why he wanted to ascend in advance. Ding Chunming nodded, then he turned around and left. For Zhao Hai, refining artifacts for Ding Chunming was very easy. This time, Zhao Hai didn't do it himself, he just used the universal machine to do it. The materials used weren't very advanced, they could only be regarded as ordinary. This was because Zhao Hai knew that if he added some high-grade materials to Ding Chunming's artifacts, then it wouldn't be helping him, it would be harming him instead. After Ding Chunming arrives at the Sword Spirit realm, if someone were to see the materials in his artifacts, then they might just kill him and steal his treasures. At that time, Zhao Hai would be finished. However, Zhao Hai was very careful with the formations inside the 2 artifacts. The formations inside the 2 artifacts were mainly Earth-type formations. The tower shield was equipped with Earth-type formations. Naturally, the tower's shield was equipped with earth-type formations for better defense. As for the saber, although its offensive strength might not be as good as the metal-type formations, it was still very suitable for Ding Chunming. After all, Ding Chunming's strongest point was his strength. The earth-type formation engraved on the saber would increase the weight of the saber. When Ding Chunming uses it, the saber's strength would naturally increase. As for the flying saber, Zhao Hai mainly used earth-type formations in order to increase its offensive strength. At the same time, Zhao Hai also added a vibrating formation to Ding Chunming's saber. The vibrating formation wasn't very powerful, but it could increase the weapon's destructive power. As for the tower shield, it was naturally mainly used for defense. However, in Ding Chunming's hands, this huge tower shield would become a very powerful weapon. Although not long after Ding Chunming left, Zhao Hai finished making these artifacts. However, he didn't immediately send them to Ding Chunming. He wanted Ding Chunming to accompany his wife and child. After all, Ding Chunming wouldn't be able to see them for the next few years. 2 days later, Zhao Hai sent the 2 artifacts to Ding Chunming. Ding Chunming bid farewell to his wife and child as he left the space with Zhao Hai and headed towards the secret realm. As soon as he left the space, Ding Chunming immediately felt a strong repulsive force from the surrounding space. It was as if the space wanted to kick him away. Zhao Hai looked at Ding Chunming and said, "How do you feel?" Ding Chunming smiled bitterly and said, "Not very good. No wonder young master said that as soon as I leave the space, I would immediately ascend. So it's like this. It's as if the space wants to kick me away. It's really not good." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Let's go to the spiritual weapon realm." Then a white light flashed as the 2 appeared in the spiritual weapon realm. At the same time, Zhao Hai sent a letter to Long Tianlin. Long Tianlin also knew that Ding Chunming was about to ascend, so he immediately rushed over. For the people of the Lost Soul Empire, ascension was a big event. Since Zhao Hai was present, then there's no need to mention Long Tianlin. Some important figures of the Lost Soul Empire were also present. For Ding Chunming, heavenly tribulation was nothing. He easily blocked the 9 bolts of lightning. Then he didn't stay in the Lost Soul Empire any longer as he directly ascended. After Ding Chunming left, Zhao Hai followed Long Tianlin to his room. After the 2 sat down, Zhao Hai looked at Long Tianlin and said, "Tianlin, I came out this time to help Chunming ascend as well as to see you. In about a year, the people from the spirit realm will appear. This time, I won't appear. I'll leave everything to you to deal with. Remember, don't be lenient when dealing with people from the spirit realm. Kill them until they're afraid that they won't dare to reach out to the 5 spirit realms. Then we'll be safe. Don't be afraid of their retaliation. Our bewitching soul empire has the strength to ignore their retaliation. Do you understand?" Long Tianlin nodded and said, "Yes, your majesty can rest assured. I understand. I'll make sure that I don't do a good job. This time, I've already arranged everything. Now that the spiritual world is here, they won't be able to go back. Chunming, you need to remember that the Lost Soul Empire isn't the same as other powers. The Emperor needs to learn how to delegate power, but at the same time, he also needs to grasp some of it. The first is military power, you need to control it. Delegate power means that you don't need to control the governors too much. That would just be a waste of your time. Your talent is good, so don't fall behind in your cultivation. I hope that you can ascend in the future and find us in the Sword Spirit world. Our Lost Soul Empire's people still need to conquer the Sword Spirit world." Chunming nodded and said, "That's right, the Lost Soul Empire is different from other powers. The Emperor needs to learn how to delegate power, but at the same time, he also needs to grasp some of it." Long Tianlin nodded. His eyes were filled with determination. A year passed by in a blink of an eye. For the people of the Lost Soul Empire, there weren't any earth-shaking changes in this year. Everyone was still living their own lives. But now, people were pursuing higher things. Everyone was working hard in cultivation. Although they had their own jobs, their jobs were getting lesser and lesser. This allowed them to have more time to cultivate. For them, this was good news. In the end, the people of the Lost Soul Empire were all cultivators. If they could pursue the Great Tao, then they would certainly do so. In the past, they didn't do it because they didn't have the conditions. But now that they had the conditions, they would naturally pursue it. Moreover, the Lost Soul Empire was very encouraging towards cultivation. There were even some people who were nurtured by the Lost Soul Empire as long as they had enough talent. They wouldn't be allowed to participate in any work and would just focus on cultivation. Naturally, this wasn't always the case. Otherwise, there would be some lazy people. All the cultivators who were selected would undergo an assessment. As long as they passed the assessment, then they would be able to focus on cultivation. Otherwise, they would still be assigned a job. The Lost Soul Empire's way of doing things was to provide a good environment for cultivation. However, this environment needed to be competed for. Reality proved that the Lost Soul Empire's approach was very correct. Everyone with children wanted their children to be able to focus on cultivation when they grew up. They didn't need to do any work. In order to support these children, the parents would naturally do everything they could. At the same time, they would also take responsibility and cultivate with all their might. It was precisely because of this that the Lost Soul Empire became very popular. Everyone in the Lost Soul Empire was working hard to cultivate. This was a very gratifying situation. Zhao Hai had been staying in the space for a year. There were too many things that needed to be calculated and simulated with the curse technique. He simply didn't have time to think about other things. All of his time was spent on the curse technique. In this year, Stonemer and the others made rapid progress. They were now almost ready to ascend. The reason why they were able to progress so quickly was because they were too weak. They couldn't compare to the beast cultivators in Zhao Hai space. Because of this, they were able to receive guidance from the beast cultivators in the space. Naturally, their cultivation speed became faster. However, Stonemer and the others were still a bit off. They would need to wait for some time before they could ascend. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't look for them in a hurry. He just let them cultivate in their homes. Finally, it was time for the spiritual realm to appear. Everyone in the Lost Soul Empire knew about this. They also knew that the people from the spiritual realm first appeared in the Tree Spirit continent. Because of this, the Lost Soul Empire's attention was now on the Tree Spirit continent. The Lost Soul Empire even organized some powerful students to go to the Tree Spirit continent and see how the people from the spiritual realm fought. And the people from the spiritual realm didn't disappoint them. At this time, dark clouds had already appeared in the sky of the Tree Spirit continent. Moreover, there were a lot of dark clouds. It seems like a spatial passage was about to open. Long Tianlin calmly looked at the dark clouds in the sky. His face didn't show any reaction. He had already prepared everything that he needed to prepare. These past few years weren't in vain. At this time, all of the battleships of the Lost Soul Empire had been transformed with energy. Moreover, after the transformation, they discovered that this transformation didn't only increase the defense and flexibility of the battleships, it also increased the combat strength of the battleships, especially in close combat. Although the attack strength of the energy transformation wasn't very strong, it was still better than nothing. Behind Long Tianlin were the higher-ups of the Lost Soul Empire. Some of them were newly promoted while some were old. However, these people were people who held high positions when Zhao Hai was still in power. Because of this, they admired Zhao Hai very much. They also discovered that Long Tianlin's style was becoming more and more like Zhao Hai. Long Tianlin stood there for some time before he said, "All right, let's go back. Even if the people from the spiritual realm come, it would still be a few days later. Let's get ready in the next few days. I want to see who the spiritual realm will send this time." Everyone nodded. Then they followed Long Tianlin and flew towards Vegetable City. Before long, they entered the city. But instead of going back to rest, they directly went to the conference room. When everyone sat down, Long Tianlin looked at them and said, "As you all know, His Majesty is currently in seclusion. A year ago, when Xiaoyu appeared, I met with His Majesty. His Majesty said that he wouldn't interfere with the spiritual realm this time. If we can deal with them well, then he can ascend without worry. Everyone should know that His Majesty has delayed his ascension because of the spiritual realm. We can't let His Majesty worry about us. Because of this, we can only deal with the spiritual realm on our own. I hope that everyone can be mentally prepared." Everyone nodded. They also knew about Zhao Hai's situation. Zhao Hai has always been the strongest person in the Lost Soul Empire. But now, people who weren't as strong as Zhao Hai have ascended while Zhao Hai didn't. This was abnormal. Now that Zhao Hai finally had a chance to ascend, they were naturally happy. Long Tianlin looked at everyone and said, I think everyone knows the current situation, so I won't say much. You can go back and rest. When the battle starts in a few days, make sure to take care of your own people. Go. Everyone nodded before they turned around and left. When Long Tianlin saw that everyone had left, he let out a long sigh of relief. Then he clenched his fist and slowly released it. Then he stood up and walked out, returning to his room to rest. At this time, Zhao Hai was also paying attention to the situation in the Tree Spirit continent. Naturally, he saw the reactions of Long Tianlin and the others. Seeing Long Tianlin's performance, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile faintly as he said, that kid's performance isn't bad. Laura smiled and said, his performance is very good. But Brother Hai, why do you want to wait a few years before ascending? Isn't it good to ascend now? Zhao Hai smiled and said, don't worry. The reason why I said that I want to wait a few years before ascending is because I want to see how they're doing. If they're doing well, then I can ascend without worry. Laura nodded and said, it's good to ascend a bit later. This way, when Wen Hai and the others can feel the cruelty of the cultivation realm. Brother Hai, have you received any news from Wen Hai and the others? Zhao Hai replied, I received it. Wen Hai and the others have already established a small gang. They seem to be doing quite well. Of course, there were a lot of battles, but Wen Hai and the others managed to keep their lives, so they should be fine. Laura nodded and said, that's good. Right, didn't Xiaoyu say that the situation in the sword spirit world has been unstable recently? Will there be a fight? If there's a fight, then Wen Hai and the others would be the first to be eliminated. Zhao Hai nodded and said, right. Once a fight breaks out, Wen Hai and the others might become cannon fodder. This is also what I'm worried about. Therefore, I had Wen Hai and the others move closer to the South Sea's 72 cannons. If something happens, they can immediately enter the 72 cannons and contact Grandpa. Grandpa has Xiaoyu's protection. When the time comes, Xiaoyu would be able to talk to Xiaoyu and the others, making them safe. Laura nodded and said, then we'll talk about it after you ascend. Brother Hai, what do you think about Long Tianlin's arrangement this time? Can you make the people from the spiritual realm stay behind? Zhao Hai didn't reply, their arrangement is very good. However, I'm worried that the spiritual realm would send experts this time. I'm afraid that they don't have the experience to deal with experts. But no matter what, I won't make a move. If they don't experience this, then they would never be able to stand on their own. Laura didn't say anything else. She understood what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai wanted Long Tianlin and the others to pass the last test. As long as Long Tianlin and the others pass this test, then no matter what happens in the future, Long Tianlin would be able to deal with it. This way, Zhao Hai would be able to ascend without any worries. What they needed to do now was to observe. As long as the Lost Soul Empire's rule wasn't threatened, then Zhao Hai wouldn't make a move. Everyone was quietly waiting for the people from the spiritual realm to arrive. 7 days wasn't a long time, so it didn't take long before the spatial passage opened. This time, the spatial passage was very large. The entire spatial passage was circular and had a diameter of 1,000 miles. Long Tianlin and the others didn't expect such a large spatial passage. However, they were still prepared. The entire Lost Soul Empire was mobilized. Warships and experts were all gathered in the Tree Spirit continent. They wanted to see who the spiritual realm would send this time. At this time, several large ships arrived at the Tree Spirit continent through the spatial passage. Next to these ships were countless cultivators. All of them were riding on various artifacts as they appeared in the sky above the Tree Spirit continent. The total number of these people reached 100,000. As soon as he saw this, Long Tianlin knew that this would be a fierce battle, so he immediately ordered, activate the defensive barriers of all plant cities on the Tree Sprite continent. Activate the interconnected formations and activate the continent-level influence formations. Operate at full power. All combatants, prepare for battle. Following Long Tianlin's order, the people in the tree spirit continent began to move. The people in the several plant cities in the tree spirit continent opened their shields. At the same time, the Blue Dragon Water Playing Formation was also activated. The Blue Dragon Water Playing Formation was a large formation with all plant cities in the tree spirit continent as its nodes. Once this formation was activated, it would cover the entire tree spirit continent. People who didn't have a formation plate would be greatly affected. This was also the formation that Zhao Hai arranged. This time, the spirit realm had sent too many people. This made Long Tianlin nervous. Because of this, Long Tianlin decided to activate the formation that covered the entire tree spirit continent. It had been a long time since the Lost Soul Empire had used such a huge array that could cover the entire continent because there was no need for it. This time, Long Tianlin didn't even hesitate and directly used it. Zhao Hai looked at Long Tianlin's order, then he smiled faintly and said, "Good, good. It seems like handing over the Lost Soul Empire to him will make me feel relieved." Laura said, "The spirit realm sent a lot of people this time." "Why did they send so many people? Do they have a purpose?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he said, "Let's wait and see. Those who think they're experts might say a few words before starting the battle. Let's see what they have to say." Zhao Hai nodded. At this time, Long Tianlin also looked at the ships in the sky. This time, the spirit realm didn't send palaces, instead, they sent ships. Although these ships didn't look as imposing as palaces, they were more suitable for fighting. It seems like the other party had invested a lot this time. At this time, a loud voice was heard from the ship, "People, listen up. Who is in charge, step forward." The voice was very loud and sounded old. However, the voice traveled very far. One could see that it belonged to a powerful person. It seems like this person was the leader of the spirit realm. Long Tianlin coughed, then his figure moved and stood on top of a 100-beast warship. The 100-beast warship soared into the sky and flew above Plant City. It even came out of the city's shield and stopped in front of the spirit realm. The spirit realm's people didn't see the 100-beast warship before. Now that they saw it, they couldn't help but stare. They didn't think that there would be such a warship in the lower realms. The leader of the spirit realm was an old man. He looked to be about 60 years old, but he didn't look old. Although his hair was white, he still looked very energetic. His face was ruddy, one could see that he had taken good care of himself. The old man looked at Long Tianlin and the warship below him. His face flashed with a strange light. Then he looked at Long Tianlin and said, "You're the one in charge here?" Long Tianlin replied, "Correct. I'm the Lost Soul Empire's logistics minister, Long Tianlin. May I know why Mr. wants to see me?" The old man looked at Long Tianlin and said, "Kid, I don't care who you are. I just want to know what you did to the people who came to the Five Spirit Realm." Long Tianlin looked at the old man and said, "We killed them. What else can we do? They invaded the Lost Soul Empire for no reason. Moreover, they attacked us. Naturally, we had to deal with them." When the old man heard Long Tianlin, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Long Tianlin and his eyes flashed red as he said, "You're very bold. You even dared to attack the people of the Sword Sect. I think you don't want to live anymore. Speak, who gave you the guts? Was it the world-cleansing demon?" Long Tianlin looked at the old man and said, "I've never heard of this world-cleansing demon. However, a demon god did appear in our five-spirit realm. However, that demon god was from the Ghost Face realm. When the Ghost Face realm fought with us, your spiritual realm also sent people to participate. However, the people you sent were too weak. They were dealt with by the people of the Ghost Face realm. We had no choice but to rely on our own strength to eliminate the Ghost Face realm. If the world-cleansing demon you're talking about is the demon god from the Ghost Face realm, then I can only tell you that he's already dead." When the old man heard Long Tianlin, he immediately said, "Impossible. The world-cleansing demon has a treasure that allows his soul to hide inside. He can't be dead." Long Tianlin looked at the old man and said coldly, "Just because your spiritual realm can't do it doesn't mean that our five-spirit realm can't do it. I won't waste time with you. Tell me, why did you come to the Lost Soul Empire? If you're here to avenge those who came last time, then there's no need to waste time. Just do it." The old man looked at Long Tianlin with a cold glint in his eyes. Young man, let me give you a word of advice. You'd better be careful. Although this is the five-spirit realm, do you think the people of the five-spirit realm can stop the attack of our spirit realm? Ha ha ha. Stop your spiritual realm's attack? You really know how to joke. What's so great about your spiritual realm? Didn't you send people over when we fought the ghost face realm? What was the result? When those people came to our five spiritual realms, the first thing they thought of was to seize power. They didn't do anything else. When they fought with Ghost Face, they were immediately destroyed. Since then, our five spiritual realms have been disappointed in you. We understand that it's better to rely on ourselves than on you. Last time, when you sent people to us, they acted like big shots in front of us. We didn't hold back and directly fought with them. But didn't they still get destroyed by us in the end? What? Do you want to fight us today? Brat, you're too arrogant. Die. Then the old man waved his hand, and a huge sword chi flew towards Long Tianlin. However, the phantom of a tiger appeared on the beast warship. When the sword chi hit the tiger's body, it only caused a ripple. Long Tianlin didn't suffer any damage. Long Tianlin looked at the old man, then he coldly snorted and said, "You only have this much ability." Everyone, at this point, it's useless to say anything else. Let's see who's the real deal. Then the 100-beast warship retreated and descended towards Plant City. As soon as the 100-beast battleships entered Plant City, the attack of the spirit realm arrived. The battleships rushed towards Plant City along with the cultivators on their magic artifacts. After Long Tianlin entered Plant City's barrier, he immediately said, "Pass down the order, let's move out. The warships and sword boats are to attack immediately. Oh right, let the repaired palaces seal the spatial passageway for me. All combat teams are to get ready to attack at any time." Someone behind Zhao Hai immediately responded. Then the order was passed down. The people of the Lost Soul Empire immediately began to move. First, the battleships removed their camouflage and flew up to attack the people from the spiritual realm. Then the palaces they obtained last time suddenly appeared in front of the spatial channel and sealed it off. The spiritual realm's people immediately noticed Long Tianlin's arrangement. Upon seeing this arrangement, they couldn't help but panic. They didn't expect Long Tianlin to make such an arrangement. It was clear that he wanted to keep them here. This made them feel strange. What made them even more surprised was that the Lost Soul Empire actually had so many battleships. One must know that even their sex wouldn't be able to take out so many battleships, but the Lost Soul Empire actually had so many battleships. From this point, one could see that the Lost Soul Empire was very powerful. However, they didn't have much time to think about it. The Lost Soul Empire's attack was about to arrive. The energy cannons on the warships directly opened fire. At the same time, the sword boats also went out and attacked the spiritual realm's people. The spiritual realm's people were too arrogant. They didn't have any formation at all and just swarmed in. Now, it was impossible for them to separate. They were directly surrounded by the Lost Soul Empire's army. When the old man saw the Lost Soul Empire's warships, his expression changed. He immediately shouted, "Everyone, make way for the warships. Turn around." Upon hearing this, the spiritual realm's people immediately flew up or down. Naturally, they wanted to make way for the warships. However, the Lost Soul Empire didn't give them this opportunity. Long Tianlin waved his hand and the Lost Soul Empire's army immediately attacked. This army was made up of soldiers. They didn't sit on the sword boats or warships. Instead, they directly rushed out with their weapons and attacked the spiritual realm's people. They were all professional soldiers. They were all lined up in a neat formation. At the same time, they were all wearing armor, holding standard weapons in their hands, and stepping on big swords under their feet. They directly charged towards the people from the spiritual world. The people from the spiritual realm didn't expect the people from the five spiritual realm to fight them in close combat. They thought that the people from the five spiritual realm could only rely on their large artifacts to fight them. They didn't expect the people from the five spiritual realm to directly attack them. In their opinion, this was simply courting death. The spiritual realm's people immediately went to meet the Lost Soul Empire's people. At the same time, they took out all kinds of artifacts and attacked the Lost Soul Empire soldiers. The Lost Soul Empire soldiers were veterans. Therefore, they were prepared for this situation. Their formation wasn't random. Although it wasn't a formation, it could still move. As the formation rotated, they could share the power of the artifacts. Additionally, there were also people in their formation who were equipped with energy formations. These energy formations directly shot out rays of light towards the spiritual realm's people. Most importantly, the Lost Soul Empire's army was separated. Every one of them was in a small formation. And every one of them was equipped with a formation. With the protection of these formations, it wouldn't be easy for the spiritual realm's people to attack them. In the beginning, they didn't put the Lost Soul Empire in their eyes. In their opinion, even if the Lost Soul Empire's people were strong, it wouldn't be easy for them to break through their defensive artifacts. However, when they started to fight, they discovered that they were too naive. The Lost Soul Empire's formation was like a saw. Once the Lost Soul Empire's formation was entangled, then their defensive artifacts would be continuously attacked. This was like using a saw to cut an iron pipe. Although the saw would break the pipe, but if the saw really cut the pipe, then the pipe would be broken. As the Lost Soul Empire's army rushed out in large numbers, the spiritual realm's people discovered that their army of 100,000 wasn't very safe. This was because in terms of numbers, it was impossible for them to outnumber the Lost Soul Empire's army. Both sides began to fight in close quarters outside Plant City. People were constantly dying. Among them were the Lost Soul Empire's people and the spiritual realm's people. The battle was very fierce. At this time, the spiritual realm's battleships were finally ready. There was no one in front of them, so they were ready to rush out. They knew that ordinary attacks wouldn't be able to get them out. The only thing they could do now was to use all of their strength to break through the Lost Soul Empire's battleships and palaces. This way, they would be able to rush out. The spirit realm's battleships began to accelerate. But in front of them were the Lost Soul Empire's battleships. When the Lost Soul Empire's battleships saw the other party rushing towards them, they didn't hold back. All the battleships lit up with white light. Then the 100 beasts on the battleships suddenly moved. These beasts opened their mouths and spat out white light towards the spirit realm's battleships. As soon as the white light was shot out, it immediately transformed into spells. These spells were very simple, nothing more than icicle, fireball, and the like. However, these spells were launched using the battleships as the foundation. Their volume was terrifying. When the spells were launched, they directly hit the spirit realm's battleships. The spirit realm's battleships simply couldn't dodge and were directly hit by the spells. Boom! 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 The spells collided with the spiritual realm's battleships. Although the spiritual realm's battleships had strong defensive capabilities, the spells were still too big. When the spells hit the battleships, their speed also decreased. However, the Lost Soul Empire's battleships didn't stop there. Instead, they launched another spell towards the spiritual realm's battleships. When the spiritual realm's battleships saw that they couldn't rush out, they changed their strategy. They began to use the weapons on their battleships to counterattack. The weapons on the spiritual realm's battleships weren't weak. However, they were mainly energy attacks. All of the weapons on the battleships were energy cannons. These energy cannons were the spiritual realm's energy cannons. They were much more powerful compared to the energy cannons on the Lost Soul Empire's battleships. However, the Lost Soul Empire's magic cannons weren't to be trifled with. Most of the cannons collided with the magic cannons of the Lost Soul Empire's battleships. It must be said that the spiritual realm's energy cannons were much faster than the 100 Beast battleships. However, their quantity wasn't much less than the 100 Beast battleships. Because of this, the two sides were evenly matched. It wasn't that the Lost Soul Empire didn't want to use energy cannons to attack the battleships of the spiritual realm. However, they discovered that it was useless. The battleships of the spiritual realm seemed to be much stronger compared to the palaces. Their defensive strength was also very high. Energy cannons were useless against them. One must know that the strongest defensive power of the 100 Beast battleships, besides direct collision, were their spells. The 100 Beast battleships had already used these spells to attack the spiritual realm's battleships. However, the result was that the spiritual realm's battleships didn't suffer any damage. In other words, the spiritual realm's battleships were able to withstand the attack of the 100 Beast battleships without suffering any damage. Because of this, ordinary energy cannons were useless against the 100 Beast battleships. The spiritual realm's battleships were very powerful. However, their numbers were too small. They were besieged from all sides, making it impossible for them to break through. Long Tianlin stood in Plant City and looked at the battle outside. Then he said, "Order the battleships. Divide a portion of the battleships and use the Earth Element's gravity spell. Divide another portion of the battleships and use the Destruction Force as their energy source." Someone immediately responded and passed down the order. Along with Long Tianlin's order, the battleships immediately began to use the gravity technique to deal with the spiritual realm's battleships. The gravity technique was different from other spells. When used, other spells would have a tangible form. However, the gravity technique didn't. The gravity technique didn't have any external form. When it was launched, it would just appear as a yellow energy ball. After hitting the target, it would slowly disappear. However, the gravity technique had already begun to play its role. It would stick to the target and exert gravity on the target for up to 5 hours. It can be said that this was a very strange technique. It wasn't difficult to break this technique. You just need to use your energy to hit the target before it hits the target. Then the technique would naturally disappear. If you were hit by the technique, then you just need to use your energy to form a vibration similar to the tremor formula to disperse the technique. It can be said that this wasn't a very powerful technique. However, one must know that the 100 Beast battleships were using their battleships. This made the might of the technique much greater. Moreover, their targets were the battleships, not the people. Humans can mobilize their energy to form a tremor formula to disperse the energy of the technique. However, the battleships couldn't. Therefore, if the battleships were hit by the technique, then it would be very difficult to deal with it. In the beginning, the people from the spiritual realm didn't notice this. When the Lost Soul Empire's battleships attacked them, they thought that the attacks were from the energy cannons of the battleships. However, the energy cannons used different energy sources. Because of this, they didn't think that the attack was actually a technique. When the people from the spiritual realm discovered that their battleships were getting slower and slower, and their altitude was also decreasing, only then did they realize that they were hit by the gravity technique. Upon discovering that they were hit by the gravity technique, the people from the spiritual realm couldn't help but become anxious. One must know that the gravity technique couldn't be broken from the outside. In other words, once the gravity technique hit the target, then even if there were other techniques, it wouldn't affect the gravity technique. Only the target can remove it, nobody can help them. When the old man from the spiritual realm discovered that they were hit by the gravity technique, his expression couldn't help but change. Then his eyes narrowed as he said, "Send the order, divide the battleships into 2 groups. One group will go to the front and block the enemy's attack. The other group will go to the back and open and close the shields of the battleships. See if they can break the gravity technique." The people from the spiritual realm immediately complied. Then half of the battleships flew forward and blocked the front of the battleships. The rest of the battleships quickly opened and closed their shields, hoping that they can break the gravity formation. However, the commanders of the Lost Soul Empire's battleships were all veterans. They knew what to do at the right time. Because of this, when they saw what the people from the spiritual realm were doing, they immediately took action. The battleships that were equipped with destructive power immediately aimed their energy cannons at the spiritual realm's battleships. The energy cannons were much more flexible than the warship spells. The destruction force could only be used as the energy source for the energy cannons. It was impossible to use the destruction force as the energy source to fire spells. Because of this, the 100 Beast battleship quickly adjusted itself. Then the energy cannons directly shot out black destruction force. The spiritual realm's battleships were in the process of removing the gravity technique. Their method of opening and closing their shields quickly was somewhat useful. However, it wasn't very useful. At the same time, they were hit too many times. It would take them more time to remove the gravity technique. At this time, several beams of black energy were shot towards the battleships. Because the shields of the battleships were quickly opened and closed, several beams of black energy were shot towards the battleships. Originally, the old man didn't take the black energy seriously. In his opinion, the black energy was nothing special. It was just energy from an energy cannon, there was nothing special about it. However, when the black energy hit their warship, they discovered how terrifying it was. This energy was very corrosive. If a person was hit by this energy, their vitality would quickly disappear along with their spiritual chi. It was very tyrannical. After the black energy entered the warship, it immediately began to corrode the warship's energy. This caused the warship's energy to decrease rapidly. Not only was the warship unable to break the gravity spell, it also caused the warship's energy to be unable to keep up. The warship began to fall from the sky. Upon seeing this, the old man's expression couldn't help but change. Then he immediately said, raise the shields with all your strength. Quick! The people inside the battleship immediately raised their shields. But even if they managed to block the destructive force inside the battleship couldn't escape. It could only corrode the battleship. This gave the old man a headache. However, as cultivators of the spiritual world, they soon discovered the characteristics of the power of destruction. After all, it was not the purest power of destruction. Therefore, they quickly gathered some of the power of destruction on the ship and moved it outside the battleship. After getting the destructive force out of the warship, the old man felt relieved. However, he quickly discovered that he was happy too early. Before, when they wanted to remove the gravity spell, the warships that were used as shields were hit by the spell. Now, the warships were falling towards the ground and were falling faster and faster. It seems like they wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. Even if the warships were to move to the back instead of blocking the front, they wouldn't be able to do it. Upon seeing this, the old man knew that they couldn't go on like this. Their battleships were hit by the gravity technique and were now falling. It seems like they couldn't be saved. The old man hardened his heart and loudly said, everyone in the passage, abandon the ship and attack with your strongest artifacts. If anyone can break out of the encirclement, return to the spiritual realm and immediately find a way to rescue them. Upon hearing this, the people on the battleship stared. But then they understood that this was the best way. After thinking about this, they immediately took action. Everyone took out their artifacts and stepped on them before rushing out of the battleships. After arriving outside, they immediately took out their artifacts and rushed out. However, they didn't know that the Lost Soul Empire was already used to this kind of encirclement. Naturally, they wouldn't give them any chance to escape. Before, they focused their attention on the battleships and didn't go all out to deal with the cultivators from the spiritual realm. Now that the cultivators have abandoned their ships, the Lost Soul Empire wouldn't be polite. At this time, a lot of cultivators from the spiritual realm had gathered together to fight the enemy. Although the Lost Soul Empire was attacking them, the result wasn't very good. After all, the cultivators from the spiritual realm were very strong. If they were to gather together and fight, the Lost Soul Empire would have a hard time. Now that the fleet has destroyed the spiritual realm's fleet, the battleships of the spiritual realm fell to the ground and were destroyed. Naturally, the fleet can turn around and deal with the cultivators from the spiritual realm. This time, the 100 Beast battleships didn't hold back. They directly threw all kinds of spells at the cultivators from the spiritual realm. Although these spells were very simple, they were still very powerful. As soon as these spells were thrown into the crowd, large numbers of cultivators from the spiritual realm died. They couldn't resist the attacks of these powerful spells. When the cultivators from the spiritual realm saw this, they knew that they had no other choice. They can only blame themselves for being too careless. When they came down from the spiritual realm, they didn't bring more powerful artifacts. The fleet's spells disrupted the formation of the cultivators from the spiritual realm. The Lost Soul Empire's army seized this opportunity to attack. Before long, the cultivators from the spiritual realm fell into a disadvantageous position. They wanted to counterattack, but they didn't have the opportunity. Moreover, the sword boats weren't weak. Although the energy cannons of the sword boats weren't very useful against the cultivators from the spiritual realm, the impact of the sword boats still made the cultivators pay a heavy price. On the other hand, the Lost Soul Empire's fleet had a lot of sword boats. In the past, the cultivators from the spiritual realm were able to block the sword boats with their artifacts. But now, their formation has been disrupted by the Lost Soul Empire's fleet. Because of this, the cultivators from the spiritual realm were no longer able to organize themselves to resist the sword boats. Because of this, the sword boats were able to break the formation of the cultivators from the spiritual realm. The old man's expression changed when he saw this. He knew that they were going to lose today. However, if he didn't report the situation to the sect, he wouldn't be satisfied. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. Then, he waved his hand and a pill appeared in his hand. This pill was purplish-red in color and had a very strong smell of blood. It was obvious at a glance that it wasn't something good. Indeed, this Dan was called Purple Blood Dan. It was not a normal Dan, but a kind of devil Dan. After eating this Dan, a person's cultivation would soar in a short period of time, but the consequences were also very serious. This was because this Dan consumed a person's blood chi, and the blood chi was the source of a person's life force. If a person's blood chi dried up, then he would die. This purple blood Dan consumed a person's blood chi, and allowed a person to increase their battle strength in a short period of time. Under normal circumstances, this purple blood pill would take a cultivator's life. Unless they consumed a large amount of chi and blood while using the purple blood pill, they would be dead for sure. That old man had obtained this purple blood pill by accident. He had originally planned to use it when he had to fight with his life on the line. He had never thought that he would use it in the lower realm. However, this was not wrong. Now that they were fighting with the people from the Lost Soul Empire, if he did not use this purple blood pill, then he would not have any chance at all. The old man hesitated for a moment before he clenched his teeth and threw the purple blood pill into his mouth. When the purple blood pill entered his mouth, it immediately turned into a warm current that entered his body. However, when the warm current entered his stomach, it felt as if it was on fire. He felt as if his entire body was on fire. Pop! The old man heard a soft sound in his ear. Then, he felt that the power that had been restraining him all this time seemed to have disappeared. His power had returned to the level when he was in the spiritual world. This discovery made him overjoyed. Ha ha ha, people of the Lost Soul Empire, die. As the old man looked up to the sky and laughed, he soared into the sky. In an instant, a 2-meter-long sword appeared in his hand. It was red in color and carried a bloody smell. The whole sword seemed to be wrapped in a vicious aura, making people feel very uncomfortable at first sight. After the old man took out the sword, he waved it fiercely. A huge sword chi swept directly towards the warships of the Lost Soul Empire. The shields of the battleships were like paper as they burst open. Then a huge sword mark appeared on the battleships. This sword mark directly cut the battleships apart. The battleships shook as if they were about to lose control. When the people on the warships saw this, they moved and rushed out of the warships. Then the warships fell to the ground. On the other hand, the old man didn't care about the people who ran away. He flew forward and waved his sword. Several battleships in front of him were directly cut open. It seems like they can no longer be used. Long Tianlin stood in Plant City and saw the old man's situation. When he saw how strong the old man suddenly became, Long Tianlin couldn't help but stare. However, he didn't panic. He calmed down and thought about it. He immediately understood that the old man must have used some secret technique. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to reach this state. But Long Tianlin also knew that secret techniques generally wouldn't last for too long. After thinking about this, Long Tianlin immediately gave an order, send the order, all warships gather and block the spatial passage. Open the shields with all their might. At the same time, use large spells to deal with that person. Mobilize the Tree Spirit Continent's formation to suppress those people from the spiritual world. Someone immediately complied and gave the order. Along with this order, all the warships in the Lost Soul Empire gathered together and slowly moved towards the spatial passage. At the same time, their shields were fully activated. One after another, large spells were sent towards the old man. Although the speed at which the spells were launched wasn't fast, their power wasn't small. Even the old man didn't dare to meet the spells head-on. At the same time, although the sword chi in his hand could cut through the spells, the sword chi would be consumed. There was no way for him to cut through the battleships like before. The reason why the old man was able to kill so many warships was because the warships weren't prepared. They didn't expect the old man to suddenly erupt. Now that they knew that the old man was about to erupt, they naturally had to think of a way to deal with him. The warships gathered together and blocked the old man's path. At the same time, the sword boats would deal with the people from the spiritual world. This was their method. At the same time, the large formation of the tree spirit continent was fully activated. As soon as the formation was activated, all the plants in the continent began to grow rapidly. Then a pressure began to press down on the people from the spiritual world. The cultivators from the spiritual world were already affected by the large formation. Now that they lost the support of their large artifacts, their morale was greatly affected. They began to get anxious. It was already good enough for them to use 50% of their power. Now that they were affected by the formation of the tree spirit continent, their power was suppressed even further. This caused their casualties to increase greatly. The old man was also affected by this pressure. At the same time, he discovered that it wasn't easy for him to break the formation of the warships. This made him anxious. The old man knew that he wouldn't be able to maintain his current state for long. Therefore, he must break through the blockade of the warships and return to the spiritual world before the time comes. But the problem now was that it was impossible for him to break through the blockade of the battleship. This made the old man very anxious. He retreated for a while and began to pay attention to the changes in his surroundings. Soon, he thought of a way. He turned around and flew straight towards Plant City. At the same time, he swung the big sword in his hand and slashed towards Plant City. Besiege way to rescue Zhao. This was the old man's idea. As long as Plant City was in danger, the warships would come to rescue it. At that time, he would be able to deal with the warships, break through the blockade, and return to the spiritual world. When Long Tianlin saw the old man attacking him, he couldn't help but smile. Then he said in a deep voice, "Increase the energy of the shield. Prepare all energy cannons." Following Long Tianlin's words, everyone in Plant City moved. Plant City's energy shield was immediately strengthened. At the same time, the energy cannons were also prepared. The old man arrived in front of Plant City's shield and slashed down with his sword. A huge sword energy slashed down on the shield. However, the shield only rippled a little before it disappeared. It didn't affect the shield at all. When the old man saw this, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't expect the shield to be this strong. Although he hasn't recovered his full strength in the spiritual world, he has recovered about 60% of it. Even so, he still couldn't break through the shield. This meant that the shield was too strong. Long Tianlin looked at the old man and said, "Energy cannons, attack." Following Long Tianlin's order, energy shot towards the old man. When the old man saw the energy cannons, he didn't dodge. He directly used the sword in his hand to block the energy. However, he discovered that the energy cannons were much stronger than the energy cannons on the warships. If he was constantly attacked by the energy cannons, then he might really be injured. The old man's expression became very ugly. If he can't break Plant City's shield, then he wouldn't be able to attract the warships. He wouldn't be able to open a spatial passage and return to the spiritual world. Then they would all be finished. The old man turned his head and looked around. In the end, his gaze locked onto the people from the spiritual world, the sword boats, and the soldiers from the Lost Soul Empire. The old man turned his sword and swung it. Several sword boats were directly cut in half. Several people on the sword boats were also killed. When the others saw that the situation wasn't good, they immediately flew out of the sword boats. However, the old man didn't stop. He continued to attack the others. When the others saw this, they knew that the old man had turned his attention to them. The people on the sword boats didn't think of escaping. Instead, they continued to attack with all their strength. However, they were also prepared to retreat and self-destruct. The others who were in formation didn't retreat either. Everyone was attacking with all their might. The old man coldly snorted. He swung his sword. This time, his target was still the sword boats. No matter what, the impact of the sword boats was a headache for the cultivators from the spiritual world. However, this time, the old man miscalculated. When the people on the sword boat saw the old man's sword sweeping towards them, they immediately activated the transmission formation and teleported away. At the same time, the sword boat exploded with a loud bang. Although the old man's sword managed to damage several sword boats, only a few people were injured. When the old man saw this, his expression couldn't help but change. However, he didn't stop as he swept his gaze towards the sword boats. He wanted to see how the people from the Lost Soul Empire would react after he destroyed so many of their boats. The old man's expression changed. However, he didn't stop as he swept his gaze towards the sword boats. He wanted to see how the people from the Lost Soul Empire would react. However, the old man soon discovered that his decision was wrong. This was because the sword boats had stopped in the middle of the people from the spiritual world. If the old man swung his sword, the sword boats would explode and the people from the spiritual world would be finished. The old man couldn't help but pause his attack. As soon as he stopped, a few of the sword galleys self-detonated, killing all of the cultivators from the spirit world. The old man stared in shock, then turned to look at the soldiers of the Lost Soul Empire who were still engaged in battle. However, the soldiers of the Lost Soul Empire didn't seem to notice his gaze. They were still attacking with all their strength. At this time, the sword boats also moved. They continued to attack the spiritual world cultivators without any intention of stopping. The old man immediately moved and slashed his sword towards the soldiers. However, the soldiers were much more agile than the sword boats and the battleships. As soon as the old man made a move, the soldiers immediately moved. Because of this, the sword chi didn't manage to hit anyone. The old man stared. He didn't expect the soldiers of the Lost Soul Empire to be this agile. His sword attack didn't do any damage at all. However, the old man immediately started to attack the soldiers of the Lost Soul Empire a second time. But at this time, the 100 beast battleships launched spells towards the old man. These spells were very powerful, and since they were launched by the battleships, their might was naturally very great. Moreover, their range was also very far. At this time, the old man had no choice but to turn around and face the spells. However, he soon discovered that the spiritual chi in his body was rapidly depleting. It wasn't only because of the law of space, but also because the formation of the tree spirit continent was activated. This caused the old man's spiritual chi to be depleted. Moreover, he had been attacking everywhere, and this was the first time he had used his full strength. This made the old man very nervous. He knew that he didn't have much time left. If he couldn't return to the spirit world, then not only would he die, but everyone who came with him would also die. After thinking about this, the old man couldn't help but look at the spatial passage. He knew that he didn't have time to think about anything else. He just needed to break through the obstacles as soon as possible. The old man looked at the tightly sealed spatial passage and couldn't help but show a decisive expression. He shouted, "People of the Art Sword sect, listen up. Get close to me, quick." After the old man gave the order, the people of the Art Sword sect immediately moved. They all moved towards the old man. Before long, a large number of people from the Art Sword sect had gathered around the old man. Naturally, the people of the Lost Soul Empire also gathered around the old man. They chased after the people of the Art Sword sect. The old man waved his sword and killed nearly 1,000 people of the Lost Soul Empire. At the same time, he destroyed several of the Lost Soul Empire sword boats. This stopped the pursuit of the Lost Soul Empire. Then, the old man shouted, "Everyone, attack the spatial tunnel. We must return to the spiritual world and tell the people in the spiritual world what happened here. Charge." Following the old man's order, the people of the Art Sword sect all rushed towards the spatial channel. They knew that if they couldn't rush back to the spiritual world, they would really be finished. However, what these people didn't know was that the old man didn't intend to take them back to the spirit realm. The old man knew that it wouldn't be easy for these people to return to the spirit realm. Even if they gathered everyone's strength, it wouldn't be easy. The old man had these people surround him in order to divert the attention of the battleships. This way, he could rush to the side of the battleships and attack them. The old man's plan was good. The people of the Art Sword sect gathered around him and then rushed towards the spatial channel. This indeed diverted the attention of the fleet. Although the fleet was still firing spells, they couldn't stop so many people. After all, there were too many people. Long Tianlin, who was standing on the side, saw this and immediately said, "Send the order to all battle squads. Use the energy formations to deal with those guys. We must destroy them." Soon after, the squads took out their power formations and began to attack the invaders. In a short time, the casualties of the arcane spirit world increased dramatically. However, the people from the spiritual realm didn't care about this. They were still attacking with all their might. They knew that if they continued to entangle with the people from the Lost Soul Empire, then they would never be able to go back. Because of this, they launched a desperate charge. They must break through the enemy's defenses. Upon seeing this, Long Tianlin said, "Fleet, retreat to both sides. At the same time, maintain the frequency of your attacks. Palaces, continue to block the spatial channel. At the same time, add more sealing formations to the spatial channel." Following Long Tianlin's order, the fleet slowly retreated to both sides. The palaces began to face the attacks of the people of the Art Sword sect. However, these palaces were different from the palaces of the spiritual realm. Although the palaces of the Skill Sword sect looked beautiful and had decent offensive capabilities, they didn't have many other means of attack. Especially on the palaces, there were very few energy weapons. This was why the Enchanting Soul Empire was able to destroy them so easily. However, these palaces weren't the same. These palaces were made by the Lost Soul Empire using the same materials as the original palaces. It can be said that aside from the shape, there were no other similarities between these palaces. These palaces were made for a single purpose, to be used as a fortress. Therefore, their combat strength was still very good. At this time, the energy weapons of the palaces were fully activated. The energy weapons of the palaces were very different from the energy weapons of the 100 Beast battleships. The energy weapons of the palaces were very similar to the energy weapons on the ground. The energy that they emitted was very powerful. The people of the Art Sword sect were having a hard time facing such an attack. Most importantly, although the 100 Beast battleships have retreated, their attacks didn't stop. They just changed from intercepting to attacking from the sides. Although it seems like the 100 Beast battleships have retreated, the attacks from the sides were still very powerful. They caused a lot of casualties to the people of the Art Sword sect. However, the people of the Art Sword sect seemed to have gone crazy. The retreat of the battleships gave them a glimmer of hope. They didn't care about their lives as they kept attacking the defensive line formed by the palaces. In this case, the people of the Lost Soul Empire naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. All kinds of energy weapons were used to greet the people of the Art Sword sect. The casualties of the people of the Art Sword sect were even greater. But now, the people of the Art Sword sect couldn't care less. In their eyes, there was only the spatial passage, nothing else. They attacked madly. The number of people of the Art Sword sect was decreasing little by little. In the end, the entire Art Sword sect was left with less than 10,000 people. One of the palaces of the Lost Soul Empire was also destroyed. However, the remaining 10,000 people were no longer able to attack the defensive line of the palaces. At this time, the people of the Art Sword sect also woke up from their madness. They discovered that their numbers had become very small. This made them even more panicked. The old man of the Art Sword sect also had a sad expression. He felt that his strength was slowly disappearing. He knew that the effect of the purple blood demonic pill had disappeared. When the effect of the purple blood demonic pill disappeared, it was time for him to die. This time, he was very clear about it. However, there was nothing he could do. He didn't have the strength to attack the defensive line of the Lost Soul Empire. The old man glanced around and looked at the people of the spiritual world. He couldn't help but sigh and murmured, "Sect, you are very wrong. My Art Sword sect is finished." The reason why the old man said this was because their actions this time were completely ordered by their sect. This was because among the cultivators of the Sword sect who died in the Lost Soul Kingdom, one of them was the favorite son of the sect master of the Sword sect. However, this youngest son, who was most favored by the sect master, had a bad reputation in the Sword sect. He had done all sorts of things to bully men and women. Coupled with the sect master's love for him, he was even more lawless. The entire sword sect dared to be angry with this youngest son of the sect master, but they did not dare to say anything. They all regarded him as a scourge. The last time they came to the five spirit realms to deal with the demon god, it was the people of the Art Sword sect. This was because the five spirit realms were under the control of the Art Sword sect. The Art Sword sect didn't care about the demon god that much. A demon god that had been sealed for who knows how many years had been forgotten by the people of the Art Sword sect. The reason why the Art Sword sect sent people to deal with the demon god was to strengthen their control over the five spirit realms. There were many factions in the Art Sword sect. Many people were punished because they stood on the wrong side. Those people last time were some servants. They were punished because they followed the wrong master. They were sent to the five spirit realms to deal with the demon god. To put it bluntly, they were sent to the five spirit realms to deal with the demon god. However, these people represented the Art Sword sect in the five spirit realms. So when these people died, the Art Sword sect was naturally furious. They immediately prepared to send people to the five spirit realms to deal with the demon god and the people of the five spirit realms. This was because the people of the Art Sword sect who died attributed half of their deaths to the demon god and the other half to the people of the five spirit realms. In their eyes, the people of the five spirit realms were very hateful. They didn't listen to their orders and didn't care about the Art Sword sect. After all, the people from the Skill Sword sect didn't understand this situation in the five spirit realms. However, in the eyes of the people from the Skill Sword sect, the people they sent to the lower realms were people from the Skill Sword sect. Now that they were killed, the Skill Sword sect naturally had to send people down to teach the people of the five spirit realms a lesson. The sect master of the Art Sword sect wanted his youngest son to come to the five spirit realms and teach the people of the five spirit realms a lesson. This could be considered as giving face to the Art Sword sect. This could also be counted as a contribution. In the future, he could give his son more benefits and greater power. In order to ensure his son's safety, he also arranged for some experts to come with his son to the five spirit realms. He also asked his son to bring some palaces. This palace was more of a status in the Art Sword sect. It wasn't a top-grade large magic artifact, but its combat power wasn't weak. In the eyes of the Art Sword sect, sending this palace was enough to ensure the safety of the palace master's youngest son. When the time came, this contribution would be made, and his son would naturally have the capital to enter the five spirit realms. However, no one in the Art Sword sect expected that the youngest son of the sect master would be killed by the people of the five spirit realms as soon as he appeared. At that time, the people of the Art Sword sect didn't know. But after waiting for 3 months, the sect master knew that something had happened. He even used his spiritual power to scan the five spirit realms and finally found that his youngest son was indeed dead. After discovering that his youngest son was dead, the sect master's anger was out of control. He immediately sent the seventh elder of the sect to prepare. The next time they could enter the five spirit realms, he would immediately bring an army and destroy the five spirit realms. This seventh elder was the old man who ate the purple blood demon pill. The seventh elder didn't take this matter seriously. In his opinion, he could easily destroy the five spirit realms with such a large army. But he didn't expect that in the end, not only did he not succeed, but he also died in the five spirit realms. This time, not only did he bring a large number of elite younger disciples of the Art Sword sect, but he also brought a lot of battleships. These people and battleships were definitely good things in the Art Sword sect. Transferring these people out would have a great impact on the Art Sword sect. If all these people died in the five spirit realms, then the Art Sword sect was very likely to have a shortage of manpower. At that time, the Art Sword sect would be finished. The Art Sword sect wasn't a peaceful place. If the Art Sword sect really had a shortage of manpower, then the other sect masters wouldn't let go of this opportunity. When the other sects swarmed in, then the Art Sword sect would really be finished. When the sect master of the Art Sword sect decided to do this, many people objected. However, the sect master of the Art Sword sect insisted on doing this. Of course, he wouldn't say that he did this just to avenge his son. The reason he used was to let the younger disciples in the sect go through a trial and eliminate the demon gods that might exist in the five spirit realms. This reason made those who objected have nothing to say. After all, there was no harm in letting the younger disciples go through a trial. Even if they wanted to object, they couldn't, so they could only agree with the sect master's approach. In order to ensure that the operation this time was foolproof, the sect master of the Sorcerer Sword sect even let the seventh elder personally lead the team. This seventh elder was one of the few elders in the Sorcerer Sword sect who was closer to the sect master. The sect master naturally let him lead the team to let the seventh elder understand that the trial relatives and the elimination of the demon god were just some gaps. Their real goal was revenge. Of course, the seventh elder also understood the sect master's intention. Therefore, from the very beginning, he wanted to eliminate everyone in the 5 spirit realms. Even when they first talked to Long Tianlin, it was just to know who was in charge of the 5 spirit realms. After they killed people, they could go back and tell the sect master who they killed. However, the seventh elder didn't expect that the end would be like this. Now that the effect of the purple blood demon pill was about to disappear, he was about to die, and the elites of the younger disciples of the Art Sword sect were all going to die here. This was a huge blow to the Art Sword sect, so he lamented that the sect master was wrong. However, the seventh elder was lamenting that the people of the Lost Soul Empire didn't give him any face. At this time, the purple blood demonic pill that the seventh elder had consumed had completely lost its effect. He quickly aged and wrinkles started to appear on his skin. His white hair also started to fall down. In the end, only a few strands of hair were left on his head. His eyes that were full of spirit also became very turbid. It was as if his entire body was suddenly sucked dry of blood. Then, the seventh elder's mouth trembled twice, his eyes closed, and his body fell straight down. Obviously, he was dead. At this time, the other people of the Skill Sword sect also found out that the seventh elder was dead. They were stunned, and then chaos ensued. However, the people of the Lost Soul Empire didn't hold back. They took this opportunity to kill the people of the Skill Sword sect. The people of the Skill Sword sect were in complete despair. They didn't expect that they, who were considered the top figures in the Skill Sword sect, would die here today. This made them rush out like crazy. But it's too late, the Lost Soul Empire sword boats, 100 beast battleships, and palaces have surrounded them. Behind these artifacts, there are countless troops of the Lost Soul Empire waiting for them, they don't even have a chance to escape. Some people from the Art Sword sect wanted to surrender, but Long Tianlin didn't accept their surrender. They wanted to kill as many people from the Art Sword sect as possible. Moreover, it was too dangerous for these people to surrender. Therefore, he couldn't accept their surrender. It was precisely because of this that the people of the Lost Soul Empire didn't hold back at all. They directly wiped out the people of the Sword sect, leaving no one alive. After exterminating the Art Sword sect, the people from the Lost Soul Empire began to clean up the battlefield. This time, their harvest was very big. The people from the Art Sword sect were the backbone of their sect. Each of them had one or even several spatial equipment. And these spatial equipment contained a lot of good things. If the people from the Lost Soul Empire were to fight them in the spiritual realm, then they would certainly be wiped out. This was because the people from the Art Sword sect could use their various artifacts. When the time comes, the people from the Lost Soul Empire could only wait to be slaughtered. However, the people from the Lost Soul Empire were unlucky. They didn't understand battle formations, so they couldn't support too many artifacts at once. It can be said that this was equivalent to putting a mountain on their back, tying their hands. If the people from the Lost Soul Empire were to fight with them, then they would certainly be wiped out. This was because the people from the Art Sword sect could use their artifacts. When the time comes, the people from the Lost Soul Empire could only be slaughtered. However, the people from the Lost Soul Empire were unlucky. They didn't understand battle formations and couldn't use too many artifacts at once. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was sitting inside the space, calmly looking at the battle outside. Until the end of the battle, he didn't say a word. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, what's wrong? Are you not satisfied with what they did?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, they're doing very well. I'm just wondering why the spirit realm would send so many people. Moreover, these people seem to be from the same sect. Is the spirit realm really that formidable? Sending more than 100,000 people isn't a problem at all." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, I'm just curious. Why would the spirit realm send so many people? If this is the case, then I'm afraid that the Lost Soul Empire would have to fight them in the future. When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but stare. Then her expression changed as she said, if that's the case, then it would be troublesome. Brother Hai, what do you mean? Are you going to remind Long Tianlin and the others or delay your ascension? Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he shook his head and said, no need, there's no need to delay the ascension. Let's just go according to plan. I've done enough for the Lost Soul Empire. If I don't leave, then all of the Lost Soul Empire's efforts would be in vain. After we ascend, if the Lost Soul Empire encounters any problems, then we can immediately help them. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's good. Laura immediately understood what Zhao meant. She nodded and said, all right. But Brother Hai, before you leave, you should also tell Long Tianlin to make preparations. Zhao nodded and said, all right. But Brother Hai, before you leave, you should also tell Long Tianlin to prepare. Zhao Hai smiled and said, don't worry, I'll be prepared. You don't need to worry about this. I can see that Long Tianlin has grown up. After this matter, he will certainly grow up. Moreover, the people from the spiritual realm left behind a lot of good things for the Lost Soul Empire. With these things, as long as they study them, the Lost Soul Empire would have a chance to rise again. Zhao Hai smiled and said, you don't need to worry about this. Laura nodded, then she said, more than 100,000 people, the artifacts that they left behind isn't a small number. Moreover, there are also a lot of jade slips in their spatial equipment. If we count all of these things, then the Lost Soul Empire's harvest would be very big. For them, this might be a good thing. Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, the Lost Soul Empire. Zhao Hai smiled and said, let them do as they please. In any case, we've already dealt with the matters of the Lost Soul Empire. Now we just need to wait a few years before we ascend. I want to see if anyone from the Lost Soul Empire will ascend in the coming years. Laura smiled and said, there will definitely be. Especially after this war, there will surely be people who ascend. Brother Hai, there were a lot of people who participated in this war. There will surely be people who would benefit from this war. When the time comes, they would naturally ascend. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, all right. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, all right, let's go and rest. Tianlin and the others will need a few days to deal with the aftermath. Once they're done, I'll go out and meet with them. Naturally, Laura and the others didn't oppose. Then the group went to do other things. They still haven't fully grasped the curse techniques and curse formations. Therefore, they still have a lot of things to do. While they have a lot of things to do, the Lost Soul Empire also had a lot of things to do. In this war, the Lost Soul Empire had lost a lot of people. There were also a lot of 100 beast battleships, more than 1,000 sword boats, and a palace that had sunk. All of these things needed to be dealt with properly. However, after this battle, their harvest was also very big. There were more than 1 million different kinds of magical tools and more than 500,000 different kinds of jade slips. Especially the Seventh Elder's big sword, which was an extraordinary treasure. However, no one could use it at the moment. Although Zhao Hai had been researching cursed artifacts, he was also paying attention to the situation of the Lost Soul Empire. Although the Lost Soul Empire had a lot of artifacts, there were only a few that could be used. Zhao Hai couldn't help but pat his head, he had forgotten about this matter. The Lost Soul Empire had obtained a lot of artifacts, but they couldn't use them. This was no different from not having them at all, it was equivalent to holding a golden bowl and begging for food. This was a very shameful matter. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately called Laura and the others to his side. Laura and the others were studying the curse formations. When they heard Zhao Hai calling them, they immediately went to Zhao Hai's side. They looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly, then he pointed at the screen and said, the Lost Soul Empire has obtained those artifacts, but they can't use them. We have to think of a way to make them use those artifacts. Even if we make them weaker, we can't just let them guard those artifacts and not use them. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly, then he pointed at the screen and said, look, the Lost Soul Empire has obtained those artifacts. He. Laura and the others also smiled. They didn't think about this point. This was because in their opinion, using artifacts was a very common thing. They didn't think that the people of the Lost Soul Empire wouldn't be able to use artifacts. This was why they overlooked this point. Zhao Hai and the others smiled. They didn't think that the people of the Lost Soul Empire wouldn't be able to use artifacts. After some time, Laura and the others stopped. Laura still had a smile on her face as she looked at Zhao Hai and said, "The artifacts made in the 5 spirit realms can't be used in the 5 spirit realms because of 2 reasons. First, the people of the 5 spirit realms don't have enough energy to activate the formations inside the artifacts. Second, the people of the 5 spirit realms can still use the artifacts in the Bewildered Soul Empire. In other words, the artifacts of the Bewildered Soul Empire don't have a high requirement for spiritual force. It's just that the people of the Bewildered Soul Empire can't use multiple artifacts at the same time. This shouldn't be a problem for the people of the Bewildered Soul Empire. We just need to add an energy gathering formation and an energy storage artifact on the outside of the artifacts. When the artifacts are used, the energy storage formation can provide energy to the artifacts. This way, the people of the Bewildered Soul Empire would be able to use the artifacts. What do you think, Brother Hai? What do you think?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's a good idea. However, it wouldn't be easy to make the artifacts use the energy inside the energy storage formations. We still need to study it." "Alright, I'll go out and get 2 artifacts so that we can study them together. After that, we'll tell the people of the Lost Soul Empire about the method and have them modify their artifacts. What do you think?" Laura smiled and said, "Alright, that's not a problem. You can go, we'll be waiting for you here." Zhao Hai nodded, then his figure moved and appeared in Long Tianling's room. There were several people inside Long Tianling's room, waiting for his orders. When these people saw that there was another person in the room, they immediately tensed up. But when they turned their heads and saw that it was Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then their faces lit up as they gave a salute to Zhao Hai and said, "We've seen your majesty." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Long Tianlin who stood up and gave him a salute. Then he smiled faintly and said, "You fought a good battle." In the end, the spirit cultivator ate a special pill that allowed him to use his own life force. This allowed him to ignore the laws of space. But in the end, he was still killed by you. Good job. This time, I'll take 2 artifacts back and study them. I'll see how they can be used by you. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Long Tianlin immediately knew that Zhao Hai had been paying attention to the battle. Long Tianlin couldn't help but feel moved. Zhao Hai was clearly watching the battle, but he didn't make a move. The main reason for this was to let the people of the Lost Soul Empire get used to fighting against people from the spiritual realm. The most important reason was to let Long Tianlin establish his prestige. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't make an appearance. Long Tianlin said, "Your Majesty, since you're here, I'll give you a report on the battle. What do you think?" Long Tianlin really wanted to talk to Zhao Hai about the battle. This was because he wanted to hear Zhao Hai's opinion. Zhao Hai looked at Long Tianlin and knew what he wanted to say. He smiled faintly and said, "Tianlin, there's no need for that. You've done a good job. Bring me 2 artifacts. I'll be leaving now. Once I'm done with the artifacts, I'll go into seclusion to prepare for my ascension. I'm relieved to leave the Lost Soul Empire to you." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Long Tianlin didn't know what to say. In the end, he nodded and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." After he said that, Long Tianlin immediately turned his head to the person standing next to him and said, "Go and bring His Majesty 2 artifacts." The person nodded, then he turned around and ran out. The artifacts that they seized were all stored in a separate warehouse. Therefore, they had to send someone to retrieve them. After the person left, Long Tianlin immediately invited Zhao Hai to sit in the main seat. Then Long Tianlin looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Your Majesty, we've defeated a few people from the spirit realm this time. However, there are too many of them this time. If they send even more people next time, what should we do?" Long Tianlin nodded and said, "Alright." Long Tianlin's words were the same as the other people from the Lost Soul Empire. To be honest, although they defeated the spiritual realm and made them understand that there was nothing to be afraid of, this matter still affected them greatly. If the spiritual realm sent more people next time, what would they do? If there were more ruthless people like the seventh elder who could ignore the laws of space, then they would be in even greater trouble. Zhao Hai looked at Long Tianlin and said, Tianlin, you're about to become the emperor of the Lost Soul Empire. You need to remember that with the Lost Soul Empire's current strength, we can deal with any battle. Even if there are a lot of people from the spiritual realm, we can still deal with them. This is the Lost Soul Empire's territory. Through this battle, we've discovered our own problems. For example, the materials used to make the 100 Beast battleships aren't very good. This means that we need to improve our formations. We also need to practice more, and we don't have a lot of powerful offensive methods. Tianlin, you need to remember that in every battle, we need to find our shortcomings and correct them. As long as we correct our shortcomings, then we can defeat our enemies. If the spiritual realm comes, then the Lost Soul Empire's development wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing. Our Lost Soul Empire has already developed to this extent. Moreover, we don't have any enemies other than the spiritual realm. If this enemy were to disappear one day, then the Lost Soul Empire would lose its motivation to develop. For us, this would be a bad thing. On the contrary, the existence of such an enemy would force us to keep moving forward. This way, the Lost Soul Empire's development wouldn't stop. Wouldn't this be a good thing? Zhao Hai looked at Long Tianlin and said, Long Tianlin, you're about to become the emperor of the Lost Soul Empire. You need to remember that with our current strength, we can deal with any battle. Long Tianlin nodded and said, that's indeed a good thing. But your majesty, what if we beat the spirit cultivators twice and they don't dare to attack us again? What should we do then? Zhao Hai replied, take risks. Find a new plane and conquer it. Remember, we are people of the Lost Soul Empire. We need to move forward. Only in this way can we keep going. Zhao Hai nodded and said, don't worry. Long Tianlin didn't say anything. Zhao Hai's words were very clear. The Lost Soul Empire will continue to move forward. As long as the Lost Soul Empire continues to move forward, the Lost Soul Empire will continue to develop. Nobody knows what the Lost Soul Empire will become in the future. Zhao Hai looked at Long Tianlin and said, Tianlin, we're all cultivators. We're all pursuing the Great Tao. We're not immortals. Even if we were, we wouldn't know what would happen in the future. Therefore, you don't need to think too much. Just follow your own thoughts and take one step at a time. Long Tianlin nodded and didn't say anything. Zhao Hai continued, remember, you are the emperor of the Lost Soul Empire. The Lost Soul Empire is now the overlord of this realm. As long as you know of a plane, then you can conquer it. In this realm, the Lost Soul Empire is the king, we are invincible. As long as you have this mindset, then you can lead the Lost Soul Empire forward. Long Tianlin nodded and didn't say anything. Long Tianlin understood what Zhao Hai meant. The Lost Soul Empire was now very strong. But if they let a gentle person become the ruler, then the Lost Soul Empire would continue to be like this. Even if they wanted to advance, their pace wouldn't be too fast. However, the realm they were in wasn't a realm that couldn't cultivate. It was a realm of cultivators. The cultivation of cultivators was like a country. If they don't advance, then they'll fall behind. Because of this, the Lost Soul Empire doesn't need a gentle ruler, it needs a domineering one. As long as I know a realm on the same level as me, then I'll conquer it. Even if I don't have an opponent, then I'll find an opponent. This is because the Lost Soul Empire needs to move forward, it needs motivation, it needs opponents. In the past, Long Tianlin had been learning from Zhao Hai. However, he always felt that he was lacking something compared to Zhao Hai. Now, he understood that he lacked Zhao Hai's domineering aura. At this time, the person who went out to retrieve the artifacts came back. Zhao Hai waved his hand and received the artifacts. Then he stood up and patted Long Tianlin's shoulder and said, Tianlin, do well. The Lost Soul Empire is now yours. Don't let my words affect your judgment. Now that the Lost Soul Empire is in your hands, it's up to you to decide what direction it will take. The path I walked might not be suitable for you, but the path you lead might not be suitable for the Lost Soul Empire. I'll be taking my leave. Then his figure flashed as he disappeared from Long Tianlin's room. The other people in the room also heard the conversation between the two. After Zhao Hai left, the other people looked at each other. They also understood what Zhao Hai meant. However, they also understood that Long Tianlin would be the next emperor of the Lost Soul Empire. After Zhao Hai left, Long Tianlin thought about Zhao Hai's words. In the end, he let out a long sigh as he turned to the others and said, "Let's continue with the report. It seems like His Majesty won't care about the internal affairs of the country. Let's continue with the report." The others nodded and then reported the situation of the Lost Soul Empire to Long Tianlin. However, their expressions were filled with respect. After all, Zhao Hai had already promised that the Lost Soul Empire would be handed over to Long Tianlin in the future. Zhao Hai returned to the space where Laura and the others were waiting for him. Zhao Hai casually threw the two artifacts over to Laura and the others. These were two sword-shaped artifacts. They were very good artifacts. However, in Zhao Hai's opinion, these two artifacts weren't up to standard. Naturally, he also knew that these two artifacts were already very advanced in the Lost Soul Empire. After all, the formations of the Lost Soul Empire couldn't be compared to his own. Laura and the others received the two swords and looked at them before throwing them to the side. For them, as long as they knew what formations were inside these artifacts, they would be able to use them directly. They didn't need to study them too much. It was like a college student who didn't know what the problem was before, so he couldn't write down the answer. But when he saw that the problem was 1 + 1, he didn't even need to look twice before he could write down the answer. Laura turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, where do you think Long Tianlin will take the Lost Soul Empire? How much of an impact will the words you said today have on him?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "There's no need to worry about him. I already said that the Lost Soul Empire is in his hands. As for where it goes in the future, it's up to him. Right now, I just want to observe the Lost Soul Empire for a few years before I ascend. I'm now more curious about the Sword Spirit Realm." When Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai, they understood what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai really didn't want to manage the Lost Soul Empire. In fact, there was no need for him to manage it. However, this was also a good thing. Laura and the others didn't say anything as they went to make the formation for the artifact. Just like Zhao Hai said before, the formation couldn't be made. What was difficult was how to make the formation work on the artifact. This required the artifact to have a connection with the artifact. Then when the person using the artifact activates the formation, the energy of the formation would activate the artifact. This way, the artifact would be able to use the artifact. However, how to connect the formation to the artifact was the crux of the problem. But for Laura and the others, this wasn't a difficult matter. They made several formations and then combined them together to form a new formation. Then they could install the new formation onto the artifact. These formations can be combined or separated. They can be made into things like sword pendants. Because of this, it wasn't very difficult. If it was someone else, then this might be very difficult. However, Laura and the others had a lot of formations. Because of this, it wasn't difficult for them at all. After Zhao Hai sent the formation back to the Lost Soul Empire, he began to study curses inside the space. He didn't care about the matters of the Lost Soul Empire anymore. He was now waiting for the right time to ascend. As for why he wanted to wait a few years, it was because Zhao Hai wanted to see which direction the Lost Soul Empire would take. If the Lost Soul Empire went crooked, then Zhao Hai would come forward and stop them. Zhao Hai didn't care about the Lost Soul Empire anymore. Zhao Hai stood there quietly as he looked at the hill in front of him. There weren't many trees on the hill, only gravel could be seen everywhere. It looked very ordinary. However, this was the place where Zhao Hai was preparing to ascend. Beside Zhao Hai stood Stonemer and the others. This time, they would be ascending with Zhao Hai. At the same time, Long Tianlin was standing beside Zhao Hai. Long Tianlin also looked at the small mountain, but there was a trace of reluctance in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, are you leaving now?" "Your Majesty can rest assured, I'll certainly manage the empire well. When the time comes, I'll go to the upper realm and work for your Majesty." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Tianlin, it's been 3 years since we defeated the spirit realm. You've done very well in these 3 years. The Lost Soul Empire has also developed very well. Originally, I wanted to ascend in a year, but then I thought that I might meet Xiaoyu. Because of this, I decided to ascend ahead of time. In the past, I was a bit worried about you, but now that I see you doing so well, I'm relieved. I believe that under your leadership, the Lost Soul Empire would certainly get better and better. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, all right. Long Tianlin replied, if your majesty didn't lay a good foundation, how could I have reached this point? Your majesty, I really don't want you to leave. Zhao Hai patted Long Tianlin's shoulder and said, all right, don't act like a girl. I'm ascending, not dying. What's there to worry about? When you ascend in the future, can't we still meet? Take the formation that I left for you. You can communicate with me directly. This way, I'll be able to know about the Lost Soul Empire from the spirit realm. Just think of it as me going to a new plane to explore. However, I won't care about the Lost Soul Empire anymore. You've handled it very well. Long Tianlin nodded. He was really reluctant to part with Zhao Hai. When he first met Zhao Hai, he wasn't even 20 years old. At that time, he was in the most dangerous situation. There were strong enemies outside and spies inside. His every move was being monitored. Although he did it on purpose, Long Tianlin was still in a dangerous situation. After all, he only divined the enemies and not the Sacred Institute. Even if he divined the Sacred Institute's strength, he still didn't understand the Sacred Institute's true strength. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly appeared and swept through the spirit weapon realm. For Long Tianlin, this was a huge shock. Later on, Zhao Hai didn't look down on him because of his young age. On the contrary, Zhao Hai trained him and even treated him as his successor. This made Long Tianlin very moved. Instead of saying that Long Tianlin was Zhao Hai's subordinate, it was better to say that he was Zhao Hai's disciple. Long Tianlin felt that Zhao Hai was like a master and a father. Because of this, he was very reluctant to let Zhao Hai leave. Zhao Hai looked at Long Tianlin, then he smiled faintly and said, Tianlin, you've done very well. However, you still need to pay attention to the spiritual realm's attack. If the spiritual realm's attack is too strong, then you can use the entire strength of the empire to resist them. Even if you let them know about the existence of the other planes, it wouldn't be impossible. Not everyone from the upper realms can ignore the laws of space. Even those who can ignore the laws of space would have to pay a huge price. When the spiritual realm finds out that the price they pay isn't proportional to their benefits, then they wouldn't come looking for trouble with us. Long Tianlin nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, the spiritual realm's attack is very strong. Long Tianlin nodded. Then he knit his brows and said, Your Majesty, I'm curious. Wasn't the scale of the people from the spirit realm a bit too big? Zhao Hai replied, It's indeed very big. I have some doubts about this matter as well. From what I can see, this matter should be related to the second batch of people from the 5 spirit realm. At that time, these people came with palaces. Moreover, they weren't weak. Most importantly, they had a lot of artifacts on them, some of which were very advanced. Because of this, I think that the second batch of people who came to the 5 spirit realms must have a high status. Since these people were killed in the 5 spirit realms, the people from the 5 spirit realms wouldn't just sit idly by. Because of this, they sent a large number of people in order to take revenge. But now that these people have been killed, I want to see how they will react next. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Yes. Long Tianlin nodded and said, If what your majesty said is true, then the spirit realm would only have 2 reactions. They would either send more experts to destroy us, or they wouldn't care about us. After all, they can't afford to lose us. Zhao Hai nodded and said, You're right, I also think so. But no matter what, we need to prepare for the worst, we need to be prepared to face the enemy. Long Tianlin nodded and said, Yes, Your Majesty. Your Majesty can rest assured, I'll be prepared. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, Can you use the artifacts you obtained last time? Have you modified them? Zhao Hai was naturally asking about the 1 million artifacts that Long Tianlin and the others obtained after defeating the Sword Sect. These artifacts needed to be equipped with a combination formation. And this combination formation was something that Zhao Hai had Laura and the others research. However, after Zhao Hai gave the method of making the combination formation to Long Tianlin, he didn't care about this matter. Therefore, he asked about it now. Long Tianlin immediately replied, Your Majesty, don't worry. They've already been modified and can be used. Moreover, we've already given those artifacts to the army. The power of those artifacts is much greater than the artifacts we made ourselves. Zhao Hai nodded and said, All right, it's good that you can pay attention to those artifacts. But not only that, you also need to see if you can extract formations from those artifacts. This is very important. Zhao Hai nodded and said, All right, it's good that you can pay attention to those artifacts. Long Tianlin replied, Your Majesty can rest assured, I've already arranged some people to do it. However, the results weren't very good. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Long Tianlin and patted his shoulder, Look, aren't you doing very well? You can also think of what I can think of. Don't worry, I'll support you. Long Tianlin nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Your Majesty, it's almost time. Do you have anything else to say? The reason why Long Tianlin asked this was because Zhao Hai had already confirmed that he would be going to transcend his tribulation at noon. Therefore, Long Tianlin said that it was almost time. In fact, it wasn't up to you to choose when you wanted to cross the heavenly tribulation. It was the heavenly tribulation that chose you. When it was time, no matter where you were, the heavenly tribulation would fall on your head. There was no way to run away from it. Because of this, when Zhao Hai came out of the space, he immediately felt that he would be transcending at noon. Therefore, he notified Long Tianlin in advance. Moreover, Zhao Hai would be transcending the tribulation together with Stonemer and the others. After transcending the tribulation, they would be able to stay in the Lost Soul Empire for 3 days before they ascend. When Zhao Hai heard Long Tianlin, he shook his head and said, No, as long as you do your own thing, there's nothing for me to worry about in the Lost Soul Empire. Long Tianlin nodded, it was almost noon. Although he wanted to chat with Zhao Hai, he knew that now wasn't the time. Moreover, Zhao Hai wasn't planning to stay in the Lost Soul Empire any longer. After he transcends his tribulation, he would ascend to the Sword Spirit world. At that time, he wouldn't be able to see Zhao Hai. When he thought of this, Long Tianlin couldn't help but feel sad. However, he still managed to hold back his sadness. However, tears still flowed out of his eyes. Zhao Hai also saw Long Tianlin's appearance. He just patted Long Tianlin's shoulder and didn't say anything. Then he slowly walked towards the hill with Stonemer and the others following closely behind. The other people from the Lost Soul Empire were watching Zhao Hai's movements. Zhao Hai was the king of the Lost Soul Empire. His prestige was unparalleled in the Lost Soul Empire. Even if he didn't do anything in the past few years, the people of the Lost Soul Empire still regarded Zhao Hai as a god. Now that Zhao Hai was about to ascend, for the people of the Lost Soul Empire, this was both a sad and happy matter. They were sad because Zhao Hai was about to leave. At the same time, they were happy because Zhao Hai was about to ascend. For any cultivator, ascension was a good thing. Naturally, the people of the Lost Soul Empire wouldn't drag Zhao Hai down. The people of the Lost Soul Empire never doubted that Zhao Hai would fail his tribulation. They were very clear about Zhao Hai's strength. Those who weren't as good as Zhao Hai had already ascended. Only Zhao Hai didn't ascend. Naturally, they didn't believe that Zhao Hai's strength was inferior to those people. On the contrary, everyone knew that those who ascended would only be defeated by Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai didn't ascend. This was because he was still worried about the Lost Soul Empire. Now that he was about to ascend, it meant that he was completely at ease with the Lost Soul Empire. For them, this was a good thing. Zhao Hai and Stonemer stood on the hill. Zhao Hai looked at the people of the Lost Soul Empire. Then he raised his hand and cupped his fist towards the people of the Lost Soul Empire. This time, all the people of the Lost Soul Empire cried out in pain. Then they all knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times towards Zhao Hai. At this time, large amounts of dark clouds began to gather above the group. These dark clouds were very big and very thick. They were even thicker than the clouds that Wen Hai and the others faced when they went through their tribulations. Zhao Hai looked at the people of the Lost Soul Empire, then he waved his hand and said, Get up. Remember, the people of the Lost Soul Empire must be courageous. I will be waiting for you in the Sword Spirit world. As Zhao Hai said these words, the tribulation clouds in the sky were getting thicker and thicker. The tribulation clouds had already covered the entire sky. Although it was noon, there wasn't any sunlight. The surroundings were completely dark. Lightning snakes flashed from time to time inside the tribulation clouds, but they didn't fall down yet. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. Zhao Hai looked at the tribulation clouds, then he turned to Stonemer and said, "Stonemer, how do you feel? Are you nervous?" Stonemer smiled and said, "With the young master here, there's no need for us to be nervous." "We're not nervous at all." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, there's no need to be nervous. When the heavenly tribulation descends, each of you will block a bolt of tribulation lightning. I think that this time, there will be a lot of tribulation lightning. After all, there are so many of us. Don't think that blocking tribulation lightning is a bad thing. You should know that the process of blocking tribulation lightning is the process of tempering you. Rather than calling it a tribulation, it's better to call it a test from the heavens. If you pass this test, then you can ascend to the immortal realm. If you can't pass this test, then you will naturally be eliminated." Stonemer nodded and said, "All right, young master can rest assured. Leave the tribulation lightning to us. I'm sure that we can block it." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, he didn't say anything. What Stonemer said was right. They can block the first few bolts of tribulation lightning. However, it was impossible for them to block the later ones. Zhao Hai believed that the latter ones were prepared for him. Besides him, no one else would be able to block them. As he spoke, the sound of thunder came from the tribulation clouds. Then, a few electric snakes shot down from the dark clouds. Sherhammer and the others, who were already prepared, also raised their weapons. With a roar, they went up to meet the lightning. Stone Hammer, Lian Hua, Iron Dragon, and Iron Wire's weapons directly hit the lightning snake. The lightning snake immediately burst out with a bright white flash before disappearing. Stone Hammer and the others directly fell from the sky. After landing, their feet sunk into the ground. It could be seen how powerful the tribulation lightning was. Although they withstood it, they didn't manage to dissipate the tribulation lightning's power, which was why they sunk into the ground. This time, Zhao Hai didn't make a move. He just stood there and watched. This kind of tribulation lightning attack wasn't something that he needed to do. At this time, the second bolt of tribulation lightning struck down. Stonemer and the others had just fallen to the ground. They weren't able to get up yet, so the second bolt of tribulation lightning came. This made them surprised. However, Stone Hammer and the others immediately reacted. They roared as they waved their weapons towards the sky. Huge waves of energy shot towards the tribulation lightning. But this time, their energy wasn't able to block the tribulation lightning. The tribulation lightning struck them directly. Stone Hammer and the others roared as they waved their weapons towards the sky. Then a huge wave of energy shot towards the tribulation lightning. But this time, their energy couldn't block it. However, these lightning strikes were already consumed by their energy. The remaining energy wasn't very strong. Stonemer and the others were very strong. Naturally, they weren't afraid of it and were able to withstand it. However, just as they withstood the second bolt of tribulation lightning, the third bolt of tribulation lightning came down. This time, Stonemer and the others didn't hold back. All of them straightened their bodies and directly faced the tribulation lightning. These beast cultivators were the strongest when they revealed their true forms. This time, they were able to block the tribulation lightning. Then, they blocked the fourth bolt of tribulation lightning as well. It wasn't until the fifth bolt of tribulation lightning that they were surprised and even injured. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai immediately said, "All right, leave the rest to me." Stonemer and the others didn't try to be brave. They turned into their human forms and sat cross-legged. At this time, the sixth bolt of tribulation lightning arrived. Zhao Hai waved his hand as a fist energy flew out and directly dispersed the tribulation lightning. It looked very easy. The remaining tribulation lightning bolts were the same. Zhao Hai only needed to send out a few chi waves to scatter the tribulation lightning bolts. Compared to Stone Hammer and the others who were going all out, this was a stark contrast. Until the tribulation lightning disappeared and the dark clouds dispersed, Zhao Hai didn't do anything special. But the more he acted like this, the more it showed his strength. When the dark clouds dispersed, the earth regained its light. At this time, a spatial channel appeared in the sky. This spatial channel shot out a white light that enveloped Zhao Hai and the others. Stonemer and the others also stood up. Then Zhao Hai looked at the people from the Lost Soul Empire and cupped his fist. The people from the Lost Soul Empire were still kneeling there. They looked at Zhao Hai and Stonemer as they slowly flew up and disappeared into the spatial channel. Zhao Hai was sitting in front of his study. A black-robed man was standing next to him. This black-robed man was wearing a robe and looked very ordinary. He was thin and didn't look very old. But for some reason, this person gave off a gloomy feeling that made people feel uncomfortable. The black-robed man said to Zhao Hai, "Father, the situation is like this. The Holy Gate has already built an underground defensive line in the Wolf Ivory Mountain range. I think it won't be easy to deal with them." Zhao Hai nodded and smiled. "Miss Dragon, you've done well. Now, you should keep an eye on the Holy Gate's people and see how they react. When the time is right, we'll deal with them." Miss Dragon said in a deep voice, "Yes, Father. I'll go now." Then his figure moved and disappeared from the room. After the Mist Dragon left, Zhao Hai muttered, "I didn't expect the Holy Gate to have some tricks up their sleeves. They actually built an underground defensive line. This method is similar to what I used in the past. Interesting." Zhao Hai muttered. "Foster father, you used this method in the past? Who can make you use this method?" When Xingfeng heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but ask curiously. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Why can't I use this move? I've used it a lot." Haha. Alright, let's not talk about this. The information that the Mist Dragon brought back is very important. I think it's necessary for me to go to the Thunder Hawk. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Alright. Xingfeng said, "Foster father, are we going to talk to Lei Ying about this matter now? Aren't you a little too anxious? Are we going to attack now?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, of course we won't attack now. But we need to make a trip to Lei Ying's place. If we wait until we attack, then it'll be too late." Che Rong said solemnly, "But foster father, if we tell Lei Ying and the others about this now, they will definitely make a move against the Saint Gate. If that happens, it will affect our plan." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, it won't affect our plan. In fact, we don't have much to prepare right now. Everyone can join the battle at any time. If we inform the Lightning Hawk clan about this, they will definitely make a move against the Holy Gate. At that time, the Holy Gate will be in chaos. We can take advantage of the chaos to attack them. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Xingcheng and Che Rong didn't say anything. Xingcheng immediately called Wenhai and Ding Chunming over. Zhao Hai gave them some instructions before leading Xingcheng and Che Rong out of Chicken Heart Ridge. Outside the Lightning Hawk clan's nest, Zhao Hai was still standing outside the area. Facing the Lightning Hawk clan's direction, he loudly said, scouring the Sea-Sex Patriarch, Zhao Hai is here to seek an audience with the Falcon Patriarch. After he said that, Zhao Hai stopped and no longer spoke. Before long, Eagle Cry appeared in front of Zhao Hai. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Patriarch Zhao Hai, why are you here again? What's the matter?" Zhao Hai looked at Hawk Cry, then he smiled faintly and said, "Elder Hawk Cry, this time I have something important to tell the Hawk Patriarch. I hope you can help me pass the message." Hawk Cry nodded and said, "Elder Hawk Cry, I have something important to tell the Hawk Patriarch." Devil Cry looked at Zhao Hai and said, "An important matter related to our Lightning Hawk clan? What's the matter?" Zhao Hai said solemnly, "It's a matter of life and death. I hope you can help me inform the Falcon People's Patriarch. I'm not speaking nonsense." Eagle Cry looked suspiciously at Zhao Hai and said, "An important matter related to the survival of our Lightning Hawk clan? Patriarch Zhao Hai, although our Patriarch has promised not to interfere in the battle between your Lightning Hawk clan and the Holy Gate, you can't use this matter to scare me. If you don't have anything to say, I won't be able to help you if the Patriarch blames you." Zhao Hai said solemnly, "Elder Eagle Cry, do I look like someone who doesn't know the severity of the matter? This matter is related to the survival of your Lightning Hawk clan. I just received the news. Please inform the Patriarch." Eagle Cry looked at Zhao Hai and found that Zhao Hai didn't seem to be joking. Only then did he say, "Alright, follow me. We'll go see the patriarch directly." After speaking, he led Zhao Hai into the mountains. Zhao Hai didn't stand on ceremony and followed Eagle Cry to the Lightning Hawk clan's nest. Before long, Zhao Hai's group of 3 arrived at the Lightning Hawk clan's nest. The Falcon People's Patriarch was waiting for Zhao Hai. When he saw Zhao Hai, the Falcon People's Patriarch said to Zhao Hai, "Patriarch Zhao Hai, we meet again. Didn't I agree to the matter you mentioned last time? Why do you want to see me again?" Zhao Hai replied, "Falcon Patriarch, I have something that concerns the survival of your Thunder Hawk race. I don't know if you want to hear it." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Falcon Patriarch, I have something to tell you." Falcon looked at Zhao Hai. He was puzzled as he said, "It's a matter of life and death for the Thunder Hawk race? I'm very curious about this. But I'm also very curious as to why you want to tell me this." Zhao Hai replied, "The last time I came to see the Falcon Patriarch, you didn't say anything and directly agreed to my request. I'm very grateful. Therefore, when I heard this news, I came to see the Falcon Patriarch. I feel that I need to inform you about this matter." Zhao Hai nodded and said, Alright. The Falcon People's Patriarch looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Now that Sect Master Zhao Hai said this, I'm even more curious. I really want to know what you want to tell me." Zhao Hai looked at the Falcon Patriarch and said, "Falcon Patriarch, before we talk about this matter, let me take a guess. Why did you agree to my request last time? Is that alright?" Zhao Hai looked at the Falcon Patriarch and said, "Alright." The Falcon People's Patriarch's eyes flashed and he said, "Sect Master Zhao Hai, please speak. I also want to hear what Sect Master Zhao Hai has to say." Obviously, Zhao Hai's words had piqued his interest. He really wanted to know what Zhao Hai wanted to say. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The Falcon People's Patriarch agreed to my request so readily last time to deal with the Holy Gate because you feel the threat from the Holy Gate, right? Am I right?" The Falcon's eyes sharpened, but he quickly regained his composure. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I'm even more curious now. What do you want to tell me, Sect Master Zhao Hai?" Alright, then I'll get straight to the point. Before our sea exploring sect's first operation, we would first investigate the target. This time is no exception. After getting the approval of the Falcon People's Patriarch, we began to investigate the Holy Gate. However, Patriarch Falcon should also know that we are not of the same race as the Holy Gate. Therefore, if we want to investigate, we have to use other methods. Fortunately, I have a group of special demonic beasts under my command. They are called Hidden Fog Beasts. They can travel underground, so I got them to investigate the Wolf Ivory Mountain from underground. They made a shocking discovery here. At this point, Zhao Hai paused for a moment. He glanced at the falcon and the others and saw that the falcon was quietly listening to him without any expression. He then continued, "They discovered that there is a very long underground defensive line in the Wolf Ivory Mountain. This defensive line has obviously existed for a long time, but maybe it wasn't connected in the past. It was only recently connected. However, this isn't what surprised us the most. What surprised us the most was that the demonic beasts under my command followed the defensive line and finally discovered that there is a huge Holy Gate base under the Thunder Hawk clan's nest. This Holy Gate base is really huge, enough to accommodate about 100,000 people. Moreover, there are tunnels and transmission arrays inside, allowing more people to come and support at any time. I just don't know if Patriarch Falcon knows about this base." When the people of the Thunder Hawk clan heard Zhao Hai's words, they were shocked for a moment before an uproar broke out. One must know that their nest had always been a forbidden area, and this forbidden area was specifically targeted at the people of the Holy Gate. If the people of the Holy Gate really built a base under their nest, then it would be too terrifying. The Patriarch of the Falcon people's expression changed greatly. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Patriarch Zhao Hai, is what you said true? Is there really a Holy Gate base under our nest?" Zhao Hai looked at the Patriarch of the Falcon people and said, "If Patriarch Falcon allows it, then I will let Patriarch Falcon people take a look. Is that okay?" "Sure, I would like to see if Patriarch Zhao Hai is telling the truth. If it isn't, then don't blame me for being impolite." Falcon looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then, he glanced at the foot of the mountain where the Thunderhawk clan was located. With a wave of his hand, a huge golden book appeared in his hand. Then, Zhao Hai flipped open the book. A very complicated array diagram formed by countless arrays suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Hai. Then, the array diagram started moving. All the arrays started rotating, and a yellow light flashed on them. Then, the yellow light shot towards the foot of the mountain where the Thunderhawk clan's nest was located. As the yellow light entered the foot of the mountain, the ground at the foot of the mountain suddenly fluctuated. Then, like a piece of cloth, the soil on the ground was lifted up by someone, revealing the thing underneath. Below, there was a huge pit. Inside the pit, there were countless people busy working. However, those people who were busy all felt that there was something strange above their heads. They all raised their heads and looked up in astonishment. Upon seeing the people below, Falcon's eyes flashed. He shouted, "Rat tribesmen, how dare you!" There was no need for him to say anything. The Thunderhawk clan members rushed towards the rat tribesmen. At this time, the rat tribesmen reacted. They immediately screamed and fled in all directions. Many of them wanted to drill into the ground directly. But just as they were about to drill into the ground, they realized that they couldn't do it at all. Usually, earth escape was like an instinct to them. But now, they couldn't drill into the ground. The rat tribesmen stared. Then they discovered that the ground was flashing with yellow light. Moreover, this light was showing the appearance of a formation. It was this formation that blocked them, making them unable to drill into the ground. While they were in a daze, the Thunderhawk clan had already arrived. The Thunderhawk clan was furious. This was their home. These people actually dug a hole under their home. How could they not be angry? Therefore, they didn't hold back and directly massacred these people. The rat tribesmen who entered the tunnel retreated at this time. This was because their tunnel had been completely sealed. They couldn't even run. At the same time, Zhao Hai was also able to see how formidable the Thunderhawks were. Needless to say, the Thunderhawks were really formidable. Their defensive strength was too astonishing. The attacks of the rats were simply useless. Their sharp beaks and claws were the most powerful killing weapons. They could take the lives of the rats with just one blow. Their strength was formidable, and they were also very agile. Zhao Hai thought that since their wings were so big, they wouldn't be able to fly very nimbly. However, he didn't expect that these Thunderhawks didn't use their wings at all. When they were flying, they would actually hide their wings. Only when they were in battle would they reveal their wings. They were like two iron plates that would break the bones of the rat tribesmen and tear their tendons. It didn't take long for the rat race to be killed by the Thunderhawk race. However, Hawk race didn't move at all. He just watched the battle quietly, but his face was so heavy that it could drip water. Zhao Hai looked at Falcon and said, "Falcon people, I'm not lying, right? Is it like what I said?" In fact, the entire bottom of the Wolf Ivory Mountain has been hollowed out by the people of the Saint Gate. This underground defense line is definitely not something that can be completed in a short period of time. In other words, they have already been hollowed out. They already have the intention to deal with you, especially this base. You have seen the scale of this base. It won't be a problem for 100,000 people to live here. Now, there aren't many people of the rat race here, but there is a transmission array here. This means that this place can be turned into a military base at any time. The Falcon people flapped his wings and said, "Sect Master Zhao Hai, you don't have to say anything. I know your intention. I can tell you that I agree. In the future, my Thunderhawk clan will join forces with the Sea Exploring sect to deal with the Holy Gate." Zhao Hai looked at the Falcon people and laughed. "All right, I've been waiting for you to say this. All right, then it's settled. We will destroy this base now. It won't take long before the people of the Holy Gate know about it. At this time, we have two choices. First, we can attack the people of the Holy Gate immediately. But I'm not afraid to tell you that we aren't fully prepared yet. If we attack, the casualties will be huge. Second, we can make preparations before attacking the Holy Gate. Do I have the right to do whatever I want? I want to attack now. Will your Sea Exploring sect cooperate?" Yes, we will do our best to cooperate. Alright, then I want to attack now. Zhao Hai felt that he was inside a very warm liquid. This liquid seemed to be able to penetrate through a person's skin and then flow out. Along with the flow of the liquid, some dirt and dust were also brought out by the liquid. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't have any dirt in his body. Therefore, he only felt that the liquid didn't take anything away. However, he believed that Stonemer and the others wouldn't feel this way. Zhao Hai didn't think about leaving the water. He believed that he would be able to leave when the time comes. And sure enough, his guess wasn't wrong. Before long, he felt the buoyancy of the water increase. Then Zhao Hai appeared on the water's surface. Zhao Hai opened his eyes and saw that he was inside a huge lake. The lake's water was very strange. It was bright silver, it looked like a huge mercury lake. Zhao Hai turned his head and saw that Stonemer and the others had also appeared on the lake. However, their faces were still in a daze. Before long, Stonemer and the others saw Zhao Hai. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, they immediately surrounded him. Zhao Hai nodded to them and then looked towards the lake. There were a lot of people standing on the lakeside. Zhao Hai swept his gaze over these people and then saw Wen Hai and the others. Wen Hai and the others were excitedly waving to Zhao Hai. However, they didn't enter the lake. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and then nodded to Wen Hai. Then Zhao Hai turned to Stonemer and said, "Let's go." Then Zhao Hai led Stonemer and the others towards Wen Hai and the others. As soon as Zhao Hai and the others came ashore, Wen Hai and the others immediately surrounded them. Not only Wen Hai, but also Yu Jiaolong, Che Xiaoguang, and the others. Everyone from the Lost Soul Empire was here, except for Hu Yuan. Wen Hai and the others gathered around Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, you're finally here. We missed you so much." "Great. You're finally here." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and nodded. "Yes, the domestic matters have been dealt with, so I naturally came over." "Hee, how is it? How are you doing now?" Wen Hai and the others nodded. Just as they were about to speak, a voice came from the side, "Who are you people? Come and pay the fee. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." Zhao Hai turned his head and saw several cultivators looking at them with an unfriendly expression. These cultivators were wearing ordinary warrior robes, but their robes were the same. It seems like they were from the same group. Wen Hai stared, then his expression changed. Just as he was about to speak, Zhao Hai waved his hand and smiled faintly. "Everyone, what do we have to pay?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the expressions of the cultivators relaxed. Then one of them said, "We want something worth 53 spirit stones." "Do you know about spirit stones?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "We know a bit. However, we don't have any spirit stones, only some herbs. I'll give them to you. I don't know if they're worth 50 spirit stones." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as several jade boxes appeared in his hand. Then Zhao Hai opened the jade boxes. Inside the jade boxes were several herbs. Although these herbs were very common, like ginseng and the like, they were very old. They could be considered good things that were hard to come by. When the cultivators saw these herbs, their eyes couldn't help but light up. Then the leader looked at Zhao Hai and saw that Zhao Hai's face was calm. He just looked at them calmly, not showing any signs of anger. However, this calmness made Zhao Hai even more terrifying. The leader couldn't figure out what was going on. If it was any other time, they would surely bully these newly ascended people. Especially when they meet someone as generous as Zhao Hai, they wouldn't let him go. But today, the leader didn't know why, but he felt that it would be better to restrain himself. Moreover, the existence of Wen Hai and the others made the leader not dare to go too far. Although he didn't know Wen Hai, when he saw that Wen Hai came to pick up Zhao Hai, he knew that Zhao Hai had some foundation in the sword spirit realm. Moreover, he must have a way to contact the sword spirit realm. Otherwise, no one would come to pick him up. Because of this, these people didn't dare to go too far with Zhao Hai. The leader looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Alright, let's go. Remember, don't come to the cleansing pond in the future. Once you pass the cleansing pond, everything that you did in the lower realms will return to dust. Your identity in the sword spirit realm is just an ordinary rogue cultivator. As for what a rogue cultivator is, you should know someone here, so you can ask him." Jiao Hai smiled faintly, then he nodded and said, "Thank you for telling me." Then Jiao Hai waved his hand and led Wen Hai and the others out. Before long, Jiao Hai and the others came out of the lake. When they arrived outside, they saw that the lake was actually on top of a mountain. This mountain was very strange. There were almost no plants, only rocks were present. There was only one path down the mountain, and it wasn't very wide. It was very difficult to walk on. When Wen Hai walked beside Jiao Hai with an ashamed expression. Then he said to Jiao Hai, "Boss, I'm sorry. I've lost face for you. I've been here for a long time, but I couldn't even handle such a small matter." Jiao Hai shook his head and said, "This isn't your fault. You're no longer a peak expert in the Lost Soul Empire. You're just a cultivator at the lowest level here. To be honest, it's already good that you're still alive." "Right, I heard that you've formed a gang with more than 100 members?" Jiao Hai nodded and said, "You're right." When Wen Hai was somewhat embarrassed as he said, "Yes, but we only have so few people. I'm really sorry to boss. However, life here is very difficult." Jiao Hai smiled and said, "It's already very good." "Right, didn't I tell you to move towards the 72 southern islands? Why did you come here again?" "We've already moved. This time, we're here to pick you up. If we'd been developing in the Spirit Pool Mountain, then we wouldn't have so few people. Those people also wouldn't have treated us like this." "Ha ha ha, good, it's good that you've moved." "Right, where are you now? How far is it from the 72 southern islands?" "Boss, the territory we're currently in is the territory of the 72 islands of the South Sea. It's just that it's not the Xia family's territory. The 72 islands of the South Sea are an alliance of rogue cultivators, so they treat rogue cultivators very well. Our life there is pretty good. The place we're currently living in is called Tideview City, a small seaside town. There's nothing special about it, but it's really good." Jiao Hai smiled and said, "Alright, then how do we get there? By using transmission formations?" When Wen Hai nodded and said, "Right, we'll take the transmission formation. The Sword Spirit Realm is the same as the Lost Soul Empire. All the cities have already established transmission formations. However, all the transmission formations here require spirit stones to use." "Let's go, boss. Once we reach Spirit Mountain City, we'll be able to use the transmission formation to leave." Jiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Alright, then let's go. I'm very curious, I want to see what the Sword Spirit Realm looks like." When Wen Hai nodded, then the group quickened their pace. They didn't fly because Jiao Hai can feel that the laws of heaven and earth in Spirit Pool Mountain don't allow people to fly. Whether it's going up or down the mountain, they can only walk. There were several cities at the foot of Spirit Pool Mountain. These cities weren't very big, but there were a lot of people living here. Naturally, there were some high-class residential areas inside the city walls. Outside the city, there were a lot of people living here. These people lived in very simple places. Some of them were just ordinary stone houses. They didn't look very good. Spirit Mountain City that Jiao Hai's group wanted to go to was one of the cities at the foot of Spirit Pool Mountain. Before long, Jiao Hai's group arrived outside Spirit Mountain City. Jiao Hai looked at the small city and said, "There's a transmission formation here? Can we go to Tideview City?" When Wen Hai smiled and said, "It's impossible to go directly to Tideview City from here. We have to go to Sword and Tent City first and then take the transmission formation from there." Jiao Hai nodded, then looked at the cultivators guarding the city gate. These cultivators were wearing warrior clothes, standing at the gate and constantly looking around. The clothes that these people wore were the same as the clothes that Jiao Hai had seen at the edge of the washing pond. It seems like they were in the same group. Jiao Hai nodded, then looked at the cultivators guarding the gate. These cultivators wore the same clothes that Jiao Hai had seen at the edge of the washing pond. It seems like they were in the same group. Jiao Hai didn't say anything as he followed Wen Hai into the city. When they arrived at the city gate, Wen Hai took out a few spirit stones and placed them in a box next to the gate. Then he led Jiao Hai's group into the city. After entering the city, Wen Hai turned to Jiao Hai and said, "Boss, Spirit Pool Mountain is now under the control of several large forces. Every month, they would take turns to collect spirit stones from the cleansing pond. If a newly ascended person doesn't give them spirit stones or other things, they would kill them. In any case, this place is lawless. They are the heavens here, whatever they say goes. Xiaohai nodded, then the group entered Spirit Mountain City. The city wasn't big, but the houses inside were very good. Xiaohai looked at the houses and smiled faintly. It seems like the people living in this city have some status. Moreover, there are even shops here. It's really good. Xiaohai nodded, then the group entered Spirit Mountain City. When Wenhai replied in a deep voice, this place is a bottomless pit. It's a place where the major forces here extract benefits from those who have just ascended. It's really not a good place. Many cultivators who have ascended have died here silently. They were also people with limitless glory in the lower realm. Who would have thought that they would end up like this in the upper realm? Now I understand why Boss said that we have to rely on ourselves to make a name for ourselves in the Sword Spirit world. In the Sword Spirit world, the people of the Sword Spirit world simply look down on us. The only ones who are still kind to us are the people of the 72 Southern Sea Islands. But after so many years of development, the people of the 72 Southern Sea Islands have become natives. They don't care about our life and death, so we still have to rely on ourselves here. Xiaohai wasn't surprised by Wenhai's words. This was because Wenhai has been in the Sword Spirit Plane for several years now. The Sword Spirit Plane was a cultivation plane. Here, the cruelty of the cultivation plane would be displayed in front of Wenhai and the others. Wenhai and the others had seen too many of these things in the past few years. Therefore, it wasn't strange for Wenhai to have such thoughts. Xiaohai looked around, then he said, "Let's go back first." "Where's the transmission formation?" Wenhai replied, "It's in the biggest house in the city." "Let's go." Then he led Xiaohai forward. Before long, they arrived in front of a huge house. This house was very big, but it wasn't very tall. There were a lot of people going in and out of it. Xiaohai stood outside the house and could feel the energy fluctuations coming from the transmission formation inside. To be honest, this transmission formation wasn't very good. Even the ones in the Lost Soul Empire didn't have such large energy fluctuations. One must know that a transmission formation was very stable. The more stable a transmission formation was, the less likely it would produce energy fluctuations. However, the transmission formation here actually had such large energy fluctuations. It can be said that the transmission formation here wasn't very stable. If it was in the Lost Soul Empire, then it would be considered a substandard product. But here, people were using it. When Wenhai knew what Xiaohai was thinking, so he whispered to Xiaohai, "Boss, this is the situation here. Let's go." Xiaohai nodded, then he followed Wenhai into the room. There was a very long platform in the room. This platform was very tall. Xiaohai stood in front of the platform and looked up to see the people on the platform. There were several windows on the platform, and each window had a lot of people lining up. Wenhai also found a line with fewer people and joined it. Before long, Wenhai's name was called. Wenhai went over and said something to the people on the platform. After paying some spirit stones, he took a jade slip and returned to Xiaohai's side. Xiaohai looked at the jade slip. It was very simple, only a very ordinary number was written on it. Xiaohai wanted to send his spiritual force into the jade slip, but he discovered that there was a restriction on the jade slip. Therefore, Xiaohai didn't do anything. Wenhai took the jade slip and said, "This is a numbered jade slip. It's a record of where we're going and how many people are going at a time. It's also a record of when the transmission formation will be arranged for us. But I think it should be soon." Xiaohai nodded and didn't say anything. He had just arrived at the Sword Spirit world, so he wasn't very clear about it. Therefore, he needed to familiarize himself with the situation first. Wenhai led Xiaohai and the others to a row of chairs and then sat down. Then Xiaohai began to look around the hall. There were a lot of people sitting in the hall. Some of them seemed to know each other as they sat together and chatted. However, while they were chatting, they used energy to separate their area so that outsiders couldn't hear what they were saying. However, Xiaohai noticed that these people also had soul objects on their heads. Their soul objects were also very strange. Xiaohai thought that he wouldn't be able to see any soul objects in the Sword Spirit world. But now, it seems like he was thinking too much. The Sword Spirit world also had soul objects, moreover, there seemed to be more types. When Wenhai saw Zhao Hai looking at the people in the hall, he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, there aren't many people here, so you can only see a few soul objects. If you go to the sword spirit world in the future, then you'll be able to see more soul objects. There are all kinds of soul objects here, even those that I didn't see in the Lost Soul Empire." When Zhao Hai heard Wenhai, he stared, then he said, "What do you mean? What kind of soul objects do you not see in the Lost Soul Empire? What kind of soul do we not have in the Lost Soul Empire?" When Wenhai smiled faintly and said, "Of course our Lost Soul Empire has a lot of soul objects. However, there are some that we don't have. For example, Buddha souls, Tao souls, and Devil souls." When Zhao Hai heard Wenhai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he said, "Buddha souls? Tao souls? Devil souls? What kind of soul objects are those?" He really hadn't heard of these soul objects. When Wenhai smiled and said, "Actually, Buddha souls and Tao souls are special soul objects that are related to Buddhism, the Tao, and the Devil souls. For example, prayer beads and wooden fish can be considered Buddha souls. For example, the golden sword and the 8 trigrams can be considered Tao souls. I heard that people who have these soul objects would be able to improve their strength even faster. Because of this, people with Buddha souls and Tao souls are very popular in the sword spirit world." Zhao Hai understood what Wenhai meant. In the sword spirit realm, souls represented potential. Otherwise, people with special souls wouldn't be so sought after. Wenhai nodded. When Wenhai nodded, Zhao Hai discovered that having a soul object really saved him a lot of trouble. At the very least, if a person had talent in this aspect, they would be able to detect it directly. This would save a lot of time for the great sects. When Wenhai continued, "As for devil souls, they are even more mysterious. Some people say that devil souls are black mist, some are skeletons, and some are swords dripping with blood. In short, there are all kinds of legends. However, ordinary cultivators would hide their soul objects and not let others know about them. In the sword spirit world, hiding a soul object isn't a difficult matter." Zhao Hai nodded. He believed Wenhai's words. Not to mention the sword spirit world, even in the Lost Soul Empire, it wouldn't be difficult to hide one's soul object. At this time, the jade slip in Wenhai's hand lit up. Wenhai immediately said, "All right, boss, we have a room. Let's go." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he stood up and followed Wenhai and the others into the room. Before long, they arrived in front of a room. A person was standing in front of the door. The person looked at the jade slip in Wenhai's hand and then nodded. Then he took the jade slip and opened the door to let them in. After Wenhai and the others entered the room lit up with white light. In the next moment, Zhao Hai and the others disappeared from the room. When Zhao Hai and the others could see again, they discovered that they were in a large square. There were a lot of transmission formations in this square. These transmission formations would flash with white light every once in a while. Every time a transmission formation flashed, people would appear. However, no one was seen entering the formation. When Wenhai led Zhao Hai and the others out of the transmission formation. While walking, he said, "This transmission formation only receives people. If you want to send people out, you have to go to the room next door." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he said, "Let's go to Tideview City first. If we have time, we'll come here to play." When Wenhai bitterly smiled and said, "This is not a fun place. This is the territory of the Warsword sect. It can be said that this is not a good place because the disciples of the Warsword sect are famous for being unreasonable. Moreover, the Warsword sect is very protective of their disciples. I heard that every year, countless cultivators are robbed in the territory of the Warsword sect. If we have time, let's go to other places. It's better not to come here." This made Zhao Hai stare. Zhao Hai was puzzled. Then he said, "Why would people come to the Warsword sect's territory? If robberies happen in the Warsword sect's territory, then it would be very chaotic. Why would people come to the Warsword sect's territory?" When Wenhai said, "That's because the Warsword sect's artifacts are very good. The artifacts produced by the Warsword sect are much better than those produced by other sections. Moreover, the price isn't that expensive. For a cultivator, an artifact is very important. I think you know better than me. Because of this, countless people come here to buy an artifact. That's why the Warsword sect is so lively. Xiaohai nodded and said, so that's how it is. With our current strength, it's useless for us to be robbed here. Let's go. Before we have enough strength, there's no point in talking. Wen Wenhai nodded. Then he led Xiaohai to a house next to the transmission formation. When they arrived, Wen Wenhai handled the procedures for the transmission formation. Then the group sat inside the room and chatted while waiting. Wen Wenhai looked at Xiaohai and said, Boss, I heard that there's a rule in Sword in Tent City. As long as you enter your room, nobody would dare to touch you. On the streets, you might be robbed by the disciples of the Warsword sect, but as long as you enter your room, nobody would dare to touch you. Therefore, we are very safe here. Xiaohai nodded and said, Boss, I heard that there's a rule in Sword in Tent City. As long as you enter your room, nobody would dare to touch you. Xiaohai smiled bitterly and said, What's the matter? They came to the Warsword sect's territory to trade. You're not only unable to guarantee their safety, but also rob them for nothing. Only by entering a room can they be considered safe. These people are really unreasonable. When Wenhai replied, the Warsword sect has always been like this. However, they have a lot of experts in their sect. Moreover, they don't dare to make a move against the people from the great sects. The ones who get robbed are just small sects or rogue cultivators. Who would care about their life and death? As long as the people from the great sects are fine, they don't care about other people. Xiaohai nodded and said, For the people of the great sects, rogue cultivators are just a group of cannon fodder that can be sacrificed at any time. There's no need to pay attention to them. The cultivation world has always been like this. Strength is king, everything else is fake. When Wenhai nodded and said, Boss is right. Everything here is fake. Strength is king. If it weren't for the artifacts left behind by Boss, we wouldn't have been able to survive until today. We might have died long ago. In the sword spirit world, you have to be brave and fight. Xiaohai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. When Wenhai and the others were still at the bottom of the sword spirit world. What they see was still too low. Once they become a true powerhouse in the sword spirit world, their perspective would naturally be different. With a flash of white light, Xiaohai and the others appeared in a transmission formation. This transmission formation was also located in a transmission square. However, this transmission square was very small. There were only a few transmission formations engraved on the square. When Wenhai led Xiaohai and the others out of the transmission square. Then he looked at Xiaohai and said, This place was originally uninhabited. Later on, because rogue cultivators came, it slowly turned into a village. Later on, more people came and it became a small city. Because there is a cliff here, one can see the ebb and flow of the sea, so it was named Tideview City. This place is now under the jurisdiction of one of the 72 islands in the South Sea, the Spirit Crab Island. The island has a branch here with about 10 people managing it. Relatively speaking, it's a very quiet place. Moreover, Spirit Touch Island is very good for rogue cultivators. Therefore, we decided to move here. This is what Grandpa told us. Xiaohai nodded and said, What is Grandpa doing? Why didn't he pick me up? I didn't expect to see Grandpa again so soon. Hee hee. When Wenhai smiled and said, Grandpa seems to be doing well. I heard that he's going into seclusion. With Xiaoyu taking care of him, Grandpa doesn't need to worry about anything. Originally, Grandpa was going to pick you up. However, he suddenly felt something and went into seclusion. Xiaohai nodded and said, Right. Right, I heard Xiaoyu say that the people of the sword spirit world have 4 realms. Refining essence into qi, refining spirit into spirit, refining spirit into void, and refining void into Tao. What realm are you in right now? When Wenhai smiled bitterly and said, Boss, it's not that easy. You forgot that each realm has 12 levels. Right now, I'm equivalent to the 8th level of refining essence into qi. This speed isn't slow. After all, we're rogue cultivators. We don't have good cultivation methods, we don't have a good cultivation environment, and we still have to make money to support ourselves. Xiaohai nodded and said, You've been working hard these past few years. Right, what do you do for a living? When Wenhai replied, we live in the sea. The people of Spirit Crab Island are especially fond of a kind of crab called the rock spirit crab. This kind of crab isn't very big, but it has a hard body and good fighting strength. Generally, it would appear in the sea during high tide. After the tide recedes, aside from some of them staying on the shore, the other rock spirit crabs would return to the sea. Because of this, it's best to catch rock spirit crabs during high tide and low tide. In Tideview City, there are 10 days of high tide every month. That's when we're the busiest. The reason why we can live in Tideview City is because the people of Spirit Crab Island need us to catch rock spirit crabs. We'll give them a fixed number of rock spirit crabs each month in order for them to let us live here. Moreover, we're also protected to a certain extent. When Wenhai said as he walked forward. At this time, a group of people suddenly appeared in front of him. Upon seeing this group, Wenhai's expression couldn't help but change. Then he said, Head Xiaoyu, why are you blocking me? Do you want to make a move? Upon hearing Wenhai, Zhao Hai couldn't help but curiously turn his head to look at the person blocking their path. Upon seeing this person, Zhao Hai felt that this person had quite a personality. He looked to be around 40 years old and had a very big head. The shape of his head was very strange. His head looked a bit pointy while his head and chin were very narrow. However, the middle of his head was very wide. With his big mouth, he looked like a fish head. Head Xiaoyu looked at Wenhai and said, Surnamed Wen, I just want to ask you if you're willing to give up the third beach. If you do, then we can talk about it. But if you don't, then don't blame me for being impolite today. When Wenhai coldly snorted, then he said, Who wants us to give up the third beach? The third beach was leveled by us brothers. Nobody can take it away from us. You don't know how to appreciate favors. Today, I'll kill you first. I want to see what you guys can do together. Go. Following Head Xiaoyu's order, the people following him all took out their weapons and charged towards Wenhai's group. Wenhai also shouted. Then with a move of his hand, a long sword appeared in his hand. Then he went straight towards Head Xiaoyu and the others. When Zhao Hai heard Head Xiaoyu say that he wanted to kill Wenhai, his eyes couldn't help but narrow. Now that he saw that they were about to make a move, he naturally wouldn't be polite. He waved his hand and Stonemer and the others behind him immediately rushed over. However, Zhao Hai stood there without moving. His attention was focused on Head Xiaoyu. Although Head Xiaoyu let others attack, he didn't attack himself. Instead, he stood there and watched Wenhai and the others kill. This was a bit strange. Zhao Hai didn't know that the reason why Head Xiaoyu didn't participate in the killing was because of the existence of Zhao Hai. Although Head Xiaoyu hadn't seen Zhao Hai, he had seen the way when Wenhai and Zhao Hai talked. It was obvious that Zhao Hai was the leader. Head Xiaoyu was very clear about Wenhai's strength. After ascending from the lower realm, it only took him a few years to reach the 8th level of qi refining. He was definitely a genius. Someone who could make such a person submit was definitely not a weakling. Therefore, when Head Xiaoyu saw that Zhao Hai didn't make a move, he didn't rush to attack. He wanted to see what Zhao Hai was planning. At this time, the battle between Wenhai and the others had entered a white-hot level. Wenhai's side could be said to be full of experts. Their strength wasn't weak. On the other hand, Head Xiaoyu's side had a lot of people. For a while, the two sides were locked in battle. No one could gain an advantage. Zhao Hai also discovered a very strange phenomenon. When Wenhai and the others attacked, they seemed to be very reserved. They didn't kill. This made Zhao Hai somewhat surprised. Just as Zhao Hai was paying attention to the field and was distracted, Head Xiaoyu immediately noticed the change in Zhao Hai. He knew that Zhao Hai was distracted. This was very important for him. His figure moved like a fish. He circled around the fighting crowd and then rushed directly to the front of Zhao Hai. At the same time, two short swords appeared in his hands. He stabbed straight at Zhao Hai's body. One sword was aimed at Zhao Hai's throat, while the other sword was aimed at Zhao Hai's heart. These two short swords were the best for fighting in the water. The blade was very thin. After stabbing out, it was also silent. It was impossible to guard against. Zhao Hai also reacted at this time. However, the two short swords had already arrived in front of Zhao Hai. Whether Zhao Hai wanted to dodge or block, it was already too late. However, Zhao Hai didn't dodge or block. Instead, he stared and two icicles shot out from Zhao Hai's eyes. They hit Head Xiaoyu's eyes. These two icicles were very fast. Head Xiaoyu simply didn't guard against Zhao Hai's eyes. Therefore, he was killed by the icicles launched by Zhao Hai. Head Xiaoyu's death was immediately noticed by Wen Hai and the others. Wen Hai took the opportunity and shouted, "Head Xiaoyu is dead. If you surrender to my Confusion Gang, I can spare your lives." In the eyes of Stonehammer and the others, these words were a joke. Both sides were fighting fiercely. How could one shout and the other side would surrender? Perhaps the other side wanted to take revenge for Head Xiaoyu. However, what surprised them was that after Wen Hai spoke, the people who came with Head Xiaoyu actually stopped. This made Stonehammer and the others surprised. Wen Hai didn't seem to be surprised at all. He looked at the people and said, "Everyone, Head Xiaoyu is dead. Naturally, his swordfish gang no longer exists. If you want to stay in Tideview City, then you might as well join our Confusion Gang. I guarantee that you won't be mistreated." One of the people who came with Head Xiaoyu cupped his fist towards Wen Hai and said, "I've heard that the Confusion Gang has the best treatment. I've wanted to join for a long time. However, I can't leave the Swordfish Gang. Now that the Swordfish Gang is gone, I'm naturally willing to join the Confusion Gang. I ask Elder Wen to take me in." The others who came with Head Xiaoyu did the same. They all cupped their fist towards Wen Hai and said, "I ask Elder Wen to take us in." This change made Stonehammer and the others dumbfounded. Even Zhao Hai was stunned. He didn't think that these people would be able to change their allegiance so smoothly. This was really unexpected. Wen Hai didn't care about this. Instead, he looked at the group and said, "The Swordfish Gang doesn't only have you, right? What about the others?" One of the Swordfish Gang members said, "They went to attack the Ecstasy Gang's headquarters. We heard that the elders of the Ecstasy Gang had left today, so we wanted to take down the Ecstasy Gang's headquarters. Xiaoyu led us here to stop you, so we came here." Wen Hai nodded and said, "Alright, then let's hurry to the Ecstasy Gang's headquarters. We need to hurry." Then Wen Hai didn't hold back. He directly chopped off Head Xiaoyu's head with his sword. Then he led the group forward. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. The situation here allowed Zhao Hai to understand what happened. Because of this, he didn't say anything. He just followed Wen Hai and the others forward. Before long, they arrived at a courtyard. This courtyard looked very big, it should be able to house a lot of people. But at this time, the courtyard was filled with chatter, but there weren't any sounds of fighting. Wen Hai stared for a moment. Then he waved his hand and someone immediately went forward and opened the courtyard's door. When the door was opened, Wen Hai and the others were stunned. They saw 200 to 300 people gathered in the courtyard. They were chatting in twos and threes. No matter how one looked at it, it looked like a gathering instead of a battle. When the people in the courtyard saw Wen Hai and the others, they couldn't help but feel ashamed. Then a person ran out from the crowd and cupped his fist towards Wen Hai and said, "Elder, you're back? This is Head Xiaoyu's head. Ha ha ha. How was it? Didn't I say that Head Xiaoyu wasn't a match for our elder? He was just looking for trouble." Wen Hai casually threw Head Xiaoyu's head to the ground. Then he looked at the people in the courtyard and said, "Chen Yan, what's going on? Didn't the people from the Swordfish sect say that Head Xiaoyu sent people to attack the Confusion Gang? Why do you look like you're having a gathering here?" Chen Yan was the one who jumped out to talk to Wen Hai. He wasn't very tall, only about 1.5 meters. He was also very thin and small, making him very inconspicuous. When he heard Wen Hai, he quickly said, "Elder, this was my idea. They wanted to attack us before, so I told them that it doesn't matter if we fight to the death here. In the end, we still have to see the result of the battle between Elder and Xiaoyu. Let's not fight and just wait for your result. I believe that Elder can defeat Xiaoyu, so we won't suffer any losses, right? Then we won't lose." Wen Hai looked at Chen Yan and sneered, "If Head Xiaoyu wins, you can just surrender to him." "Is that so?" Chen Yan wasn't afraid of Wen Hai's expression. He smiled faintly and said, Elder is right. You should know that it's not easy to make a living in Tideview City. We were already surrounded, so we had no chance of winning. So why didn't we preserve our strength? If Elder loses, then the Confusion Gang will naturally cease to exist. Although you're good to us, we've worked hard to ascend. We also want to live, we don't want to die, right? When Wenhai looked at Qinyan. He knew that Qinyan was right, but he still felt awkward. Moreover, today was the day that Zhao Hai arrived. Now that Zhao Hai saw this scene, when Wenhai felt that he had lost face. This mister is right. You can save your life by doing this, but don't forget that you are a cultivator. If a cultivator doesn't have the courage to improve himself, then I'm afraid you can only muddle along for the rest of your life. There won't be any development in the future. A voice came from behind Wen Wenhai. Upon hearing this voice, Wen Wenhai couldn't help but feel relieved. Of course, he could tell that this was Zhao Hai's voice. Moreover, he could tell that Zhao Hai wasn't angry. On the contrary, he admired Qinyan. Qinyan was also stunned when he heard this voice. He turned his head towards the direction of the voice and naturally saw Zhao Hai. He knew that Wen Wenhai went to Spirit Pool Mountain to pick up someone. Moreover, Wen Wenhai and the others had already said that the person they were going to pick up was the leader of the Confusion Gang. Thinking of this, Qinyan couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai a few times, but he couldn't find anything different about him. Zhao Hai was too ordinary, which made Qinyan very confused. He didn't understand why a genius like Wen Wenhai would submit to such an ordinary person. Moreover, Wen Wenhai and the others were all amazing people, but when they formed the Ecstasy Gang, they were only elders, and the position of gang leader was always empty. They said that they were waiting for the arrival of the gang leader, but this gang leader was really disappointing. They really couldn't see anything special about him. When Wen Wenhai heard Zhao Hai's voice, he immediately said, Alright, everyone, I can now tell you that Xiaoyu has been killed by us. His head is here. If you want to surrender, then we welcome you. If you don't want to surrender, then please leave. We won't stop you. When Wen Wenhai's words came out, the people in the courtyard immediately quieted down. Then all of them said in unison, We surrender. They didn't hesitate at all as they surrendered. They didn't look like they were going to surrender for a long time. Wen Wenhai was already mentally prepared for this situation. He nodded and then turned to Zhao Hai and said, Everyone should know that our Ecstasy Gang didn't have a leader before. We're just elders. Everyone has been wondering why we didn't have a leader before. Let me tell you, it's because the leader has already been chosen. This person beside me is the leader of the Ecstasy Gang, Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and smiled. He didn't think that Wen Wenhai would actually make him the leader. However, he didn't say anything, he just nodded and smiled at everyone. The people from the Ecstasy Gang stared for a moment, but then they didn't react. After all, the Ecstasy Gang was founded by Wen Wenhai and the others. They had been running the gang for a long time, so they had nothing to say about who Wen Wenhai wanted to be the gang's leader. The original members of the Ecstasy Gang didn't dare to say anything because of Wen Wenhai's prestige. As for the original members of the Swordfish Gang, since they had just surrendered, they naturally couldn't say anything. Therefore, nobody made a sound, nobody applauded or cheered. Everyone just looked at Zhao Hai without any reaction. When Wen Wenhai saw this situation, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He didn't think that things would turn out like this. He thought that he would give Zhao Hai a surprise, but in the end, it turned out like this. This made his expression ugly. Zhao Hai didn't care about this. These people might know about Wen Wenhai's strength, but they didn't know about his strength. They might be convinced by Wen Wenhai, but they wouldn't be convinced by him. Wen Wenhai and the others managed the Ecstasy Gang well. Now that a new leader suddenly popped up, even if it was Wen Wenhai, they still wouldn't be happy. Zhao Hai looked at the people in the courtyard and said, Wenhai, I'm not familiar with the gang situation, but it's clear that this courtyard can't accommodate so many people. Didn't we kill Xiaoyu before? Is the Swordfish Gang's residence bigger than this one? If it's bigger, then we'll move there. If not, then we'll sell a bigger courtyard as soon as possible. Let's settle everyone down first. Remember, we're now in the same gang, so don't live separately. Wenhai immediately nodded, then he said, "Boss, the Swordfish Gang's residence is bigger than ours. Moreover, its location is better than ours. Because we came later, we didn't manage to grab a good place. Since the Swordfish Gang's residence is better than ours, I think we should move there." Xiaohai nodded and said, "Alright, then let's move. We'll move there now. Then you can tell me about the gang's situation." When Wenhai nodded, then he immediately ordered everyone to start moving. Naturally, it was very easy for them to move. It didn't take long for everything to be stored in their spatial equipment. Then they directly headed towards the Swordfish Gang's headquarters. Just as when Wenhai said, the Swordfish Gang's headquarters was indeed bigger than the Ecstasy Gang's headquarters. The location was also good. Zhao Hai didn't think that Xiaoyu would be able to occupy such a good place. In fact, what Zhao Hai didn't know was that Xiaoyu's strength was also very good. Xiaoyu's current strength was equivalent to the 11th level of qi refining. It can be said that he was the strongest among the group. When Wenhai and Xiaoyu had fought several times before, and when Wenhai and the others had suffered a few losses. However, when Wenhai and the others had been working together for a long time, so they were able to cooperate better. It wouldn't be easy for Xiaoyu to deal with Wenhai and the others. If Wenhai and the others really went all out against him, then Xiaoyu wouldn't have an easy time either. But this time, Xiaoyu came looking for Zhao Hai. This was also because he couldn't see through Zhao Hai's strength. Therefore, he wanted to deal with Zhao Hai first before dealing with Wenhai and the others. Unfortunately, he didn't expect that Zhao Hai wouldn't even give him the chance to do so. Xiaoyu was quite famous in Tideview City. His strength wasn't weak, so he was able to occupy such a large courtyard. Naturally, he also spent money to buy it. But now, Zhao Hai and the others were benefiting from it. The courtyard of the Swordfish Gang was very good. The entire courtyard was divided into 5 sections. There were more than 400 rooms in total. Besides the rooms for the members of the Swordfish Gang, there were also some rooms that were used as warehouses. There were some food and other necessities inside, but there wasn't anything good. But thinking about it, if they really had something good, then they would have already stored it in their spatial equipment. How could they carry it with them? These people were all ascenders. Even if they didn't have spatial equipment in their original world, they could still get one in the Sword Spirit Plane. After all, there were a lot of spatial equipment in the Sword Spirit Plane. After everyone arrived at the Swordfish Gang's courtyard, they first cleaned the place before choosing a room to live in. Although Tideview City wasn't a big city, there weren't many people here. And no matter what, they were all cultivators. Naturally, they would need a relatively independent space. Because of this, everyone had their own room. This was also the reason why a small gang like the Enchanting Gang needed a large place. After everyone settled down, Zhao Hai and Wenhai gathered together. After everyone sat down, Wenhai looked at Zhao Hai with an embarrassed expression and said, "Boss, I'm sorry. You just arrived and caused so much trouble. We didn't do a good job." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "It's not your fault. This place isn't the same as the Enchanting Empire. It's already good that you were able to reach this point. Alright, let's not talk about this. Let's talk about the Enchanting Gang's current situation. I saw that you didn't kill the Swordfish Gang members today. What's going on?" When Wenhai smiled bitterly and said, "It's not that we don't want to kill them, but we don't dare. In Tideviewing City, every gang has to register with the Spirit Crab Island branch. If a gang is attacked by another gang, then the rock spirit crabs that the other gang has to hand over would be borne by the other gang. But rock spirit crabs aren't that easy to catch. If we kill the Swordfish Gang, then we'll have to bear the burden of the Swordfish Gang's mission. If we don't have enough people to complete the mission, then we might be punished by the Spirit Crab Island or even driven out of Tideviewing City. Because of this, there's an unwritten rule in Tideviewing City that states that when 2 gangs fight, you can injure the other party, but try not to kill them. After all, everyone here had to work hard to ascend from the lower realms. As for what you did today, killing the other party's leader is the best solution because you can make the other party surrender to you. But if you don't kill the leader, then it's also possible to make the other party surrender. However, that's not very safe because you still have to guard against the leader betraying you. Therefore, killing him is the best solution. This is also why the other party immediately surrendered after we killed him. When Wenhai smiled bitterly and said, yes, it's not that we don't want to kill the other party, but we don't have the courage to do so. But that's not very safe because you still have to guard against the leader betraying you. Xiaohai nodded and said, what beach were you talking about before? When Wenhai sighed and said, although this place is close to the sea, there aren't many beaches where the rock spirit crabs can live. And the beaches that are better are all controlled by other forces. When we first arrived here, we didn't know about this. We can only catch rock spirit crabs on the beaches where other people don't go. Otherwise, we can directly go into the sea to catch rock spirit crabs. Not only would we get less rock spirit crabs, but it would also be dangerous. We know that the sea beasts aren't vegetarians, they aren't weak. Xiaohai nodded, then he said, what's the use of rock spirit crabs? What do you eat? What do you live on? When Wenhai replied, if you catch a lot of rock spirit crabs, you can directly sell them to the people of Spirit Crab Island. They will give you crystal stones, but you can also ask for other things. For example, the cultivation methods in the sword spirit world. In fact, the cultivation methods in the sword spirit world are very common and can be obtained anywhere. Moreover, the price is very cheap, but the effect isn't very good. Generally speaking, a gang only needs to buy a cultivation method and everyone can learn it together. This way, we can save a lot of crystal stones. The same goes for other techniques. After we ascended from the lower realms, the spiritual chi in our bodies has been compressed to less than 1,000th of the original. Moreover, the cultivation methods in the lower realms are useless here, so we generally need to use the cultivation methods here. There are also some artifacts here. Of course, this is for others, but it's not the same for us. Some of the cultivation methods we learned in the lower realms were brought by Xiaoyu, so they are suitable for use in the sword spirit world. Therefore, we didn't buy any cultivation methods. The artifacts that boss gave us can also be used here, and their power isn't small. However, because the energy in our bodies has been compressed, we can't display the power of the artifacts. At most, we can only use them once or twice when we are in a desperate situation. To be honest, if it weren't for the artifacts that boss gave us, I'm afraid that we would have already died here. Tang Ming and Che Xiaoguang nodded. They also had a deep understanding of the situation. If Zhao Hai didn't give them crystal stones and artifacts, then it would have been impossible for them to establish such a gang. One must know that Xiaoyu's swordfish gang took decades to establish. And because of his luck, a lot of cultivators died silently. Zhao Hai said, then what about the food you eat? I can see that there's only some dried fish in the warehouse. Is there nothing else? When Wenhai heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Boss, don't mention it. We can only eat fish and shrimp here, as well as some other seafood. In the past, we didn't think much of it, but now that we eat it every day, we're really tired of it. But there's no other way. We don't farm, so naturally, there's no other way to get other things to eat, so we can only do this. Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai smiled and said, you're really good. When did our Lost Soul Empire ever lack food? You've been following me since the beginning. Alright, let's not talk about this. Tell me, what's the rock spirit crab? What's so special about it? Why did the Spirit Crab Island send you to catch it? When Wenhai shook his head and said, I don't know. We've eaten the rock spirit crab before, but we didn't find anything special about it. Moreover, this crab isn't delicious, so we stopped eating it. Every month, we'll hand in some rock spirit crab and use the rest of our time to cultivate. Zhao Hai nodded and said, then when do you hand in your rock spirit crab each month? How much does each gang have to hand in? When Wenhai replied, this also depends on the number of people we have. For example, our ecstasy gang only has 100 people, so we have to hand over 10,000 rock spirit crabs every month. If we're a gang with 200 people, then we have to hand over 20,000 rock spirit crabs. If we destroy another gang, then we have to hand over their share as well. Just like how we captured the swordfish gang, we have 300 people, so we have to hand over 30,000 rock spirit crabs. Naturally, if we kill all of the swordfish gang, then we'll still have to hand over 30,000 rock spirit crabs for a year. If we don't hand over enough, then we might be kicked out of Tideharden City, we might not even be allowed to come within 10,000 li of Tideharden City. Zhao Hai stared, then he said, I didn't expect it to be so strict. But this is also good. How about this, I'll go out with you tomorrow and see the swordfish gang and the beach you control. I'll also learn more about the rock spirit crab and then think of ways to improve our lives. Right, besides handing in the rock spirit crab, are there any other rules? Wenhai shook his head and said, not really. Because Taipei City is too small and all transactions are the same, the people of Spirit Crab Island don't care too much about this place. As long as you don't attack the people of Spirit Crab Island and don't pry into the secrets of the island, nobody will care about you. In fact, Taipei City is just like Spirit Crab Island, a place that specializes in purchasing spirit crab. They don't care about the situation here, whether it's fighting or killing, as long as you hand over a certain amount of spirit crabs. Every month, you can stay here. Naturally, there's one thing that's not allowed between the two groups. If it was allowed, then Spirit Crab Island wouldn't be able to make any profit. Zhao Hai understood why Spirit Crab Island did this. There were a lot of gangs in Tidehark City. If these gangs were allowed to trade with each other, then the gangs would trade with each other. Naturally, the gangs wouldn't trade with the Spirit Crab Island, causing the island to lose a lot of income. Wenhai looked at Zhao Hai and said, but if a group annexes another group, then they wouldn't care. In other words, we can learn cultivation methods and magic techniques from Swordfish Island. The people of Spirit Crab Island wouldn't care. I heard that there are other groups that conduct transactions in private. Spirit Crab Island is also turning a blind eye to this matter. This is because there are too many magic techniques here. Moreover, all of them are magic techniques, cultivation methods, artifacts, and the like. In the eyes of Spirit Crab Island, these things aren't good things. They wouldn't care if they give it to us. Zhao Hai roughly understood how the Spirit Crab Island managed Tidehark City. It was a kind of laissez-faire. In any case, the people here weren't from the Spirit Crab Island, so they didn't care if they lived or died. What they needed to do was to take out things that they didn't need and make the rogue cultivators work for them. From this point of view, the Spirit Crab Island didn't treat the ascended cultivators well. Perhaps they just didn't squeeze them too much. When Wenhai looked at Zhao Hai and said, Boss, what do we do next? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Don't worry. Tomorrow, I'll take a look at the surrounding terrain and understand the situation of your beaches. Right, do you still have rock spirit crabs? If you do, take them out and let me have a look. When Wenhai shook his head and said, No, we don't have any rock spirit crabs. These rock spirit crabs are very strange. Within an hour, they must be sent to the Spirit Crab Island branch to be processed. Otherwise, they would die. Therefore, every time we catch a rock spirit crab, we immediately send it to the Spirit Crab Island branch. Therefore, don't look at the task of catching 100 rock spirit crabs per month, it's very difficult to accomplish. After all, we only have 10 days to catch crabs per month, and the time to deliver the crabs is even shorter. The rock spirit crabs can't be placed together. If more than 2 rock spirit crabs are placed together, then they will fight. If they are injured or killed, then it doesn't count. The rock spirit crabs that we have eaten before were killed or injured in fights. Zhao Hai nodded and said, All right, let's take a rest. Tomorrow, we'll go out of the city and take a look. How many days are left before we catch crabs? When Wenhai said, There are still 10 days before we catch crabs. During this time, we can do whatever we want. In fact, the people of Spirit Crab Island don't care about what we do. As long as we want to live in the city, as long as we hand over the rock spirit crabs, they won't care about anything else. Zhao Hai nodded and said, All right, let's take a rest. Tomorrow, we'll go to the beach and take a look. When Wenhai nodded and immediately arranged rooms for Zhao Hai and the others. Naturally, he also arranged rooms for Stonemer and the others. However, their rooms were right next to Zhao Hai's. At this time, Chen Yan wasn't in his room. He was in another person's room. There were also several people gathered in this room. These people could be considered as old members of the Ecstasy Gang. Chen Yan looked at the others and said, Everyone, we've known each other for a long time. We've been in several gangs together. But have you seen the Ecstasy Gang before? The group shook their heads. Just as Chen Yan said, after they ascended, they managed to survive. In the end, they came to Tideview City and joined several gangs. However, they didn't have the ability to become a gang leader. However, all of them managed to survive. After all, in Tideview City, being an ordinary gang member was safer than being a gang leader. At worst, they could just surrender. It was precisely because of this that Xianxia asked this question. Xianxia looked at them and shook his head, then he opened his mouth and said, I haven't seen him before, but I feel that the Ecstasy Gang is very different from other gangs. Did you notice how Elderwin addressed the gang leader? He called him boss, and it's obvious that this wasn't the first day he called him that. Although they ascended first, they are still very respectful towards the gang leader. It can be seen that the gang leader must be extraordinary, and he might be their leader in the lower realms. Such a gang must have a strong sense of unity. I think that the Ecstasy Gang will certainly become bigger and stronger in the future. The group looked at Xianxia. Then one of them said, Old Chen, why do you say that? Do you think that the Ecstasy Gang will become stronger just because they have a gang leader? Xianxia looked at them and said, you all also ascended from the lower realm. I wonder where the people from the same realm as you are now. Even if you helped them before, where are your subordinates now? The group stared, then their expressions turned ugly. There were indeed some people who ascended from their realms. But after arriving in the upper realms and seeing the situation here, these people naturally went on their own way. Those who were respectful towards them in the past didn't care about them anymore. Those who ascended before didn't help them, they were busy with their own matters. People like Wen Hai and the others were very rare. Xianxia said, we've been with Elder Wen and the others for several years. I think you should be clear about their relationship. Moreover, gang leader Xiao Hai and the others have just ascended. However, there are several people beside gang leader Xiao Hai. We haven't seen these people before. It seems like they're with them. I mean, they were together in the lower realms. In other words, they were from the same faction in the lower realms. Now that they're in the upper realms, how can they not develop in the future? If they continue to be united like this, then they'll certainly become a force. Therefore, I think that they'll be able to develop very quickly. When the others heard Xianxia, they couldn't help but stare. Then they thought about it and realized that this was indeed the case. The higher-ups of the Ecstasy Gang were obviously from the same realm. Now that they arrived in the Sword Spirit world, they were in a completely different environment. Yet, they were still united. This meant that their future development would be limitless. One of them opened his mouth and said, Old Chen, what do you mean by this? We're now part of the Ecstasy Gang. We don't have any thoughts of withdrawing. What do you mean by this? Xianxia looked at the group and said, we'll observe them for a while. If they develop well, then we won't hesitate to join them. What do you think? End of chapter 43:26. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.